This chubby guy is Sangu. He complains about literally everything in life. I mean, why waste time eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom when you could be gaming, drinking, dating, and traveling? He wished he had two bodies so one could do all the hard work for him. And guess what? That wish actually came true. He lives in a world of hunters, a place packed with people who possess all kinds of crazy special abilities. If you want power, you have to join a government-run awakening program designed to help people unlock their abilities. To do that, you have to step through a special gate to trigger your growth. Our main guy eagerly queued up to go through. And once he did, he unlocked the ability to clone himself. Right now, he is only at level 1, which lets him create a single clone that looks exactly like him by spending his energy. The maximum number of clones depends on his level, and the original body stays fully connected to them. Currently, he can only summon one clone at a time, with a 24-hour cooldown. Following the instructions, Sangu closed his eyes, visualized it for a bit, and successfully summoned another version of himself. Staring at the chubby, naked guy standing right in front of him, Sangu asked in confusion, "Are you really my clone? Can I touch you?" The clone did not react much, simply bowing respectfully and calling him master. Sangu suddenly felt incredibly awkward and cringed hard. He slapped himself to make sure he was awake, then leaned in to inspect and touch his clone. He gasped, realizing this was a real, flesh and blood body, not just some illusion. Then Sangu glanced down at his clone's lower half. Blushing, he quickly told him to put some clothes on first. Once the clone was dressed, the two of them stood face to face. He thought about making the clone sit down, and it instantly sat. Sangu found this amazing. He did not even have to speak out loud, and the clone still heard him. He thought about making it stand up, and sure enough, the clone obeyed. Sangu made him repeat the movement, but after just a few squats, the clone was already panting like crazy. It looked like the clone's physical stamina was exactly as bad as his own. After the clone did some more squats, a notification suddenly popped up. Sangu's strength had increased by 0.001. Over at the park, Sangu's clone was running for its life. Every single day, it would run dozens of laps around the park. Slumped on a bench, panting heavily, a kind older lady walked up and offered him a bottle of water. But the clone did not care. He completely ignored her and kept on running. The lady sighed, thinking, "Is this kid a creep or what?" Meanwhile, Sangu stepped onto the scale. His current weight was 78.4 kilograms. Lately, he had been feeling starving and was eating twice as much as before, yet he still managed to drop 20 kilograms this month. He was not doing any exercise, but his body kept getting slimmer by the day, and he even seemed to have grown a little taller. The system status screen popped up again, showing his stamina and reflexes had ticked up slightly. Sangu sat back down, realizing a few things about his cloning power. First, he did not feel any of the pain or exhaustion his clones went through. Second, the clones only disappear if they get injured or run out of energy. Third, whenever his own body changes, the clone immediately copies his new appearance. Fourth, even from a distance, he can command his clone just by thinking. And finally, a clone cannot create another clone. Sangu decided to search the Hunter Wiki to look up some stats. He found that a level 1 stat is the limit for an unawakened adult, with both common and special stats existing. However, most awakened ones only unlock basic stats, like recovery rate. Resistance, strength, and intelligence are considered special stats, and there is no known way to unlock them. Aside from a few exceptions, normal training alone makes it incredibly hard to raise a stat by even 0.001 per day. Sangu stared at his own stats. His overall stats had already increased by 0.39 because his clones trained non-stop and followed every single command. They kept pushing themselves to their absolute limits, which was why his stats were growing so incredibly fast. Sangu wondered if his stats would shoot up even faster if he joined the training, but honestly, there was no way in hell he would ever put himself through that kind of torture. Suddenly, Sangu spotted a flyer for a local gym, and a brilliant idea popped into his head. But looking at the membership fee, he realized his bank account was practically empty. Sangu sighed, thinking, "Man, I've been spending way too much on food lately." He really needed to find a part-time job or something, especially since his current gig was barely staying afloat. Sangu typed away on his computer, searching for options. He considered working as a manual laborer on a construction site a great way to get fit and earn some quick cash. He scrolled through the listings, knowing he would have to do the job himself at first. After all, his clone could not perform tasks he had never actually experienced. He stopped at a delivery job posting and gave the recruiter a call. After a few rings, someone picked up, and Sang-gu asked about the position. The person on the other end told him no interview was needed, he could start right away. They then asked when he could begin. Sang-gu replied, "Tomorrow." The voice on the phone gasped and asked, "Wait, you can't start today?" Sang-gu was taken aback by how desperate they were. He politely declined today but scheduled to start tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. The next day, Sang-gu arrived at the delivery company to get things sorted. He brought his clone along, making sure to have it wear a mask and pull its hood low over its face. Sang-gu whispered some final instructions, telling it to play along and answer carefully. When it was on the job, the clone went by the alias Gyeongdu. Just as Sang-gu was standing around wondering where to go next, someone suddenly called out to him. Sang-gu turned around and realized it was a familiar face. It was Uncle Dasik. The man barely recognized him because he had lost so much weight. He pointed toward a building and told Sang-gu to head inside. Turns out, it was the main office. Sang-gu was fired up and ready to grind, aiming to finish early and head straight back home. But before long, he was panting like a dying ox, completely out of steam, and his limbs were shaking uncontrollably. He had seriously underestimated this job. At this rate, it would probably take him until tomorrow just to finish. Sang-gu wanted to cry but had no tears left. He should have just stayed home in the first place. Clearly, only his clone was built for hard work. When they were finally given a 1-hour break, Sang-gu felt like he was about to meet his maker. Right then, Uncle Dasik handed him 2 cans of drinks, telling him to stay hydrated to make up for all the sweat he had lost. The uncle had even bought some food too. Sang-gu accepted it with deep gratitude. Uncle Dasik sat down next to him and the clone. He looked at the clone and asked for its name, noting that it worked like an absolute beast but was incredibly quiet. The clone gave the name that Sang-gu had already prepped it with. The uncle then turned back to Sang-gu and asked if he was doing okay. It looked like this was his first time doing this kind of manual labor. Sang-gu admitted that he was pretty wiped out. The uncle burst into laughter, praising both of them for their perseverance. He said most people would have quit by now. Sang-gu cried silently inside, crushing the empty can in his hand. If he were not completely broke, he would never touch this kind of work. The uncle then asked what college he went to, and Sang-gu replied that he attended Gujango University. The uncle praised him, saying he must be really smart to get into a school like that. He sighed, wishing his own daughter could get in there too. Sang-gu comforted the uncle, telling him not to worry too much. He said he was not even that smart himself, but still managed to get in. Curious, the uncle asked how he managed to pull that off. Sang-gu explained that he had some certifications and got in through direct admission. The uncle burst into laughter. He thought about it for a moment, then asked if Sang-gu wanted to find a different job. Sang-gu asked what kind of job he had in mind. The uncle suggested that he tutor his daughter instead of torturing himself here. Sang-gu hesitated for a moment, but then he thought about his current bank balance. He asked the uncle what the pay was like. The uncle said it was 50,000 won a session, with each session lasting 2 hours. At 1 or 2 sessions a week, Sang-gu did the math. 50,000 won for 2 hours was actually a pretty sweet deal compared to the effort required. Sang-gu accepted the offer. The uncle brushed off his pants, stood up, and said he would discuss it with his daughter first before getting in touch with him. Sang-gu also stood up and stretched his back. Things were really sailing smoothly. Right on cue, the system popped up a notification showing his stats had increased by another 0.001. He was thrilled. Landing a new job while boosting his stats at the same time was a massive win. Just then, another older worker wheeled out 2 massive boxes of cargo and told them to keep moving. Sang-gu closed the digital panel and rummaged through the food bag, wanting to grab a bite before continuing. However, because they had been chatting for so long, the food bag was already completely empty and licked clean. He looked over only to see his clone chewing away, stuffing its face without missing a single bite. Sang-gu froze, a stiff smile plastered on his face. "Son of a, you seriously ate every single bite, didn't you? What a bastard." The next morning, Sang-gu woke up with his entire body aching. He swore to himself that from now on, he would only send clone number 1 to do these part-time gigs. Looking at his stats, they had nudged up a tiny bit more, proving that number 1 was working its butt off. He used telepathy to order number 1 to head back home. He wanted to just make it vanish by unsummoning it, but doing so would mean losing the clothes it was wearing. By the time Sang-gu finished his breakfast, number 1 had made it back. He told it to take a shower and change its clothes. After that, he ordered it to stretch out its hand. Shaking nervously, Sang-gu held a needle and pricked the clone's finger. Blood trickled from its finger, but number one did not even flinch. Panicking, Sang-gu quickly grabbed some tissue to wipe the blood away and asked if it hurt. Number one remained completely indifferent, showing zero expression. Sang-gu had read on the Hunter Wiki page that to unlock the regeneration skill, one had to follow these specific steps. First, inflict injury on your own body. Second, let it heal on its own without any external medical help. Third, repeat the first two steps until the skill is successfully unlocked. Sang-gu was terrified. He did not dare inflict any larger wounds. Just thinking about it gave him the creeps, so he decided to stick to making tiny cuts for now. Sang-gu told number one that, whenever it got hungry or finished working, it should just eat some ramen. He handed it a phone and told it to keep it on hand while working, reminding it to always answer when he called. With that, Sang-gu grabbed his bag and a flyer, then headed out. He was looking for the address of the gym he had seen the other day when he bumped into another acquaintance. A tall, built, sweaty guy threw an arm around his shoulder and greeted him warmly. Sang-gu flinched and frowned, brushing the guy's hand off. This guy was Kim Gi-young. He let out a loud laugh and commented on how skinny Sang-gu had gotten lately. He remarked that Sang-gu must have lost a ton of weight. Sang-gu held up the flyer and told him that he was exercising every day now and was actually on his way to the gym right at that moment. Gi-young patted his own chubby belly, agreeing that he needed to start working out too. He then asked which gym Sang-gu was planning to go to. Sang-gu told him the gym was called Flexible Body. Gi-young let out a hearty laugh, saying that place had amazing reviews and that the personal trainers there were incredibly hot. He tagged along with Sang-gu all the way to the gym. As they both walked inside, the instructor quickly greeted them. The instructor introduced the place, saying, "We're currently running a promotional discount at our gym. If you sign up for 3 months, it will only cost you 160,000 won. Sang-gu did not think twice and signed up for the 3-month membership on the spot. After all, his clone would be the one doing all the working out for him anyway. Sang-gu asked the trainer to show him some workout machines that would fit his body type. After paying, the two of them walked around. Sang-gu tried his best to lift some weights, but after just a few reps, he was completely out of breath and had to sit up. The trainer complimented his great physique and was about to introduce a machine when they heard a loud clanging sound from across the gym. They turned around and saw Gyeongdo lifting weights effortlessly. He was working out like an absolute beast. After finishing his set, the guy even stood there, flexing and showing off. The trainer gasped in awe and asked if he had ever done bodybuilding before. Gyeongdo laughed out loud and said it was his very first time. His physical strength had spiked after his awakening. The trainer then asked what his physical stat was, and he happily replied that it was 2.1. Hearing their conversation, Sang-gu finally understood. So the hunter skill Gyeongdo mentioned before was physical strength. But if a basic skill upgrade makes someone this powerful, just how insanely strong are those higher-level hunters? There is definitely a good reason why everyone is always talking about them. Just then, Sang-gu felt his phone vibrating. He pulled it out to answer. The caller was Deokshi, the older man who had contacted him about the tutoring gig. He asked if Sang-gu had some free time to meet up and chat. Sang-gu said yes. They agreed on a meeting spot and hung up. Then Sang-gu headed over to Deokshi's apartment. He muttered to himself. That jerk Gyeongdo showed off so much but did not even sign up for a membership. He probably only skipped out because there are no hot female trainers here. But actually, that worked out for the best. Now he did not have to worry about sending his clones to the gym anymore. Standing in front of Deokshi's door, Sang-gu heard a commotion inside and pressed his ear against the door to listen. Inside, the father and daughter were arguing about the tutoring. The daughter did not seem to want a tutor at all. Suddenly, the door swung open, hitting Sang-gu right in the face and sending him falling flat on his butt. Deokshi, who was trying to sneak out to work, was startled to see Sang-gu right outside the door. The daughter inside was frozen in shock too. After a brief moment of awkward chaos, Deokshi invited him inside to sit down, and his wife brought out some sliced apples for him. She mentioned that he had lost so much weight lately that she almost did not recognize him. Sang-gu turned his attention to the daughter, who had already dropped her aggressive attitude from earlier. She shyly introduced herself. Deokshi and his wife leaned in, whispering and giggling to each other about how incredibly shy their daughter was being. Hyun was still blushing furiously. She had no idea what to say and just wanted the ground to swallow her up. Sang-gu had probably heard everything earlier, but he acted like nothing had happened and calmly brought up the subject of her studies. He asked her to show him her grades. Hyun shyly handed them over. Once Sang-gu took a look, he completely froze in shock, and the smile instantly wiped off his face. Deokchi and his wife just looked at each other, snickering quietly. Deokchi quickly grabbed his coat and rushed out the door, claiming he had to get to work. Sangu could clearly see how embarrassed the young girl was. He told her not to worry, saying his own exam scores used to be pretty low too, but he had plenty of tips and tricks to ace these tests. Hearing this, Hyun brightened up and looked excited. Sangu began the tutoring session. After finishing up, he headed back home. He knew he still had a mountain of work to do, but luckily, Hyun was actually quite sharp. Sangu sat back down in his chair, figuring that clone number 1 had probably gone to work by now. He had already handed him a spare phone, but if the number of clones kept growing, getting a phone for each one was going to be a massive pain. So, Sangu logged onto the Hunter website again to search for skills. He spotted an urgent listing for a telepathy skill. It allowed the user to link their senses with pets and summoned creatures. The targets could even share their vision with one another. The price was 100 million won. Sangu scrolled down to another post. A telepathy skill scroll for 400 million won. Sangu muttered to himself, "If I had that kind of cash, I would just buy a whole house instead. Skills, my foot. It would take me a lifetime to afford any of these. Can hunters actually afford this stuff? They must be filthy rich." And that was just on the lower end of the price scale. Sangu pulled out his phone again to check his account balance. It was exactly 233,000 won. He tossed his phone aside and collapsed onto the bed, thinking, screw this. He started wondering if he should actually try to become a hunter. Sangu scrolled through some news articles, showing off the luxurious lives of A-rank hunters. He sat right up, thinking that the telepathy skill from earlier was actually incredible. With a skill like that, he could easily order his clones to handle all sorts of chores. Sangu grabbed his jacket and threw it on. If he was going to become a hunter, he might as well do it now. Sangu headed straight to the hunter center. He stretched his arms, wondering if he had somehow unlocked some extra vitality. Despite only getting a few hours of sleep, he felt completely energized. Sangu walked inside, looking around curiously. It did not seem like there were many people here for the test. The overhead speaker announced that there were only 20 minutes left to register for the hunter evaluation exam down on the first basement level. Sangu followed the signs downstairs. He opened the door to the hunter certification exam room and saw a whole crowd of people already waiting inside. Not wanting to draw any attention to himself, Sangu quietly took an empty seat. After a while, 3 people walked into the room. The short, fierce-looking man leading the group was Han Myung-won. He was a C-rank hunter and their exam proctor. He explained that the evaluation exam would consist of a written test, a practical exam, and an aptitude test. Anyone caught cheating would be instantly disqualified and banned from taking the exam the following year. The room suddenly grew incredibly tense, and then the exam officially began. Meanwhile, in a car somewhere, CEO Kang of GM was being pressured to pay up the deposit. He promised to pay everything back by the end of the month. After hanging up, he looked at his watch, figuring the hunter exam should be wrapping up right about now. He had to get over there fast to reel them in. As for Sangu, finishing the exam felt like a complete blur. He had actually passed and was now an F-rank hunter. He couldn't believe his freaking luck. Everyone always said it was incredibly easy. He had wondered just how easy it would be, but it turned out to be like getting a driver's license. The written test was a total breeze. Just memorize a few basic facts and you're good to go. They gave plenty of time to practice for the practical exam, and the targets were pretty close, too. And the interview? It was basically like a high school civics class where they ask you one question and you're done. For a job that involves deadly weapons and risking your life, this whole test was surprisingly sloppy. Sangu couldn't quite believe it, almost as if the government was practically begging people to do this job. Sighing, Sangu spotted a crowd of people in the distance, wondering if they were recruiters from different hunter agencies. Suddenly, someone slid a business card in front of him from behind, congratulating him on passing the exam. It was none other than CEO Kang from earlier. Introducing himself as Kang Jun-mo, he told Sangu to hit him up whenever he needed to buy gear or find monsters to hunt, promising him the absolute lowest rates. Sangu thanked him with an awkward smile. Suddenly, a system notification popped up right in front of him. His cloning skill had leveled up to level 2. The maximum number of clones he could summon at once was now 2. Without even waiting for CEO Kang to finish his pitch, Sangu bolted, shouting over his shoulder that he would call him back later. CEO Kang stood there trembling, crying tears of despair on the inside. "Please, actually call me back." Sangu let out a wicked laugh. Man, this cloning skill is the absolute best. Naming his newly summoned clone number 2, He pulled out the business card he had picked up earlier to prepare for his hunter journey. Meanwhile, an exhausted CEO Kang threw his remaining business cards onto the passenger seat. He desperately hoped someone would actually call him back. Staring out the window, Junmo let out a sigh. His mind drifted back to a conversation with his boss at headquarters. His boss had tossed a stack of papers onto his desk, ordering him to disburse funds exactly according to the amounts on that list. Junmo flipped through the pages to look at the numbers. The payout seemed incredibly suspicious. The market price for goblin blood was at least 5 million won. But his boss had just given him a cryptic warning, telling him to smarten up. If they always played by the rules and did everything by the book, they'd starve to death. Setting his coffee cup down, the boss patted Junmo on the shoulder and said, "Look, I know you're a man of integrity, but don't be so sensitive when it comes to business." Junmo gripped the papers, his hands trembling as he kept his mouth shut. Just thinking about it gave him a massive headache. If he had known how things would turn out, he would have just kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly picked it up. It was Sang-gu on the other end, calling because he had some questions. The two agreed to meet up at a local cafe, and by the time Junmo arrived, Sang-gu was already waiting for him. After a quick greeting, they got straight to business. Sang-gu wanted to hunt somewhere safe and beginner-friendly. When Junmo asked about his skill, Sang-gu replied that his ability was cloning. Hearing this, Junmo's smile instantly stiffened. He had heard of this skill before. It was basically the ability to create illusions that were completely useless in actual combat. A rookie with such a trash skill wouldn't stand a chance out there, Junmo thought to himself, but he kept his polite demeanor. Faking some praise for the kid's skill, he handed over a contract for him to read. The first location he suggested was the slime hunting grounds. Slimes aren't aggressive or highly dangerous, but when they die, they burst, spraying toxic liquid and gas. You'll need to wear a mask and protective gear. That gear is pretty heavy and uncomfortable, meaning you won't be able to hunt for very long. But Sang-gu just grabbed the contract, saying it wouldn't be an issue at all. The second option is hunting one-horned rabbits. You'll have plenty of time there, but they're incredibly fast and hard to catch, so you probably won't make much money. With protective barriers surrounding the area, it's also a very safe place to hunt. While there are other low-level monsters like giant rats, the two options Junmo presented were by far the best choice if Sang-gu wanted to play it safe. Sang-gu carefully flipped through the contract. Both options looked promising, and he was quite satisfied with the selling price of the loot. Placing the contract back on the table, he agreed to the terms. Junmo noted it down in his logbook and asked which hunting ground he wanted to start with. Suddenly, another hand slammed a stamp right down onto the paper. Another Sang-gu had appeared. He chimed in, saying he liked both spots and wanted to try them both. Junmo stared back and forth at the two identical guys standing right in front of him. He froze, suddenly remembering a ninja he had met before who also possessed a self-cloning skill. But those clones were just useless illusions that you could pass right through, unable to deal any actual damage. Seeing Sang-gu's clones now, he was utterly blown away. The clone was actually reviewing the contract and even drinking coffee. This was his very first time witnessing a skill like this. Still unable to believe his eyes, Junmo asked, "Are you two twins?" Sang-gu burst out laughing. Well, it was a fair assumption. Sang-gu patted his clone on the shoulder and proudly explained that this was indeed his clone, and it was the real deal. In fact, he had another clone, but he had already sent that one to the gym. Junmo was completely speechless. Wait, clones have to build muscle too? Sang-gu cheerfully explains that if his clone gets stronger, he gets stronger as well. Junmo feels a surge of hope. This is definitely not just some run-of-the-mill F-rank skill. Sang-gu has massive potential. He asks Junmo if there would be any issue if the same person entered multiple locations at the exact same time. Junmo explains, "That might be tough to pull off. Every single time you enter a dungeon, it gets recorded individually." Sang-gu tears up, nervously poking his fingers together. "So, it's not possible?" Junmo reassures him that he will personally talk to the Hunter Association to work things out and make some adjustments. In the meantime, he needs to scan Sang-gu's identification collar and have him demonstrate his skill in detail, so he asks Sang-gu to come along with him. Sang-gu agrees, but notes that he won't be able to use his skill again until tomorrow night because it is on cooldown. Junmo schedules a meeting at the Hunter Center 2 days later. Once they finalize the contract, they officially shake hands on their partnership. 2 days later, Sang-gu arrives at the Hunter Center right on time. After waiting for a bit, Junmo shows up, and they head inside together. After waiting in line, his number is finally called. He wants to duplicate his access to the hunting grounds, since his skill lets him clone himself, but he only has a single identification collar. The receptionist asks him to wait a moment, explaining that since he is the very first hunter to ever request duplicated access, it might take a bit of time. A moment later, she hands him a stack of forms, directing him to the administrative and equipment offices to complete the necessary paperwork. She also mentions he can apply for a test in the skill demonstration room. Sang-gu looks at the mountain of paperwork and starts sweating. Why does there have to be so much paper? Junmo takes the documents to handle them for him and tells him to head over to the skill demonstration room. Once Junmo leaves, Sang-gu walks over to the room. He summons his clone, and the process of duplicating an identical identification collar is successfully completed. Now, his clones can also gain entry into the hunting grounds just by scanning their fingerprints. Given the unique nature of his cloning skill, entering multiple different locations simultaneously is entirely possible, and his clones can easily access any area he has previously entered. Sang-gu accepts the bracelet and offers his thanks. Nearby, an old man is utterly fascinated, looking his clone up and down with intense curiosity. According to him, there has never been a single precedent for this, not just in South Korea, but in the entire world. Not wanting to linger, Sang-gu grabs his clone and makes a quick exit. When he meets back up with Junmo, he proudly announces that the authorization request has been approved. Finally, all the preparations for the hunt are complete. He plans to head straight to the hunting grounds today. As the three of them stand there talking, they are spotted by an acquaintance of Junmo's. It's the guild master of the Hyeseong Guild. He leaps down from the second floor, looking at Junmo with a smug, provocative expression. Are you seriously still trying to be a hunter? Junmo is absolutely furious but powerless to do anything, left with no choice but to grit his teeth in silence. The guildmaster bursts into a condescending cackle. He glances at Sang-gu standing nearby, silently demanding to know who he is. Junmo speaks up, explaining that Sang-gu is a hunter affiliated with his agency. The guildmaster sizes Sang-gu up from head to toe, his face twisted in pure disgust. So you're just an F rank, huh? The guildmaster shakes as he tries to hold back his laughter. Man, they really weren't kidding when they said hitting rock bottom is rough. To think the great Junmo, he howls like a total lunatic. He simply cannot believe that Junmo is babying an F-rank loser wearing such a ridiculous sweater. Junmo trembles with rage, on the verge of snapping, but Sang-gu places a calming hand on his shoulder to stop him. Meanwhile, the obnoxious guildmaster isn't done yet. He glares at Sang-gu as if he were a worthless insect, asking if he has anything to say for himself. Sang-gu just offers a goofy grin. Completely catching everyone off guard, Sang-gu casually says it's just a huge honor to meet the guildmaster of the country's top corporation. Amused, the guildmaster praises him, saying he at least has good taste. Sang-gu quickly chimes in, "Oh, but I didn't just mean that. You're not just the top corporation, but also the nation's biggest dungeon monopoly. You're number one in controlling hunting grounds, and absolute number one when it comes to taking the lion's share of the payouts. I can't believe the president of such a massive guild is actually praising me. I'm so incredibly thrilled. I don't even know what to do with myself." The guildmaster cracks his neck, sneering that Sang-gu certainly has some balls. Without warning, he slips right behind Sang-gu, wanting to test if the kid's skills can actually back up his mouth. A cold sweat breaks out on Sang-gu's neck as he glances back. Luckily for him, someone steps in at that exact moment, stopping the guildmaster from making his next move. Releasing his grip on Sang-gu, the guildmaster demands to know his name. Sang-gu just gives a playful smirk and tells him to go ahead and figure it out himself. As they step outside the association center, Junmo sincerely thanks him for defusing the situation. Sang-gu replies that he is no fool. He did some digging into their agency, though there wasn't much information to be found online. During his research, he stumbled upon a rumor about manager Kang Junmo. According to an insider, he had been kicked out of the prestigious Hong group. Realizing Sang-gu already knows the whole truth, Junmo asks, "Then why did you choose to sign with our agency?" Without a second thought, Sang-gu bluntly states it is all about the money, especially since they are offering an incredible 80-20 split. Besides, if anything comes up in this industry or this group that you can't handle yourself, you can always count on Junmo. Junmo gratefully thanked him. Meanwhile, at the gym, Sang-gu's clone was training so intensely that his hands were literally bleeding. The people around him whispered in concern. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Opening it, the clone saw a text from Sang-gu telling him to wrap up his workout, clean up, and wait in front of the gym at 4 o'clock. The clone complied, stopping his workout to grab a drink and rest. Meanwhile, Sangu was over at the slime hunting ground, completely covered in protective gear, holding a hammer to smash slimes. After leaving the hunting area, he took off his mask and groaned, complaining about how suffocating the gas mask was. It felt like he was breathing through a dozen layers of masks. Junmo had told him that the slime zone was relatively safe, but most hunters avoided it because there wasn't much to harvest. Sangu didn't think he could keep this up for long either. Junmo said he could hunt until his container was full and then swap it out at a replacement locker. Still, no matter how patient a person was, lasting 6 hours in, there was a brutal task. Sangu knew for a fact that he couldn't even last 2 hours, let alone 6. So, he decided to pass the job to clone number 2. With tears in his eyes, Sangu bid farewell to number 2 as he sent him off into the slime zone. He turned to tell Junmo that they should head to the horned rabbit hunting ground next. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered clone number 1. He hadn't picked him up from the gym yet. So, Sangu and Junmo headed over to the gym to fetch clone number 1. Junmo found it amusing that Sangu simply named his clones, number 1 and number 2. But then again, since they were just clones, their names didn't really matter. If he gave them fancy names, he'd just get confused. Sangu then changed the subject, asking, "Hey, I heard people use guns to hunt horned rabbits. Shouldn't we get some gear ready first? Like a gun or something?" Junmo told him not to worry. He could use his own gear, but they could also just rent everything at the hunting ground. But Junmo advised him that it is best to prepare his own gear in the future, since rented equipment could only be used within that specific hunting ground, making it easier for them to recover it. After walking for a bit, they arrived at the horned rabbit hunting ground. There were plenty of guards outside. This place was the famous, massive Uigangsan hunting ground, on a whole different scale compared to the slime zone. Sangu had actually heard of this place before. Normally, dungeons or gates aren't connected directly to the outside world, so most hunts happen after hunters step inside the portal. But in rare cases, monsters break through a gate and lay waste to the surrounding area, which gradually turns the entire place into a hunting ground. This phenomenon is called a dungeon break or a monster break. 5 years ago, when a monster break occurred here, most of the high-level beasts were wiped out. All that remained were E and F rank monsters. Because of that, hunters highly valued this place as a lucrative farming spot. As they headed inside, Junmo pointed toward a counter run by a massive, scruffy-looking guy, telling Sangu he could rent his gear there. The man tossed him a box containing a bunch of gear, a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 rounds of ammo, and an admission ticket. The total came to 700,000 won. Sangu nearly lost his balance as he handed over his card, crying on the inside. How could it be this expensive? Junmo comforted him, explaining that the ammo made up the bulk of the cost. But of course, if Sangu could successfully hunt the horned rabbits, he'd easily make it all back. After all, a single horned rabbit was worth as much as a vial of SL essence. Junmo then led the way deeper into the hunting ground. The three of them stood before a door, and when it opened, they were greeted by the loud bangs of gunfire. Inside, a crowd of people were busy hunting rabbits. Junmo pointed Sangu to his shooting lane, which was number 4. Sangu grabbed his gun with supreme confidence, bragging that he had only missed 3 shots during his hunter exam. Junmo stayed silent, thinking that missing 3 shots on such a close target was nothing to boast about. Sangu loaded his gun and put on his earplugs. He confidently declared that those beasts stood no chance against his eagle-eyed accuracy. Junmo cringed hard. He thanked the heavens that everyone else in the room was wearing earplugs and couldn't hear him. Sangu peered through the scope. "Found one," he shouted, aiming straight for its head before pulling the trigger. 3 hours later, Sangu was in a state of complete existential dread. He couldn't believe he hadn't managed to hit a single one. How is this even possible? Sangu let out a desperate sigh. His aim was fine, but those rabbits were just too damn quick. The second he pulled the trigger, they'd bolt. As for Junmo, he had already excused himself and left earlier since it was getting late. Depressed, Sangu realized he hadn't even made back enough to cover the cost of his ammo. Should he just call it a day and head home? In the end, Sangu ordered clone number 1 to hunt the horned rabbits here, telling him to use a harpoon gun to secure the kills for him. He told him to send a text message every time he landed a hit, and to call him if he ran out of ammo. Sangu let out another heavy sigh. Heading home, he flopped onto his bed, only to see notifications that his mana was constantly rising. He comforted himself, realizing that at least clone number 2 was out there grinding and slaying monsters like a champ. Even though his stats were going up, he still had a mountain to climb before he could ever match that guild leader. Sang-gu let out a tired yawn. Hunting horned rabbits had been a massive mistake. He never expected it to be this difficult. Closing his eyes, Sang-gu prayed that number 1 would catch at least one rabbit just to save his dignity. With that, he drifted off to sleep, completely oblivious to the barrage of messages pouring in from clone number 1. Meanwhile, Junmo was zoning out in his office when his phone suddenly rang. They are the managers of the Seolam hunting ground, and they are telling him to get over there quick and stop Sang-gu's clone. He has been hunting for over 24 hours now, and he can barely even stay conscious. Yunmo quickly rushed right over. It was already broad daylight when Sang-gu finally woke up. He wondered to himself if number 1 had run out of ammo yet, but when he opened his phone to check his messages, he froze up. Why on earth were there so many texts? When Yunmo arrived at the Seolam hunting ground, he could not believe his eyes. In just a single day, that clone had completely filled up all of these storage containers. The clone was still wearing its protective suit, and even though blood was dripping down, it just would not stop. Yunmo pulled out his phone and called Sang-gu to share the good news. He told him that his clone had filled up all the storage containers and that he was about to call the cleanup crew to haul away the monster corpses. He told Sang-gu to make number 2 stop hunting. At that moment, Sang-gu was over at the horned rabbit hunting ground. He asked Yunmo if he could send some people over to his location, too. The pile of rabbit corpses that number 1 had hunted was already blocking the entire pathway. A huge crowd had gathered around number 1. They were filming on their phones and gossiping, absolutely stunned that he had wiped out the entire rabbit population. Wearing a mask and a hat pulled low, number 1 just sat there quietly. A recruiter from the Brown Bear Guild walked up and handed him a business card, showering his marksmanship with praise. The recruiter kept holding out the card, but number 1 did not react at all. Trying to keep his cool, the recruiter's hand shook as he comforted himself, thinking that geniuses are always a bit eccentric and there was no need to get upset. Another broker from a rival guild burst out laughing and warned him that no matter how hard they tried to strike up a conversation, this guy would not say a single word. The guy from the Brown Bear Guild found that hard to believe, thinking surely he could at least say a word or two. Sang-gu, wearing his hood up, sneakily refueled him with more ammo. He told number 1 to keep on hunting, and if Yunmo showed up, he would let him handle the pile of rabbit carcasses. Sang-gu patted number 1 on the shoulder, praising him for a job well done before slipping away. Being praised made number 1 feel absolutely thrilled. Pumped up and ready to go, he grabbed his gun and headed back out to hunt. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with excitement, getting their cameras ready to capture everything. While tutoring Deokchi's daughter, Sang-gu found himself completely lost in thought. He realized he had seriously underestimated what his clones were truly capable of. Right now, the clones had reached 50% of his stats. Put simply, that meant they could do 50% of what he was capable of. But there was something else. It was almost like letting an AI play a game for you. The clones made decisions with absolutely zero hesitation, maintaining an intense level of focus. Sang-gu was so deeply lost in thought that he did not even hear Hyun calling him. It was only when she yelled his name that he snapped out of it, accidentally dropping his pen. She asked what on earth he was daydreaming about. Embarrassed, Sang-gu handed the worksheet back to Hyun, praising her for doing much better than last time. Taking the paper, she asked again what he had been thinking about earlier. Sang-gu rested his chin on his hand and brushed it off with a casual answer. He just mentioned that something better than expected had happened when he passed by the hunting ground. Hearing the words, hunting ground, Hyun jumped straight up and asked in shock if he was actually a hunter. Sang-gu did not deny it. Hyun sat back down, pulled out her phone, and started searching. She then asked if he knew this guy. Apparently, everyone on the Hunter Wiki had been talking about him all day. Hyun then showed him a video that was trending online. The video showed a genius hunter with sharp, eagle-like eyes. When Sang-gu saw it, he was so shocked that he spat his water everywhere, staring in utter disbelief. Hyun was incredibly excited as she eagerly asked if he knew who this was. She added that everyone on the Hunter Wiki was going absolutely crazy over this guy. The video showed him hunting down over 200 rabbits, but the crazy part was that he did not say a single word to anyone. Everyone thought he was incredibly cool and mysterious. Whenever someone asked for his name, he would only give a single response, Eagle Wujong-san. Hearing this made Sang-gu even more dumbfounded. He stood there frozen, completely speechless, while Hyun stared at the video with sparkling eyes, admitting that she really wanted to become a hunter too. Sang-gu jokingly asked if she was even fully awake, wanting to be a hunter. Hyun sighed sheepishly, explaining that she actually had a license but was just too scared to go to the actual hunting grounds. Hyun hesitated for a moment. Blushing, she asked Sang-gu if she got a high score on her next exam, would he be willing to take her along to the hunting ground just once? Sang-gu did not see any problem with that. He told her that if she worked hard and got a high score on this upcoming exam, he would indeed take her there. Hyun squealed with joy. She held out her pinky and made Sang-gu promise her. With a soft sigh, Sang-gu hooked his pinky with hers to seal the deal. After finishing the lesson, Sang-gu headed out to go home. Hyun's mother stopped him to ask how her daughter was doing with her studies. Sang-gu assured her that she was doing great and there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Hyun's mother invited him to stay for dinner, but he politely declined, explaining that he had other business to attend to. Hyun pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop, jumping up and down in excitement. She was thrilled to be studying with Sang-gu, especially now that she knew he was a real hunter. No wonder they got along so well. At first, she was not thrilled about having her dad's acquaintance as a tutor, but Sang-gu was so nice, taught really well, and was totally handsome, making her completely head over heels for him. Hyun quickly shook those distracted thoughts. Sang-gu then made his way over to the horned rabbit hunting ground. When he arrived, the place was still bustling with activity, as Yunmo had called in a whole crew of workers to gather up the rabbit carcasses. Yunmo asked if he had checked the money that had been sent over yet. Sang-gu pulled out his phone, realizing he had his notifications turned off, which was why he had missed it. When Sang-gu checked his account balance, he froze in place. The amount was over 32 million won. Stunned, Sang-gu excitedly asked if it was really that much. Yunmo explained that since his skills seemed to have already surpassed F rank, he had bumped his cut up to 83%, which was the standard rate for E-rank hunters. Sang-gu could only rub his head sheepishly. But the thing was, he was not even an E-rank hunter. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a burly, intimidating man began walking toward them. He pointed at Junmo and asked, "Are you the manager? I'm the hunter who just had his prey stolen." Every single one-horned rabbit he had targeted was snatched away by Sang-gu's clones. Since this entire hunt was a total waste of time, he demanded compensation. Junmo gulped and whispered to Sang-gu, saying they might have picked the wrong spot. Sang-gu thought it over, came up with a brilliant plan, and whispered in Junmo's ear, "That guy has completely lost his patience. He's demanding 10% of our reward." Sang-gu then burst into a clueless laugh. This made the other guy absolutely furious. He snapped, "What the hell is so funny?" Sang-gu patted number one on the shoulder and said suggestively, "Don't worry, this guy won't be showing his face around here for the next few days." He pretended to turn to Junmo and said they should get going. The man grew even angrier, but Sang-gu didn't care at all and just brushed right past him. Seething with rage, the guy spun around and raised his fist to attack him. Sang-gu immediately used his mind to order number one. Number one immediately rushed forward to shield Sang-gu, taking the full force of the man's punch. Number one was sent flying, coughing up blood. The man was startled, knowing he hadn't hit him that hard. Meanwhile, Sang-gu had been standing right there, recording everything on his phone. He pretended to panic and cried out, "This is absolutely brutal, committing acts of violence at a sacred hunting ground. If the public finds out about this, they will never let it slide." The man looked around and saw that the other bystanders were staring at him too. Sang-gu capitalized on the moment and kept up the act, saying, "Oh dear, it would be awful if this video ended up on our Star Hunter website. An attack on a member of the prestigious Wugang San Guild? That's a massive scandal." The man began to panic, breaking into a cold sweat. Sang-gu showed the video to the man, patting him on the shoulder as if he felt sorry for him. He asked if they could leave now. The man could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to do a single thing about it. The three of them went to a cafe and sat down. Junmo figured that the hunter from earlier was a member of the Hyung Guild. Since the Hyung Guild is quite large, it has all kinds of people in it. Sang-gu asked how he knew. Junmo explained that from the moment he set foot in the hunting ground to collect the carcasses, that guy had been glaring at him. This might have been a revenge plot. They did this because they mistook number one for another hunter who had signed a contract with them. In the past, hunters from GM Company had run into similar situations. Junmo looked gloomy. He admitted it was a bit embarrassing, but the previous hunters usually didn't extend their contracts and just left. Right now, there were only a few E-class hunters left, including Sang-gu. Junmo couldn't make any promises about stopping the Hyung Guild either. Sang-gu swirled the drink in his glass. He told Junmo not to try and change his mind, saying he already knew about this before joining the guild. He was determined not to let those scumbags bully them like that. Sang-gu already had a plan to get strong incredibly fast. He talked excitedly about his plan to Jun-mo. After listening, Jun-mo took out his notebook to write it down, admitting he had never thought of it that way before. He asked Sang-gu if they could meet at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Sang-gu readily agreed. The two settled on a location and went home. The next day, the two of them went to the hunter supermarket. Trading weapons, armor, and other gear for hunters had been highly popular from the very beginning. However, a department store-style shop had entered the hunter market and quickly taken a dominant position in the industry. Because of that, any gear a hunter might need was always readily available. Sang-gu tried on a set of titanium armor, which was guaranteed to protect against any E-class monster. He praised it highly, saying it was extremely comfortable and incredibly light. He really liked the set. As for weapons, Sang-gu pulled out a small dagger tucked into his waist. He said he planned to practice shooting more, so this would be more than enough for now. Sang-gu asked the shopkeeper to give him 2 more sets of armor, just like the one he was wearing. Jun-mo asked if he also needed to look for a taming skill. Sang-gu replied that he did, but he wasn't sure if they would have it here. The two of them walked around a few more times, and finally found a taming skill that allowed him to share vision and senses with his pet. But when he saw the price of nearly 200 million won, Sang-gu started shaking and wanted to cry his eyes out. He turned to Jun-mo, trying to leverage their strong bond of comradeship to ask for a salary advance. Jun-mo was utterly speechless and wanted to cry too. He could only lend him 50 million won for now. With that, Sang-gu successfully bought the skill orb and went home. He pulled out the instruction manual and read it, which said to pour mana into the skill orb. For those who couldn't control mana, they had to turn on the switch on the orb while keeping it in contact with their body. Sang-gu had absolutely no idea how to use mana. He fumbled around looking for the switch, holding the remote control in his hand. Shaking, he touched the orb, closed his eyes, and resolutely flipped the switch. The orb vaporized, and the taming skill was successfully created. Sang-gu called his 2 clones back to prepare for their next move, just as he had discussed with Jun-mo earlier. He had an idea that would help them get strong really fast, having never imagined how successful their previous hunt would turn out. The clones only had half of his current stats when it came to stamina, endurance, and reaction time. Yet, they managed to hunt down a whopping 300 one-horned rabbits, while he couldn't catch a single one. There was also the time he ordered his clone to take that hunter's punch and act as miserably as possible. But timing it perfectly and calmly taking a punch to the face was no easy feat. Even though the clone's stats were low, they possessed exceptional body control. Because of that, Sang-gu wanted to fully exploit this strength. First, Sang-gu sent 2 of his clones, each to a different training ground, one to practice long-range weapons and the other for close combat. He was going to push his clones to their absolute limits with some incredibly brutal training. After just a few basic lessons, the 2 clones easily took down their opponents and blew the targets to pieces. Secondly, he also needed his sensory link skill. It did not just share their vision, it shared all of their senses, from smells and physical touch to every other feeling. Sang-gu stood in a completely different spot, activating his sensory link skill while his clones sparred and ran target practice. He could literally experience everything, from the distance in a match and the angles of his joints to his body's balance, muscle movements, and the surge of raw power. He could feel every single movement his clones made, from the air pressure of a baton swinging by to the smell of gunpowder, the recoil of a gun, and even the lingering exhaustion. Even though he did not budge an inch, Sang-gu felt it all, because he was experiencing the actions of clones with bodies identical to his own. Sang-gu felt like he could mimic those movements right now. Suddenly, a system notification popped up his stamina, and reflexes had increased. Sang-gu stretched his limbs, mentally preparing himself. Today, he was going to try both sparring and shooting. Sang-gu decided to check on Clone 1 first. He activated his assimilation skill to link up with him. By this time, Clone 1 was already sparring with the instructor. The two traded blows for dozens of rounds, and the instructor was actually getting pushed back by Clone 1. Although Clone 1's attacks were sloppy, as if he had never swung a baton before, his defense was insane, dodging blows flawlessly. The instructor had to clench his teeth and brace his entire body just to hold his ground against Clone 1. His strikes were incredibly powerful, copied directly from the instructor himself. Sweeping his baton, the instructor launched another strike at Clone 1, but the clone dodged it and poked him right in the shoulder. The instructor clicked his tongue, Just as Clone 1 was about to strike again, the instructor seized the moment to leap up and attack from above, knocking the baton right out of Clone 1's hand as he was about to swing. The onlookers clapped and cheered. After all, their instructor was no pushover. Sangu screamed in silent agony. "Ouch! My wrist." The instructor picked up the baton and asked Clone 1 if he wanted to keep going. Sangu also worriedly asked Clone 1 if he was okay. The clone did not say a word and just got back into his fighting stance. He leaped into the air, mimicking the instructor's previous move perfectly. Sangu then switched his perspective to Clone 2. Over here, the tension was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Nearby, a guy and a girl were busy flattering each other. Meanwhile, Clone 2 was busy blowing away the clay targets of the person right next to him. Sangu ignored their chatter and focused entirely on the shooting. Following Clone 2's actions, Sangu focused his mind, keeping his upper body steady and tracking the clay target's trajectory without moving his body, only rotating in the direction of the shot. The moment the crosshairs aligned, he fired, shattering the clay target. Sangu tried to commit every tiny detail to memory. He needed to absorb everything his clones experienced. After switching back and forth for a while, he finally returned to his own body. Sangu wiped his sweat, feeling a bit lightheaded. His mana was completely drained, and the dizziness was real. Sangu slumped onto a bench, marveling at how insane his clones' movements were. Maybe because they did not feel fear or overthink things, their focus was insanely high. Well, now that he had some experience under his belt, he would try it out for real next time. While Sangu was staring blankly at the sky, his favorite student, Hyeon, happened to walk by. He asked her, "It's late. What the heck are you still doing out here?" Hyeon replied that she had just left the library. The two chatted happily, completely unaware of a group of tough-looking punks glaring at them from a distance. One of those guys was the same punk who had caused trouble at the one-horned rabbit hunting ground before. He was currently getting chewed out by his big boss for failing his job. Flustered, he apologized, explaining that he only wanted to scare them, but some random guy showed up out of nowhere and recorded it. The voice on the other end asked if he had been caught on camera hitting anyone, and he scrambled to explain. But before he could finish, the person on the phone cut him off, telling him to shut up and stop barking. They ordered him not to go anywhere near the Ugangsan training ground, and made it clear that no matter what happened, he had absolutely nothing to do with the H-Sung Guild anymore. The caller called him a piece of street trash and hung up. The man's blood boiled with rage. He cursed, slammed his phone against the wall, and stomped on it repeatedly. Just as he was venting his anger, two other guys approached him, a fat guy and a long-haired guy. He told them everything. The fat guy was his senior, Gunseo. Holding a cigarette, the fat senior called him an idiot, saying that joining that guild in the first place was a brainless move. The guy bowed his head in regret and asked if there was any work for him to do. Since the guild had ordered him to stay away from the Ugangsan training ground, the fat guy turned to the long-haired guy and asked if they had anything for him. Suddenly, the man spotted Sangu's figure in the distance and pointed, shouting, "That's the bastard who filmed me." The fat guy asked if he was sure. Fuming with rage, the man marched forward. He was absolutely positive. Hiding behind a pillar, his eyes were bloodshot with anger. As Sangu and Hyeon were chatting away, the three men walked up to them. The fat guy, leading the way, asked, "Are you the punk who's been bullying my junior?" Sangu had no idea who this fat guy was, but when he saw a familiar face lingering behind him, it all clicked. Sangu stood up and calmly asked what they wanted. The man in the back could not hold it in any longer and snapped, telling Sangu to stop playing dumb. The fat boss stopped his lackeys from doing anything stupid. Sneering, he looked at Sangu and asked, "So, I hear you've got a video of my boy slipping up and getting a little too wild, huh? Delete it, and we'll walk away." Sangu held up his phone and shot back. "And what exactly guarantees you'll keep your word?" The fat guy slicked his lips, his expression completely shifting. There was no way in hell he was going to let Sangu off the hook. Realizing the situation was turning extremely dangerous, Sangu slipped his phone back into his pocket and whispered to Hyun to run the first chance she got. Meanwhile, the fat leader and his thugs cracked their knuckles, locking their targets on them. He ordered his two lackeys to charge. Sangu had to take on both of them at once, making it a grueling, uphill battle. He took a barrage of heavy punches, rolling across the dirt and coughing up blood. In a panic, Hyun jumped in, standing protectively in front of him. Shaking uncontrollably, she summoned her magical energy orb and screamed at the thugs to back off. Seeing that Hyun was an awakened, the two thugs hesitated, freezing in their tracks. The fat boss smacked both of them on the head, yelling, What the hell are you scared of? Awakened are a dime a dozen these days. Hyun hurled her orb of light at the fat boss, but he blocked it with ease. With a sneer, he swung his massive, flabby arm straight at her. But out of nowhere, Sang-gu lunged forward to block the hit, countering with a hard punch right to the fat guy's jaw. The fat boss stumbled back, clutching his face in shock. Seeing their leader get hit, one of the thugs rushed in to retaliate. This was Sang-gu's chance to put his combat theories into real-world practice. He closely watched his opponent's movements and dodged to the side with split-second timing before putting every ounce of his body's strength into a devastating punch right to the thug's face. Seeing his opening, the long-haired thug immediately lunged in to attack. Knowing he couldn't dodge the long-haired guy's strike, Sang-gu went all in with a double strike, landing a heavy blow on his opponent. Both sides backed away, gasping for air. The fat boss was absolutely furious. He never expected Sang-gu to actually know how to fight. Dropping his casual attitude, he got serious and charged. Sang-gu utilized every trick in his arsenal to dodge and counterattack. The boss took several clean hits, but Sang-gu didn't let up for a second. He had to strike hard and fast to wear the big guy down. In the intense exchanges that followed, Sang-gu agilely slipped past every single one of the fat boss's heavy swings. Frustrated that he couldn't land a single blow, the fat boss boiled with rage, flexing his beefy arms to their absolute limit to unleash a crushing strike. Just as Sang-gu braced himself to dodge, the long-haired thug grabbed his leg from behind, pinning him to the spot. Unable to move, he took the full force of the devastating punch, flying backward and slamming hard into the wall. Sang-gu gasped heavily, his chest tightening as he struggled to breathe. The fat boss closed in, raising his fist to deliver the final blow. Believing it was all over, Sang-gu closed his eyes and braced for the worst. Suddenly, a sharp blast echoed through the alley. The fat boss gasped in pain as he took a direct hit from none other than Hyun. Seeing their boss get hit, the two lackeys scrambled to their feet and charged at her. But just as they were about to strike, Sang-gu's two clones returned in the nick of time, knocking both thugs flat on their backs. Sang-gu slowly pushed himself up off the ground and wiped the blood from his lips, finally catching his breath. The fat boss cursed out loud and charged once more. Sang-gu vaulted into the air and brought down a devastating downward strike, knocking the fat leader completely unconscious. Sang-gu was completely drained, but a sudden system notification popped up, announcing that his stats had increased and his temporary cloning skill had leveled up. With a weary sigh, he collapsed onto the dirt. His clones immediately rushed over, full of concern, to check on their creator. After patching themselves up, Sang-gu walked Hyun home, the two of them sharing a quiet conversation along the way. Hyun had already figured out that the famous rookie hunter was actually Sang-gu's clone. He gently asked her to keep it a secret. Before long, they arrived right outside her front door. He kindly asked if her injured arm was doing okay, and Hyun gave him a bright smile, assuring him she was perfectly fine. Sang-gu sincerely thanked her for her help, admitting that he wouldn't have been able to defeat that fat boss without her. Hearing this, Hyun's face flushed a deep crimson. She playfully told him that if he really wanted to show his gratitude, he should treat her to some actual meat instead of just giving her empty words. Sang-gu gladly promised he would, and the two of them said their goodbyes. Walking back with his two clones, Sang-gu suddenly realized something. He stopped and asked them, "Wait, why are you two just following me around? You should be out there working hard." The two clones quickly complained that it was already way too late, and all the shooting ranges had closed for the night. Unbothered, Sang-gu picked up two wooden sticks from the ground, handed one to each clone, and told them they could just practice their swings in the park before heading home by himself. A month later, Junmo called Sang-gu to check in on how things were going. Sang-gu replied, "Everything's going great. Now, even my clones can handle pistols perfectly. Plus, my cloning skill level just went up." Hearing the good news, Junmo enthusiastically congratulated him. Looking at his status window, Sang-gu saw his stats had reached 1.4. He told Junmo that he wanted to take on 3 F-rank hunting grounds the next day. Junmo was completely taken aback by the request, but he still promised to secure those hunting spots for him, no matter what it took. Sang-gu planned to have his clones train in the morning and go hunting in the afternoon. After finalizing the schedule, the two wrapped up their call. Right after hanging up, Sang-gu ordered his 3 clones to head to the park, telling them to return before midnight and leave their guns at home. The 3 clones nodded obediently and headed out. Left alone, Sang-gu scrolled through some online info, sighing to himself, "Based on how the clones have been training, it's clear they learn incredibly fast." Unless a movement is physically impossible for a human body, they can copy and replicate pretty much anything. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he studied all these monsters and figured out the exact, most precise ways to hunt them. With that thought, Sang-gu immediately set off on his path to mastery. In the blink of an eye, the night was over. When he saw his clones returning, he realized it was already 12 o'clock. Sang-gu let out a long yawn. These guys were still bursting with energy, showing absolutely no signs of exhaustion despite working all day. He ordered them to take a shower and grab a bite to eat. Sang-gu had already read almost all the guides on F-rank monsters. Now, he needed to check if his clones were actually hunting according to those instructions. Sang-gu would go check on their progress, getting some real hunting experience to familiarize himself with combat using his shared sensory skills, and then learn about mana during his break. Sang-gu received a text from Junmo. He immediately rushed his clones, who hadn't even had a chance to settle down, telling them to eat quickly and get ready to go. Sang-gu dragged his clones to meet up with Junmo. He asked if the training area was ready, and Junmo replied. He had found 3 areas that weren't too far apart. Sang-gu left his 3 clones in Junmo's hands, while he stayed back at home to study using remote skill monitoring. He also had to practice his own mana breathing technique. Once the car drove off, Sang-gu went back to his room. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and followed the audio guide to inhale and exhale. He tried to recall the sensation of using his skills. A faint light slowly gathered inside his body. Sang-gu suddenly snapped his eyes open. He had acquired the meditation skill. Contemplating by stabilizing his mind, mental fatigue would recover slightly, growth rate and mana regeneration speed also increased slightly. Somewhere in a hunting ground, a hunter was struggling to drag his feet as he tried to escape. He cursed repeatedly, wondering how that monster could possibly be here. This was supposed to be an F-rank dungeon. They only came here to hunt some exotic fish. He needed to report this to the authorities, but the monster wouldn't let him escape, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it tore the hunter to shreds. Right at that moment, Junmo brought one of the clones to a wastewater treatment plant. He told him that this place was known for exotic fish with incredibly strong jaws. The clone nodded, saying he understood, and headed inside. Junmo pulled out his phone to let Sang-gu know that all 3 clones had arrived. Even he couldn't believe a single hunter was hunting in 3 different locations at the same time. Meanwhile, the real body was just chilling in his room. This ability was absolutely insane. Meanwhile, back at Sang-gu's house, he was ecstatic about acquiring the mana breathing skill, feeling like a once-in-a-millennium genius. But his joy lasted less than 3 seconds. A notification on his phone reminded him to keep feeling the mana and continue breathing. He shouldn't mistake meditation and the actual mana breathing skill as the same thing. Feeling deflated, Sang-gu figured getting the actual mana breathing skill wouldn't be that easy. He had just gotten way too excited for no reason. Feeling embarrassed, he picked up his phone to check on his status and saw that his 3 clones had arrived at their destinations. Sang-gu shared his senses with the training ground. As soon as he connected, he saw a giant rat with its face completely smashed in. Sang-gu jumped in shock. What the actual hell? Calming down, he realized that number 1 was currently hunting. Sang-gu continued to observe number 1's surroundings. According to the videos Sang-gu had watched, giant rats were among the most annoying monsters in the entire F-rank category. If you wanted to hunt them effectively, you should form a party. But if you had no choice but to go solo, there was still a way to pull it off. First, since the rats would charge straight at you, you had to keep your distance and shoot. Of course, you couldn't take them all down with long-range attacks, so you'd have to switch to close combat. Their skulls were incredibly hard, so you had to aim for their ribs. Plus, these rats reproduced insanely fast. Just like normal rats, they came in massive hordes. Number 1 calmly took them down, one by one. Sang-gu then jumped over to check on number 2. It turned out his clones could indeed hunt exactly like him, even using the skills he possessed. They didn't show a single trace of panic or fear. They hunted without caring about the opponent's rank, and he could easily test out different strategies through his shared vision. Sang-gu's stats slowly ticked up one by one, and his clones grew stronger along with him. Today, he was going to wipe out every single F-rank monster. After hunting for a while, he felt like something was missing. Suddenly, it hit him. He hadn't gathered any of the monster corpses yet. All his hard-earned money was literally flying out the window. He immediately ordered all 3 clones to turn back and quickly collect the corpses before his money vanished into thin air. Sang-gu wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Sang-gu pointed at some dead fish lying over there and asked number 3 if he was going to pick them up. The clone replied that he didn't hunt those, so whoever killed them should be the one to clean them up. Sang-gu's eyes twitched as he pointed at number 3 in warning. That is literally free money. Don't play around. Number 3 obediently went to gather them, while Sang-gu felt a bit nauseous looking at the mangled, shredded fish. Number 3 pulled a human arm out of one of the fish and asked Sang-gu if he should collect that too, since it obviously wasn't a fish. Sang-gu froze when he saw the arm, and suddenly, they heard movement behind them. The two of them turned around, instantly on high alert. Sensing movement, number 3 turned to his right, but it was just a fish head. It was a trap. The boss fish had already snuck up behind him. Number 3 couldn't react in time. As he tried to turn and shoot, the fish severed his arm. Sang-gu screamed in agonizing pain, feeling as if his own arm had just been cut off. His consciousness snapped back into his own body. Sang-gu shook violently as he stared at his arm, which was still fully intact. The connection had been forcefully severed by the sheer intensity of the pain. Still, in a state of sheer panic, Sang-gu desperately dialed Junmo's number, telling him to get to hunting ground number 3 immediately. Without wasting a second to explain, Sang-gu threw on his shoes and rushed out. He also called Clone 1 and Clone 2 to back him up. Meanwhile, Clone 3 was desperately fighting for its life against a giant, muscular fish with a six-pack. Sang-gu rushed toward Clone 3's hunting ground, but he had already lost connection with it, and the cooldown to summon it again was painfully long. He slipped past the checkpoint and met up with Junmo and his other 2 clones. Only then did Sang-gu explain the situation to Junmo. The monster inside the hunting ground was insanely powerful, and Clone 3 had already been wiped out. Sang-gu described it as a creature with a fish head, ripped six-pack abs, and human-like limbs, in other words, a merman. Junmo gasped in shock. He needed to report this to his superiors immediately and shut this place down for now. The monster Sang-gu described was a D-rank merman. A whole squad of E-rank hunters wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against it. Sang-gu told Junmo to have the guards stop other hunters from entering while his clones went in. He just couldn't sit back and do nothing. He asked Junmo to trust him, just like he trusted his own clones. Sang-gu then activated his familiar skill and charged in with his 2 remaining clones. They quietly crept toward the spot where Clone 3 had been taken down. Right then, the monster was busy devouring a human corpse. This was their perfect chance to strike. Even though his current stats were on par with an E-rank hunter, his clones only had about 53% of his power, making them F-rank at best. Fortunately, the merman wasn't in top shape right now. If he factored in his clones' hunting skills and their perfect coordination, they actually stood a chance. He ordered his clones to shoot the monster in the head, but both bullets just bounced right off its thick skull. The 2 clones stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping. The bullets didn't do a damn thing. The merman slowly stood up, baring its fangs and roaring. It lunged at the 2 clones, but Clone 1 and Clone 2 jumped and attacked from behind, only leaving a tiny scratch. The monster swung its massive sword, hacking down the surrounding trees. Sang-gu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, because of its giant size, the monster struggled to swing its sword in such a dense forest. But he spoke too soon. In the blink of an eye, the fish chopped a tree right in half. Clone 1 and Clone 2 rushed in again, slashing at its arms with their daggers, but it was completely useless. With a massive punch, the beast sent Clone 2 flying, smashing him into a tree. Sang-gu cursed. Damn it! If our attacks keep bouncing off like this, how the hell are we supposed to take down this giant piece of trash? Then, Sang-gu remembered the 2 bullets Clone 1 and Clone 2 had fired earlier. While the first one bounced off, the second bullet actually dealt a bit of damage. He immediately ordered his clones to aim for that exact spot again. Sure enough, it worked. Seeing a ray of hope, Sang-gu ordered his clones to feed the fish some lead. Clone 1 and Clone 2 agilely dodged the attacks, leaping around and firing non-stop at the monster's wounds. Furious, the monster's sword glowed red as it swung at the clones. Clone 1 blocked the blow, but was sent flying. Coughing up blood, Clone 1 fell. The monster had gotten stronger. Sang-gu quickly realized that the sword was reacting to the monster's own blood. This meant the beast was heavily wounded, and this power-up was likely only temporary. The 2 clones kept targeting its wounds. Screaming in pain, the monster punched Clone 1 right in the gut. Sang-gu felt that agonizing blow right in his own gut. Clone 1 grabbed the fist that had just struck him, used his free hand to grab his dagger, and repeatedly stabbed the monster. The beast shrieked in agony. The monster kicked Clone 1 away and raised its sword to finish him off. Just in time, Clone 2 rushed in to block the strike. and both clones launched into another relentless assault. After a barrage of non-stop attacks, the monster was critically injured and bleeding out rapidly. It couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Completely exhausted, the two clones panted heavily before collapsing to the ground, unable to move another inch. They were out of ammo, too. Sang-gu figured that was enough hunting for today. He needed to stop here. He seriously thought they were going to croak back there. As Sang-gu sat up, intending to report to the manager, he realized the monster behind him had vanished. He quickly ordered Clone 2 to track it down. Following the footprints, they saw the monster was heading straight for the main gate. Outside, the security team had just received reports of a D-rank monster appearing inside the hunting ground, so the entrance was completely locked down. They informed the newly arrived hunters that a response team from the Hunter Association would arrive shortly, and they would provide updates as soon as possible. Right at that moment, trouble broke out at the gate. The monster had reached the exit and was about to burst through. The gatekeepers opened fire with everything they had to contain the beast, but the bullets did absolutely nothing, and the giant fish smashed right through the gate. From behind, Clone 2 threw his dagger, which bounced off the monster's head. Out of nowhere, Sang-gu leaped forward, caught the dagger in mid-air, and put all his weight into slashing the wound on its head. Screaming in agony, blood sprayed everywhere. Without loosening his grip, Sang-gu drove the blade even deeper. The monster finally collapsed, biting the dust for good. Teary-eyed with pride, Clone 2 gave him a big thumbs up. A short while later, the hunters from the association arrived. When they got there, the merman was already lying in a pool of blood. Stunned, one of them asked, "What on earth happened here?" The gatekeeper explained, "A D-rank monster appeared inside, but it turns out one hunter had actually slipped into the gate right before the lockdown and took that monster down himself." The association officials are highly skeptical. This is just an F-rank dungeon, so why on earth would a D-rank team be here? The gatekeeper quickly explains that it wasn't a D-rank hunter or even a party. They are still investigating, but from what they've gathered, an F-rank hunter managed to slay the monster all by himself, using his clones. The association agent looks closely at the carcass of the giant fish. Every single blow landed right on the wound must have dealt damage, even without any specialized weapons. But to actually land perfect, consecutive hits on a moving monster's weak spot like that, it's unreal. Oh, and he mentioned he was heading back inside to check if any other monsters were left in the gate, telling the gatekeeper to wrap up the investigation before he gets back. The association hunter sighs, wondering how on earth he's going to report this. Reporting that a single F-ranker soloed that beast is just too absurd to believe. Meanwhile, after defeating the beast, Sang-gu gets a flood of system notifications unlocking a bunch of skills, sprint, regeneration, strike, and all his other stats shoot up at the same time. Sang-gu wipes the monster blood off his face. He unlocked so many skills this time. He was so caught up in the crazy brawl earlier that he didn't even notice. Number 1 and Number 2 were beaten half to death, yet they didn't desummon. It must be thanks to the new regeneration skill. Junmo asks anxiously, "How are Number 1 and Number 2 doing?" Sang-gu tells him they're injured and need some cooldown time before he can summon them again. Plus, he thinks letting them heal naturally might boost their regeneration stat. Junmo laughs, praising Sang-gu for being an absolute genius. Taking down a D-rank monster like that, Junmo reckons Sang-gu could easily handle an E-rank monster solo now without breaking a sweat. Sang-gu suddenly remembers the giant fish from earlier had a bizarre dagger that could literally absorb blood. Just as he's about to reach for the blade, Junmo stops him. He advises Sang-gu to let one of his clones pick it up instead, just in case the sword is cursed. Sang-gu asks, "If it's cursed, does that mean we can't use it?" Junmo explains that cursed items are incredibly rare, so their value really depends on what kind of effects they have. The moment Sang-gu hears about money, his eyes light up. He listens to Junmo and has his clone hold the sword, leaving the rest for the cleanup crew to handle. He figures he's done enough for one day. If he stays any longer, reporters are going to swarm the place. Sang-gu pulls something out of his pocket and shows it to Junmo, asking if it's worth anything since it fell right out of the fish's head. Junmo gasps as he stares at the stone in Sang-gu's hand. It's just a low-grade magic stone, practically worthless. But seeing the hopeful, sparkling look on Sang-gu's face, Junmo doesn't have the heart to break it to him. He gently tells him that this gem isn't worth much. He explains that it's a stat-boosting item, but almost nobody uses them because of the severe side effects, making them dirt cheap. Hearing this, Sang-gu feels like salt is being rubbed into his wounds. He angrily tosses the gem onto the dirt, muttering that he doesn't want this garbage anyway. Saying goodbye to Junmo, Sang-gu heads home with his two clones. Number 1 and Number 2 collapse onto the bed like total zombies. Sang-gu throws his backpack onto the floor and decides to summon Number 3. Sang-gu hands some gear to Number 3 and sends him off to train. Then, he sits down to examine the sword and the gem he had just tossed aside earlier. He picks up the gem to inspect its properties, and it turns out to be a low-grade, strength-boosting gem, a crystal capable of upgrading strength. It cannot be used by humans, only by summoned entities, but doing so will turn them into monsters. This gem boosts strength by 0.005. It's definitely tempting, but the details make him highly hesitant. Normally, any injuries or physical sensations his clones experience don't affect him at all. But what if the monster transformation doesn't just affect the clone, but somehow transfers to him too? At the thought of turning into a hideous monster, and Junmo getting so terrified he'd shoot him dead, Sang-gu quickly puts the gem away, deciding not to touch it for now. Next, he opens the box containing the sword, which he had carried home in a case just to be safe. Selling it would be great since it's worth a lot of money, but he wonders if it's okay to use it just a bit before putting it on the market. Sang-gu orders Number 2 to hold the sword and raise it. He waits expectantly for something dramatic to happen, but absolutely nothing does. Is that really it? But then, Number 2 flatly reports that it hears a voice. Sang-gu uses his possession skill to link minds with Number 2, but the moment he enters, his head begins to throb violently. It's filled with deafening, murderous screams, forcing him to pull out immediately. Number 2 itself doesn't show any reaction, meaning his clones aren't affected unless the mental noise is completely overwhelming. But if Sang-gu had held that sword directly, who knows what kind of psycho he would have turned into. No wonder that giant fish went completely berserk. He tells Number 2 to keep holding the sword for a bit longer. The system notifies him that their regeneration stat has increased, and resting is helping them recover a bit faster. Sang-gu sighs, feeling the pressure because he has to take them out hunting again tomorrow. But with things the way they are, he orders his clones to activate mana breathing so they can all meditate together for the night. The next morning, Sang-gu heads back to school after his long break, his physical stats having shot up significantly. But what's even more shocking is that not a single soul comes over to greet him. Sang-gu had no idea he was actually this lonely. You walk into class and run into your buddy. When you ask him why he's taking this course, he says he chose this major because the professor is super chill and a really generous grader. Sang-gu sits down to chat with his friend, but the people around them immediately start whispering. Is that really Sang-gu? Wasn't he super fat before? He's completely transformed. Hearing this, Sang-gu asks his friend if he really changed that much. His friend bursts out laughing and asks if he's seen his parents yet, joking that even his folks wouldn't recognize him now. His friend invites him out for drinks after class, but Sang-gu declines, saying he already has plans. At that, his friend goes wild, screaming that Sang-gu is a total traitor who ditched his boys for a girl. Sang-gu can't even shut his loud mouth in time. Two of his other friends overhear this and immediately hold a grudge, swearing they'll never forget the day Sang-gu betrayed them. Fortunately, the professor walks in, putting an end to the noisy chaos. Meanwhile, at the World Hunter Association, also known as the WHA, they've just calculated a major disaster. A massive gate is about to form, and thousands of monsters will pour out of it. With the highest monster threat level reaching rank A, the gate is highly likely to open within the next few days in South Korea. As soon as the news breaks, the association calls an emergency meeting for all the top guild leaders in the country. This cat-eared girl is Han Miho, the leader of the Zolo Guild, which ranks 6th nationwide. And this man is Park Woo-tae, leader of the 3rd-ranked Keenest Guild. The two of them happen to cross paths outside and walk into the meeting room together. The other guild leaders are already inside, including Old Man Hyung, the head of the nation's top guild, and someone everyone absolutely despises. He tries to greet Woo-tae, but Woo-tae does his best to ignore him and carry on. But Old Man Hyung isn't about to let it go that easily. He rubs salt in the wound by bringing up the recent expedition of Woo-tae's guild to Odin's Tower, mocking the fact that there hasn't been a single word from them in days. Seeing this, the 2nd-ranked guild leader, Kim Yeon, steps in and tells Hyung that he's taking things a bit too far. But Hyung couldn't care less. He just sits there cackling, leaving Woo-tae fuming with rage, though he has to hold back his anger. Right at that moment, the president of the Korean Hunter Association enters. Noticing the heavy tension in the room, he clears his throat and takes his seat. He announces the impending monster disaster heading for the country. Since they suspect there might be a monsters involved, The Hunter Association requests full cooperation from the country's strongest guilds. Someone asks when and where it will happen. The association president replies indifferently, admitting that other than the fact that it will happen within the country, they don't have any specific details. Frustrated, the second-ranked guild leader slams his hands on the table and yells, "So we're supposed to defend the entire country? Without even knowing where the gate is going to open?" The association president awkwardly raises his documents to hide his face, stating that the only thing they know for sure is that the disaster will strike very soon. The other guilds begin to murmur. They don't even have enough hunters to handle their own internal affairs. How are we supposed to stop a disaster when we don't even know the time or the place? As the questions keep piling up, the president grows increasingly flustered. That's when Wu Tei raises his hand to make a suggestion. He proposes that each guild prepare an elite squad of hunters ready to deploy at a moment's notice, tasked with monitoring the areas around their respective territories. And the moment the disaster strikes, every single guild will concentrate their full force at that exact location. With no exceptions, this mandate is absolute, and any guild that fails to comply will face severe punishment. The association president finds this proposal highly reasonable. He asks the room if anyone else has any objections, suggesting they make a final decision by a show of hands. With no further objections, all the guild leaders raise their hands in unison. The president lets out a sigh of relief, glad they've finally reached a conclusion. With the meeting adjourned, the guilds return to protecting their own sectors while maintaining close, cooperative ties. After class finishes, Sengu happily grabs his backpack and heads out. But from a distance, he spots some guy trying to hit on Hyun. The guy keeps pestering her for her number. Hyun tries to brush him off by saying she already has a boyfriend, but the guy refuses to take no for an answer, desperately trying to hold her back. Sengu walks over and asks Hyun what she's doing there. Seeing him as her absolute savior, she calls Sengu her babe, runs over to grab his arm, and drags him away. Sengu is left completely dazed and confused. Once they're safely away from the guy, Hyun finally explains the whole situation. She makes sure to emphasize to Sengu that she doesn't actually have a boyfriend. He doesn't really react and simply changes the subject, asking why she wanted him to help her buy meat. "Aren't you supposed to have class today?" Hearing this, Hyun starts getting super full of herself. She asks Sengu if he just can't keep his eyes off her casual look, playfully asking if he wants her phone number. Sengu just stares at her, dumbfounded, squeezing his hand. He's had her number for ages. Suddenly, he receives a payment notification from Junmo. Checking his account, he sees he just made another 50 million won. His clone is seriously the absolute best. Feeling hyped, Sengu tells Hyun to hurry up so they can order the most expensive meat on the menu. The two of them head to a Korean beef restaurant and sit down to eat. While the meat is incredibly delicious, Hyun is still sweating over the bill. Sengu tells her to just dig in and not worry about a thing. But right as they're happily stuffing their faces, an emergency broadcast suddenly blares from the TV, airing a nationwide disaster warning. This is an extremely critical situation. All citizens, please pay close attention. Over at his place, Sangu's friend Gyeongdo is left completely devastated, weeping in despair. Talk about unfair. How come Sangu gets to hang out with a girl while his friends are left wandering the streets alone? Spotting Sangu eating with Haiwan through the window, they could not help but curse him out, calling him a traitorous bastard. Just then, Gyu Young got a notification and pulled out his phone to check it. Online, everyone was panicking over the impending disaster, yet back at school, not a single soul was talking about it. Right at that moment, Sangu and Haiwan finished their meal and stepped outside. They immediately grilled him about the girl by his side, asking if she was his girlfriend. Sangu denied it, explaining she was actually his student and he was just treating her to a meal. Soon, both sides began introducing themselves and exchanging greetings. Sangu then handed Haiwan a bag, telling her to take it home to her parents. It was actually the leftover food from their meal that he had the staff pack up. He warned her to head straight home and stop wandering around. Blushing, Haiwan looked up and asked, "Is that really it for today? That is all?" Sangu nonchalantly told her to get going, warning that her parents would not be happy with them loitering around while a disaster warning was active. Sangu's friends teased him for being such a massive nag, saying he was as stiff and uptight as an old man. Annoyed, Sangu snapped and yelled at the whole group to get lost and go home. After finally getting rid of his friends and Haiwan, he looked around only to see everyone behaving as if nothing was wrong, chatting and laughing like any normal day. Sangu called Junmo to ask about the disaster situation, Junmo explained that while there was no official update yet, the association was planning to keep this warning status active for at least 3 months. They had no idea when or where the portals would open, but the scale of the impending monster invasion was expected to be massive and highly dangerous. There were even rumors of rank A monsters showing up. If a portal were to open right in the middle of the capital, the casualties would be catastrophic. Sang-gu just could not wrap his head around it. If things were truly that perilous, should not the association be releasing more details to the public and urging everyone to take extra precautions? Like, for instance, deploying the association's hunters to secure the areas? Junmo explained, the issue is that over a 3-month period, the economy and essential supplies would take a massive hit if they restricted people from going to work for that long, and the association would get blamed for those losses. That is exactly why they are keeping people in the dark. That way, no matter what happens, they can cover their bases by claiming they already issued a warning. Junmo added that he was heading to a shelter right now, and all hunting grounds had been sealed off so no one could enter during this crisis. Sang-gu replied that he was going home too, and they hung up. Once home, he checked in on number 1 and number 2. While number 2 was mostly fine, number 1 was severely injured and still bedridden. Seeing that the cooldown was over, Sang-gu decided to resummon number 1. He gave him a new hat to wear so he would not mix up his 3 clones. Just then, number 3 also returned. Together, they went to visit Sang-gu's parents. Sang-gu's mother opened the door. She froze for a moment, barely recognizing her own son. His father and younger sister also came to greet him warmly, with his sister bluntly asking who he was. Noticing the clones standing behind him, Sang-gu's mother asked who they were, wondering if they were his friends. Sang-gu told the clones to take off their masks, making everyone in the house gasp and scream in shock. After a detailed explanation, his family finally understood it was one of Sang-gu's skills. He had undergone the awakening process 1 month ago. Seeing this, Sang-gu's father asked if he had become a hunter. His mother strongly opposed the idea, pointing out how incredibly dangerous it was. Sang-gu did his best to reassure his family that he was not in any danger, since his clones were the ones doing all the hunting for him. Sang-gu then broke the news about the active disaster warning, telling his parents they needed to head to a shelter. His father, however, did not seem too concerned, saying they should wait and see since he still had to go to work tomorrow. They could not just pack up and leave out of nowhere. Sang-gu sighed, realizing his father had no clue how serious things were because society was still acting so calm. So, he decided he would stay right here with them starting today. He lied, claiming his school had canceled classes due to the warnings. Then, Sang-gu pulled out the Korean beef he brought back earlier and suggested they all eat together. His mother wanted to invite the clones to join them, but Sang-gu told her just to give them some plain rice, arguing there was no need to waste a lavish meal on them. The family sat down to eat, with the 3 clones huddled around a giant bowl of rice. But just as they were enjoying their meal, the wall suddenly collapsed, knocking Sang-gu unconscious. When he opened his eyes and looked around, his home was reduced to rubble, and the sky outside was crawling with flying monsters. What on earth was happening? A massive dragon roared, shaking the entire sky. It began charging a giant fireball and blasted it in all directions. In a panic, Sang-gu spun around to check on his family. Everyone was knocked out, and number 1 had completely vanished, having used his own body to shield the family from the blast. Number 3 was severely injured, missing 1 arm. He never expected the portal to open this quickly. Slowly, his family members began to regain consciousness. Drawing his gun, he urged everyone to get out of there immediately. The portal had completely breached, and countless lives were now in grave danger. Sang-gu handed his first set of gear over to his little sister, and the family quickly packed up to evacuate. But right at that moment, a monster crashed down from the sky. It stared at Sang-gu, letting out a creepy cackle. Just then, a massive portal ripped open in the sky, and tons of other monsters started raining down. Since none of them could fly, the fall left them severely injured. Sang-gu easily finished them off. Meanwhile, Sang-gu's family was desperately trying to open the front door, but it was jammed tight. Grabbing the baseball bat from his dad's hands, he activated his enhancement skill and shattered the lock with a single swing. They rushed out of the apartment complex, only to find all the cars completely wrecked. The nearest shelter was over 2 kilometers away, and a ton of uninjured monsters were still dropping from the sky. Sang-gu's sister suggested they head down to the basement, pointing out that there was a makeshift emergency shelter down there. Just as they were about to head down, they heard someone screaming for help. Turning around, they saw a man pinned under a pile of heavy rubble. Suddenly, a nearby monster snapped its eyes open. It was a D-rank beast. Sangu's dad warned him, telling him to think very carefully about what to do. With things this bad, they couldn't afford to risk their lives saving strangers. They had to get underground right away. Sangu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Clone number 3 was in no condition to fight, and clone number 2 alone wouldn't be enough to pull the man out. Plus, he wasn't a clone who could just respawn or use a fusion skill. If he kicked the bucket here, it was game over for real. The man's desperate cries grew more agonizing by the second. Torn between his family begging him to run and the victim's helpless screams, Sangu stood frozen. But Sangu couldn't just walk away. Deciding to save him, he told his family to head down, lock the doors tight, and wait for his return. He took number 2 with him to help with the rescue, leaving number 3 to guard his family. He was a hunter after all, and in a monster outbreak like this, a hunter had only one job: put those beasts down. Sangu ordered number 2 to free the man, while he gripped his baseball bat and charged straight at the approaching beast. Number 2 managed to pull the man free from the debris and told him to run for his life. The monster growled, absolutely furious at being treated like some mindless beast. Sangu yelled at number 2 to draw his weapon. He whipped out the evolution gem. This was no time to be picky. He tossed the gem to number 2 and ordered him to swallow it. Number 2 swallowed it without hesitation and instantly mutated into a monstrous form. Sangu quickly checked to see if his clone was still conscious. Number 2 let out a low grunt in response. The D-rank monster, thinking Sangu was talking to it, stared at him in utter confusion. Sangu snapped, yelling that he wasn't talking to it. He quickly checked his own body, relieved to find that he was still perfectly fine. Aside from his stats skyrocketing due to the clone's mutation, there didn't seem to be any side effects. The battle began, and number 2 swung the sword he had swiped from the merman last time. The monster's arm was sliced clean off, making it shriek in agony. Overwhelmed with rage, it raised its heavy club and swung it right at number 2. This beast was way slower than the merman, making its attack easy to dodge. Sangu charged in with his bat, but the arm number 2 had just cut off, instantly regenerated. The beast blocked Sangu's. He could easily cut through it, but its healing factor was just too fast. At this rate, trying to deal burst damage would be impossible. Sangu ordered number 2 to bring the beast down, even if just for a few moments. Obeying the command, number 2 sliced through the monster's leg, forcing it to its knees. Seizing the opening, Sangu fired 2 shots straight into its eyes. The monster shrieked, clutching its face in agony. Number 2 capitalized on its blindness, mercilessly hacking away at its body. By the time the beast's eyes healed and its vision cleared, Sangu was already standing right in front of it. Activating his rapid strike skill, he brought his bat down hard, smashing it right in the face. The beast collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Sangu winced, massaging his throbbing hand. This rapid strike skill packed a massive punch, but the recoil was no joke. This thing actually felt a bit stronger than the merman. Sure, the merman had the home field advantage in its own domain, but this beast was naturally powerful without needing any special conditions. Sangu stood up and dusted himself off, telling number 2 that they needed to head to the shelter immediately since their family was probably worried sick. He patted his pockets but couldn't find his phone. It must have slipped out during the chaotic fight. He turned to number 2 and asked to borrow his. Sangu let out a chuckle, realizing that with number 2 looking like a complete monster, he'd probably get kicked out of the shelter instantly. Just then, another group of survivors came running toward them, chased by more beasts. Sangu pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering a curse under his breath as the city continued to fall into chaos. Shortly after, hunters from other guilds started showing up, banding together to take down a massive dragon. Wheat's guild aircraft also arrived on the scene. He commanded his forces to open fire on the monsters, while a subordinate reported that the massive dragon was beginning to fly away. Wheat ordered his team to prioritize evacuating survivors instead. Since so many other guilds were already hunting the dragon, joining the fray would just be a waste of manpower. Looking down from the aircraft, Wheat saw several so-called hunters taking advantage of the disaster to prey on the weak. They were busy looting the unfortunate victims. He crossed his arms, staring down at those lowlifes with pure disgust. Just then, a subordinate reported detecting survivors 700 meters to the north and requested permission to check on them. Activating his gear, Guangte spotted Sangu's group desperately holding the line against the monsters. Putting on his mask, he leaped from the aircraft toward them. On the other side, Sangu was struggling hard to hold the line. He originally planned to head straight back after taking down the previous monster. But with so many people being chased by beasts, He just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Sanggu screamed at the crowd to run back to the apartment building's basement, but the monsters had already surrounded them from behind. Sanggu ordered number 2 to cover the rear while he took on the front line. Sanggu was running on fumes, and he couldn't use his rapid strike skill anymore because it drained too much of his energy. Just then, a giant goose erupted from the ground. It slammed its beak into the ground and spewed lava. As the molten lava sprayed toward the civilians, number 2 leaped in just in time to shield them, but it took critical damage in return. Leaning on his sword, Sanggu forced himself to stand up, but right at that moment, another tiger reared its ugly head. Sanggu knew he was absolute toast. He slumped to the ground, ready to accept his fate, as the tiger swung its massive claws right at him. He squeezed his eyes shut, but when he opened them, a man had already taken down the tiger with a single, decisive slash. This was Guangtai, and he quickly asked if everyone was all right. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Sanggu's sister, Ju, was arguing with number 3. She desperately wanted to go out and save her brother, but number 3 refused. He had to prioritize his creator's orders to protect the family. Seeing this, Sanggu's parents urged their daughter to stop shouting, telling her she was scaring everyone else. Her father was confident that Sanggu would make it back, and going outside right now was suicide. He explained that if they went out, they would only end up dragging him down, so they couldn't let their emotions cloud their judgment. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed from outside the door. Ju lit up, wondering if it was her brother. But when they checked the security camera, they saw a figure frantically calling for help. It might be a civilian Sanggu had just rescued. Ju rushed to open the door, spotting another figure next to him who she hoped was her brother. Ju entered the code, and the door slowly slid open. But instead of her brother, there was a lifeless corpse with 2 monsters looming behind it. One was a rank B beast, a screaming firefly, which could mimic human voices. The moment the people inside saw the monsters, they panicked and scattered in all directions. Ju was completely frozen in fear. Number 3 quickly rushed in to shield her, aiming directly for the bug's eyes. But this beast was a tough nut to crack. It stabbed right through number 3, impaling Ju in the stomach as she stood frozen behind him. She coughed up blood and collapsed. Number 3 quickly grabbed his gun and shot the control panel, initiating an emergency lockdown after detecting his own fatal damage. Summoning every ounce of his strength, number 3 pushed the beast back outside. Meanwhile, Sanggu finally met Guangtai in person, the man running the Awakening project. Guangtai praised him for being willing to risk his own life to save others instead of running away. Hearing the praise made Sanggu feel pretty smug, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Guangtai recalled leaping down and seeing Sanggu's clone, number 2, take a hit for the civilians before vanishing. He was still highly suspicious about what that clone actually was. Guangtai asked about Sanggu's skill. He hesitated, unsure if he should tell the truth, but just as he was about to speak, his connection with number 3 suddenly vanished. Sanggu grabbed number 2's sword and ran like crazy toward the shelter. His family was in grave danger, and he had to get there immediately. Guangtai ordered his subordinates to track his location and guide the survivors to safety. Sanggu ran with everything he had. Under the sword's influence, his eyes glowed a deep crimson as he activated his sprint skill, running faster than he ever had in his life. In another sector, a group of hunters was still concentrating their firepower to bring down a giant dragon. They had tried everything from slashes to poison, but nothing could pierce its thick hide, so they decided to work together to bring it down. But guild leader He-young had other plans. He only came because he heard there was money to be made, so there was no way in hell he was going to cooperate with them. He-young unleashed his skill, summoning a massive firestorm that engulfed everything. Meanwhile, Sanggu's parents were desperately trying to stop the bleeding for his sister. Tears streamed down their faces as they desperately begged their daughter to hold on. After taking down number 3, the bug returned and smashed the door open to get inside. Ju weakly begged her parents to run while the firefly kept taunting them with nasty words. Right at that critical moment, Sanggu finally arrived. Seeing his sister lying unconscious on the ground, he froze. A blinding rage boiled up inside him, turning his eyes blood red. With a roar, Sanggu charged at the bug, but with a single swipe, the bug sent Sanggu flying, coughing up blood and severely injured. Completely unharmed, the firefly kept sticking its tongue out to taunt him. Blinded by rage, Sanggu coated his sword in his own blood and charged forward to strike again. Just as they were about to clash, someone suddenly rushed in, stopping Sanggu and pinning him to the ground. Guangtai's squad arrived just in time, ready for battle. The girl who had pinned him quickly administered first aid, but Sang-gu was still absolutely furious, desperate to jump back into the fight. She activated her mana transfer skill to help him calm down. Sang-gu sobbed in agonizing pain, pleading with her to save his sister who was lying wounded over there. Hearing this, Guangtae went into serious mode. He reassured Sang-gu, promising that neither he nor his sister would die today. With that, he stepped forward to face the monster. Inside the Hunter Association office, the president recalls his tense meeting with the old man, Hee-sung. The president wanted to evacuate everyone as soon as possible, to minimize casualties, but Hee-sung just cackled mockingly. At this point, they didn't even know when the disaster would strike. He warned that if the president tried to evacuate everyone over 3 months, the public would blame the association. Everyone who lost their families or homes would band together and tear the association apart. Hee-sung began putting pressure on the president, saying, "I don't even know if your head will still be on your shoulders next month, let alone 3. Furious, the president snapped and asked Hee-sung what he wanted him to do. Hee-sung told him not to let the public know that a rank A monster was coming. Hiding the true danger of this dungeon break, he told the president to make the citizens blame themselves for being too weak to protect themselves and for failing to evacuate. The president couldn't believe his ears. He asked Hee-sung if he had any idea how many people would die because of this. But Hee-sung didn't see that as a problem at all. In fact, he saw it as a good thing. The higher the body count, the more indispensable hunters would become. Ever since rank D monsters appeared, the military has been completely useless. In the end, those pathetic people can only survive thanks to us hunters." Hee-sung sneered. He wasn't asking the president. He was giving an order. With no other choice, the president could only turn a blind eye and ignore all the warning signs. Meanwhile, Sang-gu was lazily munching on snacks while his clone was working its butt off training. Lying flat on the clone's back, he casually urged it to do push-ups faster. "Come on, that's way too slow." Sang-gu laughed, thoroughly enjoying himself. This skill is seriously the best. His clone makes money and trains for him, while he doesn't have to do a single thing, yet his stats keep rising. He wouldn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. After receiving a message from Junmo, he finally stood up and called clone number 1 to go make some money. Today, he took number 1 to hunt horned rabbits again. Junmo asked him where number 2 was. He replied that number 2 was working out. Junmo asked, "Why aren't you training too? If you actually did, I bet you'd be way stronger." Sang-gu laughed it off. He didn't give a crap about working out. Honestly, he was never serious about being a hunter anyway. He made enough money just from catching horned rabbits. Plus, there were plenty of association hunters running around these days. One less hunter like me won't change a thing. Junmo said he was just suggesting it, feeling it was a waste since Sang-gu had so much untapped potential. Sang-gu could have easily become the best, but Sang-gu never thought that far ahead. As long as he could take care of himself, he was good. Suddenly, Junmo's entire attitude shifted. He was no longer the same guy he was just a second ago. His hollow eyes began dripping with black liquid. With one swift slash, he severely injured Sang-gu's arm. Before he knew it, the surrounding air turned a deep, bloody red. Sang-gu found himself surrounded by undead corpses, which turned out to be his parents blaming him, and his little sister desperately screaming for help. Sang-gu screamed as he bolted upright, panting heavily. It was all just a nightmare. Guangtae, who was standing by the bed, told him he had just woken up and shouldn't move around too much. Sang-gu took a deep breath, clutching his arm and saying he was fine. Guangtae warned him to be careful, saying, "You're in bad shape. The wound is pretty deep, but you're still extremely lucky." Sang-gu thanked Guangtae for saving him, not once, but twice. Guangtae had more to say, but he had to put it off for later. Just then, Sang-gu's parents walked in. They were worried sick, but seeing him awake brought them instant relief as they frantically asked if he was okay. The doctor checked the medical charts and said the surgery was a complete success. They would keep him for observation, but with his rapid recovery speed, he should be able to go home in a month. Sang-gu asked about the gate, which had been open for 4 days now. The large, high-level monsters had been dealt with, but many of the low-level ones had escaped. Sang-gu felt a pounding headache, unable to remember a single thing after he blacked out. But then it hit him, and he frantically asked about his little sister. His parents and the doctor just hung their heads in grim silence. They took him to see his sister. The doctor had treated her abdominal wounds, but she was infected with the Manhwa virus. In fact, many people had been infected by the monsters that escaped from the gate. It's a virus that feeds on the host's mana and life force. For most people, it's not a major issue. Everyone has different attributes. If their body isn't a match, the virus simply dies off without causing any harm. But in rare cases, the host's mana perfectly matches the virus. It drains so much mana and life force that the victim never wakes up. Shaking, Sanggu asked if there was a cure. The doctor replied that, with their current technology, there wasn't. Since the virus has synchronized with the host's mana, even healing magic is useless. All we can do is keep feeding her mana and nutrients to keep her alive. There's still a tiny glimmer of hope if you can get help from an S-rank hunter with a blessing skill, or items like a mutated loquat tree or an elixir from beyond the gate. But those things are extremely rare and outrageously expensive. Sanggu knew that. He stared blankly through the glass in silence, his hand tightly gripping the IV stand. He couldn't stop blaming himself for turning back to save those people. If only he had prioritized his family, and if only he were just a little stronger, he could have saved everyone, including his little sister. Sanggu clenched his fists in rage, gripping the IV stand so hard it snapped, causing his shoulder wound to burst open and bleed. The doctor and medical staff rushed in to hold him down and quickly treat his wound. Sanggu didn't care about his own pain. Tears streamed down his face as he wept, wishing he had pushed himself just a little harder so things wouldn't have ended up this way. Once he was back in his room, Sanggu sat staring blankly on his bed when the door suddenly creaked open. The visitor was Hyun, who had rushed over to see him after hearing he was hospitalized. Sanggu immediately asked if her family was all right. He had been worried since she lived near the danger zone, but thankfully, they were safe and only their house was slightly damaged. Since they couldn't reach Sanggu, Hyun's father had contacted Sanggu's parents, which was how they found out he was here. Sanggu realized he had lost his phone, but then he curiously asked Hyun why she was calling him instructor instead of Oppa. Blushing, Hyun flusteredly corrected her words. She told him he needed to recover quickly so he could continue tutoring her. Sanggu let out a heavy sigh, gently telling her that he wouldn't be able to tutor her anymore. 2 weeks later, Sanggu's wounds had healed so rapidly that even his doctors were left speechless. As he changed his clothes to be discharged, he couldn't help but recall his last conversation with Hyun. He had laid out his entire situation to her, having nothing left to say but a sincere apology. Hyun, however, simply thanked him for everything. Realizing that Sanggu probably wouldn't be contacting her anymore, she forced a bittersweet smile and joked that he was going to regret losing such a beautiful student. She promised to get into college using everything he had taught her, adding that once she got to university, she was definitely going to find herself a boyfriend. She told him not to regret it when that time came. Giving him one last beautiful smile, Hyun turned and walked away. Sanggu knew exactly how she felt, but he no longer had the luxury of time to dwell on regrets. Leaving the hospital, he quickly searched for information on Wu-tae before hailing a cab straight to the Keenest Guild headquarters. Sanggu stepped inside, where the receptionist warmly greeted him and asked how she could help. Sanggu calmly replied that he was here to see Guildmaster Park Y. Since he didn't have an appointment, the receptionist politely told him she couldn't let him through. Just then, a tall, heavily bearded man walked up and asked if he was Sanggu. Introducing himself as a high-ranking commander of the guild, he invited Sanggu to head upstairs, mentioning that Wu-tae was waiting for him. Sanggu was escorted all the way up to Wu-tae's office, where he expressed his deepest gratitude for everything the commander had done. He was incredibly grateful that Wu-tae had personally rescued his family and ensured they received immediate medical attention during the chaos. Still, Sanggu couldn't help but wonder why Wu-tae would go to such lengths for someone like him. The hospital staff had informed him that Wu-tae personally arranged private rooms for his family, secured temporary housing for his parents, and even covered all of his little sister's medical bills. Sanggu asked if all this generosity was tied to whatever Wu-tae wanted to discuss with him. Hearing this, Wu-tae clenched his fists tightly. He explained that he also had a younger sister, but she was currently missing along with her raid party. Perhaps seeing Sanggu's desperation reminded him too much of his own struggle. He admitted that his personal emotions were admittedly all over the place, but he made it clear that he didn't do any of this to guilt-trip Sanggu or force him into a corner. Sanggu then asked why Wu-tae was so eager to see him the moment he recovered. Wu-tae confessed that he wanted to ask about Sanggu's ability, specifically if his clones were truly capable of doing anything. He even asked if the mysterious man who had saved all those civilians was actually one of his clones. Sanggu had no intention of keeping it a secret. He openly confirmed that it was indeed his unique skill. Wu-tae's grip tightened as he cut straight to the chase, admitting that he desperately needed Sanggu's strength. He begged Sanggu to rescue the Keenest Guild's first team, just like how he had selflessly saved those other survivors. Wu Tei clarified that he wasn't asking for this as some sort of repayment. He simply knew that the only person in the world with a realistic shot at saving his sister and the rest of the first team was Sanggu. With that, Wu Tei bowed his head, pleading from the bottom of his heart. Sanggu took a moment to weigh his options. Wu Tei had saved his family when they were on the brink. Now, it was Sanggu's turn to return the favor. As Sanggu agreed, Wu Tei's face lit up, and he began thanking him profusely. Sanggu was then led down to the Keenest Guild's private underground training facility. Wu Tei told him he could unleash his skills without holding back, as the reinforced walls were built to withstand serious impact. Sanggu found it a bit odd and asked why they weren't heading straight to the actual rescue site instead. Wu Tei explained that there were two critical reasons for this detour. First, while it was true that acting quickly would maximize their chances of a successful rescue, they actually had a bit of a buffer. Thanks to his sister's unique defensive ability, the first team could hold out for a long time, meaning they had at least 8 months before things got truly critical. The second reason came down to the dungeon's rank. Despite being Keenest's elite squad, with a solid B rank overall combat rating, the first team had suffered heavy losses and failed to escape that dungeon. This led him to believe that the dungeon's actual difficulty was close to an A rank, and with Sanggu's current level, charging in would be nothing short of suicide. Sanggu felt a sudden chill run down his spine as Wu Tei's expression turned dead serious. He explained that humans tend to unlock unbelievable, hidden power when they are on the brink of death. The sheer amount of explosive power unleashed during a life-or-death crisis is often so intense that it can tear muscles or even shatter bones. Of course, this desperate surge is directly proportional to a massive spike in one's stats. And right now, stats are the one thing Sanggu desperately lacks. But during this training, his combat senses will be pushed to their absolute limits. Guangtai gripped his wooden sword tightly and lunged forward to attack Sanggu. Sanggu texted Junmo, telling him not to worry. He was taking some time off from hunting. Junmo nervously bit his nails as he waited for Sanggu. When Sanggu finally arrived, Junmo could barely recognize him. His face was beaten black and blue. Sanggu explained everything to Junmo. Panicking, Junmo asked if he was okay, but Sanggu assured him that he was fine. Since mana signatures are unique to everyone, even within families, he was going to be fine. Junmo also knew that Sanggu had taken a job from the Keenest side. He had been quite surprised when he suddenly couldn't reach Sanggu, but he never expected so much to have happened. Sanggu mentioned he was currently using clone number 2's phone and asked Junmo to rename the contact of number 2 to his. Junmo asked if he had backed up his contacts, including the numbers of his friends and everyone else. But Sanggu decided not to back them up. He felt it might actually be better to just leave it like this. Junmo couldn't wrap his head around Sanggu's reasoning, so he asked about the wounds on his face instead. Sanggu replied that it was just from training. Junmo jumped out of his seat, unable to believe they had beaten Sanggu up like this. He threatened to file a complaint with the association, but Sanggu stopped him. He explained that Guangtai's younger sister was trapped in a dungeon, so Guangtai was the one who had to be more desperate than anyone. Sanggu understood that feeling all too well. Sanggu summoned his clone, told it to get dressed, and sent it back into the fight. He might lose today, but tomorrow was a whole different story. The next day, Sanggu changed his strategy, choosing to overwhelm his opponent with numbers. He summoned clone number 1 to jump into the fight with him. The result? Both the original and the clone got beaten to a pulp. The following day, Sanggu brought in clone number 2, figuring 3 against 1 would definitely tip the scales. Unfortunately, the fate of all 3 was no different from the day before. On another day, he decided to summon all 3 clones to fight alongside him, but in the end, all 4 of them dragged themselves back, completely defeated. Sanggu returned to sit with Junmo once again. At this point, he had to bitterly admit that Guangtai was just way too powerful. While his clones were great at copying movements unlike him, who couldn't seem to learn a thing, the gap between them was still too massive. He needed to find a way to bridge that gap. Then, Sanggu came up with a new idea. He showed it to Junmo to see if it would work. Junmo worried if it was safe, but Sanggu insisted it wouldn't be an issue. The next day, Sanggu showed up again, but this time, all 3 clones had transformed into monster forms. The day before, he had asked Junmo to quickly buy a bunch of gems for his clones to consume, so today, their stats were absolutely skyrocketing. Sanggu drew his sword, fully determined to give it everything he had today. Guangtai still handicapped himself, using only a wooden stick to fight back. The clones lunged first. Normally, their abilities were lower than the original, but now they were on equal footing. The clones had grown stronger, thanks to their berserk state, but on the flip side, their accuracy, one of their greatest strengths, had dropped drastically. Sanggu slashed forward with his sword, but Guangtae easily slipped past it. Meanwhile, another clone pointed a gun at Guangtae's head and pulled the trigger. But without mana bullets, these regular bullets were completely useless against Guangtae. He grabbed Sanggu by the wrist and delivered a painful blow with his stick. The other 3 clones attacked simultaneously, but Guangtae blocked them all with ease. Holding his wooden sword, Guangtae advised Sanggu to channel mana into both his hand and his weapon, blending them until they became one. He added that if Sanggu could master this technique, even a mere tree branch would be enough to slice through monsters. Sanggu struggled to his feet, determined not to give up. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, but Guangtae blocked it effortlessly with a single movement. He noted that while Sanggu had gotten stronger, it still wasn't enough to bring him down. Taking them all on by himself, Guangtae needed nothing more than a wooden sword to bring down Sanggu and his clones. With Sanggu's current skill level, Guangtae couldn't even consider him a C-rank hunter. Sanggu was beaten until his nose bled, but he stubbornly kept pushing forward even though his clones had all collapsed. He possessed a fierce determination. He refused to just stay a C-rank hunter. Sanggu turned to howl at his clones, starting to play dirty. He told them to look at Guangtae's face, pointing out his sharp nose and pointed chin, which looked exactly like precious gems. He shouted for them to go ahead and devour the captain, saying whoever bit him first would be the winner. Instantly, the clones went completely wild, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They lunged forward all at once, only to be swatted away one by Guangtae. In truth, Sanggu's desire to become stronger wasn't just because of Guangtae's demands. Ever since he woke up in the hospital, he had felt a profound sense of helplessness from having to entrust his family's safety to others during a crisis. He absolutely hated his own weakness and loathed the frustrating feeling of his results not matching his efforts. He never wanted to experience that feeling ever again. With his blood pumping, Sanggu gripped his sword with both hands and lunged forward, continuing his assault. He had no intention of stopping. 6 months later, at the Sangha Sinseo Dong hunting ground, a group of powerful thugs were using their numbers to bully another group, beating them black and blue until their noses bled. A girl from the weaker group screamed, demanding to know why they were doing this. After all, they had an official permit to enter the hunting ground. But the thug leader snapped, telling her to shut her mouth. These guys are from the Silver Moon Guild, and they're currently using this subway station as their personal hunting ground. If anyone else wants to hunt, they've got to scram. The guards stationed nearby saw the dispute, but they had zero intention of stepping in, turning their heads away as if they didn't see a thing. The leader of the Silver Moon squad narrowed his eyes, checking out the girl, before suddenly changing his mind and letting them into the hunting ground after all. His lackeys immediately started hyping him up for being so generous. Talk about a grand act of mercy. They all cackled together in amusement. The weaker team knew they were being played, but they had no choice but to just grit their teeth and suck it up. Suddenly, a young guy in a tightly pulled hood came out of nowhere, walking straight into the hunting ground. The guard tried to block his path, but our hooded guy just couldn't understand why he was being stopped when he'd already paid his entry fee. The Silver Moon thug saw that this kid was completely out of the loop and refused to cooperate. Cracking his knuckles arrogantly, the thug didn't hesitate for a second as he swung a punch straight at the hooded guy's face. But before his fist could land, the hooded guy caught it dead in its tracks. He instantly threw a brutal kick straight to the big guy's stomach, sending him rolling on the ground while clutching his gut in pure agony. Realizing he might have overreacted, the hooded guy lowered his voice and offered a quick apology. He claimed he thought the guy was about to attack him, so he had no choice but to act in self-defense. He was apparently just a bit startled, and the hit just happened to land. The guy pulled back his hood, revealing none other than Sanggu. He'd vaguely heard about some Silver Moon Guild, but he honestly didn't give a single damn. Looking down at the guy who was still groaning and clutching his stomach on the ground, Sanggu raised his foot and stomped hard on his head. What the hell does me entering this hunting ground have to do with your damn guild hunting here anyway? The big guy lay there drooling, unable to say much except choking out, "You absolute bastard." The entire Silver Moon crew was absolutely livid, seeing this punk look down on their guild like that. They surrounded Sanggu, and since he was just a D-rank hunter, they assumed he stood absolutely no chance on his own, but too bad for them, he wasn't alone. In fact, he had several of himself ready to rumble. Now, the tables had turned, and the one surrounded was none other than that fat-bellied guy. Meanwhile, Park Wee went to meet up with Junmo. He was there to get a full report on Sang-gu. Junmo handed it over, saying, like I said before, there's no need to take pictures or return this to me. He said he just wanted to check a few things. Park Wee quietly read through the report. He couldn't believe Sang-gu managed to boost his stats this much in just 6 months. Junmo confirmed. Exactly. Lately, it feels like he's become an entirely different person. Ever since that accident, Sang-gu has been totally obsessed with hunting and gaining experience. Junmo wondered if these stats were actually enough for Sang-gu to pull off the plan. That went without saying. Park Wee already had a backup plan ready if he failed, so there was no need to worry. Still, looking at these numbers, his growth rate was downright terrifying. First, they would start with the rescue mission for Team 1. Deep down, Park Wee was incredibly curious. Sang-gu had already surpassed D rank and was closing in on A rank, making it highly likely he'd reach the top tier one day. Since his cloning skill made him way stronger than what his stats showed on paper, there was no telling just how powerful he really was. Meanwhile, back to those arrogant punks getting absolutely thrashed. They were getting handed beatdown after beatdown, completely clueless about what the hell was happening right in front of them. The guard yelled at them to stop, crying out that Sang-gu was taking things way too far. Sang-gu stared at him coldly. He told the guard he should have said that when those other hunters were the ones getting beat up, not right now. You didn't lift a finger when they drew their swords. Look, I don't blame you, but if you're smart, you'll walk right back to your guard post. With that, Sang-gu ordered all his clones to smash the thugs' phones so they couldn't call for backup. The 3 overconfident fools were left standing there in dead silence. Meanwhile, over at the Ginyundong hunting ground, some old guy was sneakily pocketing whatever items he could find. In his hand was a glowing red stone, but the moment he picked it up, a sudden jolt of electricity surged straight through his entire body. Frustrated and shocked, he angrily tossed the stone away. Hearing footsteps and realizing someone was approaching, he scrambled to make a quick escape. But as soon as he saw Sang-gu approaching, he immediately put on a friendly, innocent act. "Oh, you're here already? I just need a little more time to finish up." Sang-gu was totally blanking on who this old guy was. Before it clicked, it was Horned Rabbit. It had been quite a while since they last ran into each other. He asked Sang-gu how he even managed to get in here, since the Silver Moon Guild was supposed to be locking down the entrance. Sang-gu stepped closer and said, "Actually, I was about to ask you the same thing. You're not exactly strong, and this is a D-rank dungeon. What the hell are you even doing here?" Judging by his suspicious behavior, he definitely wasn't here to hunt. In fact, it looked like the Silver Moon Guild had trapped him in here. Sang-gu then pulled out a photo of those D-rank hunters who had just been stripped of their gear to intimidate him. "I'm not here to play nice or offer any sympathy. I just want to know what's going on. Option 1, you tell me exactly why you're trapped in here. Or option 2, you join the club of hunters wearing nothing but their boxers." After an intense mental struggle, the old guy finally decided to spill the beans. Apparently, when D-rank monsters die, they drop treasures. Well, not always, but these treasures can stay inside their bodies for a very long time, even after they've kicked the bucket. These monsters also frequently fight each other inside the dungeons. Sang-gu started putting it all together in his head. 2 monsters duking it out. One loses and drops a treasure. Then a new one comes along to keep the brawl going, dropping even more loot. Just like that, the cycle kept repeating. Soon, piles of treasures began stacking up inside the dungeon. For D-rank hunters, these low-tier treasures aren't even worth their time. So, they gather low-rank hunters and lock them in here until they reach their quota. They only ended up in this nightmare because they owe money to the guild or got sold to them. Most are either buried in debt or just rookie hunters. If they run into monsters and die, nobody will care. To the guild, their deaths are no different than a monster dying in a dungeon. Looking at the scene before him, Sang-gu never expected to witness such cruelty with his own eyes. He just said coldly, "Go scare that old man. Get lost before I change my mind." Wow, how touching. I'm practically crying over here. Turns out this kid actually has a heart. I thought he was our savior, but then he went ahead and snatched the bag of treasures. What are you getting emotional for, old man? It's not like we're friends. This old man managed to gather quite a haul. Strike while the iron is hot, right? Sang-gu tossed the treasures and let number 1 devour them all. Number 1 gobbled them up greedily. Free stuff always tastes the best. Now that they're collecting treasures, he's going to make sure they're put to good use. Meanwhile, a young girl is running for her life from a monster. "Catch me if you can, loser." This vicious beast is none other than a C-rank abomination. She had never heard of a C-rank monster appearing in this area. This girl is Kim Yu-yeon, a hired worker for the Silver Moon Guild. Yu Yan was chased half to death, eventually tripping and crashing face first onto the ground. She couldn't accept dying in a miserable place like this. Luckily, her time wasn't up yet because she ran into Sang-gu. He easily grabbed Yu Yan and pulled her up, saving her life in the nick of time. Gasping for breath, Yu Yan looked at her savior. "You saved my life." "But wait. Don't you have any magic stones on you? Why aren't you collecting some?" Yu Yan explained that she had thrown those things away long ago. Even though the monster was gearing up to pounce, Sang-gu remained dead calm. "You threw them away? And what was that you said about the Hung Guild? Did the Silver Moon Guild send you?" Suddenly, the white monster was brutally ambushed by the red monster. Not caring about the chaos happening around them, Sang-gu only wanted to know what the deal was with the Hung Guild. Without saying a single word, Yu Yan tried to bolt. "But sorry girl, there's no way you're getting away. How can you act so chill when monsters are surrounding us?" Sang-gu just told her to ignore them since his clones were already handling things behind them. Looking at the fighters before her, Yu Yan couldn't help but wonder if they were a team or if he was actually a summoner. Who are these guys really? We're safe, right? Totally safe. Actually, maybe not as safe as you think, buddy. The red monster, who is Sang-gu's #1 clone, was getting beaten to a pulp. He really didn't look reliable at all. "Safe, my foot. I can't believe #1 is losing after devouring a whole pile of expensive treasures. At this rate, running away is our only shot at survival." Yet, this guy was still incredibly relaxed. "Hold on a second. I fed them so many expensive things, there's no way." Yu Yan was about to say something, but Sang-gu immediately shut her up. "Just shut your mouth. I need to focus. Here it comes." "This monster is done for." Sang-gu rushed forward to take one out, but the others kept attacking relentlessly. He needed to put them down as fast as possible. Sang-gu went on a wild rampage. Seeing this kind of power left Yu Yan completely speechless. He was way too strong. Staring so intensely at the monster made his eyes turn blood red, filled with burst veins. Sang-gu had to tell himself to stay calm. In a split second of distraction, it lunged at him from behind. Luckily, his clones were there to block the hit. He spun around, drew his sword, and sliced the disgusting monster clean in half. Finally, it was completely dead. "Damn it, I'm going to feel disgusted every time I use this sword now." Turning around, he saw Yu Yan standing there with her jaw on the floor. "You actually defeated that monster? Wait, you didn't run away? What's up with this guy? He was the one who told her not to run in the first place. Stand still and don't move, remember? I was only hoping, but I didn't expect you to actually pull it off so easily." Meanwhile, he completely forgot about #1 lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He is doing completely fine. Not. But this is weird. He should have recovered by now. Yu Yan started explaining. "There's a corrosive curse on that monster's bone sword. If we don't find a healer, he's as good as dead." Talk about main character luck. Thank goodness. He barely missed getting hit by that sword himself. But as luck would have it, even though they swallowed a bunch of gems, they only knew how to take a beating instead of dodging. Yu Yan stared at this bright red guy, not believing he was actually human. She actually thought he was just some giant wearing a hat. After hearing Sang-gu claim to be a summoner, Yu Yan hesitated for a moment before deciding to hand him a small bottle. "Here, if you give him this, he might hold on a bit longer. But if anything goes wrong, don't blame me. What is this cheap-looking bottle anyway? What kind of medicine has a skull drawn on it?" "Ha. Well, there's no other option at this point." He carefully poured the liquid down #1's throat. #1's body started emitting a nasty, foul odor, but his wounds slowly began to heal. Sang-gu gasped. "Wow, this is incredibly effective. What is this stuff?" #1 jumped right back up, as if nothing had happened. Sang-gu was relieved as hell to see him looking so lively. That's when Yu Yan finally spoke up. "Don't celebrate just yet. It has a nasty side effect that will slowly drain his life force away. My class is a poisoner." "Right. Let's look at the poisoner class details. Level 5. Allows the creation of poisons, with the number of unlocked recipes increasing based on the user's level. Each potion formula's proficiency can actually be leveled up. By using these potions, you convert life energy to heal any injured body parts. And the higher the proficiency level, the less life energy it drains from you. However, while it does regenerate the body, the catch is that it slowly eats away at the user's life force, boosting their strength by overstimulating the system with the potion. So in the end, clone #1 is still going to kick the bucket once his life force runs dry. Well, since he was going to die anyway, this is a much better way to go than just dropping dead earlier. Sang-gu turns to clone #1 and tells him to hurry up and hunt before he fades away. The clone doesn't waste a second and dashes off immediately. That means Sangu will have to summon him all over again. After explaining her entire skill set, Uion demands that Sangu do the same and share his abilities with her. Who even are you? You have these summons that look exactly like monsters, and each one of them is insanely strong. You even managed to take down that massive beast yourself. I've never even heard of anyone like you among the B-rank hunters in this entire country. Of course she hasn't, because he's only an E-rank hunter. But Uion refuses to believe it. How could an E-rank end up in a C-rank dungeon, let alone clear it with this much ease? Sangu completely ignores her question, just turning around with a playful grin. Hey, why are you talking to me like we're best buddies or something? Meanwhile, over at the YOLO Guild's warehouse, crates full of valuable treasures are being delivered. The guild leader, Han Miho, is actively hoarding them. Kim Song-ah, the badass manager of the guild, has no idea why Miho is suddenly collecting all of this. She's never done anything like this before. She explains she's just helping out Mr. Wee, who promised to pay top dollar for them. Siona stares at the overflowing crates, wondering why on earth he would need this many. Does he have a bunch of pets or something? Miho then mentions hearing a rumor about a guy named Sangu, who apparently needs these mana stones. Back with Sangu, he takes one look at her face and realizes she's incredibly sensitive about this topic. What should I do now? What if he's actually a bad person? Uion has no idea why he's even asking this. Besides, he's the one who's talking to her so casually, so she doesn't see a problem with it at all. Thinking she's acting a bit weird, Sangu slowly stands up. Actually, that wasn't really what I wanted to know. Why did you mention the Haesung Guild when you were running away earlier? That's what I'm actually curious about. Uion looks at him, totally baffled. How can someone who calls himself a hunter not know about this? It makes zero sense. Sangu just scratches the back of his neck in embarrassment. Well, he only got his hunter license recently, so he's still pretty clueless about guild politics. Seeing this, Uion decides to break it down for the rookie. The Silver Moon Guild is basically a puppet guild for Haesung. They pretend they have no connection, but in reality, Silver Moon does all of Haesung's dirty work. I'm pretty sure most of the people who got kidnapped and dragged here were captured because of the Haesung Guild. Sangu asks who dragged her here, but the moment she hears the question, a painful childhood memory flashes in her mind. With a terrified look on her face, Uion snaps. That's none of your business. She then immediately regrets spilling her guts and revealing all of her skills to a complete stranger. Sangu is just left wondering what on earth is wrong with this girl. But since he's already got the info he came for, he decides it's time to head out. Wait, are you already done here? Are you kidding? This is just the beginning. Sangu casually tells her she's free to leave now. He assures her the portal is completely clear, and those Silver Moon bastards have already run off. Before heading out, he even compliments her skills, saying they're actually pretty decent. My skills? Are you mocking me? You'd drop dead if you drank even a single drop of my potions. But Sangu didn't seem to care about the side effects at all. He just reaches into his pocket and hands Ui on an incredibly sketchy-looking business card. He tells her that if she ever needs a job, or if she's worried about the Haesung Guild coming after her, she should just give him a call. The card has his home address on it, and he adds that the local agents there absolutely despise the Haesung Guild as well. With that, Sangu heads out, leaving clone number 5 to escort her safely back to the gate. He then gets back to business, hunting down monsters one by one, thinking about how useful Uion's skills would be for his clones. He ponders whether he should try recruiting her. Meanwhile, clone number 1 is fighting like a beast when he suddenly collapses onto the ground out of nowhere. It looks like the side effects of the potion finally caught up to him. Sangu had assumed the clone could handle it thanks to his regeneration skill, but apparently not. Well, he did a great job anyway. Sangu summons him back, but is immediately greeted by a sight that is an absolute eyesore. Sangu yells at him to put some clothes on and cover up his private parts before they get back to the hunt. Meanwhile, someone is peeking from the shadows. It turns out the B-rank hunters have been watching from behind. They whisper to each other, asking if Sangu is finally gone, and one of them confirms he is. They still can't believe their eyes. They thought he was human, but the monster he summoned was absolutely terrifying. While they talk, 2 completely naked guys are standing there, having a casual conversation. I seriously thought that guy was a goner, but then he just came back to life like it was nothing. I really wonder what kind of skill he has. And judging by the way he was talking, it sounds like there are more people just like him. Are we in serious danger here? Damn it, if we at least had our gear. Well, even with our gear, we'd still get beaten to a pulp, wouldn't we, bro? The guy with the middle part hair wonders why they even came back, especially since all the guys collecting mana stones ran off too. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut guy is feeling along the wall, searching for anything unusual. You idiot, don't you realize where we are? There's a reason we were restricted to hunting in this specific area, so we at least need to figure out what this place is. Fortunately, Sangu hasn't found this spot yet. Behind this very wall lies a hidden, mysterious room. This place looks like some kind of manufacturing plant. I wonder what the hell they're building in here. Since they can harvest the materials directly from the hunting grounds, the chances of anyone ever finding this place are practically zero. Besides, who in their right mind would think to investigate this hunting ground? This isn't just regular dope, and it's worth a hell of a lot more than normal drugs. These are definitely refined crystals. They're 100 times more potent than normal ones, and just one of these babies will boost our stats by 0.5 points. But the catch is, the side effect turns you into a monster, making even the most loyal beast completely lose its mind. That's exactly why the Hunter Association banned this stuff completely. Middle part thought the trade-off wasn't worth it at all. What good is a stat boost if you end up turning into a monster? Back then, nobody was crazy enough to take that kind of risk. That's why it used to be dirt cheap. But recently, some things have happened that completely flipped its value upside down. It's all because of a project called JP. They have a facility where they re-engineer this stuff to create a product that can actually be used on humans. Because of this JP project, the Chan Corporation has been buying up these crystals like crazy. But since manufacturing this is totally illegal, its value has skyrocketed. Nobody ever expected this trash to become such a massive cash cow. They could make millions off of this. Buzzcut figured they could easily beat down those few kids in a single fight. But taking this back with them would change everything. He decided to leave it here for now, and come back for it tomorrow. Middle part couldn't understand why they were leaving it behind, instead of just taking it right away. What? You planning to stop those bastards yourself? What if they catch us carrying this? Do you ever use your brain? We can't even take a little bit of it. Just look at the state of the two of us. Standing around in nothing but underwear would draw way too much attention. They carefully closed the secret door. Meanwhile, Uyan, who had witnessed the whole thing, finally found what she was looking for. She angrily barked at number 5 to just head back, saying bringing her here was enough. Number 5, with his fragile little heart, didn't dare talk back after getting chewed out, so he quietly turned back. She, on the other hand, decided to stay behind in the hunting ground. Luckily, those Silver Moon bastards led her straight to the spot, though she couldn't understand why they were running around naked. Just like that, she successfully found the crystal stash inside that room, and there was a massive amount of it. She pulled out a massive 30-gallon sack to pack them all up, but the pile looked incredibly heavy. She wondered if she'd draw attention carrying it. Meanwhile, number 5 was directing everyone to get to the portal as fast as possible. This was her perfect chance to blend in with the crowd. Number 5 saw that Uyan had made it out safely, meaning the mission was accomplished. What a huge relief. Uyan had successfully survived and escaped through the portal with her looted crystals. She ran for her life, not looking back for a single second at the damn Silver Moon Guild. Sangu also figured everyone had escaped and was safe. The monsters had been completely wiped out. And most importantly, his bag was packed full of crystals. He was thrilled, remembering how he'd been wondering why these crystals had been so hard to find on the market lately. This stuff was the absolute best. Number 1 looked at the bag of crystals, his stomach growling loudly. He was practically drooling. He wondered if he should just eat them all. Oh, come on, if you turn into a monster, you're going to terrify everyone. Besides, your cloning skill is still on cooldown, so let's deal with that tomorrow. Just then, Sangu received a text from Kang Junmo, telling him to come to the Kinas Guild tomorrow. They were going to explain the details of the mission. The next day, those two guys bundled up in heavy clothes and headed back, only to find the crystal stash completely gone. He was absolutely furious, especially since tomorrow was the deadline. Buzzcut lost his mind and grabbed the gatekeeper by the throat, yelling, "You bastard, if you're getting paid to do this job, you better do it right. How could you let someone else slip in here?" The poor gatekeeper was having the worst day of his life. How could he stop other hunters when they bought tickets to enter? Besides, the ones who escaped were the very people he had locked in. Hearing this, he went completely numb and dropped the man. Why did it have to be those bastards? Just remembering the faces of those 3 was enough to make him wet his pants. How the hell were they supposed to get it back from them? Even after escaping, Uyan still couldn't believe they had dragged her to a C-rank hunter dungeon. She would have been dead meat if it weren't for Sanggu's help. At least she managed to bring back a whole sack of loot. The Silver Moon Guild would definitely get suspicious if she sold them right away, so Uyan decided to temporarily hide them until things cooled down. Suddenly, Sanggu's business card fell out. Remembering what he said, she got pissed off. He doesn't know a damn thing, that absolute jerk. Did you really think I'd go there just because you flattered me? At the Odin Tower, a level 5 dungeon remained undiscovered. It was said that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Ban, had found this place and challenged it. But they immediately lost contact with him, and he never returned. Right after that, countless hunters tried to conquer it, but every single one of them failed, unable to even pass the lowest floors. The only exception was the teleporter G.I. Lucas, and that was where the first team of the Keenest Guild ended up trapped. This included Y's younger sister, who was the captain of the first team. The Odin Tower was a dungeon with a unique structure. It had an entrance, but absolutely no exit. The only thing connecting them to the outside world was mana. The sole way to reach them was through the telepathy skill. Because of that, the ways to escape are extremely limited. Sanggu either has to clear the dungeon entirely, or use a teleportation skill to get out. That is exactly why his cloning skill is so crucial. Other hunters wouldn't be able to escape if anything went wrong inside the dungeon. That is exactly why he needs Sanggu. He wonders, is there really no other option for Team 1 but to fight their way out using their own strength? Their side had equipped the first team with an escape route, but they still haven't been able to make it out. He sighed and said, I'll tell you what happened in Odin's Tower, and how everything went completely off the rails. Wante continued. It happened 5 years ago, during the Great Catastrophe of 2005. My little sister awakened her ability during those dark times, shortly after the disaster ended. At the time, Wante Park was just a 16-year-old kid, and Una Park was only 9. He was working hard, fighting off monsters, when his sister shyly handed him a pack of snacks. That was when Wante discovered his little sister had the ability to create a pocket dimension, just like an inventory slot. Even she didn't know how she did it. It just suddenly appeared. She could store so many things in there. Wante patted Yuna's head and said, You've got an amazing skill, Yuna. This is going to be incredibly useful. Yuna, sweetie, let's head home and get some sleep. You must be exhausted. And just like that, the two siblings walked through the aftermath of the disaster, with him carrying her on his back. Together, they survived countless dangerous situations thanks to that ability. Back then, they could store items and even actual people inside that subdimension. Wante figured it would be best if the two of them tackled a dungeon together. As they grew up, Yuna became the leader of the Keenest Guild's first team. Yet, she still playfully picked on her older brother. The staff watching could only stare in shock, their eyes wide as they saw their guild leader getting beaten up by his own sister. Wante strongly opposed heading to Odin's Tower without a teleportation magic user on the team. Annoyed, Yuna complained. Ugh, here we go again. Then why on earth did we buy those teleportation scrolls? There are fewer than 100 teleportation magic players in the entire world, and we don't even have one right now. How do you expect us to just recruit one out of thin air? If we don't do this now, we never will. The first team is in peak condition, and we have my pocket dimension. This is our only shot. Wante still hesitated. She looked at him and asked, Don't you trust me with this mission? So, he clenched his teeth, swallowing his anger. Even after the first team set off, he still wasn't sure if they could actually clear that dungeon. At that moment, it was hard to tell who was really the boss. Yuna promised him she would pull back if things got too dangerous. She knew how terrible it would be to leave her family behind and never return. And it's not just the escape scrolls. I've also got a massive stockpile of food and medicine with me. She quickly showed it all to him to ease his mind. Looking back now, he deeply regretted letting his sister go. He should never have let himself be swayed by those arguments. He shouldn't have felt relieved just because of the emergency supplies his sister carried. And so, Yuna and the first team set off. He deeply regretted not stopping them in that final moment. Afterward, he was completely out of it, walking around like a ghost. Do you really think they can't do it? They've been preparing for this for years. You're just being overprotective of our team leader. If even their guild leader doesn't believe in them, who will? Those words eventually convinced Wante. Well, they're already gone. He might as well choose to trust her. Around this time, he was also busy preparing to host a program for awakened ones. And that contest happened to be the very one Sangwoo participated in. Perhaps he was too out of shape back then, so nobody recognized him. The guild also used magic scrolls to stay in touch with the first team. They brought 10 scrolls with them, planning to report back every week. Since they couldn't head inside, a guild support team stayed at the entrance of Odin's tower to handle communications. Their very first report went off without a hitch. Then came the second report, and the third. Everything was going so smoothly that everyone quickly let their guard down. But then, a month later, disaster struck. It was the day they were supposed to receive the first team's weekly report. According to the plan, they should have traveled 40 kilometers by today. The support team began to tear open the communication foil. They had only made it 700 meters past the end of the first floor when an unidentified monster ambushed the first team. Most of the team members were locked in combat with the beast. By the time they tried to report the casualties, the signal was so heavily jammed that the receiver's head felt like it was about to explode. They had torn multiple magic scrolls at the exact same time, which completely scrambled the transmission. At that moment, Jianwu turned around and witnessed the most horrifying sight. A blood-soaked figure was stepping out of the teleportation circle. Because of his hesitant and indecisive choice to save them back then, the disastrous results of his irresponsibility were covered up by the word trust. Everything seemed to collapse right before Jianwu's eyes. He rushed over to check on the rescue team's situation. The portal was starting to fracture and break apart. Luckily, they could still establish a telepathic connection for now. The guild requested that the rescue team send a squad to inspect the tower's exterior in the afternoon, warning them never to step inside unless they were absolutely certain they could handle it. Everyone was frantically trying to perform first aid on Seong Tae. At that moment, he could only choke out an apology. We failed. That monster tore all our scrolls. We've never seen anything like it in any of the reports. He was bleeding out rapidly. In this critical state, he had to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Wante sat there, completely dazed. Meanwhile, the telepathic link was still active. The staff member began to repeat the words coming through. It was Yuna's voice. The battle is over. I'm sorry, I think the mission failed. I really thought we could pull it off. I can wait in here though. Don't worry. I'll make it back no matter what. Wai trembled as he listened to his sister's final words. After that, they tried to hire countless hunters, but not a single one accepted. Everyone thought it was a suicidal idea. Odin Tower? Are you out of your mind, sir? If we can just enter using a teleportation scroll, how do you explain Met's team being trapped in there on their mission? Sorry, but my baby can't be more than 5 kilometers away from me, and there's no way I'm going in alone. After that, the portal disaster occurred, and Ganti crossed paths with Sangu. That is why he wanted Sangu to meet the required specs. Because at least you have the ability to reach the exact spot where the team is currently trapped. Sangu always excels at everything he does. It is now time for the rescue mission, and the guild will escort you to the entrance of Odin Tower. They will begin tomorrow at Odin Tower. Meanwhile, the bunch of screw-ups who lost the crystal gems are currently getting beaten to a pulp. This guy losing his mind is Duan, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild. He screams in absolute frustration. You useless bastards. I told you to go in there and hunt. How hard is that? I literally sent an entire squad of D-rank bastards and ordered you to guard the entrance. But what the hell did you actually do? What do you expect me to do now? After screaming his lungs out at his subordinates, he calms down and demands to know the identity of the punk who stole his crystal gems. They all had their faces covered. There was one guy caught in high definition, but his name is nowhere to be found on the list of D-rank hunters or higher. He gets even more furious at the thought of his men being wiped out by some low-level E-rank hunter. He continues to beat the guy senseless in a fit of rage. Do you think we're the only ones producing refined crystals? If we don't deliver enough money to the Hasung Guild, do you think they're just going to sit around and wait? It's game over for us if they replace us with another supplier. I'm not going to repeat myself. Find that punk and drag his ass to me. The entire crowd shouts back in unison, understood. But looking at this pathetic crowd, he already knows they'll just end up getting thrashed like the others. What a bunch of useless deadweights. It's giving him a massive headache. The urgent problem now is where to get another batch of crystals. Right then, a dangerous-looking guy sitting nearby speaks up. It's the vice leader, Kang Cheong, and he seems pretty excited about the situation. He suggests they can easily find the culprit's identity by beating some answers out of people. I don't know why they're wasting their time like this. It looks like he already has a plan of his own. The next day, at the organization, Sangu realized Wai hadn't lied to him, though there were a few key details he chose to leave out. Specifically, the reason they were so desperate to clear out Odin Tower. Sangu didn't know much about the hunter industry, but he did know that Odin Tower had already been conquered back in 2012. According to the announcement made back then, Odin Tower was completely empty. With only a single monster remaining and absolutely no treasure or items left, people were warned not to enter Odin Tower and throw their lives away for nothing. Naturally, hunters stopped raiding or even paying attention to it, and it eventually became an abandoned dungeon. But that still didn't explain why his sister's mission team went to such lengths to break in. However, Sangu didn't need Junmo to look further into this. After all, his goal was to rescue the team, not clear out the dungeon. So, he decided to focus solely on the rescue mission. Suddenly, Sangu spotted Uyan fast asleep in a corner, prompting Junmo to ask who she was. "Oh, I ran into her at the hunting grounds and told her she could come here if she needed a job, though I definitely didn't expect to find her passed out right by the entrance." Junmo walked over to wake her up with the terrifying face of a loan shark, scaring the absolute daylight out of her. Before they could even say hello, her stomach growled loudly, signaling it was time for a food break. So, they all headed over to a restaurant right across from the building. She wolfed down her food like a starving beast. Meanwhile, Sangu grabbed her phone and saved his contact info on it. "Hey, since you came all the way here, you're planning to work for our organization, right?" Uyan nods, yes. When Junmo asks about her skills, she mentions item appraisal and potion brewing. But Sangu immediately butts in and jokes that anyone who drinks her potions will suffer a slow and painful death. "Oh, real funny, handsome. You're good looking, but you've got zero manners." Annoyed, Uyan grabs Sangu's hair, completely ruining his freshly gelled look. She insists she also makes potions that aren't lethal, and even if they do have extreme side effects, they provide massive buffs in return. Sangu realizes her skills could be highly useful, even planning to utilize her potions for his clones, while Junmo pulls out a notepad to start writing everything down. "Please go ahead and buy some potion-making equipment. I'll provide the necessary funds for it." Sangu gets up to leave first, since he needs to head to the dungeon. Uyan assumes he's just going hunting again, but this time is completely different. Hunting isn't his goal today. Before he leaves, she tosses him 2 potions she made earlier, one for a strength boost and the other for mana. However, they come with extreme side effects. The strength potion literally melts your muscles, while the mana potion makes your body explode. Sangu finds this quite amusing. With that, Sangu and his clones set off, though he makes sure to promise them a massive feast once they get back. After all, high morale means maximum efficiency. Later that night, Siona makes her way to the YOLO Guild's warehouse. The guildmaster had ordered her to transfer all the gems and crystals to the Keenest Guild. However, upon arrival, she is shocked to find the security guards unconscious and clear signs of a break-in. Siona had no idea who would dare steal the YOLO Guild's treasure. She activated her rogue skills and began searching for the thieves. Once she spotted them lurking inside, she immediately charged in. She was attacked the second she stepped inside. Feeling absolutely sure that only the warehouse guards were around, she had charged straight in without a second thought. "So, who is this guy?" "Well, he is none other than the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild." He smugly mocked her, saying, "We went through all the trouble of hiding, so only an idiot would give themselves away. Sorry, but we really need this treasure." Just like that, they cleaned out every last bit of treasure in the vault, and then burned the entire warehouse to the ground. With the heist complete, the next step was to track down whoever stole the precious crystals. Meanwhile, Sangu and his clones landed in Iceland. This was actually his very first time setting foot in another country. They headed over to the Valhalla portal, which connects to the main entrance of the Tower of Odin. Sangu was greeted by 2 cool-looking guards. "You must be Mr. Sangu. Sir Park Paranti is waiting for you right at the entrance. You can go meet him now." This majestic place before them was the entrance to the Tower of Odin, a bottomless abyss fading into an endless void. This place doesn't look like a tower at all. Plus, it was freezing cold. It felt like it would be much better to just head back to the guild camp. Right about then, Y received the news about their guild warehouse. The YOLO Guild had been completely cleaned out. It looked like the thieves had planned this meticulously, taking every single gem without leaving a trace. They certainly had some nerve. They clearly didn't know who Han Miho was dealing with. When they saw Sangu arrive, the 2 were so relieved, it was like seeing their mother come home. "You're finally here. The day has finally come. I haven't seen you in forever, and I missed you like crazy." They had coats ready for him since it was freezing. The clones also quickly bundled up in their new gear. As they began the mission, the anomalies seemed to vanish at a spot about 40 kilometers away from the entrance. That wasn't as far as Sangu had anticipated. He wondered if traveling only that much over an entire month was a bit too slow. But on the bright side, food supplies wouldn't be an issue, so they could take their time. Y handed him 3 teleportation scrolls, which had been prepared for emergencies. He figured he should give one to each clone. These are incredibly important, so make sure you keep them safe. The destination is already marked on them. Just rip the scroll, and it will trigger automatically. Around 2 p.m., the guild had Team 1 check the situation outside. There were bound to be plenty of battle scars left behind, making the location easy to spot. Y asked Sangu if he had any other questions. Sangu simply replied, "What do you want to eat once I bring your sister back?" Y was caught completely off guard by the question. It spoke volumes about Sangu's confidence and self-assurance. "I guess we'll just have to cook up something ourselves then." With their swords ready and potions packed, the clones began to move out. They stepped into the portal as Sangu activated his fusion skill. This time, Y was pinning all his hopes on the young man standing before him. The fusion went smoothly, but they immediately ran into a massive blizzard. Even though his cold resistance was decent, the freezing temperatures still pierced right through him. After struggling through the storm for a while, they finally made it to the Tower of Odin. But Sangu felt something incredibly strange. He could actually control clone number 1's body entirely. His fusion skill had clearly reached a whole new level. Sangu wasn't just sharing his senses with his clones anymore. He now had total control over their physical movements. It felt incredibly real, as if he were physically moving in that body himself. He began giving precise directions to where each clone needed to go. "All right, let's head out and rescue Team 1. Staring at the solid ice wall, he realized why escaping was out of the question. Everything was completely blocked off. How on earth was a place like this even built? According to the notes, monsters were supposed to spawn the moment they entered the tower. Right on cue, a monster appeared. It was an ice bat, and one of Sangu's clones quickly wrecked the thing. These E-rank monsters start attacking the moment you step foot inside, and they always hunt in packs, so you have to watch your back at all times. Plus, there's always an alpha leading each pack of ice bats. And there it was, the Ice Bat Lord, a D-rank monster. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, eager to feast on Sangu. "All right, buddy, let me show you how it's done." One single slash did the trick. Sangu didn't expect it to be that easy. Well, time to keep moving. These guys were ridiculously weak, not satisfying at all. Every monster that crossed their path met a miserable end, though honestly, they never stood a chance anyway. They had already covered 13 kilometers, about 1/4 of the way. Sangu figured new types of monsters would start showing up soon. Speak of the devil, a massive, towering monster crawled out of a cave, letting out a demonic roar. It swung its giant club, trying to smash Sangu into a pulp. Sangu quickly cast his magic bullet skill, while number 3 backed him up from behind, and number 2 attacked from the front. They clashed head-on, with each clone taking on their own target so nobody had to share the fun. The monsters were taking a serious beating. Everything was going smoothly, and at this rate, clearing them out would be a walk in the park. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently shake, and the floor cracks right beneath their feet. Everyone is in serious danger. Outside the camp, Wante is extremely worried about Sangu. After all, Team 1 is the most elite strike force in the guild, yet they still struggled to get through that place. Wante had even planned a stealth operation to slip into that place, bypass as many monsters as possible, and rescue the team. The minimum rank required for the mission was C rank. But the growth rate of Hunter Sangu totally blew his mind. He figured Sangu had gained nearly 20 points in almost all stats in just 6 months. His current stats are easily on par with an A to B rank hunter. More importantly, Sangu's clones are also growing stronger. Their stats might be lower than their masters, but their movements are absolutely elite. It's no exaggeration to say they have the power of an A to B rank hunter. Since the average rank of Team 1 is B rank, Wante was convinced that Sangu alone is equivalent to the entire first team. If the YOLO Guild's vault hadn't been raided, Sangu could have grown even stronger with the mana stones the guild had prepared for him. In this case, other than the ice golem mentioned in the report, no other monster could possibly stop him on the first floor. Wante had also warned Sangu about the ice golem, so he should be able to avoid it and maneuver through. Though, it's going to be tough to slip past without running into that bastard of a monster. And right there, this one-eyed monster is the ice golem. Sangu tries to slash it once, but it does absolutely nothing. Great, this game is totally broken. Fortunately, he manages to slip away before getting eaten, but the situation right now is extremely tight. There's no way to deal damage to that thing if he can't even cut it with this sword. Those smaller monsters try to take advantage of the chaos and charge in, but the ice golem just picks them up with one hand and drops them right into its mouth. Talk about taking cannibalism literally. The Sangu clones watching this can't believe their eyes as the beast reaches its filthy hand out toward them. Luckily, he orders them all to dodge immediately. They need to find this monster's magic core and fast. Where on earth is its magic core anyway? Even though he's spotted it, the real issue is how to destroy it. His magic gun didn't even leave a scratch on the thing. Now, there's only one way left. Sangu orders his clones to quickly get out of that damn monster's attack range. However, Clone 5 still gets wiped out. The clone the monster just took down happened to be the one carrying the teleportation scroll. Speaking of teleportation, an idea suddenly pops into Sangu's head. He rushes over to the spot like the wind. The monster is about to devour Clone 5, but using this chance, Sangu blinks forward at lightning speed to snatch the scroll. As the beast clamps its teeth shut, the clones below hold their breath. Sangu successfully cheats death. What the monster just swallowed wasn't just Clone 5, it was the very thing that's going to end its life. By the time the monster realizes what's happening, it blows up. That was Clone 5's teleportation scroll. If he couldn't destroy its core, his only choice was to send it somewhere else. And just like that, the core was teleported straight back to the base camp. Everyone back there must be freaking out. They have absolutely no clue what this chunk of rock is. And with that, the golem is completely destroyed. His strength, health, defense, and mana stats all shoot up. Sangu's cloning skill has been upgraded, allowing him to use energy to summon a duplicate that looks exactly like him. The number of clones you can summon increases based on your level. The maximum number of clones you can summon is now 7. The cooldown is ready for use immediately. Seeing the system notification, Sangu is so moved he could cry. Unlike his other skills, he had no idea how to level up his cloning ability. But he won't be summoning any more clones right now. Alright, time to keep moving. Meanwhile, some handsome hunk with six-pack abs is taking a shower, definitely a feast for the eyes. His subordinate hands him a list of people who scheduled appointments to meet this month. Looking over it, he notices that none of them are actually from a Korean guild. He feels like it's a total waste of time. Something has changed. He orders his subordinate to reject everyone and proceed with the academy's opening ceremony. On this side, the old guy from the hunting ground who was saved by Sangu finally gets a chance to enjoy this bowl of noodles. Senior Gyun-se finally understands. No wonder he couldn't get in touch with GSU. His subordinate had been captured by the Seok Moon gang. Actually, to be precise, Hyung was the one who handed him over to them. Gyun-se, how on earth did you escape those bastards anyway? The guy just says he had some help. Seok seems to get the hint and doesn't press any further. Anyway, everything's fine now. Jang Woo is pretty busy, so go give him a hand. Suddenly, there's a noise outside. Seok goes to open the door, but the second he cracks it open, he takes a massive punch straight to the face. The uninvited guest is none other than Chio Sung Papasu. Found you. Let's not waste any time here. Which one of you trashed my guild members at the hunting grounds? You better watch what you say. This is the third time I'm asking this. The last two guys claimed they didn't know a thing. Let's see if you really don't know a single thing. The fresh blood dripping from his hands already made it clear what happened to the others before them. The chubby guy was absolutely furious that someone was causing a scene in his own home, so he charged forward to throw a heavy punch. But Jiho Sung blocked it with total ease. He smirked with a challenging look. Talk about showing off, huh? But then again, he actually has the skills to back it up. While mocking him, he twisted his opponent's arm with just one hand, forcing the guy to punch himself right in the face. Talk about aiming next time. Man, I really hate show-offs like him. Seeing his boss get thrashed, Gapsu immediately stepped in to stop the fight. Wait, I will go with you. Please, just stop. Jiho Sung froze for 5 seconds, then slapped him hard across the face. What the hell are you talking about? Are you saying I have to play by your rules for you to come with me? Oh, let me guess. You think that fat pig is getting beat up because of you, don't you? He got thrashed because he is an idiot, so don't go feeling guilty about it. The more he talked, the more brutally he tortured the guy. Watching his boss get beaten to a pulp, Gapsu just couldn't take it anymore. He dropped to his knees, trembling, and said, "Stop. I know. I know who attacked the Saibayokmun Guild. I know exactly who it is. Please, show some mercy." Hearing this, Jiho Sung got even more thrilled, smirking with a hideous grin. "Haha, see? All I had to do was threaten you a little, and things always go my way. See? I told you so. Now, switching back to Sangwoo's side, they were still continuing their search. He ordered everyone to slow down a bit through this section and stay highly alert. It was really strange. Ever since they ran into that monster, more and more dead bodies were found scattered along the path. It was understandable why they left them behind, as retrieving them would be extremely difficult. Still, he couldn't help but wonder who could have brutally slaughtered all these people. With the team getting very close to their destination, Sangwoo issued orders to his clones. From now on, we'll track the battle trail of the vanguard team. They must be hiding somewhere close to where the fight went down. The enemy checks in every day at 2 p.m., right? How many minutes do we have left before? But before he could even finish his sentence, they were hit by a surprise attack. Blood was drawn, but luckily Sangwoo managed to grab his arm just in time. Right after that, a monster lunged forward to attack. He had no idea what it was. It had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, likely using a stealth skill. Things quickly turned into a complete mess as a whole pack of those monsters swarmed the area. That explained all the dead bodies. This was the exact reason why the vanguard team couldn't reach the dungeon entrance. Since Sangwoo and his team failed to detect their presence earlier, they were now completely caught in their trap. He shoved off his attacker and unleashed a slash at the beast. The whole team prepared to push forward and counterattack from this side. But right in the middle of the intense battle, they vanished again. Sangwoo couldn't see them anywhere. Even his clones were struggling hard to block the incoming strikes from those bastards. It seemed like it would be easier if he let the clones take over. He had clone number 1 take control of the body to observe. Surprisingly, the clone managed to block an attack just by listening to the sound of the wind. They were reacting to the sounds made by these monsters. Every time they moved, they gathered enough info on them. He could copy their moves right now, but there was no real need for that just yet. Sangwoo still had a long way to go. Meanwhile, inside the pocket dimension, where Yuna and her teammates were trapped, she looked incredibly haggard and exhausted. It was almost 2 p.m., and they needed to check on the situation outside. Yuna wondered if there would be any hope for them if the rescue team actually arrived today. She shivered, knowing deep down that hope was a luxury they couldn't afford. Today would be just like yesterday. Yuna was sure that the eerily silent ice field would welcome them yet again. Suddenly, she heard a sound. This seemed like a promising sign for Team 1. Back to Sangwoo's battle, one at 3 o'clock and another at 9 o'clock. There were 2 of them. He figured he could handle this if he could just hold out a bit longer. These things seemed to have insane speed or incredible defense. Honestly, their stealth wasn't the biggest threat. The real problem was that there were just too many of them. Sangwoo had to keep dodging their attacks. Even minor cuts couldn't be ignored when they started to pile up like this. The monsters kept swarming in endless numbers. It was definitely time to get the hell out of there. He couldn't even tell if there were hundreds or thousands of them swarming around. Suddenly, he spotted Yuna's magic circle, which was the strike squad's signal. Sangwoo immediately ordered his clones to run toward it. Meanwhile, Yuna also spotted a human figure outside. The rest of the team heard something too, and the whole squad started buzzing with excitement. Someone had actually come to rescue them. But well, talk about a disaster. He made it here, but he dragged a whole horde of monsters along with him. Still, Sangwoo was absolutely thrilled that he was about to be saved. Team 1 quickly got into battle positions to save him. In the end, the rescuer ended up being rescued by the very people he came to rescue. Talk about backward. But right now, they couldn't afford to waste another second. Once the shield formed a protective barrier around everyone, his magic arrow skill also activated. Countless arrows rained down on the monsters, and thanks to them, Sangwoo's group was able to land safely. Yuna quickly closed the entrance portal once the shield vanished. Sangwoo lay on the ground, panting heavily. "I'm the rescue squad for Strike Team 1. Well, although at this point, who rescued whom is pretty obvious. Yuna asked if he was from the Kenis Guild or something. Well, yes, but only half correct. I'm Dong Sangwoo, and I'm here under the request of Kenis's guild leader, Park Y. So he didn't abandon us after all. Yuna cried out, Is Steve still alive? Sangwoo figured she was talking about the guy with glasses who escaped using the teleportation scroll. He survived, but as far as I know, he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Seeing the deep worry etched on Yuna's face, he could tell she cared deeply for her teammates. I'm sorry to hear that, but right now, we need to get out of here first. The team leader is waiting outside the Odin Tower entrance, absolutely worried sick. Let's not keep him waiting anymore. He looks so pitiful. He urged everyone to hurry out, mentioning he had brought along a teleportation scroll. Yuna hesitated, which puzzled Sang-gu. She should have been thrilled to hear this. But thinking about it, something didn't add up. 10 people had entered, so there should still be 9 of them left here. Yuna trembled as she spoke. I know it's incredibly shameless of me to ask for more, but please, help us just one more time. One of them had lost her life during this mission, and they couldn't just leave her behind in this godforsaken place. Sang-gu realized, so there are only 8 of them left. I thought as much after hearing the report that they had 1 injured member, which means there's also a casualty. He wondered what on earth had happened. They had been ambushed, and their healer in the rear was skewered on the spot. It all happened so fast that no one could react, leaving them riddled with guilt for failing to protect her. When Sang-gu's side was ambushed, they had targeted him first as well. It seemed they always went after the weakest link in the team. The moment Xia was attacked, Yuna immediately opened her pocket dimension and ordered everyone to retreat. She desperately wanted to fight back, but if anything happened to her, her team would have nowhere left to hide. They ended up using a long-range communication scroll to report the situation. Everything was pure chaos back then, so they didn't even notice that a monster had sneaked inside. And finally, the person who got attacked was Xia, which was when they lost all their remaining teleportation scrolls. If Yuna tried to escape, her pocket dimension would close instantly. Her team would lose their safe haven, all their supplies would be gone, and everyone would be wiped out. Sang-gu asked where their fallen comrade was. It was quite far, making it impossible to retrieve her body while avoiding the swarming monsters. For the sake of their deceased comrade's body, Yuna had abandoned all thoughts of escaping and chose to stay trapped here for a whopping 6 months. He couldn't just tell her to leave and abandon her teammate here. Sang-gu decided he would head over and bring her body back right now. However, he had one condition. I came here to save you guys, not to increase the body count. If I deem it impossible, I will force everyone to evacuate. Second, only I and my clones will be doing this. Yuna protested, saying it was way too dangerous. They wanted him to support them while the team retrieved the body, not to put his own life on the line. But there was no need to worry. None of the people standing here were actually real. They were all just clones. Yuna's eyes widened in sheer shock. Meanwhile, Chio-sung had launched an attack on Junmo. Straddling him, Chio-sung sneered, I never expected a hunter who dared to cross us would end up working under your association. Isn't being an enemy of Hyung bad enough for you? You should have just stayed in hiding after you got kicked out. Lifting Junmo's arm, Chio-sung began his interrogation. Now, I'm asking you one last time, what is that bastard's name? Junmo gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single word. Chio-sung sighed and snapped his arm. Junmo screamed in agony. Next up is your right arm. By this time, their tracker had located Sang-gu's files. His name is Dong Sang-gu. Our dear Mr. Sang-gu is living in a pretty sweet place nearby. He ordered Gap-su to send some goons over there, and to bring Park Junmo along as well. From outside, Wu Yan witnessed everything. She couldn't comprehend why the Silver Moon Guild was here of all places. This was bad. Junmo, looking completely battered, still gritted his teeth and asked, Why? Why are you looking for Hunter Dong Sang-gu? What do you want with him? Well, your hunter kicked the asses of some of my boys. That's just one of the reasons. Tell me, have you ever heard of crystal jades? Junmo genuinely had no idea what the hell that was. Makes sense. You're notoriously stubborn, so it's no wonder he kept you in the dark. He stole all of our crystal jades and ran off. Get it? We're actually the victims here. Hearing this, Wu Yan was utterly stunned. They actually believed Hunter Sang-gu had stolen those crystals, when in reality, she was the one who did it. Back with Sang-gu, he continued to explain his cloning ability. As you can see, my clones aren't just mere illusions, so you don't need to worry about our lives. Here's the plan. Number 4 and number 6 will hold the teleportation scrolls and stay here to guard the entrance of this pocket dimension. Number 2 and number 3 will come with me to retrieve the body and head back. All right, that is everything. It is super simple, so do not even think about going outside. The only thing that matters right now is the safety of the assault team. I know you guys are strong. They might be the strike force of the Kus Guild, but my job here is to bring everyone back safely. Still, you should think about this again, big brother. They are complaining that you were the one who lured a horde of monsters and ran straight toward them. But anyway, I have already made a plan in case they cannot help us. Ha ha ha, all right, let us cut the drama. That is our plan for now. So, please trust me and wait here. Yuna had nothing left to say, so she reluctantly agreed. 6 months have passed since the gate incident. and Songgu has been obsessively boosting his stats like an absolute maniac. Because of that, he poured a massive amount of gems into his clones and finally unlocked this skill. He opened up his status window. Monster Devour, level 12. Absorbs the essence of a monster, with a 12% chance to absorb its stats immediately after it dies. Thanks to this, Songgu was able to reach the stats that Guildmaster Kinus wanted. However, he had no intention of stopping here. Everything was ready. He would not hesitate to seize any opportunity as long as it made him stronger. Sanggu told clone number 4 to lend him that dagger, then threw him a strength potion and a sword. Once they retrieved the body, they would leave immediately with the others. Yuna warned him, "I am not sure if you noticed, but when there is no one around, those monsters will just stand still and wait, sometimes even for days. So, I am pretty sure the ones you lured here are still waiting right outside. Please be careful." She opened the door, letting him and his clones step outside. Sanggu quickly spotted where the body was lying. They rushed over at full speed. Inside, clone number 4 and clone number 6 stood guard, telling everyone to keep their distance from the entrance. The team members desperately wanted to run out and help, but as the captain, Yuna spoke up. "So far, we have only seen him run away from those monsters, but this place is a whopping 40 kilometers away from the dungeon entrance. This is not a distance he could cover just by running. For now, let us trust him and wait here." He also mentioned that he has a backup plan in case he cannot make it through the gate with us. The only thing they could do now was hope his plan would actually work. Outside, Sanggu was controlling clone number 1 and the other clones, trying their best to fight off the monsters. The hardest part was that the enemies were invisible, but he still managed to block them. Even though he did not know their exact locations, he could definitely feel their presence. They pressed forward, piercing right through them. They were almost at the body when suddenly, one of the clones got hit. The monsters behind the shields had flanked him and caught up. They were surrounded. This desperate situation forced Sanggu to use the potion. Chugging down the entire potion, his body surged with power as he activated Magic Bullet, firing a shot packed with raw magic. With a single pull of the trigger, he wiped out the entire horde, leaving everyone in utter shock. Now that the path to the body was clear, they could finally make their escape. However, the side effects made his body feel like it was about to explode. He ordered clone number 2 and the others to grab the body. Mana was flooding into his body, making him feel like he would blow up. Before this first clone shattered, he would do his best to draw the monster's attention, so everyone had to run quickly. They successfully retrieved the body and dashed toward the entrance like a flash. Clone number 4 immediately tore open the teleportation scroll. The teleportation squad grew anxious, knowing someone was still trapped out there. But he was only a clone. Seeing everyone preparing to leave and Yuna looking back with such desperation, clone number 1 couldn't help but smile, whispering that he would see them on the other side. Then, the monsters exploded, and notifications kept flashing before his eyes. Monster Devour skill activated. Essence of the killed monster absorbed. Frost Guardian stats absorbed. Your strength has increased. Your reflexes have increased. Your mana has increased. And your cold resistance has increased. Meanwhile, at the hospital room where COT was being treated, today was the final day of the rescue mission, meaning the operation could finally be wrapped up. And yet, he still had not woken up to warmly welcome everyone back in celebration. Back at the camp, the teleportation gate showed signs of activation. It was the rescue team. As a hand reached out, the sight instantly brought Wee back to that tragic scene from the past. He closed his eyes tight, gritting his teeth as he trembled, terrified of how he would handle it if that nightmare repeated itself. Wee slowly opened his eyes, and right there in front of him was his little sister. He froze for a moment before tears of pure joy began to stream down his face. "You are back?" Meanwhile, Sanggu had also woken up. It was his first time experiencing the sensation of blowing himself up, and it felt totally unreal. Yuna tried her best to look tough so her brother would not break down in tears in front of everyone. "Of course it is me. Who do you think I am? Don't tell me you messed everything up at the guild while I was gone." Wee reached out with trembling hands and pulled his sister into a tight embrace. He wept because he had missed her so much, overjoyed that Yuna was standing right there in front of him, alive and well. At that moment, Yuna could no longer hold back her tears either. Tears welled up in her eyes too. "Oh brother, why? It is all my fault," she sobbed. She really thought no one would come to save them. She had been so terrified. "Thank you for coming back safely." Just like that, the two siblings held each other and cried their eyes out, thanking each other over and over again. Right then, Seitae also woke up after being in a coma for several days. Everything had ended on a good note. Sanggu eagerly checked his stats again. Suddenly, the Y siblings appeared behind him, startling everyone. They came over to bow and thank him. There are no words to express how grateful we are. Sanggu felt a bit embarrassed despite secretly loving the praise. Please, don't do this. Everyone, raise your heads. I only took this mission because the reward they offered was pretty good. But Sanggu's favor was not something that could be settled just like that. Jin told him to contact him whenever he was in trouble, promising they would help him at all costs. The Keenest Guild will support you with everything we have got, I promise. Since Jin put it that way, Sanggu just nodded to make him happy. Sanggu handed the magic scroll back to Y. He had used one scroll to defeat the ice golem, leaving one extra scroll. Y told him he could keep it. He actually intended to gift it to Sanggu, along with all the unused items from this raid. However, since this was Keenest Guild property, Sanggu would feel uncomfortable if Gunwoo did not take it back. Well, since Sanggu insisted, he had to accept it. Giving it back definitely hurt though. He was screaming inside. What a total waste. Meanwhile, Yuna wondered, has he been here the entire time? Exactly. He was constantly busy controlling his clones, who shared similar skills, but he himself never left. Yuna, who had thought they were all real people, had to lie down just to calm her racing heart. Y could not believe such a skill even existed either. He wondered just how powerful Sanggu would become in the future. Meanwhile, Sanggu was still drowning in regret for returning that magic scroll. I should have just taken it. Anyway, everyone had finally made it out. Y was going to be incredibly busy once they returned. He had to check on everyone's health and also prepare for a funeral. The heavy loss from this raid weighed on everyone's mind. Sanggu's phone started buzzing. The signal could not pass through the gate, so a flood of missed messages was finally rushing in. He panicked when he saw a text saying Junmo had been kidnapped by the Silver Moon Guild. The address was included too. Sanggu boiled with absolute rage. He shouted, I need to go to this place right now. Those Silver Moon bastards kidnapped the manager from the JM Guild. Y did not understand why they would do such a thing. Sanggu had clashed with them before. They wanted to control the hunting ground he was using, so now they were seeking revenge. Gunwoo handed back the magic scroll from earlier and said, take this, and go find them right away. Sanggu was about to turn down the teleportation scroll, but Gunwoo insisted, reminding him of his promise to help at all costs. Over at the Silver Moon Guild's territory, guard duty was tight. Yuion was also stealthily keeping an eye on them. Why isn't that idiot replying to my texts? She muttered. Suddenly, one of the thugs spotted her. He grabbed her by the throat and demanded, hey, who the hell are you? What are you doing slinking around here? Just when she thought she was a goner, her luck saved her. Talk about a lucky break. Sanggu's clone materialized just in time. Even though the thug realized the danger, he could not put up a fight. Sanggu choked him with pure hatred. Where is he? Where is our manager? Seriously, bro. How is he supposed to talk when you are choking the life out of him? Yuion said she knew where Junmo was and would show them the way. As for this guy, the two clones were about to send him straight to hell. The Silver Moon bastards had dragged the manager into that warehouse, with a few guards patrolling the perimeter. Sanggu patted his chest and said, you clones wait here. It is too dangerous inside. It won't take long. I'll bring Junmo back safely. Inside, Junmo was being brutally tortured, while Chosung remained patient. With so many other guilds out there, why did it have to be us? Well, I guess not many guilds control hunting grounds. Wait, did he just ask and answer his own question? He turned to ask Gabsu, is Sanggujong really coming? When will he get here? Gabsu estimated it would take Sanggu a few hours since he was quite far away. So, to pass the time, they decided to get a few things ready. But right at that moment, the teleportation scroll hidden among the cargo began to glow, and within seconds, Sanggu materialized right in front of them. Are you guys from the Silver Moon Guild? Sanggu asked, completely throwing off their expectation of a few hours. Gabsu found it strange that Sanggu had showed up completely alone. He had heard about other masked figures, so he volunteered to scout the area to see if anyone else was hiding. Chosung ordered them to capture him alive. Junmo screamed in panic, Hunter Sanggu, don't, run. But he was completely helpless, suffering from severe injuries. Sanggu's blood boiled with rage. Hang in there, manager. I'm going to make them pay for what they did to you. Suddenly, a low-level thug, completely overestimating himself, charged forward. Sanggu quickly grabbed his arm and snapped it like a twig. Another thug rushed in, only to meet the exact same fate. Cho-sung sighed in frustration at his useless recruits. Sang-gu dealt with them one by one and kept marching forward confidently, leaving the remaining goons trembling in fear. Cho-sung smirked and spoke up. Now, how should our boss put this? Yep, he saw this coming. He said you guys would show up to save him, and he was spot on, wasn't he? But hold on, I've got one thing to tell you. If you tell us where the crystal is hidden right now, we'll let the two of you walk. Sang-gu had absolutely no idea what was going on. What the hell are you even babbling about? What crystal? Besides, you've crossed the line, so this isn't going to end well for you. Chio-sung found it amusing. His opponent was nothing but an arrogant brat. They had found a few things while searching his room and grabbed some documents. He admitted that Sang-gu was indeed strong. Considering he could take down their C-rank lackeys, he guessed that Sang-gu was either a C-rank or B-rank hunter. His stats were pretty impressive too. With all of this, he figured Sang-gu could beat most hunters in the area. But your skill is cloning, isn't it? He had already figured all of that out. That was exactly why Sang-gu could fight them head-on without using any actual skills. Chio-sung started laughing mockingly, looking like an absolute idiot. There are people like you who awaken but end up with garbage skills. And that is why you put all your focus on your stats like a total fool. You can't even attack any other way besides charging headfirst like a moth to a flame, right? And I am positive those masked guys following you around have the exact same weaknesses as you do. I've realized that people like you tend to stick together, a whole bunch of useless nobodies. Well, talk is cheap. See for yourself if you think these guys are weak. Right at that moment, Sang-gu's clones stepped inside. They realized the useless trash outside had already been taken care of. But of course, Chio-sung had already anticipated this. He slowly stood up, gripping his blade. Well, at least you don't have a crowd with you right now. I love the idea of crushing a bunch of idiots who don't know their place. To Sang-gu, this guy was completely delusional. Like the old saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. So, let's see how amazing his skill really is. He slowly started to fade away. His awakened skill was stealth. Stealth was the ultimate ability, one that even the highest level detection skills couldn't expose. He was extremely smug because tracking presence or sensing energy was entirely useless against him. This skill erased every single trace of him. Not knowing their place, they were just standing around while he taunted them. Have you guys ever dealt with a skill like this before? You'd better prepare yourselves to die, because you won't even be able to touch me. Yet, the clones looked at him with pure disdain. Sang-gu let out a tired sigh. This fight was going to be over in a flash. Even in his next life, Chio-sung wouldn't be able to comprehend how Sang-gu's clones managed to catch him. What the hell? What on earth was that? Well, he was totally finished. He looked so cool and handsome, yet he went down in just 3 panels. 3 of Sang-gu's old classmates were sitting together, catching up. Naturally, they brought him up in their conversation. Lately, no one had been able to reach him. Sang-gu had changed his phone number, and there wasn't even a single message from him. They had heard some rumors that Sang-gu was working as a hunter. They didn't think he would keep doing it, because Sang-gu was just too naive for that kind of job. I know, right? Even if someone crossed the line and picked on him, he would just laugh it off. Could someone with a personality like that really kill monsters? That is because you two don't understand how terrifying Sang-gu gets when he's angry. Back in senior year, he got absolutely furious once. I was supposed to walk home with Sang-gu, but some bullies cornered me and stole my money. When Sang-gu saw me like that, he threw himself at those bullies. As a result, both of them were beaten half to death. Only later did he find out that those same punks had extorted Sang-gu before too. Yet Sang-gu still decided to fight back because he couldn't stand seeing his friend get bullied like that. Those punks must have been shocked when a kid they used to shake down suddenly fought back like that. Even though he had a strange personality, he was incredibly selfless whenever he was the only one taking the heat. But if the people around him got dragged into it, Sang-gu would get absolutely furious. And right now, that was exactly what was happening. He ordered his clones to deal with the thugs and quickly take their manager to the hospital. Chio-sung was scared out of his mind, stammering, "How on earth did you see me?" And here I thought he was so confident in his abilities. But this idiot had absolutely no idea. Our guy had just returned from slaughtering a whole pack of monsters with the exact same skill this punk was boasting about. Well, how should we handle this now? It's quite impressive how much nonsense you managed to spout in such a short amount of time. He begged for his life in absolute terror. While untying Junmo, he gave this punk a little lecture. First of all, my skill isn't garbage, and I didn't just train my physical body. But there is one thing you got right. My stat board is pretty insane. After that battle, the Frost Guardian's stats were absorbed, giving his own stats a massive boost. With that, he delivered a devastating punch, not even giving him a chance to say his final words. Kyo-sung took the hit directly, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he crashed to the ground. One of them managed to escape, while the rest had already been completely taken care of. Sang-gu ordered his clones not to bother chasing him, and to focus on getting the manager to the hospital right away. Junmo was worried about Sang-gu, but Sang-gu just told him not to worry, and to get treated first. It seemed like Kyo-sung was somehow still able to move. He looked absolutely pathetic now, still unable to believe what had just happened to him. This was completely absurd, a far cry from what he had read in the reports. This kind of power was way beyond level 19, and the others were no pushovers either. Escaping would be impossible if he got cornered by even just 2 of those clones. Struggling to pull himself up, he thought there was no way that guy could boost his stats that much in such a short time. There had to be a secret. Suddenly, he spotted the potion bottle in Sang-gu's pocket and smirked. Okay, I admit I underestimated you. I never expected you to actually catch me, let alone react to my stealth skill. Sang-gu, slowly walking toward him, replied, I've heard those excuses way too many times. This ends now. But Kyo-sung was no pushover either. He smugly believed Sang-gu had yet to see his true potential. Honestly, I have zero interest in seeing anything from a dude, Sang-gu retorted. If you were a pretty girl, maybe I'd care to look. Kyo-sung jumped back into the fight, convinced that the clones couldn't possibly spot him without using some kind of tracking skill. Yet they kept catching him anyway. He hated to admit it, but they had to be predicting his location by sensing the airflow whenever he moved. So, he decided to push his speed even further, moving completely silently so they couldn't sense him anymore. Watching him move, Sang-gu had to admit the guy was incredibly fast. His speed was honestly impressive. Sang-gu couldn't even see him anymore. Kyo-sung really did have sharper reflexes, and it seemed his earlier boasting wasn't just talk. He did all this just to stay quiet, thinking he finally had Sang-gu cornered. But with a simple, effortless sidestep from Sang-gu, the guy completely lost his footing and face-planted hard onto the ground. Sang-gu looked down at the pathetic sight with utter disappointment. Are you seriously just running in circles, kicking up dust to hide the sound of your movements? Now I can see you even clearer. But instead of being frustrated, the guy smirked as if everything had gone exactly according to his plan. He had successfully swiped the potion from Sang-gu's pocket. I knew there was something fishy about you guys. Your stats are totally different from the data I found at headquarters. You and the losers you run with definitely use this stuff to boost your stats. He popped the bottle open as he spoke, prompting Sang-gu to give him a friendly warning not to drink that stuff. But of course, the idiot downed it anyway. Well, you just signed your own death warrant, buddy. After chugging down the potion, his power skyrocketed and his muscles bulged. He gloated. I didn't quite catch that. I was a bit busy powering up, you see. Sang-gu just chuckled. Don't come back to haunt me later, complaining that I didn't warn you first. Talk about a complete self-sabotage. That's what happens when you take medication without a doctor's prescription. His sudden surge of energy literally made the entire building shake. He was completely thrilled with this newfound power, absolutely ecstatic, watching his body transform and his muscles expand. Kyo-sung was loving every second of it. What kind of medicine is this? My power feels like it has doubled. Even the best enhancers out there can't match this level of effectiveness. Letting the new power go straight to his head, he turned to Sang-gu and sneered. Your name is Dong Sang-gu, right? Tell me who made this potion, and I'll only break 1 or 2 of your ribs before letting you go. Right now, clones number 4 and number 5 were busy rushing the manager to the hospital, meaning Sang-gu had to deal with this guy using only number 2 and number 3. The guy drew his sword, and the battle officially began. He lunged forward, brimming with confidence. With his boosted strength, he easily took down the 2 clones and immediately turned his sights on Sang-gu. Even though Sang-gu was incredibly strong, defending against the potion-enhanced attacks proved to be a real struggle. Sang-gu took a hit from a smoking blade, which only made Kyo-sung grin wider. Laughing hysterically, Kyo-sung mocked. Even after seeing all this, do you still not realize the danger you are in? It seems you didn't really grasp what I meant when I said I had read through your entire file. Did you think I was just looking at raw numbers? I already had a backup plan. And yes, that backup plan was to target Sang-gu's family. His henchmen quickly took out the hunter, guarding the door outside Sang-gu's family home. Swarming up the stairs, they muttered, You all know how short-tempered he is. So let's get this done quickly. Sanggu's parents were caught off guard by the late-night visitors, and his father opened the door. Back at the fight, Cheosung kept attacking while playing dirty mind games. Dragging innocent family members into a fight proved this guy had absolutely no honor. He was as cheap and cowardly as they come. He lunged forward in a total frenzy, and the remaining clones stood no chance of holding him back. You can mess with him, but the second you target his family, you are as good as dead. Unleashing a monstrous rage, a fierce fire of hatred burned within him, manifesting a power that far surpassed his strongest skills. With just one swing of his sword, he could slice the entire house in half, instantly shattering Cheosung's 2 blades into pieces. Cheosung completely lost his composure. Panicking, he quickly activated an attack skill and lunged forward to throw a punch. Sanggu takes a direct hit and is sent flying back. His clones lose their focus too, allowing the guy to launch a relentless barrage of attacks. One by one, they all fall, unable to hold their ground. He has to admit, the effects of this drug are absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Villian only dares to watch from a distance. Are you seriously losing? You look so cool just a second ago. Shut up, I am going to win. By the way, who is that man next to you? He suddenly ran over here and charged at me. Luckily, this man knocked him out. Chae-sung is now overflowing with confidence, a far cry from the pathetic face begging for mercy he had just moments ago. Sanggu urges her to run and hide immediately while he prepares to keep fighting. The bastard pretends to feel pity, seeing how stubborn his opponent is. You seriously still want to fight me? Did you not hear a single word I just said? Did you think me sending my guys to your house was some kind of joke? What Sanggu is actually waiting for is the moment the drug's side effects kick in. The idiot still has no idea that the Grim Reaper is already knocking on his door. He opens his phone to show off proof that his goons have already arrived to threaten Sanggu's family. Hey, you made it there? Chop off one of his parents' fingers and send it to me. But right at that exact second, the drug's time is up, and his muscles start to burn. He has no idea what is happening to his hand, and before he knows it, his entire body gives out, sending him crashing to the ground, completely drained of strength. Finally, it is time for him to go to hell. Sanggu casually stands up. Didn't I tell you? You really shouldn't have taken that stuff. Now, Cheosung is curled up on the ground like a crippled mess. His final hope is desperately commanding his men to take Sanggu's family hostage right this instant. Even flat on his face, he still has a big mouth. You bastard, if you touch me, your entire family is dead. Give me the antidote. Give it to me now. His despair is only getting worse. But the voice on the other end of the line simply says he has the wrong number. In reality, those punks have already been completely wiped out by the Arbor Guild. The Arbor Guild members arrived ahead of time and reassured his parents that their son did an amazing job on his mission and is already on his way back to Korea. While talking so casually on the phone like nothing is wrong, they are actually crushing the jaw of a Silver Moon Guild lackey right next to them. The guy feels like his head is about to explode, and if the old man squeezes even a fraction harder, his life will end right then and there. Having cleared up the mess, he politely takes his leave. As for you punks, you're coming with me. And that brings us back to the phone call. Just like that, the entire situation is resolved. With his leverage gone, Cheosung has absolutely no hope left. He can only wail in sheer desperation. Useless pieces of trash. Well, they have talked more than enough. Now, it is time for him to say goodbye to his life. His body begins to undergo a horrific reaction, shaking violently like a walking skeleton. Sanggu gives him a gentle piece of advice. If he wants to stay alive from here on out, he better focus every ounce of his energy on just breathing. Then, he grabs the man's frail arm. Listen carefully. Do not ever touch anyone close to me again. With those words, he snaps the arm like a dry twig. Agonizing screams echo through the air. Back at the hospital, Junmo has already received first aid treatment. When Sanggu comes to visit, he completely ignores the front door and decides to climb in through the window, the 5th floor window, to be exact. It turns out visiting hours are long over, forcing him to sneak in like a thief. He asks the manager how he is holding up. Thank God there was a healer on standby. They said I only need to wear this cast for 1 or 2 weeks, and I will be good to go. But more importantly, Hunter Sanggu, what is with all that blood? Are you injured? Sanggu wipes the blood off his cheek and assures him he is fine. He is already fully recovered thanks to his insane healing factor. And of course, Junmo no longer has to lose sleep over the Silver Moon Guild either. They will never dare pull a stunt like that ever again. However, Sanggu is now seriously debating whether he should have his rank reevaluated. His rank had gone up, and he was highly praised for saving lives during the gate incident, but he never bothered to get tested again after that. He only cared about boosting his stats and making enough money to cover his little sister's medical bills, having absolutely zero interest in fame or power. So, what could have triggered such a sudden change of heart? Before this, Sang-gu believed that as long as he did his job well, nothing else mattered. He did not give a damn about people looking down on him just because of his low rank. But after surviving this entire ordeal, his mindset has completely shifted. Sang-gu hardens his resolve. If he were an A-rank hunter or even stronger, the Silver Moon Guild would never have dared to pull this, let alone think about attacking the JM agency office. That is precisely why he wants to request a rank re-evaluation. Junmo admits that if Sang-gu truly wants to climb the ranks, it will be a massive help to their agency, and they will be incredibly grateful for it. Having even a single high-rank hunter on their roster will give the agency some serious leverage and a solid footing in the industry. And as a hunter, it is also the best way for Sang-gu to truly prove his capabilities to the world. But of course, this is going to put a massive target on his back, and situations like this might keep happening. The choice is entirely up to Sang-gu. He hesitates for a moment, but once he sets his mind on something, there is no turning back. With that, he submits his application for a rank re-evaluation at the Hunter Association. Right now, he is officially listed as an E rank with a basic cloning skill. The receptionist looks up and asks if he came all by himself. Typically, hunters take these tests in groups. Sang-gu already knew they were going to ask that, just like Junmo warned him yesterday. Normally, people test whether they can handle a monster of their own rank when they are part of a party. If there is a C-rank monster, a C-rank hunter should team up with others to fight it. So, that basically means monsters are naturally stronger than hunters. In a one-on-one fight, that is definitely true, but that rule does not apply to him. He can handle it all by himself. Sang-gu's skill is basically an entire invincible squad on its own. The employee sighed, telling him that he would need to defeat a monster of a higher rank than his and bring back proof of his power. You can send a message to the association's security team so they can verify your hunt and then come back here to reevaluate your rank. Sang-gu suggested skipping the exams for ranks D, C, and B all at once. The employee's face instantly went pale with shock. Who the heck does this kid think he is? Is he trying to mess with me? And he even said he's going to take the exam completely alone. I am sorry, but you can only test for the rank directly above yours, so you cannot do that. Oh, well, guess I will just have to waste a little time then. So, which monster do I need to kill to get promoted to D rank? The monster for the D rank promotion exam is a merman. It has incredible defense and superhuman strength, so bullets won't even scratch it. He sneered, thinking Sang-gu wouldn't stand a chance with that trashy clone skill of his. Being bombarded with so many questions made the employee absolutely furious. In all his years on the job, he had never dealt with anyone like this before. Let's see if he can actually pull it off. I bet he'll be crawling back here in no time, begging me to cancel his registration. Sang-gu sat in the waiting area, switching between scrolling through his phone and reading some documents, scratching his head, and yawning constantly for 2 whole hours. Seeing him still sitting there, the employee couldn't hold back anymore. Why hasn't this guy gone out to hunt yet? When Sang-gu finally stood up, the employee thought he was either about to start or coming back to cancel. But instead, Sang-gu calmly said 3 simple words, "I am done," leaving the clerk questioning his entire existence. Surprise, old man. Sang-gu announced that he had already dealt with the merman, and he even brought the proof with him. Now, please register me as a D-rank hunter. The employee stood there, completely clueless about what this brat was blabbering about. He had no idea that Sang-gu's clone had already taken out the monster, while Sang-gu himself just sat there, staring at the sky, the trees, and pretty girls for 2 whole hours. He has been sitting there drinking coffee this entire time, and now he is talking absolute nonsense. He still could not believe it because Sang-gu had not even left the building to go hunt. Sang-gu confidently replied, "Go ahead and check for yourself first. I am sure the team from the hunting ground has already sent the confirmation message." The employee quickly rushed to check. Sure enough, the confirmation was right there. Still in disbelief, he decided to call the security team at the Fespa Hunting Outpost directly. "Hello, this is Fespa Hunting Outpost Security. How can I help you? This is the Hunter Evaluation Center calling. I wanted to confirm if the hunter Dong Sang-gu really hunted down 5 mermen." The security guard began checking and replied, "Yes, that is confirmed. I verified it myself, and we even have the video footage of him coming here. though I have no idea why both the party leader and the member slots are all filled with the name Sang-gu. This was a total shock to the employee. Could the system be glitched? Or did he somehow bribe the guard at the hunting grounds? I mean, the guy did not even leave this room. Sang-gu quickly asked if he had verified the news yet. At this point, even with all his doubts, the clerk had absolutely no ground to argue. He reluctantly muttered that he would process Sang-gu's promotion right away. Even though this seemed completely impossible, he was convinced Sang-gu was cheating and resolved to report him to headquarters immediately after this. And just like that, Sang-gu was promoted to a D-rank hunter. With D rank cleared, it was time to move on to C rank. That night, Uyan pulled out the bag of crystal gems she had been hiding. She remembered when she confessed the truth to Sang-gu. Uyan felt incredibly guilty that because of her, the Silver Moon Guild had attacked the dim organization. She admitted that she was the one who stole their crystal gems from the hunting ground. Uyan never imagined things would get this serious. She figured Sang-gu would absolutely despise her for everything he had to go through, all because of her mistake. But to her surprise, Sang-gu told her that it was not Uyan's fault at all. The only reason they did that was because they thought I was the one who took the gems, so they targeted my family and the organization. This is a matter between the Silver Moon Guild and me, so you do not need to worry about it. The root of this issue is the gems, which is strictly between me and the Silver Moon Guild. Besides, I am sure you did not steal them just for fun. He did not know what the Silver Moon Guild and Hyung had done to her, but he was not going to dismiss Uyan's struggles as trivial, and she did not need to keep apologizing either. Uyon, trembling, grabbed the bag of gems and ran off as fast as her legs could carry her. All right, this is a matter between them and me. Back with Sang-gu, everyone at the center was completely mind-blown when he passed both the C rank and B rank exams. Guess that is enough for today. The employee stood there with a giant question mark over his head, wondering what on earth was going on. The guy standing next to him was Jumper, the only one who actually knew the truth about Sang-gu. Last time, Sang-gu had requested duplicate entry permits to enter the hunting grounds. Jumper mentioned that the doctor was absolutely thrilled when sharing the news about him with everyone. He was practically drooling, swearing he'd never seen a skill like his before. Honestly, I'm pretty shocked he kept such a low profile until now. Was it just because of his low rank? Going from E rank to B rank in a single day? The Hunter forums must be absolutely losing their minds right now. We seriously should have gotten his autograph. A week has passed, and so much has changed. Articles about him ranking up like he's using cheat codes and pulling off the fastest promotion of all time are completely taking over the internet, and the Hunter forums are just as hyped up. On top of that, Sang-gu finally received his payout from the Kennis Guild. The check had so many zeros on it, he literally screamed and almost blew the roof off his house. 5 billion won was deposited right into his account, and yet, Jianwoo casually mentioned this was just the baseline reward for finishing the mission. Agent Kang had only mentioned it was a standard contract, so Sang-gu never expected this kind of crazy money. Jianwoo just smiled and said, "Go ahead and take it. If it weren't for you, no one would have even dared to take that job. And let's hang out when you're free. The guys from the first squad really miss you. Talk about a massive stroke of luck." Now, he won't have to stress about hospital bills anymore. Even though he could already cover the intensive care costs with his previous earnings, with this kind of money, he can easily hire a top-tier rank 5 healer. If Sang-gu ever gets to see a healer like that, he would literally fall to his knees and beg them like crazy to help. Meanwhile, after Kang Chi-sung's absolute failure, the leader of the Juchon Guild was losing his mind. He honestly thought the guy would be useful since the Hong Guild had sent him. But now, what's the point of receiving crystals from Yulo if there is no one left to work for them? And if the Keenest Guild gets involved in this, things are going to get extremely dangerous. He immediately decides to destroy all the evidence. Little does he know, with Miho on the case, his days are officially numbered. Do-hyun's face darkens as he frantically tries to explain, saying, "Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Let's just talk." But there's no way a sly, scheming face like his is actually going to take things lying down. He planned to let his fists do the talking, but just 3 seconds later, he was absolutely wrecked. And don't you dare open your mouth unless I tell you to. The next day, at the Kusa Guild headquarters, Junmo was discharged from the hospital and immediately went to see Jeonwoo. The doctor warned him not to move around too much for a while. Still, he'd already heard that Jeonwoo went out of his way to protect Sang-gu's family. Junwoo brushes it off, saying they shouldn't worry about favors right now. Junmo then mentions that while the people who ambushed him were from the Silver Moon Guild, that wasn't the whole story. Junmo asks Junwoo if he knows a hunter named Kang Chi-sung, pointing him out as the mastermind behind the whole attack. He's also the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. Jianwoo had already heard that Sang-gu beat him so badly that he'd never be able to recover from his current state. But here is the twist. Chi-sung was actually one of the hunters Junmo used to manage back when he worked for the Haisung Guild, which means Kang Chi-sung is secretly connected to the Haisung Guild. While the connection between Haisung and Silver Moon is crystal clear, whether the Haisung Guild is directly involved in this specific hit remains to be seen. Just then, Miho walks in. She brings up JP, explaining that those Silver Moon bastards had manufactured fake crystals and offered to sell them to the Haisung Guild, meaning they weren't even real crystals to begin with. She hands Jianwoo a file, then turns to greet Junmo. She mentions she went to investigate the Silver Moon Guild, but she spared John's pathetic life for now and will hand him over to them soon. Jianwoo asks what exactly JP is, and turns out it is a body-enhancing drug. Miho knows there is something incredibly shady going on here. There's absolutely no way a B-rank guild like Silver Moon could produce crystals like this without some serious backing. The Haisung Guild is deeply mixed up in this, which means it is extremely dangerous. Hunter activities were only legalized after the Great Cataclysm ended, with the military now controlling the hunting zones. Taxes are levied on hunting income, and everything from purchasing monster drops to trading has been fully legalized. Because of this, being a hunter seems like a much more stable job now. However, not everyone is on board with the new rules. A number of hunters outright refuse to register their identities or accept hunting restrictions. They split off and formed their own underground society. And just like that, unlicensed hunters started trading illegal weapons and information behind the scenes to protect their untaxed income. Meanwhile, Wu Yan happily heads back with the crystals she managed to swipe. She is hoping to sell these crystals for a high price as quickly as possible. But to her shock, the buyer totally sells her out and orders his men to capture her. They had threatened his family's lives, leaving him with absolutely no choice. Hearing all the noise, a tough-looking guy nearby decides to step in. He starts acting all tough, basically saying, "I don't care who you are, but do you know who my father is?" But before he can even finish his sentence, he takes a heavy fist straight to the face. Luckily, Sang-gu arrives just in the nick of time before they can drag her away. He promises to help her sort this whole mess out. In fact, the entire plan to sell these crystals was Sang-gu's idea. He is absolutely certain they will take the bait. At an undisclosed location, a staff member is conducting a body search on Shin Haisung, the leader of the Haisung Guild. He smirks and says, "Don't you find this a bit ridiculous? Searching the body of an esteemed rank hunter? What? Did you think I'd be carrying a gun or something?" He adds in a highly provocative tone, "Do you really think I need a weapon? Or maybe I should show you what I can do. Haha, just kidding." Once the search is complete, he is allowed through the doors, where a mysterious figure known as the Prophet is waiting for him. That woman knows exactly what he came here for, but her answer still won't change. She advises him to just give up, no matter how unhappy he is with his current life. But he is a stubborn guy. Haesung believes that any powerful person, even a politician, would have to kneel before him. Everything is going so smoothly right now, so there is no way he is going to give up. The prophet said his destiny has changed specifically, that someone else changed it. He shrieked, demanding to know the name of that person, but she didn't know either. And it wasn't just one or two people. Meanwhile, after dealing with the masked guy, he demanded his phone's password. But that stubborn jerk refused, even telling him to just kill him. Whoa, why so barbaric? I could never do something like that. Instead, I will just hand him over to the guys he just beat up. They look absolutely furious, so I'm not sure if he will get to die a peaceful death in their hands. You all know how that turned out. Sang-gu used the guy's phone to call Jin Wook, the leader of Team 1 from the Hyung Guild. "Boss, I've got the stones. Good, bring them to Facility 3. Hey, why does your voice sound different today?" But the boss didn't suspect much, and just warned him not to let anything mess up the production of GP. Our manager is already furious about the Silver Moon Guild's mess. After hanging up, he handed the iPhone 15 Pro Max back to the bald guy, not forgetting to thank him. "Hey, Sang-gu, we're returning these stones to you, so take them. But in exchange, how about you tell me where the factory is?" The bald guy refused, knowing he'd be killed if he talked. But then again, if he didn't talk, those two would slice him to pieces anyway. "You son of a gun. You didn't do what you promised, but hey, I kept my word not to kill you. Haha, my fragile heart can't bear to watch anything this gruesome. I'm heading home. He really is the god of interrogation, the absolute master of intimidation. In the end, the bald guy finally cracked, and this friendly conversation was fully recorded. He told Yuyan to send the recording, along with the factory's location, to the special agent. Blushing with shyness, she thanked him for all his help. By the way, I heard your skill is cloning. Is that true? I saw it on the news, so that explains why everyone around you looks exactly like you. Sanggu figured she didn't really pay attention to anyone else. Yet, when asked for the name of the girl sitting right in front of him, he had absolutely no clue. He actually called her the Potion Girl. Time to fix that name immediately. My name is Yu Yan. She then asked where his clones went. Well, where else? They were at a Korean barbecue joint, of course. After grinding away for the capitalists for so long, they finally got a taste of real meat. Poor guys. They'd been chewing on magic crystals more than actual food. Just taking one bite of beef had them thinking about the poor cow crying at the slaughterhouse. Such compassionate clones. They felt so bad, they decided to order another plate to ease the pain. I have to admit, that meat was unbelievably tender. Meanwhile, Junmo was listening to the recorded call again. He instantly recognized the voice as Shin Jingu, the Team 1 leader of the Heesung Guild and the precious son of Shin Heesung. This confirmed that the Hung Guild was involved with the crystal stones. In short, they had 5 different suppliers. Since the Silver Moon Guild had practically disbanded, there were 4 suppliers left. All of them were mid-sized, at least B-rank guilds, just like Silver Moon. Still, they couldn't take down the Hyung Guild with this evidence alone. Even though manufacturing these crystals was highly illegal, actually bringing them down was going to be extremely difficult. After all, the Hyung Guild wasn't the one producing it directly. On top of that, they had the backing of the Korean Hunter Association. Even if we threw them in prison, they'd be out in no time. For now, the only option was to sit down and map out a thorough plan. Woo Hee warned Junmo not to go out by himself, promising that they would send bodyguards to protect him soon. As for Sanggu, he didn't need to worry at all. There wasn't a soul alive who could even scratch him. Junmo sent Sanggu a text, letting him know he'd listened to the recording and realized the crystals were being used to manufacture a drug called JP. I have no idea what JP is, but it sounds incredibly dangerous. Don't go outside for a while. Just stay in your room. Following that incident, the JM office was relocated. Junmo went ahead and rented out an entire floor of a building. To be honest, he'd wanted to move for a while now. The Silver Moon Guild just gave him the perfect excuse to do it sooner. Once the move was complete, the 2 big kids started hyping themselves up. We're going to be the #1 agency in the country soon, right? Isn't the office of the country's top agency a bit small though? True, but we have Hunter Dong Sanggu, who can easily crush a B-rank hunter. Plus, we have a room specifically designed for Yuyan. She stood there, completely blown away by the room in front of her. It was packed with the absolute latest in pharmaceutical manufacturing tech. Junmo had gone through a lot of trouble to set everything up. Most of the heavy equipment had already been moved in, and he told her to just let him know if she needed anything else. He also made sure she knew she could live, eat, and sleep comfortably in the adjoining room. Yuyan softly thanked him. He already knew she had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, Junmo's phone rang with a call from an unknown number. He hung up in a panic and yelled, "Sanggu, we need to get to the hospital right now." Meanwhile, inside the Silver Moon Guild's archive room, Old Man Hyung growled into the darkness, demanding that whoever was hiding show themselves. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from this black mass. He asked about John's whereabouts. Turns out, he's currently locked up in the basement of the YOLO Guild. All documents related to GP had also been stolen. The mysterious man then handed him the mask belonging to the unfortunate bald guy. Based on what they had discussed with the others, Benj likely already knew the factory's location. Furious, Hung pulled out 2 vials of medicine and handed them to the other guy. You know what to do, right? If they want JP that badly, just let them have it, even though it's not finished yet. Down in the basement of the YOLO Guild, John was tied up. He was completely shocked when the other guy suddenly appeared right in front of him. But that director didn't send him to rescue John, he sent him to inject that untested drug into him. John helplessly became an experimental lab rat. Nearby, Wai and Miho were walking together. Wai mentioned he was going to extract some information from John. Are you sure it's not because you're worried I might get kidnapped? Honestly, you should be more worried about the kidnapper instead. Just then, Miho's sharp nose caught the scent of smoke. The YOLO Guild headquarters was on fire. The 2 of them rushed over immediately. The gatekeepers had already been injured. A monster had appeared in the basement, and even B-rank hunters couldn't stop it. This meant its strength was at least A rank. It made no sense though, since there were no active gates nearby. Where on earth did it crawl out from? Suddenly, Miho realized that the hideous monster in front of them was none other than John. The mysterious guy quickly moved to inject his next target, Cho-sung. Luckily, Siona arrived just in time. She had no idea what he planned to do to the guy on the bed, but causing trouble in a hospital was strictly forbidden. In response, he redirected his syringe and aimed it straight at her neck. Fortunately, Sang-gu managed to grab his hand just in time. In a hospital, only doctors and nurses are allowed to use needles, pal. He immediately launched an attack, leaving the intruder with no time to react. Meanwhile, Y was also trying to deal with this mutated hunter. Its strength was truly terrifying. With just a single blow, the ground split open and the surrounding buildings shook. John used to be a hunter, ranked above B rank. Judging by those scars, Miho was pretty certain of it. It seemed the creature had also suddenly emerged from the guild's basement. Y thought to himself, turning a human into a monster and making them even stronger. Is that even possible? If that really was Kang Dushan, then Hung must be planning to take down the Silver Moon Guild. This meant that Kang Cho-sung, who was currently receiving treatment at the hospital, was also in grave danger. Siona was also at the hospital, and after spotting a suspicious guy, she contacted Junmo. Their current mission now was to finish off this monster. Miho aimed straight for the monster's chest and struck. However, its body was elastic like rubber, rendering the bullet completely useless. It tried to swing its filthy fist at her, but she easily sliced off its arm, following up with a crescent slash. The two of them joined forces. At this point, they were absolutely sure the monster before them was Kang-on. He was even using skills. The mutated monster roared, looking incredibly cool and dangerous, but just 3 seconds later, it was silenced completely. The arrival of the Sun Guild's leader, Kim Yeon, ended the noisy monster with a single sword strike, sending it straight to the afterlife. He demanded an explanation for all this chaos. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, the battle between Sang-gu and the masked man was still raging on. The intruder was quite surprised that Sang-gu knew he was there. Did you really think someone could warp into a hospital without anyone noticing? As she spoke, Siona activated her fire skill. However, he easily nullified her attack. That's not going to work. Fire, really? You shouldn't do that in a hospital. But then again, a guy who sneaks syringes into a hospital has absolutely no right to talk. Take this kick. Thanks to Sang-gu's quick reflexes, Siona was kept safe. He had set out the moment he heard the news. Luckily, his new office was located right next to the hospital. Now the intruder understood why someone like Cho-sung had been beaten within an inch of his life. Sang-gu was truly powerful. To make matters worse, his clones had also arrived. But with a stomach that full, could he even fight? The guy in front of him was no fool either. He wasn't about to risk charging into such a huge crowd. I'll see you again soon. After all, there are plenty of shadows around here. For instance, the mana-absorbing care unit right beneath our feet. It seemed he was targeting Sang-gu's younger sister. Enraged, Sang-gu wanted to slash him to pieces, but the intruder quickly vanished. Things wrapped up pretty fast after that incident. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was handled using the influence of the leaders of the 3 major guilds, the Sun Guild, the Yolo Guild, and the Kuz Guild. Upon hearing the news, Kim Yeon did his best to clean up the mess. However, the incident was presented to the public as a typical monster outbreak from an unstable gate, while John was officially recorded as missing. This was mainly because they couldn't exactly offer a proper explanation for John's disappearance. Since the Yolo Guild had kept him locked in the basement, Miho couldn't reveal everything. Though they eventually located the gemstone stash and went there, everything had already vanished. Everyone associated with the crystal gems had also disappeared, leaving only the machinery behind. There were a few reports of monsters appearing in the city center, but all information regarding the incident was taken down shortly after. Those monsters were quickly taken down by the hunters, and everyone completely forgot about them. It was all treated as a mystery, and that unidentified monster outbreak finally came to an end. After the incident with the Silver Moon Guild, Sang-woo couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to hire a bodyguard. Even though it would lower his hunting efficiency, safety had to come first. But they didn't have the cash to hire anyone. Talk about being dirt poor. So, Sang-woo decided to use his clones as bodyguards. 1 clone would stay at Sang-woo's house, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the DIM organization, and 2 would keep hunting and training. Junmo wondered, can't you summon 7 clones now that you've leveled up? But Sang-woo still had to send 1 clone away. The Canis Guild was going to help them. He would be sent to a familiar place, Odin's Tower. This clone's job was to carry a loudspeaker and draw the monster's attention. Seeing a delicious-looking human with no weapons, the monsters started drooling. Once he rounded them all up in one spot, he'd pop a potion and blow them sky high. Thanks to that, Sangwoo didn't have to lift a finger to reap the rewards. Farming like this, he'll probably reach the top of the server in no time. Honestly, Sangwoo's clones have a pretty rough life. Today was the grand opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in Korea. The principal of the Shu Academy was giving a speech, thanking all the ladies and gentlemen for attending. This Hunter Academy was built to train low-rank hunters on how to deal with monsters. It equips them with skills, for a fee, to boost the drop rate of monster items. It didn't matter how bad your skills were, or how low your rank was, anyone was welcome. By studying and training alongside other hunters, you'll gain the confidence to enter the hunting grounds. The student with the best achievements by the end of the school year will receive this elixir. Meanwhile, over at the gym, Sangwoo was lifting weights. He let out a sigh as he thought to himself, none of these are over a ton. Sorry, but weights that heavy would collapse the floor. You should go to the mana reinforce room instead. I get it. Sangwoo grabbed another weight, but it still didn't feel like enough. How boring. There isn't even a simulator here. The principal appeared on the TV with an announcement. Principal Hu announced the opening of the Hunter Academy, stating that applications for the Korean branch would begin in December. Additionally, the academy is giving extra points to low-rank hunters and those with few skills to encourage them to join. Sangwoo said indifferently, "Where's the remote? The manager has some weird tastes. I didn't think he'd be the type to watch the news." The TV report continued, with Principal Shu shocking everyone by announcing that the prize for the academy's top winner is a priceless divine elixir. That's when Sangwoo looked up. Based on the results, every single student at the academy had a shot at getting that divine elixir. It was a massive incentive for the students to show what they were truly capable of. Surprised, he muttered, "Divine elixir." The Korean national anthem began to play, clears throat. Until the East Sea's waters run dry and Mount Baekdu is worn away. May God protect us. Long live our nation, his voice echoed powerfully. 3,000 leagues of splendid rivers and mountains, filled with hibiscus flowers. People of Korea, stay true to the Korean way, preserving our path forever. The pine tree atop Mount Namsan stands firm through wind and frost, as if wearing armor. The golden eye seemed to take in the lyrics. Just like our resilient spirit, it closely watched his every move. The autumn sky is high and clear, without a single cloud. The bright moon in our hearts remains whole and true. With this spirit and mind, let us dedicate our loyalty, loving our country through hardship and joy. The Hunter Academy. Sangwoo, quite surprised, turned to the two people behind him. Is this for real? The part about the divine elixir at the academy. Sangwoo's partner replied, I was shocked too, so I went and checked. And it's true. They're actually offering the divine elixir as a reward for a global competition among all the students. Sangwoo noted, That's what I heard from our branch. So the academy has branches all over the world, and with a divine elixir as the prize, how can a single academy afford that? Sangwoo's partner continued, It's not just the academy's doing. It was established by the Enlightenment Organization, led by Jumper. Right then, the image of the organization's leader appeared on screen. They're actually one of the biggest conglomerates out there. Sangwoo asked suspiciously, Why would the world's biggest conglomerate do something like that? Honestly, his partner was wondering the exact same thing. That's the weird part. It all stems from their goal to bridge the gap between low-rank and high-rank hunters. He speculated, they're probably trying to minimize casualties during disasters by boosting the combat readiness of ordinary hunters. Because unlike the strong ones, the lower a hunter's rank is, the fewer decent skills they have. Leaning back in his chair, Sangwoo shared his thoughts. I think I heard about that on the news too, but I'm currently at B rank. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have held off on raising my rank. His partner chimed in, Well, your current rank is obviously too high, but you should be fine. You can always meet the other criteria for special treatment. Sangwoo's face turned grim as he realized he was being teased. Have you ever bragged about your pile of useless skills? The two bickered, making Woo Hyun burst out laughing. Wait. What do you mean by that? I have over 10. But Sangwoo didn't stop there. He went on to list heavy attack, marksmanship, and magic bullet, all F rank, totally basic skills. His agent stepped over and patted Sangwoo on the shoulder. F rank hunters usually have about 20 skills. By the time you reach B rank, you're supposed to have around 70 on average. So, that means the number of skills you have right now, his agent teased. Trying to mess with an already annoyed Sangwoo is actually a huge advantage for your enrollment. Come on, man. Sangwoo pleaded wearily. Please, just stop right there. Those words cut Sangwoo deep, but his agent kept pushing. And since you're an outsider, he analyzed, crossing his arms, this whole donation-based admission system actually works in your favor. Sangwoo asked in surprise. A donation-based admission system? His agent then asked, do you still have that reward from the noose tree? Meanwhile, night fell at the Korea Branch Hunter Academy. The principal's voice echoed, followed by a warm chuckle. Welcome. The principal of Hukdu Academy greeted him with open arms. It is truly an honor to meet such a celebrity. Standing next to Principal Huksu, Sangwoo asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? A celebrity? Sangwoo replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you for accepting me. Huksu patted him on the back, welcoming him. You're far too modest, he added with a chuckle. Why are you being so humble after donating 2.5 billion won for the sake of our students? Sangwoo could only offer a forced smile. I'm just happy to help the school achieve its admirable goals, sir, Sangwoo replied, while silently questioning the whole setup. Buying your way into school. What a bizarre system. I guess this is only possible because the academy operates like a private university, without the funding or regulations of a national one. But that wasn't all. He thought to himself, thank goodness my agent has amazing negotiation skills and locked down the price at 2.5 billion won. Honestly, even if it cost 5 or 10 billion won for a chance to get that elixir, anyone would have gladly paid it. Ignoring the judging stares around him, he quietly analyzed the situation. On top of that, under the advancement policy for low-rank awakeners, the average rank of students here ranges from F rank, with D rank being the absolute highest. As Sangwoo walked past, some students began whispering, Hey, isn't that young Sangwoo? The guy with that cloning skill? But Sangwoo didn't care. He kept walking, lost in his own thoughts. There's literally no one here I'd consider a rival, he told himself. But even if classes are a breeze, I still have to get through the final evaluation. Suddenly, an announcement came over the speaker. Our academy is extremely honored to welcome 2 B-rank students to our freshman class this year. Sangwoo froze, his attention instantly locked. He turned to the principal in surprise. What did you just say, sir? The principal smiled warmly and replied, Well, Jian Sangwoo, you probably didn't know this, but another B-rank hunter enrolled here through a donation, just like you did. His jaw dropped as he listened to the principal's explanation. I can't say who it is, but that hunter is just as famous as you. With that, Principal Huksu let out a loud laugh. Sangwoo thought to himself, So, I actually have a rival here? When the first class started, a voice boomed, Nice to meet you all. I'm Professor Hesiop, and I will be teaching you the fundamentals of elemental magic. His voice echoed throughout the lecture hall. Now, I'm sure you'd all hate me if I actually made you study on the very first day, right? So, I'm just going to hand out the syllabus, and we'll officially start next week. Meanwhile, Sangwoo sat quietly in his seat, deep in thought. I only chose this school because I thought I wouldn't have any rivals, he wondered, completely bewildered. But now there's someone just like me? Who the hell could it be? It makes absolutely no sense for a high-ranking hunter to attend this school, let alone a B rank, he thought, shrugging it off. Well, whatever. I don't care. I don't really care about the hunter industry anyway. Once I secure the #1 spot, nothing else will matter. Let them talk. Once class wrapped up, Professor Hesiop said goodbye and left the room. All right, that's it for today. See you all next week. An orange-haired girl suddenly shouted out an announcement. Hey everyone, there's a freshman welcoming party tonight. Meet up at the 3-er bar near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 o'clock. Hearing that, Sangwoo smirked. A freshman party? Honestly, they might as well just call this place a university. Then he paused. Wait, could that B-rank hunter actually show up? Sangwoo's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Maybe I should go check it out. Later that night, inside a lively bar in Korea, everyone was excitedly raising their glasses for a toast. Soon, a crowd gathered around Sangwoo, eagerly asking, Is it really true? Did you seriously save everyone during that gate disaster with just a baseball bat? Slightly overwhelmed by all the curiosity, Sangwoo gave a quiet nod. Yeah, that's right. But they weren't done asking. I heard you defeated a B-rank monster there, another student chimed in. Feeling helpless, Sangwoo could only sigh and answer, No, actually, I was the one who got thrashed. Just then, a girl squealed. Oppa, did you really take down the Silver Moon Guild? Sangwoo answered coldly, I have nothing to say about that. But the girl wouldn't let it go, pleading with him. Come on, please show us your clones. A guy in a yellow shirt watched from the side, absolutely burning with envy, murmuring, wow, he really is a celebrity. Sangwoo shook his head. They're out hunting somewhere right now, so I can't. Sangwoo raised his hands, signaling them to pipe down. Everyone, please, calm down for a second. Is there anyone else besides me who entered the academy as a B rank? The crowd went completely silent, dumbfounded by his question. Is there actually another B rank in our class? The students exchanged confused glances. Another B rank? I have no idea. Someone else is B rank too. Sangwoo stroked his chin, convinced they were just as clueless as he was. Ah, never mind. Just forget, I asked. Sangwoo stared at his phone, deep in thought. Every single article online was about him. What is his motive for hiding me? And it doesn't seem like he's even coming here. Sangwoo quietly walked down the street, heading back home. But from a distance, silent footsteps were shadowing him. The stranger caught up and asked, Excuse me, is the freshman welcoming party this way? Sangwoo turned around and replied, Yes, that's right. It's still going on, so you can just head inside. The man asked Sangwoo, Why are you leaving already? Sangwoo sighed. Oh, I don't really know anyone there, so I figured I'd just head home. Suddenly, Sangwoo froze, his eyes widening. Wait a second. That voice. The stranger chuckled and pulled off his hat, letting long, silky hair drape past Sangwoo's face as a gentle voice spoke. You recognize me, right, Teach? It turned out to be none other than Ha-yeon. It had been 6 months since they last met, and Sangwoo couldn't help but be stunned to see her again. Ha-yeon, what are you doing here? She seemed a bit disappointed by his reaction. What do you mean? I'm a student at this academy too, you know. Sangwoo was still quite taken aback by her sudden appearance. Wait, didn't you fail to get into Gyeongguk University? But Ha-yeon quickly changed the subject. Man, it's freezing out here. I want to grab a drink while we catch up. Feeling helpless but secretly relieved to see her, Sangwoo shook his head. Look at this kid. The two of them headed into a cozy little bar. The bartender brought over a glass and said, Here is your purple rain, miss. The cocktail's vibrant colors made Ha-yeon gasp in admiration. Wow, it's so pretty. Sangwoo immediately chided her. You just graduated high school. Don't go inviting your teacher out for drinks. Ha-yeon played dumb, pretending not to get his point. What do you mean, Teach? You should be the one buying me a drink since I just graduated. Just as Ha-yeon was about to take a sip, Sangwoo put her on the spot. With a serious look on his face, he asked, How did your entrance exam go? Did you fail? Ha-yeon replied nonchalantly, Of course I got in. You're an amazing teacher, after all. Sangwoo was still baffled. Then why on earth are you at this hunter academy? She looked over at him, gave a sweet smile, and said, I already told you, Teach. My dream is to be a hunter. Ha-yeon continued to answer his questions. Going to university was just to make my family happy. So, I decided to become a hunter right after my graduation break. But then, the Hunter Academy was established. I managed to convince my parents to let me do what I wanted, since I already got into the university they chose. Sangwoo was quite surprised and asked, And, what did they say? The drink she had earlier was so delicious that she wanted to order another round before answering him. One more, please. Well, they said it was too dangerous and raised a bunch of other concerns. But after a few days of arguing, they finally gave in. After sharing her story, Ha-yeon was eager to hear Sangwoo's. Now, it's your turn, Teach. Feeling a bit flustered, Sangwoo gently scolded her. Stop calling me that. I'm not your teacher anymore, and slow down on the drinking. She paused to think about it for a second. Well, we registered at the same time, so you're not my junior either. Then, with a playful grin, she happily tried out a new title. Sangwoo cringed at the new nickname. For some reason, it just felt super awkward. Feeling completely defeated, he groaned. You know what? Just stick to calling me Teach. Ha-yeon giggled, thrilled to keep teasing him. What? Are you blushing, Appa? Emboldened by his reaction, she kept pushing his buttons. Oppa, look at this. Sangwoo sighed in sheer exasperation. Cut it out, but she kept teasing him anyway. Cut what out? Oppa. A little while later, she was clearly wasted, her voice slurring. Hee. So, where were we? He had lost count of how many glasses she had downed. Teach, you couldn't contact me because your phone was broken. Even though Ha-yeon was slumped over the table, she still tried to order another round. "One more, please." Seeing how drunk she was, Sang-woo snatched the glass from her hand and scolded her. "That's enough, you brat." Wasted out of her mind, Ha-yeon only registered that someone was taking her things. "Huh? What's your problem?" Sang-woo looked down at his former student, totally helpless as she passed out cold on the table. Does she seriously not know her own limit? Meanwhile, Ha-yeon's drunken mind was probably only fixated on alcohol. "Give me my glass back." Suddenly, she sat straight up with a goofy grin and snatched his phone. "Aha, found it," Sang-woo gasped, completely caught off guard. "Hey, my phone." She then pulled out her own phone and began typing her number into his. With a look of pure satisfaction, she mumbled, "Now I have your number." Having achieved her mission, her heavy eyelids began to flutter shut. So, no more excuses for not calling me. Moments later, Ha-yeon drifted off to sleep. Left with no other choice, Sang-woo sighed and called for the bill. "Check, please." Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Sang-woo was carrying Ha-yeon on his back. Slowly, the alcohol began to wear off, and she started to wake up. When she realized she was being carried on Sang-woo's back, she jolted, her face flushing bright red. "What the heck? Is he actually carrying me? Did I pass out?" Her mind raced with crazy thoughts. "Wait, where are we going? Is it his house?" Suddenly, Sang-woo glanced back at her. "Oh, you're awake?" Ha-yeon mumbled in embarrassment. "Ah, did I fall asleep?" "You sure did, right on the bar counter. Since you're awake, you can walk on your own feet now." Hearing that, her face burned with embarrassment. Desperate to stay on his back, she quickly made up an excuse. My head is spinning. I can't walk, seriously." Defeated, he gave in and carried her anyway. "Fine, have it your way." She fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Clinging tightly to his shoulders, her breathing grew a bit shallow. Suddenly, she whispered his name, Sang-woo, and began to reprove him for neglecting her all this time. "Why didn't you contact me for 6 whole months?" Seeing Sang-woo remain silent, she pouted and continued to complain. "Even if your phone was broken, you could have found some way to reach out to me." She hugged him even tighter. "Do you know what? I was actually planning on punching you in the face when we met. I was so mad." She whispered close to his ear, her voice cracking slightly. "But now that we're finally together, I can't even do it. Today was so much fun. Don't you think so?" Seeing him stay silent, she kept muttering, "If we hadn't run into each other like this, were you never going to contact me again?" Only then did Sang-woo reply, "I had things to do. That's why I enrolled in the academy." He continued carrying her on his back as they walked. "Was I happy today, you ask?" She replied, "Yes, it's the happiest day I've had in the last 6 months." As Ha-yeon fell silent, Sang-woo spoke up. "But I'm really lazy. So I was afraid I'd lose all my drive if I kept living like I used to." He was thinking back to the past when his family was in the hospital, on the verge of death. "I was terrified of repeating my past mistakes and ending up in regret again." Back then, he couldn't do a single thing. His face was still covered in wounds. After walking for a bit, he stopped and let her down. People don't change easily. Ha-yeon stood beside him, not fully understanding what he meant. "That's why I cut off all my old ties." He gently handed her hat back to her. "But I want you to know that every connection I made is still incredibly precious to me." Only then did she realize they had arrived at her house, making her blush. "Oh, we're already at my place." She quickly put her hat on to hide her embarrassment. Well, I'll let you off the hook this time." Ha-yeon walked toward her apartment building, leaving Sang-woo behind. "You said every connection is precious, right?" He gave her a gentle smile and called out, "Don't do this next time." Hearing that, Ha-yeon turned back and flashed a bright smile. "Hee, okay." Elsewhere, inside a massive building, a man sat in absolute silence, lost in thought. He was none other than Shin Hae-sung. Next to him was Jong Sang-woo's profile, detailing his rise from E rank to B rank. He was the first hunter to jump 3 ranks, an exceptional case of rapid promotion. Let's dive into his courage, determination, and the secrets behind his success. He grew stronger through unexpected journeys. Jong Sang-woo was a rookie who caught every guild's attention, though he wasn't famous when he first became a hunter. But now, he's risen to fame after jumping 3 whole ranks. His combat instincts left other hunters completely stunned. He possesses a unique type of skill that sets him apart from everyone else. His growth isn't just about the numbers. His cloning skill has caused a massive stir in the hunter community. There are even debates about the legitimacy of his rapid development. Zhong Sangwu's progress is impossible to ignore. His learning speed and combat senses have drawn immense interest from major guilds. He has accumulated extensive experience fighting various monsters in different hunting zones. Adventure is his armor, making him stronger, but it doesn't end there. He is an ambitious man who never backs down from a challenge, seeking recognition from other guilds to fuel his drive. With that drive, he has no fear of competing with other hunters, constantly challenging himself and winning. His body is packed with power, forged from endless training and raw passion. His combat skills have been honed to near perfection, a rookie who started at E rank and climbed to B rank, jumping 3 tiers in a record-breaking span. A masked man spoke up, "I'm sorry, Zhong Sangwu is stronger than I expected. I failed at the hospital." Shin Hai-sung questioned him. "So, his name is Zhong Sangwu? I should have asked for his autograph back then." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a voice caught Shin Hai-sung's attention. "I'm back." A young man walked in. "Why are the lights off? It's pitch black in here." Hai-sung replied with a cold look. "I needed some time to think. Is everything ready? I can start next week. You'd better deliver results that justify us putting you in that academy." The boy replied confidently, "Yes, father." He was Jung Yun, a B-rank hunter from the Haeung Guild. "Don't worry, I've got this." Hearing this, Hai-sung let out a sinister chuckle. "I won't let you down, father. Don't let me down." Plotting his next move, he turned to Jung Yun. "Take the elixir. This will be your chance to prove yourself." Meanwhile, in the lecture hall, the professor announced, "All right, it's been a week already. Today, we'll cover the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week." Sangwoo sat in the lecture hall, completely helpless as Ha-yeon clung to him again. "I knew I'd run into her eventually, but I didn't think it would be on my very first day." She even gestured to greet him, mouthing, "I'm watching you." Up at the front, the professor conjured a fireball. The first skill we'll be learning is this: Fireball. The professor introduced today's lesson on Fireball, a highly versatile spell that is a crowd favorite, which is essential for hunting, survival if you're lost, or even just cooking. The two of them seemed to listen intently. "All right, let's start with Fireball." After that, Woo Hyun thought for a moment. "Let's see. Why do we even have to learn this? I wonder how they're going to teach us. Are they going to make us study magical theories and mana flows just to learn a basic strike skill?" Right then, the instructor called them up and brought out a bunch of identical glowing orbs. "Step right up, starting with the front row. We'll be handing out these skill orbs to everyone. If you've already learned the Fireball spell, you don't need to come up." Hearing this, Sangwoo was completely stunned. Professor Hisok then began to explain how skill orbs worked. A skill orb synchronizes with the user's system to grant them a brand new ability. Aside from the mana required to cast it, there are absolutely no other prerequisites. This meant even newly awakened children could use them. Naturally, it became the ultimate object of human greed. So, the moment skill orbs first hit the market, everyone scrambled to get their hands on one, dreaming of learning new skills. But it didn't take long for them to face a harsh reality. The price tag was ridiculously expensive. The powerful elites pulled all the strings. Due to a highly complex manufacturing process and extremely scarce materials, the price of skill orbs skyrocketed, almost as if mocking low-rank hunters. Only the wealthiest, high-ranking hunters could ever dream of affording them. After witnessing how much these orbs boosted the efficiency of high-ranking hunters, the demand surged even more, driving the prices to a point where, once again, only elite hunters could buy them. People had hoped that skill orbs would bridge the gap between low-rank and high-rank hunters, but instead, they only widened it. The professor continued, "I have plenty of crates filled with skill orbs up here, so don't worry, there's more than enough for everyone." Holding a skill orb in his hands, Zhong Sangwoo couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself, "Wait, they're just handing these out for free? Even a basic fireball spell, the cheapest of them all, costs 8 million won." Sitting next to him, Jian held his orb, so overjoyed that he was completely speechless. "Wow, a fireball spell. This academy is seriously awesome." Meanwhile, the warm glow of the late afternoon sun began to stream through the classroom windows. Later, Sangwoo was practicing to improve his skills. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "You have acquired the fireball skill." It was a level 1 fireball, a basic spell that used mana to conjure fire into a sphere. He was absolutely thrilled to have actually learned a new skill. "I did it! I actually learned fireball!" Just then, Professor Hisok checked in on the class's progress. "Has everyone mastered it?" The entire lecture hall chimed in with a resounding yes. The professor then suggested they move to a different area where they could practice using the skill more freely. All right, let's head out and put it into practice. Everyone, move to the training grounds. They relocated to the Hunter Academy's skill training grounds, where the professor had already prepared a massive block of ice for them. Now, what do you think we need to do to upgrade our skills? He asked. Down below, the students stared in sheer disbelief at what lay before them. Even casting multiple fireballs won't make the fire burn any hotter, right? Wait, is that solid ice? Activating his own fire skill, the professor lectured. In the past, being able to manually control your mana to match your specific affinity was absolutely essential. But ever since the system came along, it has been handling our mana flow automatically. So now, the most crucial part is... Suddenly, the system chimed as he activated his fireball. In the blink of an eye, a highly destructive ball of fire slammed directly into the giant block of ice, triggering a deafening explosion. The professor calmly finished his sentence, practice. The explosion vaporized a massive portion of the ice block, sending thick clouds of steam billowing into the air. He continued to explain, if you look at your status window, you'll see that every skill has its own level. His own system screen popped up. It showed, Fireball, level 37. A spell that uses mana to conjure fire into a sphere. The more you use a skill, the higher its level gets. That is how you upgrade your skills. He offered a few more words of advice, but the students were still completely shell-shocked by the mind-blowing display of power they had just witnessed. Today, we're going to practice upgrading our skills. We'll start with the front row. All right, step up. Next person, step forward. The next student to take on the challenge was Ha-On. Taking a deep breath, she activated her fireball skill. Though the fireball was relatively small, its destructive power was quite impressive. The professor clapped in approval. Excellent job. Your fireball has a very stable form. Blushing at the compliment, Ha-On bowed nervously. Thank you, Professor. The skill feels similar to shaping a mana sphere, so I guess I'm a bit used to it. He smiled warmly, offering more words of encouragement. If you keep practicing and leveling it up like this, you'll become incredibly strong. Next up, the next student to step up was Sang-woo, who braced himself as he walked to the front. Down below, the other students began to whisper among themselves about Jong Sang-woo. Isn't he a B rank? Doesn't he have like 10 times more mana than us? Professor Heesok smiled, pushing up his glasses, and spoke in an easygoing tone. Haha, it looks like everyone has high expectations. Frankly, so do I. It's not every day you get to see a B-rank hunter showcase their skills. Sang-woo focused intensely, preparing to unleash his skill. The professor raised his hand to warn the class. Now, just to be safe, everyone take 2 steps back. Sang-woo took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm and control the mana flowing inside his body. I concentrate my mana into a sphere, just like when I use my rapid strike skill. The mana ball slowly takes shape, glowing with a blinding light that seems to harbor immense power. I'll release all this energy at once, but when he actually releases the energy sphere, it just fizzles out in the air without a single spark of firepower. The professor, who had already braced himself to cover his ears, stands there completely dumbfounded. Even Haeon is caught totally off guard. As for Sang-woo, it goes without saying that he's frozen in place, dying of sheer embarrassment. The students below can't contain themselves, shaking uncontrollably as they try to hold in their laughter. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the professor quickly tries to explain things to the class. Listen up, everyone. What student Sang-woo did wasn't wrong. It happened because his power is simply too overwhelming. Still recovering from the mental trauma, Sang-woo stares blankly at his own hands as the professor's voice echoes in his ears. Because there was too much mana, the flame got snuffed out. You all need to trust the system. He keeps looking back and forth between his right and left hands. In other words, if you level up your skills, you can even take down high-ranking hunters. Sang-woo completely tunes out the rest of the lecture. His mind has gone totally blank, unable to process words anymore. Haeon chuckles and pats his shoulder, while the professor tries to move past the awkwardness. Next up, hurry. Suddenly, someone appears at the door. Sorry, I'm late. It is Shin Jun-young. Slung over one shoulder is his blazer, and in his other hand is a water bottle. He says, I went to the wrong classroom. Is it okay if I come up? The students below are stunned to see him, and the girls blush furiously at his ridiculously good looks. Wait, is that Shin Jun-young from the Haesung Guild? He's so handsome. The professor suddenly remembers he's missing a student. Oh, right. I forgot you're in this class too. Well, lucky me. I have 2 B-rank hunters in my class now. Sang-woo's eyes widen in surprise at the professor's words. Huh? A B rank? And from the Haisung Guild? Is this the B-rank guy who enrolled at the same time as me? Junyoung scratches his arm awkwardly and speaks honestly. I'm really sorry for interrupting after showing up late. The professor isn't a strict guy, so he calmly asks Junyoung, no worries. Did you get your skill orb yet? He stretches his hand out, gathering mana, and replies, I didn't take one. I already know how to use fireball. Immediately after, a massive wave of mana is released, and a giant fireball shoots forward, creating a deafening explosion. Both Sangwoo and Hyun watch his performance in absolute awe. Junyoung turns his head with a cool, slight smirk and asks, Professor, was that good enough? The display was absolutely flawless. Even the professor is blown away and showers him with praise. Perfect. This is the exact standard you all should be aiming for. Junyoung takes a sip of water and replies, Haha, it's nothing, really. He squints his eyes, adding a passive-aggressive jab. I mean, a B rank has to at least do this much, right? That simple line deals emotional damage to Sangwoo, leaving him completely speechless. Just perfect. He feels like he's hit rock bottom in despair. Of course, a B rank. My fireball is the exact same skill, yet look at us. Everyone crowds around Junyoung, showering him with compliments. Sangwoo knows he totally messed up. My first class is a total disaster. By lunchtime, Sangwoo is slumped over the table, completely drained of energy. Seeing this, Haeyeon tries to comfort him. Hey, don't worry about it. Sangwoo replies dejectedly, I'm so useless. Even the bean you're eating is doing more work than me. Haeyeon gets worried seeing her master's morale plummet so drastically. He's like a completely different person now. Come on, there are plenty of people who couldn't form a fireball like you. The professor even said it takes continuous practice. Sangwoo lifts his head to listen as she continues, blushing and stammering. Just practice hard for a few days. Or, if you want, I can teach you. Sangwoo suddenly leaps to his feet, speaking rapidly. Haeyeon stands there, completely dazed, not catching what he means. I just need to make use of what I already have. Sangwoo activates his familiar skill to summon clone number 5 and clone number 6. These two clones are in charge of hunting and training. Sangwoo asks them, You guys have the fireball skill, right? They answer instantly, Yes, sir. He orders them to use the fireball skill. Try using it. The two clones effortlessly summon fireballs like it's a game of catch, tossing them back and forth. Sangwoo just can't accept this harsh reality. He screams in frustration, leaving the clones staring blankly, totally confused. How on earth are you guys so good at this? After venting his anger, he tries to steady himself. Taking a deep breath, he mutters, No, calm down. He activates his link with the clones. This is no time to be jealous of them. This is a broadcast to all my clones. All the clones are stunned by the message. From now on, use the fireball skill constantly, 24 hours a day. No need to shoot it. As long as you have mana, just keep summoning it. As for number 5 and 6, your task is more complex. You two just use guns to keep hunting. They readily obey his orders. Understood. Sangwoo recalls his humiliating moment from the training session and quietly plots his revenge. And he calls himself a B rank? I guess I don't need to worry anymore. Just you wait. The clones constantly use the fireball skill, leveling it up through non-stop usage. Training skills anytime and anywhere is a massive advantage for me. Whether in Antarctica or hiding in some corner of a hospital, they keep training. Wait, what are you doing in a hospital? While hunting, the two clones complete their mission and even roast their prey on the side. Sorry, but that's burnt to a crisp. I'm not buying it. After all that hard work, his efforts finally pay off. I'm not letting anyone else take the lead. Fireball has leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Because of his extreme overtraining, Sangwoo's left hand got severely burned, forcing Han to bandage him up. Ow, that hurts. Then, a system notification pops up. Your fire resistance has increased, and your regeneration rate has gone up. Since his right hand is still perfectly fine, Sangwoo keeps training anyway, making Han nag him. Of course it hurts, dummy. You literally burned yourself. But he was right. My fireball is definitely getting more stable. Unable to stand this stubborn idiot, Han raises her voice. I just finished wrapping up your left hand. How are you already conjuring a fireball in your right hand? Have you not learned your lesson yet? Well, I've got to train, don't I? Han voices her confusion. Wait, didn't you say before that letting your clones handle it was enough? Why are you pushing yourself like this now? Sangwoo stares thoughtfully at his left hand, then replies, I've made up my mind to do everything alongside my clones. whether it's through the good times or the absolute worst. Now that he can control the fireball much more skillfully, he thanks her, and she speaks her mind as well. Anyway, thanks a lot for those tips of yours. I feel like my control over the fireball is way more stable now. You know, that tip you gave me about blocking out distractions, focusing your mind, and just holding the skill? After I awakened, I practiced like crazy too. I tried channeling all my strength into my hands and visualizing the image to boost my mana. But in the end, it only made things worse. She trained so hard she'd forget to eat or sleep, which led her to realize that maintaining a fireball works the same way. It's probably one of those system functions the professor was talking about. Sang-woo seems to realize something, muttering, "System." Once he's all bandaged up, they have to get ready for their next class. Han urges him, "Either way, just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Now come on, we're going to be late." "Yeah, let's move. What's the point of putting in all this effort if I can't even show it off in our practical class?" Under the beautiful blue sky, a fleeting thought crosses his mind. I never imagined the sky could look this incredibly clear. The one teaching this class is still Professor Hisuk. He greets everyone. "Welcome, class. Are you guys using your skills smoothly now? It feels like everything is going exactly according to plan." And of course, there's that same block of ice from yesterday. The professor's voice rings out as Sang-woo quietly takes it in. "Today, we'll continue practicing this skill over and over again until it becomes second nature." Everyone warmly welcomes him as he steps into the classroom. "Hey, is that Joongi?" "Hey there," he happily greets them back, pulling off a flawless, friendly act. "What's up, everyone?" But on the inside, Jung-hyun is constantly plotting. I've already made the gap between us crystal clear to everyone in this room. He struggles to hold back a triumphant smirk, the massive gap in our abilities. I pretended not to know where the classroom was, timing my entrance to show up right after Sang-woo finished his turn. Flashback to yesterday when he walked in, saying, "Oh, excuse me, I got lost on my way here. Mind if I give it a shot?" And after showing off that insanely powerful fireball, he won the first round, stealing the spotlight and making everyone look at him, making the difference in their abilities obvious. After that, there's no way he'll ever dare to try and score higher than me again. The professor's voice calls out, bringing him back to reality. Next up is Sang-woo. Standing behind Sang-woo, Jung-hyun thinks to himself, "All right, you're up next. It might be personal, but I can't let you get your hands on that elixir." With a cold gleam in his eyes, Jung-hyun's thoughts continue to race. "I just need to crush any obstacle standing in my way." Suddenly, an explosive blast roars as Sang-woo unleashes his fireball. The professor's eyes go wide in absolute shock at what he's seeing. "Wait, Sang-woo, it's only been 3 days. How did you already?" Satisfied with the outcome, Sang-woo responds, "It's all thanks to lots of practice. I heard this is the final requirement for Class B students anyway." Meanwhile, Jung-hyun stares, unable to believe his eyes. The professor gasps in awe, and the rest of the class is just as stunned. "Incredible. Seeing you walk in here with a bandaged hand, I honestly wasn't expecting much, but this is way beyond anything I could have imagined. What the actual hell? Last time, he couldn't even singe the ice once. How did he get this much stronger in just a couple of days?" The professor praises him with excitement. "The fruits of your training are clear for everyone to see. You've perfectly demonstrated the very core of what this academy wanted to teach you all. Actually, I was just really inspired by Joongi's skill on our first day. That really gave me the spark I needed to push myself." Jung-hyun clenches his fists, holding back his fury as the class moves on. "All right, next person, step up." After class, Sang-woo and Ha-on walk home together, chatting. "Man, everyone was completely blown away. Yeah, all that hard work definitely paid off. But I'm warning you, don't you dare get hurt again. I am absolutely not bandaging you up next time." "Hey, look at this." Sang-woo lifts his left hand to show her. "See? No need to worry, my left hand is already completely healed." Han pouts, annoyed by his carefree attitude, but Sang-woo quickly tries to explain himself. "You know how my regeneration stat works, right?" "Ugh, fine. I guess I'm glad you heal fast, you idiot." Since they have different classes, the two of them have to split up. Meanwhile, someone is secretly watching them from a corner. "I still have another class to catch, so bye for now." "Yeah, see ya." Sang-woo is feeling incredibly confident right now. He might even hit level 20 before next week. The system screen pops up, showing his fireball skill level has increased from level 14 to level 15. Meanwhile, Jun Young has been secretly watching the two of them this whole time. What on earth do you want? He steps up to Sang-woo, looking like he wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Money? An apartment? Or is there a specific skill you want? I can give you whatever you want. Just tell me, what is it that you actually want? Sang-woo is taken aback. Shin Jun-young, right? What do you mean? I didn't think we were close enough to meet privately. Cut the act. Jun-young steps closer to confront Sang-woo. I'm asking you what it'll take for you to give up that elixir. I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, nothing is more important than that elixir. Sang-woo's face immediately darkens as he replies seriously. Same here. He walks right past him and says flatly, it's extremely important to me too. So stop wasting your breath. Even if you offered me 10 apartment buildings, I still wouldn't change my mind. You're not the only one who needs that antidote. Jun-young fumes with rage, furious that Sang-woo dared to reject his offer. You'll regret this. But Sang-woo isn't one to back down. He flips him off and threatens, you better watch your mouth. So far, nobody who's picked a fight with me has gotten off easy. Jun-young grinds his teeth in anger, punching the wall hard. He mutters in frustration, so, he really plans to ruin my entire plan. Dungeon merchant Woo Hyun brings a mana potion over and hands it to Sang-woo. I brought some more medicine. Sang-woo takes it. Hey, thanks. This is the only stuff that helps me boost my poison resistance. His poison resistance jumps from 6,692 to 8,132. Woo Hyun then shares some news with him. I've been brewing a few more doses over the last couple of days, so my skills have gotten a lot better. The side effects have actually been reduced. Wait, before Sang-woo can even protest, he gets punched straight in the mouth. Reduced side effects? But that's the most crucial part of your poison. Woo Hyun violently shakes the poison addict and yells at the top of her lungs, are you serious? Who on earth besides you takes poison for that kind of reason? Well, nobody makes bombs out of poison like you do either. Sang-woo grabs Woo Hyun's hand and suddenly asks her, oh, by the way, have you heard the news? Is everything going to be okay? Woo Hyun is taken aback by his next words. The raid didn't end very well. We should have had a chance to kick their butts. She adjusts her hat, falling silent for a moment before speaking. Well, we did our duty anyway. There wasn't much else we could do. Maybe we'll get another shot someday. Sang-woo looks worried but stays quiet. I'm incredibly pissed at the Shin Hae-sung group too, but I wonder what kind of history she has with them. Sang-woo suddenly remembers the guy from this morning and asks Woo Hyun, oh, let me ask you one last thing. Do you know someone named Shin Jun-young? Of course, he's the second son of Shin Hae-sung. Sang-woo is stunned to learn his identity. No way, his son? But he doesn't look like him at all. No wonder they have the same last name. Do you have any intel on his skills or anything like that? Woo Hyun adjusts her glasses and says, Shin Jun-young? The media and news have been covering him ever since he was a kid. Since the old chairman's eldest son was pretty mediocre, all the attention shifted to the second son. Jun-young was often brought along by his father, capturing the media's spotlight. He even awakened before he even started elementary school, so everyone assumed he'd be the official heir to Hae-sung. Crazy, right? But one day, all the news about him suddenly went quiet, and everyone just lost interest in him. And it's been like that ever since. Sang-woo quietly reflects on the story. Just like that? Out of nowhere? Woo Hyun adds more about his skill. I was curious too, since his skill is basically like a cheat. What is his skill? It's been a long time, so I'm not entirely sure. But I think it's called Archmage. No matter what skill he learns, he instantly maxes it out to the highest level. Hearing this, a powerful image of Jun-young flashes through Sang-woo's mind. Unbelieving, he says to her, what the hell? That's literally a cheat code. Hey, I don't think you should be saying stuff like that out loud. Sang-woo recalls their sparring session from that day. So that's why. No wonder his power was so terrifying back then. Clutching the potion bottle in his hand, he thinks to himself, Shin Jun-young, I need to come up with a plan to counter him. Over at the Gisan hunting ground, Area B, two hunters are on a mission when one gestures for the other to be quiet. Hey, what do you mean by that? The other guy doesn't quite get it and continues, I'm telling you, I can get you something without even having to hunt. Shh, keep your voice down. The blue-haired hunter tells the red-haired one to look over. Look over there. On the other side, a few of Sang-woo's clones are also busy on their own mission. The red-haired guy recognizes them. Those masked guys? They're all the dungeon merchant's clones. No, look at what's on the ground. On the ground is the bloody corpse of a monster. What about it? It's just a monster they hunted down. Red Hair realizes what Green Hair is plotting. Panicking, he asks, wait, you want us to steal? If we get caught red-handed, Our heads are rolling. I heard those clones are basically heartless robots. Hey, I told you to keep your voice down. Look, I managed to get some info. Meanwhile, the monster corpses were still scattered all over the ground. Those clones are just a recovery squad that cleans up after clearing an area. They walked right past those corpses earlier, without even glancing at them. So, taking what they left behind isn't really stealing, is it? Hearing his partner's logic, the red-haired guy starts to waver, wondering just how much that loot is worth. Meanwhile, nearby, two of Song-woo's clones are making a call. Hello, is this the Wan recovery team? We're currently in Sector B6. Can you guys come clean up these corpses for us? Yeah. What species are they? 10 giant sovereign blood-sucking spiders, 2 legion bosses, and 20 cursed scorpions. The clone on the other end sounds completely baffled. Wait, hold on. We're already at Sector B6, but there isn't a single monster corpse here. Sensing something is seriously off, clone number 5 replies, "All right, let us double-check and get back to you." Back at the gym, Sang-woo is working out when he gets a call from number 5. Still lifting weights, he answers, "Yeah, number 5, what's going on?" Hearing the news, he's blindsided. Wait, what? The corpses are just gone? Number 5 and number 6 examine the scene and report back. I think someone swiped them while we were calling the recovery team. Should we go after them? Since blood had pooled everywhere, the thieves accidentally left a trail of footprints. Extremely annoyed, Sang-woo gives his order. Just don't kill them. The two hunters burst out laughing, celebrating their successful heist. The brown-haired guy can't believe their luck. I honestly didn't think that would actually work. See, I told you it would. We are filthy rich. The green-haired guy is already daydreaming. If we sell this on the black market, they'll never trace it back to us. I wonder how much we can get for all of this. Suddenly, a phone rings. Oh, hang on, someone's calling me. Feeling a sudden chill, the brown-haired guy asks, "Who is it?" Green hair casually smirks. "Who else? It's the guy who taught me this trick." The voice on the other end gets straight to the point. Did it work? Green hair laughs hysterically, shouting into his receiver. Hell yeah, we pulled it off. I bet they're absolutely losing their minds right now. Hearing that everything went smoothly, the voice replies, "Good, keep at it." Green hair happily accepts the next task. Understood. I knew I came to the right guy. It turns out the mastermind behind the scenes is none other than Jung Hyun. Oh, Jung Sang-woo. You haven't changed a single bit since your days as an F-rank hunter, have you? 6 months ago, a video spread like wildfire online, featuring a rising rookie. It was about the one-horned rabbit annihilator of the hunting grounds, a newly awakened F-rank hunter who managed to capture hundreds of one-horned rabbits. That's a massive challenge, even for top-tier hunters. That was when the legend of Hawkeye of Mount Uwang was born. Originally, besides that bizarre nickname, there was absolutely no information about his identity. But once rumors of Jung Sang-woo's cloning ability started circulating, everyone put 2 and 2 together. The Hawkeye was actually one of his clones. But how could a freshly awakened F-rank hunter possess such godly marksmanship? People began to theorize that his clones possessed a unique trait. They moved with mechanical precision, maximizing their efficiency to the absolute limit. Jung Hyun smiles, murmuring, "Peak efficiency. That's exactly what I'm targeting." He gloats internally, knowing these clones are programmed to focus solely on results. This means until they've accumulated the absolute maximum haul their support team can handle, they won't call for backup. To them, standing guard over a pile of carcasses while waiting is a massive waste of time and resources. So, they'll keep clearing out sectors, leaving piles of bodies behind. He chuckles as he thinks about his brilliant scheme. If it were just low-level monsters, it wouldn't be worth the effort. No one is going to risk getting kicked out of the hunting grounds for a measly few million won. But high-tier monster corpses are a whole different story. I wonder, once his income stream dries up, will he still have the balls to turn down my offer? Back with Sang-woo, he's starting to lose his patience. His assistant, who is watching over his workout, notices his sour mood. "You don't look too happy. Did something happen? Someone's been stealing the prey my clones killed." Just then, a voice crackles through his assistant's earpiece. "Wait, stolen prey? Didn't this happen once before?" Sang-woo sighs and explains his frustration. "Yeah, someone swiped a few giant rats while we were out hunting the merfolk, but I figured they just got lucky and stumbled on them. But this time, I'm positive it's a coordinated hit. They waited until we cleared the sector to strike. The corpses were cleared out in the blink of an eye." His assistant looks stunned but tries to reassure him. That really is bizarre. Sang-woo can't help but wonder if karma is finally catching up to him. Is this cosmic payback for trying to steal those fish monsters from the merfolk? Even though that stunt already cost me one of my clones, he stares off, recalling a past conversation with Noba. Look, there are some monster fish over there in that swamp. Why don't you take them? I don't hunt those. Besides, there is no way I can carry those massive corpses. Sang-woo thought about it and slumped onto the desk with a gloomy look. He didn't know what to say, and he didn't have any skills to store those giant corpses anyway. His assistant spoke up. If you are worried about storage skills, why don't you ask her for help? Sang-woo was confused. Her? Who? Then, he remembered the blue-haired girl from before. The moment she saw Sang-woo, she happily ran up and grabbed his hands. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to stop by more often. Sang-woo quickly made up some excuse. I've just been a bit busy lately. She then blurted out quite loudly. I saw the news that you got promoted to B rank. Congratulations. Hearing this, the people around them were quite surprised. Oh, so that's Sang-woo. He's actually here. Thank you, Sang-woo said, before getting straight to the point. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask. If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. The girl still looked a bit confused. Huh? What is it? They both went into a private room to talk. You want to learn my subspace skill? Sang-woo then explained his reasoning. Yes, while I was practicing breathing techniques from a video online, I managed to unlock the contemplation skill. So, I was wondering if I could also learn your subspace skill, if I could figure out how it works. The girl immediately declined. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's possible. Sang-woo had expected this, so he quickly replied, Yeah, I know it's a lot to ask. Asking someone to teach you their personal skill. I'm really sorry. Oh, please don't get me wrong. I'd love to teach you anything I can, but this skill is different. Confused, Sang-woo asked. Why is that? She began to explain. We can't learn someone else's awakened skills. Everyone's skill system interface shows different things. Some get multipliers for their strength, speed, or weapon durability based on their skill level. Others can summon a subspace pocket to store large objects and gear. The capacity inside that subspace increases as the skill level goes up. These are unique skills that belong solely to each individual hunter. That's why there's no logical pattern to explain how they work. Even I don't understand the mechanics behind it. It's just like how I wouldn't be able to use your clone skill. Hearing this, Sang-woo was a bit taken aback. She continued to explain, but there are people with similar awakened skills, right? Those with teleportation or high jump skills are a bit different. No two people in this world have the exact same awakened skills. Their skills might look similar, but their range, cooldown times, and other aspects are completely different. Plenty of people have teleportation skills, but only one person has that specific high jump skill. So, if there's a skill out there similar to mine, you might be able to learn it, even if they aren't exactly the same. Sang-woo was pretty shocked by this harsh reality. Seeing him down, she decided to offer some help. I'm not sure if there are other subspace-related skills, but if you want to check, the Heritage Corporation might have what you're looking for. At the Heritage Corporation headquarters in New York, Sang-woo felt a bit lonely, having expected some company. I thought she'd be coming with me, but I guess I'm on my own. Everyone around him was speaking a different language, making it hard for him to understand. Luckily, he had a tool with him. Thank goodness I brought this translator watch. This thing is awesome. I don't know a word of English, but I can still talk to them. This device would definitely help him communicate much better. Without this watch, airport security probably would have kicked me out. By this time, Sang-woo was already in the elevator, still lost in thought about the Heritage Corporation. This is definitely the spot where I bought that fusion skill orb. Who would have thought I'd actually set foot in their headquarters to see if they have any other skill orbs? Well, since I'm already here anyway. Just as the directory screen lit up for floor 170, a purple-haired girl walked up and invited me in. She introduced herself as Arya, the general manager of Heritage. The Hinus Guild contacted me. You must be Sanju, right? Sanju was a bit caught off guard, but he quickly greeted her back. Wow, she is gorgeous. So she's the female CEO. Ah, yes, hello. She welcomed him to the facility. Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the exact orb you're looking for. After picking out the orb he wanted, Sanju couldn't wait to test it. He tracked down a monster and drove his weapon straight into its head. Screaming in agonizing pain, the monster let out a chilling shriek and slashed at him. Sanju grabbed its feelers and activated his skill. With the fireball skill activated, the beast was completely incinerated. He then turned to the others and showered them with fireballs too. They vanished into thin air after taking just one hit. Meanwhile, Those two other hunters were busy on their own hunt. Seeing the battle scars Sanju left behind, the brown-haired hunter was totally baffled. Damn it, why did those guys use so many fireballs? The green-haired guy stared at the scene for a moment before speaking. We can't use these. Let's just take what we can use and keep tracking them. After looting everything they could carry, they wondered. Where did those clones go anyway? The brown-haired guy guessed. I think they're hunting somewhere nearby. Suddenly, they spotted another party up ahead, eyeing the defeated monsters greedily. Seeing someone else snatching away their free meal, the green-haired guy lost his temper. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you stealing our loot? Startled, the other group snapped back. Who are you supposed to be? We're the ones who claimed these. Seeing that they had no intention of handing over the loot, the green-haired guy was ready to throw down. You bastards! Did you steal the monsters that Sanju's clones hunted too? The other three immediately braced themselves to fight, telling him to watch his mouth. Got any proof? The green-haired guy thought to himself. Now I'm absolutely sure. I didn't expect the rumors to spread this fast. The green-haired guy put his sack down, trying to play peacemaker. Look, there's no need to fight. Let's make a deal instead. He quickly proposed a partnership. Let's just split everything we can gather here 50-50. If another group shows up later, we team up and chase them out. The brown-haired guy was taken aback. Wait, we're sharing this entire area? Seizing the opportunity, the green-haired guy probed them further. You guys are B-rank hunters too, right? You know as well as I do that if things get messy, nobody wins. Seeing a profitable opportunity, the guy with the bandage sheathed his sword. That sounds like a plan. Having struck a deal, they agreed to work together. I'm really looking forward to working with you. The green-haired guy then led the whole pack forward. All right, let's keep moving. But when they reached a fork in the road, they suddenly ran right into Sanju's clones. The brown-haired guy whispered, Wait, why are they here? I thought they all headed off to train after they finished hunting. The green-haired guy quickly signaled them to be quiet. Shh, it's fine. The black market dealers took care of the bodies anyway, so don't panic. There are other hunters around, so just act natural and let's get out of here. The group tried to play it cool, walking past like ordinary bystanders, but out of nowhere, a dagger came flying right between them. It turned out Sanju's clones had already memorized every single one of their shoe sizes and models. 280 millimeters, 290 millimeters. D Company shoes, 275 millimeters. H Company shoes, 265 millimeters. D Company shoes, 250 millimeters. T Company shoes. We spotted your footprints all over the cleared-out hunting zone. The entire group froze on the spot as a cold, murderous aura washed over them from Sanju's two clones. We have a few questions for you. Would you mind coming with us? The green-haired guy couldn't believe it. He thought his acting was flawless, yet they still saw right through him. What? He yelled at the top of his lungs, desperately trying to play the victim. What do you think you're doing? Did you just throw a dagger at us? Are you out of your mind? Sanju cut him off, thrusting his phone right in front of the guy's face mid-sentence. I'll call security this instant. But it turned out Sanju was actually on a call with the pharmacist, who spoke directly to the group through the speaker. Are you the ones who've been stealing our hard-earned kills? The pharmacist knew all too well that things were about to get extremely messy for them. So, you might want to hold off on calling security. You've been selling our loot on the black market, haven't you? The green-haired guy tried to play dumb, desperately shaking his head. What the hell are you talking about? Where is your proof, huh? Hearing his denial, the voice on the other end responded. Proof? Yuyan was actually standing right in front of the monster carcasses that they had just pawned off. I'm literally at the black market right now. Having his dirty little secret laid bare, the guy's face turned completely pale with dread. Should I inspect these freshly delivered carcasses and see if the wounds match your specific weapons? Sanju looked at the group and said, Go ahead, call security. Feel free to do whatever you want now. Realizing they were completely busted, the thieves began to panic. Sanju led them over to an empty clearing. This spot should do. The green-haired guy gulped and asked, So, what do you want from us? Sanju gave him a stern look. Let me tell you how my master felt when he first started out as a hunter. Back then, he also made some mistakes regarding other people's property rights. He completely understands where you're coming from. That's why he said that if you hand over every single cent of the cash you made from stealing our kills, he won't press criminal charges. Hearing those terms, the green-haired guy's face drained of what little color it had left. That's a pretty generous offer. But instead of accepting, those guys are actually trying to threaten Song Woo. But if you guys really wanted your money back, Shouldn't you have called security right away? Sangwoo replied, retrieving the corpses from the black market and disputing ownership would just take up too much of our time. We'd rather just go back to the dungeon and keep hunting. So, this is a win-win deal. Sensing he had some leverage, the blue-haired guy pushed further. Really? There's just one thing I don't quite get. He glared smugly at Sangwoo's two clones. Where do trash clones from some hunter's skill get the confidence to make demands of us? Since they were a B-rank party and had the upper hand in numbers, he confidently drew his sword. I've got a better deal for you. How about this? Seeing this, the guys behind him also got into fighting stances. You guys are going to die here. In a few hours, the black market will sell off everything we brought in, and there won't be a shred of evidence left. The brown-haired guy asked the blue-haired guy in terror, are we seriously going to do this? The blue-haired guy knew there was no turning back. What, you want me to just hand it all back? I might have considered it if it was just the two of us, but there are 5 of us here. Besides, killing these dogs isn't even illegal, so what's there to be afraid of? You guys should have called security when you had the chance. And you dared to lure us out to this deserted place all by yourselves? You stupid bastards. Realizing things were going south, Sangwoo's clones calmly drew their daggers. We actually agree with this way of handling things. Yan also thought they were probably strong enough to handle those guys. Just then, the dealer walked up to her and asked, Yan, what are you doing here? Looking for potion ingredients? Yan immediately asked about those guys. Hey uncle, do you know who sold these corpses to you? The merchant confirmed it was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. Why do you ask? She revealed the truth behind those corpses. These corpses were stolen from Jung Sang-woo. Hearing this, he panicked. What? Isn't Jung Sang-woo the guy who came here last time? Those bastards, how dare they sell me stolen goods? Yan stared at him, feeling completely speechless. Please, acting like you've never bought stolen goods before. The uncle quickly played along. Of course not. Though to be honest, almost everything I get is stolen anyway. Anyway, he said his kills were stolen while he wasn't there. Right now, he's abroad. I remember him saying something about being at the Heritage headquarters or something like that. Meanwhile, at the Heritage headquarters, inside the Skill Orb research facility, Arya introduced the place to Sangwoo. This is where skill orbs are created. 80% of the skill orbs used worldwide originate from right here. I heard you learned meditation and mana, breathing through an online course. She had indeed looked into him, her client, beforehand. Did you know you can actually learn skills like Fireball that way too? Sangwoo looked a bit confused by her question. He pondered it for a moment, realizing it made sense. Aside from awakening skills, you really could learn almost anything that way. So, why do people still spend a fortune buying these expensive skill orbs then? She picked up a glowing orb and said, you must be wondering why people buy and use these overpriced skill orbs. The reason is simple, learning a new skill from scratch is incredibly difficult. To light it up, you have to focus your mana to change its state. The orb in her hand suddenly burst into flames, and then keep channeling mana so it doesn't go out. It takes at least 6 months for a genius to manage that on their own, and years for average people. And that's just for a basic skill like Fireball. So imagine how long other skills would take. After demonstrating its power, she extinguished the flame. Sangwoo watched in amazement. It could take up to a decade, she confirmed his thoughts. Exactly, decades, or maybe even longer. Arya continued to break it down for him. That's why we use skill orbs. The information inside them is synced with the system, allowing even someone who hasn't mastered mana control to instantly use the skill. Of course, that also makes them extremely hard to manufacture. Sangwoo voiced his curiosity. Is that why they're so expensive? She didn't deny it, and brought out another orb. Yes. You mentioned you were looking for a subspace skill, right? Luckily, we have exactly one left. Arya then showed him the price tag for the subspace skill orb. Here's the price, 10 million. Sangwoo stared at the orb for a moment, impressed. 10 million won? That's cheaper than I thought. In that case. But then Arya chimed in. That's in dollars. Arya added, in Korean currency, it would be around 12.8 billion won. Sangwoo froze as reality hit him. Oh right, we're in New York. She giggled for a moment before telling him, hold on. Let's look at your profile again. This is actually the cheapest one we have among all the space-related skills. But of course, it's still a pretty hefty price. He scratched his head, acting clueless. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't think it would cost 12.8 billion. Arya touched the orb, rubbing it for a moment, before adding, And that is why, depending on your answer, I might discount it for you. No, actually, I will just give it to you for free. What do you say? This caught Sangwoo off guard. Wait, what? He immediately started overthinking in excitement. Can I really get a 12.8 billion skill orb for free? That is insane. Then, he asked her out loud, what do you want from me? Please, just tell me. That was when Arya showed her true colors and said, your body. She walked up and stroked Sangwoo's cheek, leaving him completely stunned. I want your body. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a few rounds of fighting, those other guys were knocked to the ground, spitting up blood. No way, we are all B-class hunters. How is this happening? Sangwoo's two clones remained totally unfazed, making the guy roar in anger. How is this even possible? He swung his weapon fiercely at Sangwoo, but the young man easily dodged it. Seeing this, the girl raised her bow and shot an arrow right at him. Sangwoo quickly drew his dagger to deflect the arrow. The moment the arrow hit his blade, it flew off course. The girl was absolutely shocked. He deflected my arrow with just a dagger? Two other guys rushed to attack the remaining clone, but Sangwoo easily dodged them, giving them a death stare before lunging forward to attack. Seeing this, the mage panicked and cursed. You bastards! He summoned ice spikes on the ground to attack, but both clones dodged it effortlessly. Sangwoo then pulled out a dagger and hurled it straight at them. The dagger flew straight at the archer, knocking the bow clean out of her hand. It took her a second to process what just happened, and that is when sheer panic set in for everyone else. Sangwoo leaped right behind the mage. Realizing there was no way out, the mage immediately raised his hands in surrender. I surrender! The blue-haired guy dropped to his knees, crying out, this makes no sense. We are B-class hunters. The other two were already knocked cold from that attack. Realizing they stood no chance, he glared and cursed at Sangwoo. These guys are absolute monsters, but in the end, they had no choice but to bow down and beg for mercy. We give up. We will give everything back. So please. Seeing everything wrap up, Sangwoo felt relieved. Please. Transfer the money immediately. The account number is. Before he could even finish, a sudden attack struck. A girl with pigtails slashed at him, sending him flying. Caught off guard, Sangwoo was blown far back. The girl loudly declared, your scamming den has been exposed. In the name of the Comet Guild, evil will not be tolerated. She was none other than the captain of the 2nd Assassin Squad, an A2 rank hunter. Without even understanding the full story, she immediately passed judgment on him. The sentence is, death. Meanwhile, Arya continued to lay out her offer to him. That is why, depending on how you answer my offer, I might give you a discount. No, actually, I will just give it to you for free. How does that sound? Saying this, she reached out to pick up the orb. Huh? Sangwoo was incredibly excited. Can I really get a skill orb worth 12.8 billion for free? That is insane. What do you want? Just say the word. Arya smiled and laid out her demand directly. Your body. Arya stepped forward and gently touched Sangwoo's face, leaving him utterly dazed. I want your body. Sangwoo was stunned. My body? Then, she suddenly moved her hand down to touch his shoulder. I heard you can actually touch it. Sangwoo stammered. Excuse me. But why are you suddenly doing this? Realizing he had completely misunderstood, she quickly clarified, I meant your clones, of course. Having stated her purpose, she began to step back. Please let me study your clones. If you agree, I will give you this skill orb absolutely free of charge. Ah, so when you said touching it, you were talking about my clones. She then went on to explain why she was making such a request. At first, when I heard about your skill, I honestly couldn't believe my ears. Almost all cloning skills are known to just create simple illusions, so I never imagined a skill like yours could actually exist. As he listened to Arya, Sangwoo started sweating bullets. It seems like info about you hasn't spread outside of Korea yet, which makes this the perfect time for me to pitch this offer. Quite skeptical at this point, Sangwoo spoke up. Why do you want to study it? Is it to create a skill orb? Of course. She patiently explained it step by step. To manufacture a skill orb, the very first thing we must do is fully comprehend the skill itself. From how it operates to the mana flow and its elemental attributes, we need to know every single detail about the skill we are trying to replicate. Hearing this, Sangwoo's eyes widened in amazement. Of course, completely understanding an awakened skill is virtually impossible, but we can still create something similar. We can manufacture a duplicate cloning skill orb, even if it is just a downgraded version of the original. Hearing this, He was quite startled. He then turned his gaze toward the other orbs around them. Is this really okay? She was literally going to give him a 12.8 billion skill orb for absolutely nothing. Besides, I really need this skill right now. Even though he thought about the implications of duplicate clones, the idea of selling a cloning skill on the market. She raised her hand, thinking for a moment before adding more details, after he asked about the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb. That depends on our level of understanding regarding that skill, but usually, there are a lot of limitations. She used a visual example to make it easier for him to understand. For instance, do you know if the person who introduced you to us has a subspace skill like Park Yuna? Yes. I have actually been inside her subspace before. Out of all the subspace skills, hers is definitely one of the best. It is incredibly spacious, does not consume any mana, and has absolutely no entry or exit restrictions. Both of them continued to analyze the potential of this matter. Compared to her skill, the space created by that skill orb over there cannot hold any living creatures. Except for the owner of the skill and their summons, you can only store spare equipment and other items inside. But to keep that space active, you have to constantly channel mana into it. So, if we successfully copy your cloning skill, it is highly likely that similar limitations will apply. Hearing this, Sangwoo could easily picture it. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, he agreed. I accept your offer. Oh, that is great. He raised a finger to add to his terms. But I have one condition. If you agree, I will summon my clone right here, right now. The scene shifts to an open clearing used for training. Sangwoo was covered in wounds. Heewon gasped in surprise as she watched. Wow. You managed to stop yourself even in that situation. Just as I thought. Your movements are incredible. Hearing this, the person next to her looked at Heewon with curiosity. Who are you? I am a hunter of justice, and I came here to stop this violence. I suggest you take your friend and get out of here quickly. The others are already being rescued by my teammates. Thank you so much. Sangwoo suddenly stepped forward, startling the other person. I am sorry, but you are not going anywhere until you pay up. Heewon immediately raised her weapon and dashed toward him. That is not for you to decide, but she only slashed empty air because he easily dodged it. Seeing this, Heewon was absolutely shocked. Oh my god. She quickly spun around, preparing to throw another kick at Sangwoo. This time, the blow connected, sending him flying backward. The onlookers stared in utter disbelief, their mouths wide open. Sangwoo took a defensive stance while glancing at them. Suddenly, even more clones of Sangwoo stepped forward. We have to collect the money from this hunt, so mind your own business, will you? Heewon was stunned by what she saw. She let out a heavy sigh and muttered to herself. Just as I thought. How could mere insects ever know their place? With that, both sides immediately clashed. She confidently took on both Sangwoo clones at once. When they realized they were in trouble and tried to pull off a trick, she suddenly struck them in the stomach, completely shutting down their move. She laughed heartily and asked, why bother trying to unsummon them while you are still in the middle of a fight? It is not like it matters, since you are going to die here anyway. The scene shifts back to Arya and Sangwoo. To sum it up, you will lease your clone to us for 3 months. During that time, the clone must fully cooperate with our research team. However, if the clone is destroyed due to our negligence, you are not obligated to provide any replacement. And even if the research on replicating your cloning skill fails, you won't have to return that subspace orb. As Arya spoke, Sangwoo chimed in to remind her of his conditions. And one last thing, make sure you handle the clothes for my clone. Hearing this, Arya chuckled. I feel like I'm getting a pretty bad deal here. If you don't like it, there's not much I can do. I thought this over very carefully before making my decision. Arya pulled out a white shirt. Haha, you certainly know the value of your skill, don't you? She then instructed him on what to do next. I get it. Now, go ahead and summon your clone. Get him dressed. The room suddenly lit up as Sangwoo's clone materialized, completely naked. She quickly threw him the clothes she had just grabbed. Arya watched, thoroughly impressed. This is incredible. Now, there are literally 2 Sangwoos in this room. I never thought I'd see a clone made of actual flesh and blood. You can call this one number 7. He was supposed to be out hunting somewhere right now. He turned to look at his clone and felt a wave of pity. But since the effect of the potion is wearing off, his strength has weakened. Yeah, self-destruction power. Arya cut the conversation short and handed over the orb. Anyway, I verified your clone. He stared at the orb now in his hands. Now it's my turn to fulfill my end of the deal. As Arya asked, Sangwoo suddenly smiled. Do you need a switch? Of course not. The orb suddenly flashed like a miniature sun, generating the subspace skill. Skill information, subspace type. Cast level 1. Summons a subspace that expands in proportion to the skill level. Mana will be gradually consumed to maintain the space. Restrictions apply when entering the subspace. This applies to all living creatures, except for the skill caster and their summons. Seeing this, Arya smiled warmly and clapped to congratulate him, saying, "Congratulations on getting your new skill." Sangwoo looked down at his hand, where the orb had completely vanished. "Do you want to try it out right now?" "Of course I do." The moment he cast the spell, the system immediately chimed in, announcing that the subspace skill had been activated. The area where he cast the spell instantly warped, creating a pocket dimension just large enough for a person to crawl into. He stared at the subspace he had just created, completely stunned. Peering inside, he evaluated his handiwork, muttering, "Wow, it's way too small in here." He reached his hand inside to feel around and see what was there. "There's a wall here. This place is way smaller than Yuna's subspace. It feels like it's only about 10 pyong." He could feel the space inside actively draining his mana. While it wasn't a massive issue, it was continuously absorbing his mana just to keep the dimension open. Well, my main goal is just to store the monster corpses I hunt anyway. So I guess this is good enough. Seeing that he was finished with his inspection, Arya checked in on him, asking, "So, how is it?" "So far, everything seems perfectly fine. Let me see if my clone can use this skill too." Hearing Sangwoo say this, she looked at him with a puzzled expression and questioned him. She was utterly speechless when she saw his clone raise its hand and successfully activate the subspace skill. In sheer disbelief, she exclaimed, "Wait, your clone can actually use skills too?" "Except for the cloning skill itself. He can use basically anything. I only tested it out just in case. But it looks like he really can use the subspace skill as well." Hearing his response, she froze in place. The skill orb itself wasn't even the crazy part here. This clone skill of his was truly mind-blowing. Deep down, she made a firm decision. She absolutely had to get her hands on that skill. Sangwoo then turned to his clone and instructed, "You can go inside, right? Give it a try." "Yes, sir." But to his complete surprise, number 7 ended up walking out of the subspace portal right behind his back. Sangwoo was utterly baffled, and number 7 looked just as confused. "Huh? Why did you come out from there?" "But master, you told me to go inside the subspace." He watched number 7 walk into one subspace portal, only to emerge from an entirely different spot. Was there another entrance right behind number 7? That portal seemed to be the one number 7 created, not the one he had opened himself. Staring deep into the subspace, he pondered, "Don't tell me. No matter which of my clones uses the subspace skill, they all connect to the exact same dimension?" If that was the case, it was basically functioning like a central hub. Just then, out of nowhere, an object came flying straight toward number 7. The object slammed hard into number 7, knocking him flat on the ground. "Number 7. Sangwoo rushed over to support his now unconscious clone, before glaring back in the direction the object had been thrown from. Where on earth did that come from? On the other side, Hyun gritted her teeth in anger. "You dirty coward. Trying to pull a fast one and run away, are you? What kind of skill is that? And where is my weapon?" On the other end, Sangwoo's clone calmly explained the situation. "Throwing away your own weapon was a terrible mistake. It's locked inside the subspace now." Meanwhile, Sangwoo panicked, shaking his clone. "Number 7, wake up. Come on, wake up." Hearing the commotion, the other clones spun around, only to witness this chaotic scene. Hyun screamed furiously at Sangwoo's clone. "Stop hiding, you coward. What the hell was that skill? Where is my weapon?" Sangwoo's clone remained in a defensive stance, completely unaware of the situation unfolding inside the subspace, and replied, "Throwing away your weapon was a massive mistake. Your weapon is in a completely different dimension now." Back on the other side, Sangwoo cried out, "Number 7, wake up. Please, wake up, number 7. Hearing his master's voice, the clone turned around and finally saw what was happening. Sangwoo was still hysterically dramatic, crying out as if trying to summon number 7's soul back, even though the poor guy was only coughing up a bit of blood and wasn't actually dead yet. "No. Number 7, don't you dare die on me. Boss, I'm still alive." But before number 7 could even finish his sentence, Sangwoo dramatically closed his eyelids for him. "I'm telling you, I'm still alive. Don't worry, buddy. I will avenge you." Hearing Sangwoo's ridiculous drama, the other clone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "No matter who did this to you, I will make them pay." Gripping the weapon that had been thrown in, Sangwoo stepped out of the subspace portal. Hyun gasped in shock as she watched him approach, holding her very own weapon. Huh? I definitely didn't see this coming. He slung the heavy weapon over his shoulder, his face dark with anger as he questioned his clone. Was it you? Who threw this? No, sir. It was that female hunter over there. I didn't do anything. Hyun stared at the two of them, her guard completely up. She had never expected Sang-woo to actually show his face here in person. What do you think you're gonna do to me? She barked. Sang-woo glared down at her, his face twisted in annoyance, when his eyes suddenly fell upon another one of his clones, lying badly beaten and unconscious on the ground. Number 6. He rushed over to his side immediately to check on him, asking urgently, "Are you okay? Hang in there. The bleeding has stopped, but I can't feel my legs anymore." Hearing this, Sang-woo gently reached out his hand to dismiss the clone. "You did a fantastic job. Rest now," he whispered, as the clone vanished. He then turned to his other clone and demanded to know, "Tell me, what on earth happened here? We were trying to reclaim our money from those hunters who stole our monster corpses during our last hunt. But then we were suddenly ambushed by her. She admitted that she's a member of the Haesung Guild." Sang-woo then began searching through the pile of clothes left behind by number 6 and pulled out a gun. "The Haesung Guild again? Seriously, Haesung? It's always them." Hearing him drag her guild's name through the mud made Haeon's blood boil. Those bastards just can't stop sticking their noses into other people's business, can they? "You're getting way too arrogant," she snapped back. Sigh, anyway. How could a B-class hunter possibly know their place in this world? Holding a gun in one hand and a blade in the other, he ordered number 5. "Back me up." "Number 5? Yes, sir." With that, both sides charged right into another clash. Hyun prepared to face the two of them head-on. It was anyone's guess who would come out on top. Meanwhile, Shin Jung-hyun was biting his nails in sheer frustration. "Damn it." Shin Jung-hyun glared at the message on his screen and snapped, "You idiots, did you get it done yet? We failed. Don't try to contact us again. We almost lost our lives out here." He slammed his fist onto his desk in a rage. "They actually failed? I even sent in another team because I was worried those two wouldn't be enough. How the hell did 5 B-class hunters lose to just 2 clones?" He covered his mouth, frowning as he grumbled to himself, "Thank goodness I sent the captain of Team 2 just in case. She's an absolute monster." Back at the battlefield, Hyun was blocking their weapons with her bare hands. "Sorry, but just because people hyping you up call you some kind of super rookie." Even though her hands were bleeding from blocking the attacks, she didn't even flinch. "Doesn't mean you're actually that hot." Her stats displayed: Strength 67,712, Reflexes 16,287, Health 50, 2,674, Mana 21,325, Marksmanship 4,174, and Recovery 1,835. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his weight into pushing his weapon down. "I was wondering why a mere clone was acting so cocky. Turns out its master is just as arrogant, huh?" She yelled louder, swinging a fist toward the two of them. "If you're just a B-class hunter, then act like one." The sheer force of her strike left a massive, gaping crack in the ground. Fortunately, both the clone and Sang-woo managed to split up and dodge the devastating punch. She watched them, offering a backhanded compliment, dripping with disdain. "Quick on your feet, aren't you? Just like a bunch of little mice." Sang-woo stared back at her, a cold sweat breaking out. "That bitch. Is she an A-class?" he muttered, glancing at her bleeding hand. "Still, her right arm is broken from blocking my attack. At least I managed to do some damage." Hyun immediately channeled her energy to heal herself. "Now, would you mind giving me back my weapon?" A surge of crimson energy erupted from her, shooting straight toward him. The two forces clashed violently, making him grit his teeth as he struggled to hold his ground. But in the end, her red energy successfully yanked the weapon back. Catching the weapon, she flashed a smug, condescending smirk. "This is a weapon custom-made for an A-class. Pretty amazing features, right? So, what's your next move? Or were you planning to fight me off with that puny little pistol?" Smoke rose from his hands, which had turned beet red from her previous attack. What did she just do? Wasn't her arm literally just broken? His fists clenched in absolute rage. Damn it! With no other choice in this tight spot, he expanded his subspace and summoned even more clones. "Don't you worry about the opponent we're facing." Hyun let out a small sigh as she watched the army appear. "Well, you certainly have a lot of clones." Suddenly, another person arrived in place of clone number 3 to deliver an item. "We've brought what you requested, sir. Number 3 is still recovering in the hospital." "Ah, Thank you. Sangwoo began to channel his mana into the weapon. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about a thing anymore. Hyun's battle instinct flared up as she shouted back with pure excitement. Come on then, all of you, bring it on. The clones split up, flanking her from all sides to bring her down. Meanwhile, Era was watching the entire battle unfold from her control room inside the subspace. What on earth is going on here? She was so shell-shocked, she could only freeze and stare at the screen. I never imagined a subspace skill could be used as a literal teleportation portal. She hesitated, unsure of what her next move should be. How should I handle this, though? I shouldn't be sticking my nose into his personal business. But wait, isn't this the perfect chance to make him owe me a big favor? She instantly recalled the moment Hyun's weapon had smashed right into number 7's face. Come to think of it, isn't that staff a product from the company? She wanted to seize this golden opportunity. There's no way I'm passing up a chance to humiliate these troll bastards. With that, she dialed a number. Hubert, you there? Is that product you worked on last time ready yet? Meanwhile, the battle raged on with intense brutality. Despite her injuries, Hyun still looked incredibly thrilled. You guys are pretty fast. However, her next words immediately put Sangwoo on high alert. But do you even know what my skill is? She violently slammed her weapon into the ground, activating her skill. Damage manipulation, level 64. The active form converts and reduces a portion of incoming damage. The converted damage depends on the skill level and the user's proficiency, and the sheer force of her power shook the entire area. Anyone who couldn't escape in time was caught in the blast and blown to pieces, and even Sangwoo was blown back by the massive shockwave. Hyun, however, charged right at him with relentless force. She slammed her weapon down right where he had been standing, but luckily, he leaped out of the way just in time. Yet, without giving him a moment's rest, the staff immediately shot upward to strike him. He could only watch helplessly as the weapon clicked open, revealing a hidden gun barrel inside. Damn it, I can't dodge in midair. He takes the hit dead on, sending him flying back before crashing hard onto the ground. Coughing up blood, he uses his sword to prop himself up. But looking at Hyun, her wounds have completely vanished. Just what kind of crazy skill does this woman have? Her weapon returns to normal, and Hyun lets out a smug laugh. But wait, this fight is far from over. Gritting his teeth, he quickly summons a nearby clone. Number 5. He immediately tosses a pouch over to him. Number 5 instantly swallows the crystals from the bag. Sensing something is off, Hyun asks in curiosity, "Hey, what did you just eat?" Hearing this, Sangwoo gives her a mocking smile. "Why don't you guess? You should know exactly what it is, since you're a member of the Haesung Guild, right?" Hearing what number 5 just swallowed, Hyun freezes in shock. He just ate a crystal elixir. Wait, what? While they are talking, number 5's body begins to mutate. Don't act like you don't know. Your guild ordered a massive batch of these from the Silver Moon Guild, didn't you? Sangwoo recalls how hard it was for him to get his hands on just a small amount of this stuff. I heard just one of these can boost your stats 100 times more than normal elixirs, so I grabbed a few. He smirks, looking down at her with confidence. I tried them myself, but they didn't have the same effect on me. Number 5's body continues to warp, stepping right on his own clothes as he steps forward. Unlike regular gems, they don't boost my stats. Instead, the crystal elixir has mutated number 5 into a hideous monster. I only fed him 3 of them, and he's already turned into a wild beast that even I can't control anymore. Staring at the monstrosity in front of her, Hyun shows a hint of panic for the first time. You guys were the ones who made this, so you should know its side effects better than anyone. You absolute lunatic. By now, number 5 has turned into a massive giant. The beast clenches his massive fists and raises them high. Hyun quickly pulls herself together. You think getting a little bigger means you can mess with me? Even if you swallow 100 of those gems, your stats would only go up by 0.5. Gritting her teeth in sheer rage, she screams, "Do you really think anything is going to change just because you ate that?" Before she can even finish her sentence, she is blindsided. You are nothing but a... Her words are cut off as she is sent flying, taking heavy damage. Seeing this, Sangwoo laughs and mocks her. Seems like you are all talk. He stands up, a smirk on his face as he watches the tide of the battle turn. The only thing you see is the stat changes after consuming those crystals. But the power surge that comes with turning into a monster is a whole different story. Hyun is slammed hard into the dirt, but she is still conscious. Well, how would you know when you have never even tried one? But as Sangwoo is speaking, Number 5 suddenly swings a massive fist right at him. But with that immense power, his speed has dropped, and his mind is completely gone. Number 5 has lost all reason and is now attacking his own master. Sang-woo has to leap high into the air to dodge the strike. The clone no longer recognizes him. Everyone quickly backs away to keep their distance from number 5. Hyun is absolutely furious. Baring her teeth, she spits out a curse. "You bastard. You better hope the guild cleans up the mess you leave behind after I kill you." She leaps high into the air, delivering a brutal blow to number 5 that knocks him off balance. Then, she immediately switches her target. But number 5 recovers instantly, slamming Hyun back down. Furious, she claws her fingers deep into the dirt. Despite her injuries, she forces herself back up using sheer strength. Once again, she leaps into the air, putting all her power into a devastating strike with her staff. The impact is so massive that it sends number 5 crashing down. Without wasting a second, Hyun charges straight at Sang-woo. She swings her staff down with lethal force, but luckily, he manages to block it just in time. "If I kill you, they'll all disappear, right? Whoa, kill me? I'm calling the cops." Hearing this, she presses down even harder, trying to crush him. "Do you think I'm joking?" Damn, she is incredibly strong. Fortunately, his other clones immediately rush in to back him up. One of the clones quickly circles around to catch her off guard. Seizing the opportunity, the clone drives a dagger straight into Hyun's side. But Hyun catches the blade barehanded. "Is that all you've got?" She instantly unleashes a burst of energy, engulfing the clone in roaring flames. Resting her staff on her shoulder, she turns her gaze back to Sang-woo after taking out the clone. "I've noticed your clones never aim for vital spots. Guess you've never actually killed anyone before, huh? Talk about foolish bravery." Sang-woo grips his sword tightly and slashes his own leg. Fueled by pure adrenaline, he readies himself for the next round. "Don't worry, I'll change that real quick." Hyun watches in absolute confusion. "Injuring your own leg? Have you lost your mind?" Sang-woo instantly activates his ultimate mode, muttering, "This is nothing." He then launches himself at Hyun like a rocket. She manages to block him, but she is still pushed back a great distance. He is incredibly fast, and he is aiming straight for her neck. Holding his sword level, he asks her, "How does that feel? Are you starting to feel a little scared yet?" Just then, number 5 gets back up and stomps down right where she is standing. She catches his massive foot barehanded. "You damn monster." With a mighty heave, she flings number 5 high into the sky. "Get lost." The other clones look up only to see 2 massive fireballs hurtling down toward them. She uses her weapon to shield herself. "Ordinary fireballs aren't going to do a damn thing to me." Number 5 kept his mouth wide open, generating another fireball. This time, he blasted a massive amount of fire straight at her. She struggled to raise her weapon and shield herself. In a fit of rage, she gritted her teeth and shrieked, "Sang-woo." Number 5's attack sent rocks and debris flying everywhere, but she somehow managed to block it and survive. Then, another wave of attacks from number 5 rushed straight toward her. The others were also hit by the fireballs. The range was too wide, leaving no way to escape. Just then, a cloak materialized. After the fireball hit the target and exploded, thick smoke and dust filled the air, but Sang-woo remained completely unharmed, shielded by the cloak draped over him. "What is this?" From inside the pocket dimension, Era cheered. "It's the new armor prototype created by Heritage MPCB." She then went on to explain the features of this brand new armor suit. The cloak is lightweight and highly elastic, absorbing almost any skill, while generating a protective shield, allowing it to function as a full set of armor. It can harden instantly depending on the user's intent. We believe it's far superior to the toy amulets from the Troll Corporation. Meanwhile, inside the pocket dimension, number 7 had been repeating everything Ara said. That's what she said, but she spoke in English, so I didn't understand a single word. Sang-woo turned around and thanked Ara. "Oh, really? Thanks, Ara. This gear just saved my life." Seeing Sang-woo completely unscathed, Hyen was absolutely furious. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Suddenly, number 5 appeared right behind her. "You're dead." He slammed down violently onto the spot she was just crouching on. Rocks and debris buried her, but she still clung tightly to her staff. Now, it was completely shattered and utterly useless. She gritted her teeth, staring at her broken staff, her only weapon. No, there was nothing left to block this damage. While she was lost in thought, number 5 lunged with a massive fist, burying her deep into the ground with a powerful punch. "I need to find something to break my fall and absorb the impact. Anywhere will do." The force of the blow sent cracks sprawling across the surrounding ground. She frantically tried to find a way out. I have to disperse this damage right now. As number 5 kept hammering down on Ha-yun, she panicked. I need to hurry, or else. Ultimately, she took a brutal beating, but she still managed to muster up enough strength to kick number 5 away. Number 5 was sent flying by her kick, leaving her collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily for breath. Suddenly, someone approached and looked down at her. It was Sang-woo, walking over to sneer at her. You did a pretty good job back there. But then, he landed a devastating punch right on Ha-yeon. Flashback to when Ha-yeon was somewhere else and received a text message. She quickly got ready and told her teammate, I'm heading out for a bit. A subordinate from the Shinhung Guild noticed this and asked suspiciously, I thought our mission for today was already finished. Ha-yeon turned to explain, the young master is calling for me again. Hunter Shin Jin-woo? He's on the losing side, so why are you still helping him? She was completely baffled by his lack of foresight. Hey, are you blind to the bigger picture? The chairman's son is going to be the future chairman. He countered by bringing up someone else. But Captain Shinjin is also the chairman's son. He was never fit for that position. He's a useless piece of trash. Ha-yun remained steadfast in her loyalty to her chosen faction. Well, our young master might have his flaws, but he's the one with the most potential. The villain listened to her while continuing to read his book. And more importantly, he's handsome too. So, what's the mission? She then shared the details of the text with the villain. He wants me to teach a famous B-rank hunter named Young Sang-woo a lesson, but without killing him. For some reason, the villain tried to stop Hyun. You'd better not go. What do you mean by that? He shut his book and added, I'm warning you not to go looking for trouble. Just stick to serving the current chairman. But that's exactly what we're doing. I'm serving the future chairman. Hyun snapped at the villain, but he only saw her as incredibly naive. You're acting like a kid. That's why you'll always stay right where you are. You know nothing about Jung Sang-woo. You're going to lose. Back to the present. As the battle neared its end, she opened her eyes to find Sang-woo still standing right in front of her. Oh, you're awake? An A-rank hunter really is built different. Ha-yun was genuinely curious as to why she wasn't dead yet. Why did you spare my life? I definitely didn't hold back on you. Hearing Sang-woo's response, she remained skeptical. But you could have easily killed me if you wanted to. I didn't think that was necessary. And just like you said, I've never killed anyone before. Ha-yun sneered and mocked him. But I actually tried to kill you. You'll always stay weak with that kind of mindset. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of dust from the blast. It turned out Sang-woo had thrust his sword violently into the ground, right next to Ha-yun's head. He dropped his polite act and got straight to the point. Consider this your final warning. Dripping with cold sweat, she stared at the blade embedded inches from her face. Nobody died today, and we're even now. That's enough. It's not too late to turn back and get lost. That goes for both you and the Haesung Guild. Around her, his other clones glared at her with pure, murderous intent. I don't like getting blood on my own hands, but trust me, there are countless other ways to kill someone. Remember that. The once arrogant Ha-yun could only tremble in fear and choke out her agreement. Yes. Once he got his answer, Sang-woo summoned his pocket dimension. Then, he immediately rushed inside to check on Seven. Is your face okay? It hurts a lot. Leaving Hoon all alone on the battlefield with her heart fluttering. What should I do? She was so excited, her face turned completely red. He's just so charming. The carcass hunters were put under military surveillance. After that incident, the masterminds behind the carcass hunting operation completely vanished. After regenerating my clones a few days later, I was able to go back to hunting as usual. At that time, Seven was in Era's lab, being cared for by her. Seven was sent to Heritage to study the skill orb. What do you want to eat? Is there steak? Back at the massive academy far away. Meanwhile, countless new classes had been organized at the academy. Sang-woo walked through the crowd, deeply lost in thought. All the people tracking our target disappeared the moment I defeated the hunters from the Haesung Guild. The timing is just too perfect. A possibility suddenly crossed his mind. It was highly likely someone from the Haesung Guild. He guessed right, because Shin Dong-jun absolutely detested him, and they had a major conflict. Out of nowhere, he blurted out a random question. Sang-woo's eyes widened as he asked, "Where are you off to?" Shin Dong-jun turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Right then, Ha-yun happily cried out, "Oh, you're back." The two of them immediately started chatting away. "I'm on my way to class, and you are too, so let's walk together." Sangwoo chatted with Ha-yeon while casting a side-eye at Shin Dong-jun. He was terrified of me. It has to be him. How was New York? Meanwhile, inside the chapel, the priest leading the holy ceremony stood up high and announced, "Everyone, please take your seats." Down below, Sangwoo listened to the sermon with a bored expression. "Let us offer our devout prayers to the system." They said this was required to attend the class, but seriously, we're praying? And to the system? Of all things? He leaned in and whispered to Ha-yeon, "What are we even doing here? Didn't you hear the syllabus? We're going to learn about the history of the system's creation, and there's going to be a holy ceremony. What does that have to do with hunting anyway?" As the two of them whispered, they had no idea the priest leading the ceremony heard every single word. "I don't know either. If it wasn't mandatory, I wouldn't be here either. Silence, please." Sangwoo stopped talking to Ha-yeon. Unable to take it anymore, he stood up, raised his hand, and excused himself. "I need to use the restroom." With that, Sangwoo left the chapel and headed to the bathroom. But in reality, he used the moment no one was looking to slip into his subspace. He summoned his clone and told it to swap clothes with him. "Give me your clothes and take this." "All right, got it." After that, the clone went back to the chapel to take Sangwoo's place. "Yes, sir. I just got back from the restroom. I am, after all, Dong Sanji." Meanwhile, the real Sangwoo was already outside. What a waste of time. "I'm definitely having my clones attend this class from now on." By sheer coincidence, he spotted Shin Dong-jun on the phone nearby. Shin Dong-jun couldn't understand how their last operation had failed. What the hell happened? Even the captain failed? How could you not handle a single B rank? Sangwoo suddenly spoke up. "What about B ranks?" Shocked to see Sangwoo, Shin Dong-jun quickly hung up. "You're eavesdropping on my call." Sangwoo frowned at Shin Dong-jun's sheer audacity. "Do you really think you can say that after messing with my hunt?" Even though he was caught, Shin Dong-jun still tried to deny everything. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Sure, of course you don't. Didn't you guys rehearse this? You're all saying the exact same line." Realizing the gig was up, Shin Dong-jun finally laid his cards on the table. "You should have just taken the money when you had the chance. Complaining after losing a few targets? I can clearly see how pathetic and broke you are." Sangwoo just smirked. "Wow, I'm so jealous of how rich you are. I bet your parents never taught you any manners and just hired tutors instead, right?" Hearing this made Shin Dong-jun grit his teeth in pure rage. "Actually, scratch that. From the way you behave, you're just like your dad, so I guess there was no actual parenting in your house, was there?" Shin Dong-jun snapped, completely losing his mind. "Are you looking for a fight?" Hearing that, Sangwoo only found it hilarious. "You think I'm scared?" Shin Dong-jun threatened him, unleashing his power. "This is your last chance." Sangwoo didn't seem intimidated at all, calmly staring back despite the threat. "Spit it out. What is it that you want? Whatever it is, you'll get it. And the Haesung Guild, including me, will stay out of your way." Sangwoo frowned, his face darkening as he replied, "Well, the only thing I want." But upon hearing his response, Shin Dong-jun decided to straight up attack him. "Give me the elixir, and I'll leave the academy immediately. It's incredibly hard to control magic inside this academy." Shin Dong-jun was ready to strike right in the middle of the courtyard. "That ice block is smaller than I thought. Wait, what's going on? Are they fighting?" He then summoned a massive fireball, several times his own size, no longer caring about keeping it under control. He glanced at the size of his opponent's fireball. "My fireball is absolutely nothing compared to his. What is up with this size?" Just then, Hwang Junhee suddenly appeared to stop them. "Stop." With a wave of her hand, she made the massive fireball vanish. Then, to the complete shock of both of them, Hwang Junhee asked, "What do you think you're doing here?" She pushed her sunglasses up and scolded them both. "Sure, you're free to use your skills inside the academy, but this is crossing the line. Are you boys actually fighting right in front of Yunha, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, one of the top 4 guilds? Meanwhile, in another location, is that skill over there? Yes, someone is reviewing the footage of the previous battle. This was footage exported from a weapons camera. A man in a white lab coat watched in absolute awe. Oh man, this is incredible. Just look at those movements." He completely predicted his opponent's moves. Then, the screen immediately cut to Clone 5's face after transforming into a monster. And what on earth is this giant creature? Are they seriously fine after consuming a crystal core? "Ha ha ha, we need it. We need this specimen immediately. We detected someone else in the footage when the weapon was teleported to another dimension. I think we have a high chance of acquiring a clone specimen right here." Hearing that, the man immediately demanded, Where is it? The screen flickered, instantly displaying the logo of Heritage Corporation, also known as ERA. The person watching on the other side of the screen smirked. Damn, it's been 5 years. She really should share something this good. Right then, Chef John immediately ordered his fighter jets to be prepped. Destroy Heritage and bring the specimen back to me. That was Chef John, the weapon manufacturing expert and CEO of John Company. Meanwhile, Dogun turned to look at the newcomer. It was Yunha, who answered with a cigarette between her teeth. It's been a while, hasn't it, young master? Said Yunha, the leader of the Phoenix Guild. Dogun looked pretty intimidated by her. What are you doing at the academy? I'm a professor here. Even if it's just a temporary one. He was completely shocked and had to ask again. What? You're a professor at this academy? Who even is she? She glanced around and paused her sentence. Let's take this somewhere else to talk. The students in the courtyard were starting to gather, staring right at them. You're drawing way too much attention. Did you see that insane fireball? The three of them walked over to what looked like Yuna's office. There. She looked at the two guys sitting in front of her. All right, tell me exactly what happened. Dogun furrowed his brows and stayed silent for a moment. But before he could even speak, Sangwoo blurted out the whole story. I'm sorry, but this is personal. You know what? He ordered his lackeys to steal my prey, and then he had the nerve to trash talk me. Even though I did absolutely nothing wrong, he deserved to be taught a lesson. Yunha stared at Sangwoo, then stammered as she glared at Dogun as if she wanted to beat him to death. Well, you must have gone through a lot. Then, Dogun turned back to the main point. Anyway, a professor? From what I know, most professors at this school are only rank C hunters, with only a few at rank B. What exactly are you trying to say? Yunha completely ignored Sangwoo. If we're talking about rank F or rank D student hunters, then yeah, professors like that are more than enough. But for students of a higher rank, the school needs someone stronger to keep them in line. Wait, are you seriously smoking in here? She immediately made herself even clearer. To be more precise, I was invited here specifically because of you boys. Yunha tilted her head and smiled, taking a drag from her cigarette. And the reason I stopped you is because you two will get a chance to fight each other very soon anyway. In the next class, students will be allowed to battle each other as much as they want. Meanwhile, in lab number 7, Arya stared at the test results in utter shock. How is this even possible? She pulled out a test tube filled with red liquid. There are no words to describe how amazing this is. She stared at the monitor in front of her, completely blown away. This is actual, real blood. It even has red blood cells. And he actually has a blood type? I'm absolutely sure we can study this blood sample, even if it disappears once the clone vanishes. Beside her, another male researcher asked curiously, and all of this was created solely by the host's mana? Exactly. It feels like every scientific law we've ever known has just been rendered completely useless. While being experimented on like a lab rat, Clone 7 was still happily thinking about his next meal. And more importantly, I think the clones are gradually starting to behave as entirely separate entities. For instance, they eat separately, they wanted beef for dinner tonight, and they're using the host's skills with their own mana, not his. Arya's eyes widened as she looked at Clone 7, who was lying inside the capsule. There's never been a summoning skill like this before, right? No, this is more like a... Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire lab with a violent aftershock. Red warning lights flashed everywhere. What's going on? Everyone began to ask each other in panic. I think, a jet just crashed into our building. What? Something had indeed crashed into the building and exploded. What do you mean by that? Everything inside shattered and collapsed under the force of the blast. What the hell is happening? Suddenly, countless red dots of light gleamed in the darkness. John's robots quickly breached the area. Infiltration successful, prioritized target capture, but in no time, they were counterattacked. Activating defense systems, the red warning lights grew brighter and more intense inside the machine. Intruders, evacuate the premises immediately. That robot quickly shifted its target, updating its priority mission to eliminate all obstacles ahead. More robots appeared, firing wildly in all directions. The people inside began to panic. A horde of combat robots has breached the building from the aircraft. Call security and evacuate the remaining people immediately. Right at that moment, Number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, "Which floor did the plane crash into?" He looked over at Arya and said, "I'll help suppress the intruders." Meanwhile, the guards and soldiers inside the building were fighting off the robots. But in the end, human strength was no match for machine power. Many people were either shot dead or severely injured. The mechanical whir of the robots echoed as they cleared every obstacle in their path. The blue-haired guy in the orange outfit gritted his teeth and unleashed his powers. "I'll draw their attention," he ordered the others. "Hurry, call the guards from the other floors to back us up." Fighting the robots all by himself, he lunged forward to face them head-on. As the other robots saw their comrade fall, countless more surged forward, switching their weapons to melee mode to eliminate everything in their path. He watched as they surrounded him with blades drawn. They had adapted their weaponry the moment they saw his abilities. They immediately swarmed him, trying to tear him apart and destroy everything in their way. Relentless attacks pelted him from all directions, leaving him wounded, but he still managed to take down a few of them. Before he could even catch his breath, another wave of attacks hit him from all sides. There were just too many. But right when he was at his limit, someone appeared and sliced them to pieces. It turned out number 7 had arrived to back him up. Not knowing who he was, the blue-haired guy stammered, Who are you?" "I'm number 7. I'm here to eliminate the intruders." Confused by the name, the guy misunderstood. "Number 7? Are you in charge of the 7th floor?" "Either way, watch out. There are way too many of them." The remaining robots suddenly communicated with each other in Morse code, updating their priority directive. Seeing how strong he was, they began to alter their forms. Target capture prioritized. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Sangwoo was thrilled to meet everyone. Yunha stood in front of the class and announced, "My name is Yunha. I'll be in charge of your lectures and practical sparring. Let's get straight to the point." As soon as they heard her speak, a wave of anxiety washed over the students. "From now on, you will divide yourselves into teams of 3 and compete in 3-on-3 matches against each other. All skills and gear are permitted, and a team wins when all 3 members of the opposing group are defeated." Sangwoo was forced to attend this class, and since he wanted to keep a low profile, he didn't call back his clone. The grading system will be based on combat capability, battlefield contribution, and teamwork. There are also a few minor factors that could affect your scores, so don't even think about slacking off. Wait, when did he change his clothes? Ah, so this is what she meant by a chance to fight him. It's a sparring session. Once she finished speaking, she asked, "Any questions?" Someone immediately raised their hand and asked, "Professor, we are hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. Why do we need to practice fighting each other?" "I'm actually curious about that too." Crossing her arms on the podium, Yunha replied, "To be honest, I was invited here out of the blue, so I'm not entirely sure either." However, she still drew upon her own experience to answer. "But based on my experience as an A-rank hunter, you shouldn't just keep your eyes on the monsters." As they listened to her explanation, the students began to break a cold sweat. The division of rewards, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities inside unregistered gates, and so much more. If you choose the path of a hunter, clashes with other hunters are bound to happen. Are you really so soft-hearted that you'll just smile, turn around, and hand everything over to them? Frowning, she warned them in a stern voice. Remember, absolutely anything can happen inside the gates. Once she finished answering, another student spoke up. "For the next question, you said we should form teams of 3. Is there a limit on the hunter ranks for each team?" Hearing this, Yunha was quite surprised, but she kept her composure. "Ah, I see what you're getting at." She immediately brought up Dongjun and Sangwoo. "In truth, there are 2 students here who are already far beyond the norm." Yunha reassured the rest of the class. "But you don't need to worry about that. We have a fair way of handling things, so you won't have to worry about getting crushed by those 2. Having said her piece, she turned to leave. "All right, my job here is done. You guys can start introducing yourselves and forming teams now. See you in the next class." Thinking back on her words, Sangwoo wondered, a fair way of handling things? I wonder what that could be. Just then, Haeyeon, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. "Oppa, you're going to be in my team, right?" "Of course. Let me go find someone else to join us." He stared at his vibrating phone. "Miss Bune?" He stepped outside to take the call. "Hello? I wonder if this call is being automatically translated." She stays quiet for a moment before finally replying. Sangwoo chuckles on the other side of the screen, seeing her stumble over her words. There is something I need to tell you." "Oh? What do you want to ask me?" Wow, it really translated. Right now, Arya is standing in front of the ruined battlefield. Number 7. Number 7 has been captured. Wait. What? Arya anxiously calls Sangwoo. But after hearing her news, Sangwoo is actually more surprised that the call is being translated. I have something to say. Sure, what's up? Man, this translation tool works like a charm. Arya stares at the wreckage before her. Number 7 has been captured. What? Sang-woo asks, completely dumbfounded. Did you say number 7 was taken? Just then, C reaches out his hand toward Arya. Wait, who did it? I mean, how did this even happen? It turns out he overheard their conversation and wanted to answer Sang-woo's question. I can explain everything. Just a few minutes ago, number 7 was absolutely tearing those robots apart. Even if he got hit, he'd just pop up his shield to block, letting his burning rage incinerate the robot, allowing the other guy to focus entirely on fighting the ones on his side. He turns to look, breaking into a cold sweat. He is incredibly strong. Who is this guy? It seems the robot hadn't completely shut down yet, so it was still online. Suddenly, it sits straight up, its eyes glowing as its internal circuits and modules surge with power. It immediately reaches out and grabs C by the throat. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 7 is still busy crushing robots, completely unaware of what's happening. Suddenly, the robot barks at number 7, "Stop." Startled, number 7 spins around only to see C being choked. If you take one more step, I will kill him. Don't worry about me. Number 7, destroy this machine. The robot starts laying down its terms. If you stand down, no more harm will come to anyone. Hearing this, number 7 turns to C and asks, Are you with Heritage? That doesn't matter right now. Backup will be here any second. But number 7 decides to stop fighting and deactivates his armor. Even though he's surrounded by a horde of hostile robots targeting him, he doesn't show a single sliver of fear. My master's orders are to cooperate fully with the Heritage Company and prioritize the target's capture. C furrows his brows, desperately trying to stop number 7. I cannot let Heritage suffer any more losses. No, pick up your weapon. C yells out a warning as he sees a robot creeping up right behind number 7. C breaks down in tears, blaming himself. It's all my fault he got captured. I'm so incredibly sorry. Sang-woo rubs his temples, trying to comfort the devastated man. You don't need to feel guilty. Hang on, let me check the situation. Just then, the system notifies him that the fusion skill is activated. He sees number 7 trapped inside the massive robot's body, where a mana circuit is detected. Suddenly, a violent jolt of high-voltage electricity surges through, shocking him. The containment protocol triggers, forcing the fusion to end. Sang-woo is forcibly pulled back and can no longer connect with his clone. Damn it, what just happened? I think my clone was transported somewhere, and they've somehow blocked me from using my fusion skill. At this rate, it's going to be extremely difficult to bring him back using my dimensional skills. C still can't calm himself down. It is all my fault. Right. Besides, we didn't even ask to summon the clone back because that's already in the contract. Failing to notice that the ambushers were targeting number 7 was entirely our oversight. Arya makes a plea to Sang-woo, but, could you please hold off on terminating number 7? So Arya wants her team to handle this situation directly. Yes, we will bring him back ourselves. Glancing at the heap of metal scrap, she knows exactly who is behind this. It looks like you've already figured out who the culprit is, huh? Yes. Hearing this, Sang-woo readily agrees. All right, works for me. I wasn't planning on using number 7 during our contract period anyway. Thank you so much. Overhearing their conversation, C is totally baffled. Wait, terminate? What do you mean by that? Her reply completely blows C's mind. Number 7 is just a clone, not a real human, so you don't have to carry any of that guilt. Wait, seriously? Even though he says that, Sang-woo can't help but feel a little worried about number 7. Sigh, he should be fine. Heritage is a massive corporation, so they must have plenty of top-tier hunters on standby. Suddenly, everyone in the classroom crowds around him. Hey, Sang-woo, have you joined a group yet? Join my team. My skill will definitely come in handy. Sang-woo is absolutely stunned by the sudden swarm of classmates. Whoa. What is going on here? Everyone gathered here just to recruit me? Sang-woo looks over and notices that on Youngyeon's side, there are also quite a few people from the Shin Ji-yeon faction. Looking at the eager crowd, he thinks to himself, well, they said those in rank B would face a penalty, but since we don't know what that actually is, I guess it makes sense everyone is panicking. Our experience is on a completely different level, so it looks like I'll be able to put together a seriously powerful team. Right then, Hwang Yoon-hye pokes her head into the room to drop a bomb. Oh right, I forgot to mention something. Hearing her, Sang-woo goes completely pale. Hunter Sang-woo Yoon is strictly forbidden from using his clones in this class. He immediately turns to ask her why that's even a rule. Teamwork among actual members is one of our key evaluation criteria. If we count your clones as members, it defeats the purpose because they would literally do all the heavy lifting. And just like that, she slips away before he can even protest. Good luck out there. The crowd that was just crowding around him looked on in sheer shock. Seriously? He can't even use a clone? Is that really all he's got? People started whispering and trash talking right in front of him. Man, he couldn't even cast a decent fireball when he first started. Then he's completely useless. Sorry. Is anyone looking? Hey, Junyoung, come join our group. Everyone quickly changed their minds and rushed over to Dongjun. Hey, I've got crazy high stamina. Pick me. In an instant, Sangwoo was left completely alone. Left with no other choice, he slowly shuffled over to Hyun and proposed the exact offer she had just extended to him moments ago. Want to team up with me? Wow, that was fast. And just like that, after quite a struggle, a 3-man team was formed, and now they had to get to know each other. A big, muscular guy ended up joining their group. Nice to meet you. I'm Zumbi, a D-rank hunter trainee. Sangwoo definitely remembered who this guy was, and he wasn't hiding his annoyance. Yeah, right. I literally saw you bolt toward Junyoung the second you heard I couldn't use a clone. Looks like you were pretty desperate to find a team yourself. Hey, don't take it personally. I'm just really serious about making it in this academy. Haeyeon watched Sangwoo blame others and couldn't help but roast him back. I don't think you're in any position to say that. Hey, I'm loyal. Let's check out our skills, Zumbi said with a smile. Alright, watch this. Green mana flared around him as he summoned a massive shield. I can take a hit pretty well thanks to my shield's defensive power. I can confidently say my defense is the absolute best in this academy. Active skills include wide area defense and weapon defense enhancement. The defense stats and the number of people I can support depend on my skill level. Haeyeon then reached out her hand, conjuring vibrant blue mana spheres. I can create mana spheres. They don't have the raw explosive power of a fireball, but they're way faster. Mana Master allows active mana gathering, and the amount of mana I can control depends on my skill level. Sangwoo was the only one with a skill he couldn't even use. Honestly, aside from clones, I don't know how to do anything else. Haeyeon angrily reminded Sangwoo about their assignment. Take this seriously. I am. But seriously, should I go find another group? Suddenly, remembering something, he turned to Zumbi. Oh right, didn't you want to join Junyoung's team? Hearing this, Zumbi looked pretty awkward. Why didn't you join them? D rank is actually pretty high around this academy. Sigh. I thought so too, but someone way better already teamed up with him. Just then, a massive cloud of dust and smoke erupted from Dongjun's team. He stood there frozen, staring blankly at the scene. To unleash that much destructive power in an instant, why haven't you taken the promotion exam yet? It turned out the ruins in front of him and the owners of that insane power were the other two in his team, both of them. The two of them casually replied, I'm lazy, while the other pink-haired one flashed a savage grin. F-rank hunter, Shinwol Dan, and F-rank hunter, half-beast Selkin. Bullying the weak is just way more fun, you know? Dongjun was amazed to have them in his group. They've got to be C rank or higher. Even Selkin, who never even shows up to class, joined my team. Seeing their combat power, he could already envision himself crushing Sangwoo. Both of them were incredibly high tier. With this team, I'm going to absolutely crush Du Sangwoo. Somewhere far away in a vast wasteland, a bunch of worm-like monsters had already been wiped clean. Suddenly, other monsters, like worms with snake heads, started slithering up from the ground. A figure with slightly reddish skin reached for his sword. With a sudden flash, a red slash ripped through them, leaving the monsters dead in an instant. He casually walked over the corpses of those monsters, as if sensing something strange, and raised his hand. It turned out the man was looking at the bracelet on his wrist, muttering, I completely forgot how to use this thing. Suddenly, the sand where he was standing began to sink and flow downward. A monster burst from the underground, snapping its jaws and swallowing him whole. It was dozens of meters tall, reaching straight into the sky, but the man immediately began tearing it apart from the inside. In the end, he broke free, completely unharmed. Sigh, I'll never get used to this, Raven muttered, continuing to walk through the pile of monster corpses. It seems heritage is calling me. S-rank hunter, Seeker Raven. Looks like I have to travel far again. Suddenly, Yunha slammed her hand onto the ground, and a pink barrier instantly expanded around them. Pink mana enveloped her body as she said, From now on, you'll be fighting with this. Mana fusion, actively shift and disperse the flow of mana. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, lift curses, and even dispel buffs and neutralize skills. Sangwoo broke out in a cold sweat as he remembered their first meeting. So that was how she had completely snuffed out that giant fireball. She clasped her hands behind her back and continued in a serious tone. My skill is also active inside this space. I've actually used a lot of other skills before. Any magic damage or physical attacks that threaten your life will be heavily reduced. The others stared with their jaws dropped as she added, so whether you use guns or magic, you can fight however you want. Even if you shoot someone right in the head, they won't die. Don't worry, though it'll definitely leave a scar. She slightly tilted her head down and glanced at them. Any questions? No one spoke up. She casually decided to get started right away. Very well. We'll begin the combat exam. There are several pink barriers on the field, 6 shields in total, and 12 teams will be fighting simultaneously. She explained while pointing at the diagram. After this, the winners will face each other, and the losers will do the same. We're not trying to find a single champion or anything. This is just an opportunity for you to be accurately evaluated. Her tone grew more serious. Then, out of nowhere, Yunha called out Sangwoo, while the trembling hunter, Dongjun, slowly stepped forward. Fumbling inside her breast pocket, she said, "Drink this before the battle begins." Yunha pulled out 2 glass vials containing a green liquid. It was a weakening potion. This will drop your stats down to the level of an average student in the academy, around E rank. Both of you must drink this potion. They call it a potion, but it's actually a poison. Don't worry, the effect is only temporary. Damn it, is this a punishment? Our stats are getting nerfed. Yunha also warned that if they refused to drink it or used a skill to neutralize it, they would be deemed cheaters and automatically graded an F rank. Once everything was set, she announced in a loud voice, "Now, get into your positions." Huh? Once the match began inside the 4th barrier of Team 1, Sangwoo realized his opponent was none other than. No worries. He can't use his clones, and his stats have been weakened anyway. He's basically just an F rank now. Hearing that, Sangwoo's veins popped in anger. It felt incredibly humiliating, but they weren't wrong. Calm down. If we work together, we can get through this. Inside the 4th barrier of Team 2, his teammate said, "You still have other skills besides that one, right? Like a rapid attack." He glanced at the barrier next to them. Shin Junyoung is right next to us. Sangwoo noticed Sealkin laughing like a maniac nearby. And who is that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. Outside the barrier, someone called out a reminder. B-rank hunters, please drink your weakening potions now. The proctor, a member of the Phoenix Guild, watched them. Since there was no way out of this, Sangwoo stopped resisting and popped open the cap. Both he and Dongjun drank the entire weakening potion. A bright green light erupted around them, causing Sangwoo intense pain. "Are you okay?" The system immediately notified. "You have consumed the weakening potion. Strength, 23,135. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he stared in frustration at his declining stats. Reflexes, 14,135. Stamina, 5,821. My energy is being drained. Magic, 3,623. Strength, 3,251. Reflexes, 2,251. Suddenly, the system flashed. Poison resistance. Sangwoo was still writhing in pain as his poison resistance began to activate. Strength, 2,135. Defense, 6,647. Stamina, 18,534. Magic, 28,967. Reflexes, 23,686. Stats recovering. Strength, 42,534. Reflexes, 32,212. Stamina, 38,593. Defense, 36,093. Magic, 50, 1,382. He stared at the stat window, completely dumbfounded. Weakening potion fully absorbed. Poison resistance enhanced. Poison resistance, 8,132. 8,138. Meanwhile, over at Arya's location, they were trying to rebuild. "Take care of that side. Don't let it collapse." Someone suddenly walked up and asked her. Arya turned around and recognized the newcomer. She gasped in joy. "Raven, it's been so long." She eagerly approached him. "You're here." "Of course I am." More importantly, Raven began asking about the situation. An ambush at the Heritage headquarters? What happened? Did that actually involve a real clone? He was quite surprised to hear this. "I didn't even know such a skill existed. It's urgent. We need to find a sample of that clone as quickly as possible. As soon as Raven heard that, he knew exactly what they were planning. Are you going to use it for a skill orb? That is indeed a top-tier skill, but to his surprise, Arya shook her head. No, I don't care about the skill orb anymore. She began talking about a much grander scheme. If we can experiment on the clone's attributes, we might actually succeed. Our plan for that day will be one step closer. Raven fell silent, contemplating this objective. Then it really is crucial. All right, I'll go. In the hunter industry, there are stats famously known for being incredibly hard to level up: regeneration and poison resistance. The system displayed regeneration enhanced, poison resistance enhanced. Leveling up regeneration requires grueling training, which is basically self-harm. As for poison resistance, it only improves after you risk your life, consuming deadly toxins. Poison resistance in particular can neutralize almost any toxin once it reaches a certain level. But even raising it by a single point is extremely dangerous. That's why even high-rank hunters who use skills to detoxify themselves never attempt to build up their natural immunity. But there is always an exception. There's someone who used to chug lethal poison like water, building up a monstrous immunity. And that someone is Sang Woo, who used to brag about his toxic drugs like number 7, which causes muscle deterioration, lung swelling, and body explosions. Number 7 has a new drug, yet his stats remained unchanged. He found it hard to believe what had just happened to his body, and his poison resistance had actually increased. Sang Woo suddenly realized something. Meanwhile, a guild member outside announced, "We will begin the evaluation exam shortly. Both teams, get ready. A zombie suddenly released green mana. I'll cast defense buffs on us." The opposing team was a bit tense. Just stay calm and stick to the plan. All right, let the match begin. Without wasting a single second, Sang Woo rushed straight toward Team 1. "Here I come." "Yeah." His sudden charge caught them completely off guard. "Huh? He's attacking me." To Sang Woo, it looked like they were moving in slow motion. This really goes to show just how much stats matter. "I bet I can dodge this easily, maybe even make a clone trick." Sang Woo immediately dodged by slipping right behind his opponent. Way too slow. He pressed his blade right against the guy's back. That's one down. But then Sang Woo had second thoughts. Wait a second. If I overpower them right here, won't that prove the weakening potion had no effect on me? While he was spaced out thinking, his opponent managed to circle around to hit him. If they find out, those bastards will just force me to drink something even stronger. His opponent landed a heavy blow on Sang Woo, sending him rolling across the dirt. Both Hyeon and Youngpil watched in shock. Sang Woo lay bruised and battered on the cracked ground. What a flawless performance. Now everyone would believe that he had been weakened and beaten up. But Youngpil blew his cover right away. To be honest, I already buffed everyone's defense. Even if your stats were lowered, there's no way you'd fly that far back. Sang Woo sat up, completely speechless and dumbfounded. He quickly tried to act natural. "No, I'm fine. It's all thanks to that defense buff." Wow, it really works wonders. The opposing team was completely baffled. What the hell? Is he strong or weak? I don't get it. Just then, Jungpil stepped in and attacked. While holding back the opponent's attacker, Youngpil shouted, "Hyeon, it's time." Hearing Youngpil, Hyeon immediately summoned several mana spheres and hurled them straight at the opposing team. Unexpectedly, one of the male opponents threw himself in front of their female teammate to shield her. "Don't worry, I can take it." Both players from Team 1 then lunged at Jungpil. "Take him down first." Sang Woo stood back, watching his teammate get attacked, and thought to himself, with just Hyeon and Jungpil, we definitely can't win. Is there a way I can help them without making it too obvious? An idea popped into his head. That's it. He immediately let out a fake battle cry and charged toward the remaining female player on Team 1. "Hey, I won't let you get away with this." She immediately unleashed her skill to counterattack him. "Get lost. Stone Spike, activate." Sang Woo purposely didn't dodge, letting the boulders slam hard into him. Sang Woo was already executing his plan. "I'll pretend to get blown away." He used his feet to redirect his trajectory, flying straight toward the other two opponents and headbutting them. Both Hyeon and Jungpil were utterly speechless. Scratching his head, Sang Woo sheepishly said, "Ah, I'm okay. It's really thanks to that defense buff. I don't know what would have happened to me without it." Sang Woo's headbutt had knocked the other two guys out cold on the spot. "What the hell?" The female opponent saw this and frantically tried to defend herself. "No, it wasn't me. How could I possibly have enough power to send someone flying like that? My skill isn't that strong. She was already panicking, and to make matters worse, Sangwoo even complimented her. That was awesome. The girl was so furious, she gritted her teeth. She then activated her skill, launching a barrage of rocks at them. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Jungpil stepped forward and blocked everything with his shield. As the thick dust cleared, their opponent became visible, but suddenly, something shot out from the lingering smoke. Several manospheres flew straight toward the girl. It turned out Hayan had seized the opportunity to finish off their opponent. See? I'm very confident in my speed. The proctor outside noted down the results. That was fast. Match 4. Team 2 wins. The three of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, great job everyone. Your buff is the absolute best, Jungpil. You don't need to keep rubbing it in. Sangwoo then turned to look toward Donggun's side, wondering how Jiyeon was doing. Right at that moment, he saw An activate his skill and ruthlessly beat his opponent to a pulp. Arg, stop! The sight sent shivers down everyone else's spine. The teammate of the guy getting beaten also screamed out, "Hey, we already surrendered. Stop it!" Seeing things get out of hand, the proctor immediately rushed in to stop it. Stop! End the match immediately. But An acted like he didn't hear a thing, brutally punching the opponent. Fortunately, Yoonha stepped in just in time. Hey, are you deaf? Are you deaf? We said stop. An finally let go of the guy, playing dumb. Oh, were you talking to me? I had no idea. An then began complaining about the magic seal. Because of this restrictive magic circle, I can't put my full strength into my punches. If it weren't for that, I would have finished him in a single blow. An turned to ask the other two members of his team, "Don't you guys agree?" Yeah, I couldn't even swing my sword properly. Yoonha felt a massive headache coming on. I made a huge mistake. I didn't take into account highly experienced, high-stat hunters competing in low-rank divisions. I shouldn't have rushed to apply the stat reduction magic circle and weakening potion to everyone. She immediately ordered the nearby proctor, "Call the on-site healer over right away. Ki-woong, over here, hurry." The healer had to treat the injured player right on the spot. Ha-yoon felt that something was seriously wrong. Isn't this a bit too much? But Sangwoo didn't say a word, only staring into the distance, deep in thought. Zombie tried to comfort the other two, saying, "Don't worry, there are 6 winners in the next round, including me, so the chance of us running into them is only 20%. I have a feeling they're going to be our next opponents," Sangwoo muttered, before suggesting they take a short break before the next match. Yoonha turned to another supervisor and asked, "So, have you decided who wins and who loses?" "Ah, yes. We're about to set up the random matchups now. Skip the random draw." She immediately decided to pit Sangwoo's team against Donggun's. "Let's have the runner-up from the 4th arena face the winner from the 5th arena." "Excuse me?" The supervisor, unsure if he had heard her correctly, asked again. "You mean the team with hunters Sung Sanju and Shin Juni?" "Exactly." It turned out Yoonha had seen right through everything, no matter how hard Sangwoo tried to hide it. Those movements just now definitely didn't belong to someone who had consumed a weakening potion. And he didn't use any purification skill on the potion either. She decided to pass this hot potato over to Sangwoo's team. She didn't know what he had done with that weakening potion. But if someone was looking to stir up trouble, she would just make them fight each other. At least we'll get to watch an entertaining match. Meanwhile, in the Nevada desert, inside the Tron Corporation lab, someone was repeatedly pounding on the steel door. "Open the door! Federal Bureau of Investigation, open up!" It turned out the FBI had come to take down Tron. Tron Corporation is suspected of ambushing Heritage Corporation and manufacturing and trafficking illegal drugs. Cooperate with us. But no matter how much they yelled, the door remained firmly shut. The agents were starting to lose their patience. They're completely ignoring us. "Forget it, we have a search warrant, so we can force our way in." The squad leader ordered the biggest guy in their group. "Big Doe, you're up." "Roger that, boss." Doe immediately activated his iron body skill, and the system notified him that the skill was now active. Doe then charged full speed at the steel door. Smoke and dust filled the air, but he was left completely stunned as he stood before it. The door didn't even have a single scratch on it. Suddenly, a strange device emerged from the door. It shot and destroyed all of their body cameras. "What? Our body cams are down." Then, a red laser quickly swept across them. Red lines suddenly marked their bodies, and they fell dead on the spot. As it turned out, Raven happened to be right there too. "Haha," he muttered to himself. I came all the way from the desert to Heritage, and now I'm right back in the desert. Raven moved forward following the coordinates. Let's see, is this the Tron company? They said it was somewhere around here. Before long, he noticed something was off. Standing on high ground, he felt the wind brushing past. Down below, Tron's robots were busy cleaning up the crime scene. He could smell the stench of burning flesh. Raven instantly materialized right in front of the entrance. Hey, he called out to the robot, clearly annoyed. What exactly are you burning? But the robot completely ignored him, continuing its task without even looking up. Seeing this, he immediately drew his sword. Ignoring me? Are we? Let me rephrase the question. The moment he finished speaking, the flame from the robot's torch sputtered out. This is Tron Corporation, right? The robot made a sound as if it were transmitting Morse code. It immediately turned to attack Raven. But with a few swift, precise strikes of his sword, Raven sliced it to pieces. Looks like I've found the right place. He looked down at the charred remains, falling into deep thought. Raven continued forward to see what lay inside Tron Corporation. Just try and stop me. Inside the laboratory, Chef John chuckled. I was completely wrong. I thought using a gem that turns humans into monsters was the most logical solution for rapid stat growth. But in reality, it's actually a barrier that prevents pure stats from rising. It's safe to say the stat-boosting effect of the gem has vanished, leaving behind only the mutation effect that turns the user into a monster. The person on the other end of the line shared his excitement. Congratulations. It seems like resolving the side effects of your research is now only a matter of time. If I hadn't found a subject who absorbed the gem but still managed to retain their human form, I probably would have been stuck on this loop for the rest of my life. He continued to talk about his grand master plan. Soon, humanity will have hope. Suddenly, the lab shook violently, and an alarm blared to warn Chef John that the blast door had been breached. What? The FBI actually managed to break through it? The person on the other end delivered a shocking piece of news. Actually, the FBI was completely wiped out, but an S-rank hunter has arrived. What? Furious and unwilling to accept defeat, he roared. No, I was so close to finding the answer. Do I really have to stop here? Chef John tried to compose himself and began barking orders. Get the specimen ready. He decided to use number 7 to deal with Raven. The S-rank hunter is still just human after all. I will use this specimen as a weapon to stop him. Raven continued deeper into Tron's base. He saw countless incubation tubes, all filled with monsters. They're running a project using monster corpses. I wonder if my clone is doing all right. Raven glanced around. He had arrived at a place far more terrifying than it looked. Who would have thought such a massive facility existed deep underground? Suddenly, a voice echoed, stopping him. Please stop, Sword Seeker. Daven immediately turned his attention to where the sound had come from. This voice, who are you? The robot speaking to him explained. I am the artificial intelligence managing this facility. You are currently trespassing on Chan Group's private property. I know, but I heard that Chan Group attacked Heritage and kidnapped an important friend of mine. The AI didn't seem to care and shooed Daven away. I know nothing about that. Please leave. Well, it seems even machines know how to lie these days. No matter how many times I hear it, that is definitely a woman's voice. What on earth is going on? As soon as the artificial intelligence finished speaking, countless robots swarmed in. This is not a request. They immediately locked onto him. These high-tech combat robots will hunt you down. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. But Daven remained incredibly calm and indifferent. Where are these high-tech combat robots you're talking about? Suddenly, a single sword flashed, and the robots were sliced to pieces in the blink of an eye. It looks like he isn't willing to compromise. All I see is a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Ha-Yan was looking pretty annoyed as she called out to Sang-woo, "Hey, look at this." It turned out Ha-Yun was annoyed because she never expected their team to actually go up against Dungjan's team. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance of us facing them? Zombie looked over and stammered. What's with that team? Why aren't you saying anything? Sang-woo didn't answer Ha-Yun, choosing instead to mumble some utter nonsense. Zombie's support buffs are the absolute best. That's not the point. Unmuttered, feeling a bit irritated by this nonsense. Is this a joke? Anne looked at Sang-woo like he was a complete fool. Is that guy seriously a B-rank hunter? Dungjan immediately spoke up to remind him. Don't let your guard down. What I want is an overwhelming victory. Muon also agreed with that sentiment and got ready to fight right away. I want to get this over with quickly too. Shall we begin? Although Zombie was sweating from anxiety, he locked in and took the fight seriously. I'll buff you guys. The shield sharing skill has been activated. Seeing this, Sang-woo suddenly became serious. I need to stop messing around. Those two are at least C rank. Whether my secret gets exposed or not, I have to fight with everything I've got. Yunha, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly turned to the supervisor. Just in case, make sure the emergency medical team is on standby. Yes, ma'am. She then announced in a loud voice, contestants, get ready, let the match begin. Anne was the first to charge at Sang-woo. Let's see what a B-rank hunter can really do. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes, Sang-woo managed to dodge the attack just in time. But to his surprise, a glowing ring of light appeared around his arm. Sang-woo threw a powerful punch right into Anne's face and grinned savagely, his mouth dripping with blood. Well, what do you know? That was a pretty impressive punch. Did you really drink the weakening potion? See? It turned out that glowing ring of light had something to do with Yunha. Is this the restriction Guildmaster Hwang Yunha mentioned? I wanted to knock him out, but I couldn't. It seems I don't have enough strength to do that yet. Anne didn't give him a moment to think, immediately rushing in to land his next blow. There was one more thing. Dungjan was still standing, completely still, making no move to attack. Dungjan was indeed under the influence of the weakening potion. Sang-woo couldn't accept the idea that his opponent might be resistant to it. There's no way his poison resistance is as high as mine, and he barely even moved during the last evaluation fight. If that's the case, Sang-woo immediately dashed behind Dungjan. He must be weakened. But Dungjan caught onto his plan. So you decided to target me first? Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped Sang-woo. Lightning struck from the sky, crashing directly into the arena. Countless shards of glass rained down from above. Ugh, what the hell is this? Watch out for those glass shards. Sang-woo had just been scorched black by the lightning strike. The damage exceeded his limits, causing the shield-sharing skill to deactivate. Dungjian looked at his hands, feeling rather unsatisfied. My magic can't function properly inside this barrier. But looking at the heavily injured Sang-woo, he shrugged it off. Well, it seems good enough. Did you seriously think you could win so easily just because I drank the weakening potion? While Dungjian was busy talking, Sang-woo gripped his dagger tightly. Just watch your team lose because of your own uselessness. Sang-woo looked up and grinned, despite the blood dripping from his head. Don't make me laugh. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that never happens. Over at President John's side, an announcement rang out. All combat robots have been destroyed. They're destroyed already? We have exhausted all backup power. Feeling a bit anxious, President John tapped on the control keyboard. What about the drugs we're going to inject into the test subject? We've only prepared the brainwashing drugs that allow behavioral control, bone reinforcement, basic abilities, and physical defense. All the drugs have been injected into Subject 7 in the test tube, but that should be enough. It will significantly enhance the vision and mobility of the clones. Only then did President John smile with relief. Good. Inject it into the subject. Meanwhile, back at the match, Zombie was injured by his opponent, who left absolutely no openings. Mun is Zombie's opponent. With his chain attack skill, the more he strikes, the faster his speed gets. In the blink of an eye, Zombie has another fresh wound. Mun turned to look at Zombie, both praising him and feeling annoyed. I was planning to sever your arm with that move, but your defense is pretty solid. How annoying. As Sang-woo turned around, he caught sight of this. Just as Jung-bi was about to rush in and pull back, Jung-won made his move. Where do you think you're going? The barrier force field skill has been activated. Didn't you say you'd take me down first? Sang-woo immediately glared at Jung-won with a warning look. Get out of my way. His fireball shattered the barrier. Jung-won stared at the tiny fireball flying toward him. I am pretty sure you saw me cast this magic last time. He decided to go big, launching a massive fireball, several times larger, straight at Sang-woo. Now, this is a real fireball. Seizing the moment, Sang-woo immediately summoned a subdimension. That huge fireball flew straight into it. Seeing this, Jung-won was furious. You bastard. When the hell did you learn a defensive skill like that? I had my eyes on that fireball skill already. Meanwhile, over where Hyeon was, things were not going so easily either. On activated his skill, playing around with Hyeon. What are you even doing? Punish the weak. The lower your opponent's stats, the higher your base stats become. On instantly swung his fist at Hyeon. You call that an attack skill? Fortunately, Sang-woo showed up just in time to block it. He stared intensely at An and offered a brief compliment. "You're strong." Suddenly, his pupils turned crimson. He fell to his knees in agonizing pain, letting out a loud roar. Sang-woo gritted his teeth in sheer agony. System notification. Body mutation detected. Activating new skill. Jung-won had no idea what was happening, but he seized the opportunity. What is wrong with him all of a sudden? This is our chance. Let's attack Jung Sang-woo now. Mun hesitated for a moment, but still went along with it. I do not really want to, but I have no choice. Chain attack unleashed, resetting the attack chain and massively boosting the power of the next strike. An swung his fist forcefully towards Sang-woo. Try blocking this one like you did before. Punish the weak upgraded. This skill can now temporarily apply even to those with higher stats. Jung-won also launched his attack. Fireball skill activated, Windblade skill activated. Skill combination, Hellfire skill activated. All three of them lunged forward, unleashing their attack skills on him, causing the arena floor under Sang-woo to explode. Blast after blast echoed as the very ground was torn to shreds. Seokjin slammed his fists into the ground, roaring, "I will end this right now." Thick dust and smoke filled the air, completely blocking out all vision. Hyeon screamed, while Zombie anxiously gasped in worry. With Sang-woo unresponsive, someone shouted for the supervisor. She quickly rushed over to heal him, saying, "Hold on a moment." Meanwhile, system alerts kept blaring repeatedly over Sang-woo. Iron Bone skill has been created. Iron Bones. Passive skill has been created. The skill level up alerts rang out continuously, with his stats steadily rising alongside them. Finally, the robotic voice spoke once again. Hatred of the weak skill has reached its limit. The gap in endurance is too massive. The gap in agility is too massive. And then, Sang-woo emerged from the smoke, raising his hand to easily block Seokjin's attack. Steel body skill has been created. With his level up, all of his base stats skyrocketed. His endurance, strength, reflexes, durability, and stamina all surged by tens of thousands. Sang-woo looked at Seokjin and muttered, "End this, you say?" But he refused to back down. He immediately swung his elbow at his face. Nearby, Yunha cast a support skill, crying out, "This is too dangerous. Stop it, Jung Sang-woo." But her skill could do nothing to hold back Sang-woo and his monstrous power. He threw another punch, shattering Yunha's skill. He then landed a devastating blow directly into Seokjin's stomach. With a painful groan, he was sent flying, crashing violently into the back wall. As the dust settled and silence returned, Seokjin slid lifelessly down to the floor. Zombie and Hyeon stared in utter disbelief. Jungyeon and Dogan were equally shocked, with Jungyeon trembling in absolute terror. "What is this?" Sang-woo calmly said. "This is how it has to end." Meanwhile, in Chever's laboratory, a mechanical voice read out the system notification. Defense skill has been created. The system has recognized iron bones and steel body. Chever burst into laughter. "That is it. When you endure without turning into a monster, your stats skyrocket." He boasted triumphantly, "And it has been equipped with the most advanced weaponry from Tron Corporation." Clone number 7 stood before him as his proud announcement echoed. A warrior capable of defeating even an S-class hunter has been created. Chever then questioned the computer system. "Have you completely brainwashed it?" "After restarting its brain, we successfully set you as its master, Mr. Chever." Excited, Chever grabbed the robot's shoulders. "Excellent. From now on, your name is T01. Suddenly, another screen popped up. The Sword Seeker has reached the 7th basement floor. Estimated time of arrival, 5 minutes. Chever let out a low chuckle. Patting the robot's shoulder, he said, "Perfect timing. I am giving you a mission. T01, eliminate that intruder." The robot remained completely motionless and unresponsive, leaving him utterly baffled. Chever hurriedly double-checked, muttering, "Is it not listening to me?" "But I already installed the translation software." Once again, he barked out another order, "ET01, go kill that guy." But the robot glared down at him with absolute disdain and said, "I am number 7. Number 7 calmly delivered a heavy punch, making him groan in sheer agony. "I only take orders from my master." His computer system began calling out to Chevelle in a state of sheer panic. Number 7 spoke slowly once more, forcing an injection and then issuing commands. This facility and everyone in it are now classified as enemies. Still, the computer system kept desperately trying to establish contact. "Mr. Chevelle." Meanwhile, over on Sanju's side of the battlefield, Yunha stared in utter disbelief. "That bastard, Jung Sanju, He actually canceled his own skill. Damn it, is he really just a B rank? The proctor behind her quickly chimed in, asking, "What should we do now, ma'am? Should we stop the match?" Yunha turned around and gave a stern, quiet order. There are still other members. First, heal the hunters who have crossed outside the boundary. She glanced back toward the ongoing battle, reasoning that there was no cause to stop the fight just because the debuff potion had failed to work on Sanju. Dungan was gritting his teeth, and Junghyun wasn't affected by that potion either. Thinking back to the situation earlier sent a chill down Yunha's spine. The potion didn't actually lower their skill ranks. Instead, casting powerful skills would just drain a massive amount of mana. If his stats had truly dropped like they were supposed to, he should be showing signs of exhaustion and fatigue by now. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead. But from the very beginning, this battle had already thrown those limitations out the window. We'll keep going, just keep watching. Meanwhile, Do-han stood beside Jung-hyun, begging him repeatedly. Jung-hyun, please give me the order. But Jung-hyun was just gritting his teeth in pure fury. Why you? Do-han turned his head and saw Jung-hyun's face darkening with rage. He immediately screamed, "Jung-hyun, snap out of it!" He tried desperately to wake Jung-hyun up, while keeping one eye on the arena. "Can't you see?" Jung-hyun stared at Sanju, stuttering as he replied to Do-han. "I'm sorry. Are you finally awake?" Jung-hyun scowled, thinking to himself, "How stupid of me. What on earth was I thinking?" In that moment, he recalled the words of his superior, "Take that potion. This is your chance to prove yourself." He channeled his skill in his hands, hardening his resolve. "I don't have the luxury of giving up. It's all or nothing. I'm going to buff your speed, so bind him." Instantly, a system notification chimed, announcing that his speed, reflexes, and agility had surged. Pumped up by the buff, Do-han drew his sword and lunged straight toward Sanju. "This buff is incredible. At this speed, I can." He flickered in and out of sight as he closed in on Sanju, confident he could take down the monster. But the moment his sword struck Sanju, it shattered into pieces. Do-han flinched at the sound of the system notification. The speed buff had already ended. That blade. And what kind of buff wears off this fast? He reached to draw his other sword from his back, but Sanju had already spun around, throwing a fist straight at Do-han. "I'm putting an end to this too." However, his path was suddenly blocked by a cluster of sharp spikes erupting from the ground. It was an ice wall that generated massive ice spikes, dealing damage while trapping the opponent. From a distance, Jung-hyun struggled to shout a warning, "Hurry and get out of there!" Sanju boosted his cold resistance and shattered the ice to pieces. He reached out and grabbed Do-han by the collar, catching him completely off guard. Jung-hyun unleashed another skill, gritting his teeth in bitter resentment. Why? Even though he was struck dead on by the skill, Sanju kept driving his fists into Do-han. He pummeled him mercilessly, without stopping. Jung-hyun was driven even deeper into madness. Why? Do-han was finally knocked out by Sanju. Jung-hyun couldn't help but scream out, "Why do you get to have everything?" A massive swarm of stones gathered in the air and shot straight at Sanju. The stone rain skill had been activated. Dust and debris exploded outward from the impact of his attack. Even Haeon and Zombie had to scramble to avoid the blast radius. "Get behind me! We're only dragging him down like this." "All right." The proctor stared at the battlefield, completely dumbfounded. This was no longer a practical exam. Meanwhile, Sanju calmly dodged every single attack. The incoming stones seemed to have absolutely no effect on him. Jung-hyun glared intensely, but his body was already trembling from exhaustion. After unleashing one final, desperate strike, a massive explosion erupted, shrouding the entire area in a thick cloud of dust. Jung-hyun clutched his right arm, panting heavily. Suddenly, Sanju materialized right in front of him, his eyes glowing a deep crimson. He reared his fist back, aiming a straight punch at Jung-hyun as he whispered, "Don't blame others for your own weakness." But just as his fist was about to connect, it was blocked by Yoon. She stared at her shield, which was already cracking under the force of his punch, and managed to squeeze out, "The evaluation is over," she announced in a loud, clear voice as Jung-hyun collapsed to the ground. "Jung Sanju, your team wins." Yoonha looked at the massive wreckage left behind by Sanju and his team, summoning her clones to help clean up. The clones quickly dispersed to clear the battlefield. Yoonha watched them for a long moment before finally speaking. "This should be enough." She turned to face Sanju, who was putting on his coat behind her, catching his attention. "Hunter Jung Sanju, please come with me." The two of them walked side by side down the long, quiet hallway. Yoonha suddenly broke the silence, asking, "How did you manage to break free from the effects of the weakening potion?" Sanju flinched slightly upon hearing her question. Forcing a wry smile, he replied, "Oh, I just drank it," and the effect sort of vanished on its own. Yunha stared at him with a look of pure confusion. "Just how high is your poison resistance stat?" Sanju timidly replied, "Around 8,138. Hearing that, she immediately shrieked. "8? What?" Her voice completely gave away her sheer disbelief. A normal person would have to eat dozens of poisonous mushrooms over and over again to build up that kind of resistance. "How on earth did you do that?" Cold sweat began to drip down Sanju's face. Well, I just trained really hard." But in reality, he was thinking of something else. It was actually all thanks to his clones. Yunha pulled out a cigarette, placed it between her lips, and said as she lit it, "Well, it's not like you're cheating, so whatever. I won't pry anymore. The other students will probably start gossiping about this, but I'll find a way to cover it up." With that, she waved her hand, dismissing Sanju. "Now, get out of here." He didn't hesitate to leave. "All right." Sanju let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally dodged a bullet. He looked down at his petrified hand and fell into deep thought. By the way, what exactly is this skill? It didn't just appear out of nowhere. It came with a ton of incredible effects. The system's mechanical voice announced, "Invincible body. The user's body will become as hard as stone." Passive effect. Physical defense and magic resistance are increased by 50%, and pain is reduced. Active effect temporarily doubles the passive effects. Sanju figured this was probably because of number 7. His clone happily gave him a thumbs up. "Master, did you successfully acquire the skill?" Sanju's expression suddenly turned serious. No matter how he looked at it, only number 7 could have obtained a skill like this. Was he subjected to some kind of experiment after being kidnapped? I should check on him, using my familiar skill. But as soon as he activated the defense protocol skill, he saw number 7 groaning in agonizing pain. Sanju forced a wry smile. "Actually, never mind," he sighed. "Number 7 is a pretty bright guy, after all." Leaving his clone completely bewildered, he kept walking, and Heritage did promise to bring him back. They're probably doing that right now. Meanwhile, over on number 7's side, he was fighting relentlessly despite the warning alarms of Shev's laboratory. "Halt." The robotic voice kept echoing repeatedly. "Halt, T01. He responded in a freezing cold voice. "I am number 7. The computer system firmly retorted. "You are destroying priceless facilities and research equipment. Stop immediately." But number 7 completely ignored it. "I only take orders from my master." The system instantly replied, "The circle group is your master." Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure stepped forward. Raven looked at Sanju's clone and asked, "Are you number 7? Number 7 calmly replied, "Yes." He looked around at the chaotic scene, the corner of his lips curling upward. "I guess everything was taken care of before I even got here." Leaving Shev unconscious on the floor, Raven said to number 7, "Well, that makes things simple. Let's get out of here together." But he looked at Raven with suspicious eyes. "Excuse me, but which organization do you belong to?" Raven remained calm. "I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months. Have you not told your master about this yet?" Number 7 groaned softly. "Heritage." Raven looked at him with concern. "Are you all right?" After the wave of pain passed, number 7 looked back at Raven with absolute calm. "I'm sorry, but I have no memory of receiving such an order." The lab's computer system spoke up smugly, but before it could finish, number 7 drew his sword and slashed it to pieces. The brainwashing drug must be taking effect. "Now, obey our orders," and number 7 cut in with utter disdain. "I only take orders from my master. That will never change." Raven made a slightly troubled face. Did the brainwashing drug cause him to lose his memory? This is getting complicated. It seemed he wasn't brainwashed at all, but he had forgotten that he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he slowly spoke. "We could contact your master, but unfortunately, I don't have a way to contact him right now." Raven drew the sword from his waist. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to use force to take you with me." Number 7 replied in a deep, low voice. "Then you will become my enemy." At the hospital affiliated with the Hunter Academy, Deng Yen sat on his hospital bed with a dazed expression. He recalled what Sanju had said, right before landing that devastating punch on him. "Don't blame others for your own weakness." He reached up and covered his mouth tightly. Deng Yen muttered under his breath, "I lost." Gripping the cabinet next to his hospital bed, he slowly stood up. "I even resorted to dirty tricks." He took slow steps toward the door. "And yet, I failed once again. As Deng Yen crossed the quiet hospital courtyard in the late afternoon, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Deng Yen was slammed against the wall, letting out a painful groan. Sign tightened his grip around his neck, choking him. Hey, are you kidding me? I heard you passed out before the blow even landed. In a fit of rage, his grip tightened further, making it hard for Deng Yen to breathe. And you dare call yourself a B rank? You couldn't even beat a brain-dead loser who can't even use his own clone skill. But Sign felt something was off. Wait. You. The person Sign had been choking this whole time was actually Sanju in disguise. He kicked him hard in the stomach. The brain-dead loser you were talking about is right here. Sanju looked at him, splayed out on the ground with pure contempt. If you lose, stop whining and don't blame others. Sign clutched his stomach, glaring at him with eyes full of resentment, and shrieked his name. But Sanju calmly summoned his clone. What did you say earlier? That you couldn't use your powers because of the barrier and some weakening potion? Two clones suddenly materialized out of thin air. Now, if you think you're tough, bring it on. Sign trembled and pleaded to stop. Wait. But Sanju had no intention of letting him off easy, telling his clone, teach him how to speak properly and respect others. He cried out. But before he could even finish, a solid punch landed right on his face. Wait, please, hold on. Every word out of Sign's mouth was met with another punch. Stop. His clone sarcastically mocked him with every blow. Please, just stop. Deng Yen timidly asked Sanju, why did you save me? Sanju turned his head and calmly replied, don't get it twisted. He only got beat up because he dared to badmouth me. Meanwhile, Sign's crew kept making a pathetic scene. My bones are broken, man. My precious bones are broken. But those bones are just. Sanju's words immediately poked at the doubts lingering in Deng Yen's mind. We're not friends, so don't get the wrong idea. He turned away, thinking to himself that being the top dog in this academy was more than enough. But Deng Yen suddenly called out to stop him. Wait! Veins popped on his forehead. What now? Do you need a beating to snap out of it? Deng Yen replied with a face full of guilt. I heard my second team captain went a bit too far. I really didn't want things to turn out like this. I only asked her to protect the monster poachers from getting caught, and to make sure no lives were lost. He paused for a moment before continuing. It seems she didn't care much about that, but I truly didn't want any misunderstanding to happen. Sanju looked completely unfazed. Whatever. Meanwhile, Selkin was still screaming in agony nearby. It hurts so much. Please, stop hitting me. Right, that's more like it. Over by number 7, Raven muttered under his breath. I heard the master of this clone is only a B rank, right? He closed his eyes, thinking the hunter rating system must have made a major mistake. Raven leisurely sat on number 7, using him as a meat cushion. He's probably passed out, and I'd rather he didn't wake up again. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Raven found it a bit hard to believe. He was able to keep up with my attack trajectory right until the very end. Was it because his offensive and defensive tactics were quite solid that he could hold his ground against me to this extent? He pondered, and his master has several clones like this? That sounds like a real pain. Raven rubbed his chin and chuckled. It's not really like me, but maybe I should take on an apprentice. He then walked over to Shev, who was slumped on the floor. Now, let's wrap things up over here. He spoke slowly, making Shev jump. I know you're awake. Cold sweat broke out on old Shev's forehead as he stammered. Wait, Lord Swordseeker, what do you want? Please, I can't die yet. Raven glared at him with cold eyes. I am the one asking the questions here. I expect you to tell the truth. Raven placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, Shev trembled all over. Are you the one who created the AIs for Tron Corporation? Shev immediately replied, yes. Raven continued. The AI's voice belongs to Elisa, doesn't it? Do you know her? Shev gasped in surprise. What? How? How do you know that name? Raven didn't answer and pressed on. Is she still alive? So you were also a researcher involved in that experiment. Since you knew Elisa, you must know the rest of them too. Chever shouted, where is Elisa now? Raven gave an answer that didn't address the question at all. Her lover is dead. Chever asked in rapid succession, not even giving Raven a chance to reply. Please, tell me. I'll give you all my savings if you just tell me. Please, just tell me. Wait, what did you say before that? She had a lover? Veins popped on Raven's forehead. He raised his hand threateningly, freezing Shev in his tracks. Shut up. I'm the one asking the questions here. Got it? Shev weakly replied. Yes, Raven asked in a deep voice. Since you joined that experiment, you must have become Liber's colleague, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Chev muttered, Liber. It's been a long time since I last heard that name. And what do you mean, colleague? I never once considered someone like him to be a colleague of mine. Raven nodded slightly. It seemed like the old man really didn't know. Fine. Then I will kill Liber with my own hands. Chever's entire body trembled at Raven's threat. I do know a little, but I'm not sure if it will be of any help to you. He used to use a workshop. Seeing Raven listening attentively, he continued, I'm not sure if it's still there. The last time I went there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathing his sword only made Chev even more terrified. That's enough. Where is it? He knelt flat on the ground and replied, I'll send you the location through the identification bracelet. Please give me your identification number. Raven looked at him with a suspicious gaze. An identification bracelet. Raven stared at him for a moment and then asked, Can you write it down on paper? Chev nodded. Yes, I can. He held out a piece of paper towards Raven. Here it is. Raven stared intently at the paper, while carrying number 7 on his shoulder with one hand. All right now. But Chev suddenly interrupted. Wait. Before you leave, I only beg of you to tell me. Where is Elisa? He screamed, Is she okay? But then calmly walked away. I told him that I'm the only one allowed to ask questions around here. Meanwhile, Sanju was already on the phone with someone. Bo, I heard you successfully rescued number 7, but there was only silence on the other end. That's right, but it looks like he's already been experimented on a few times. Bo paused for a moment before continuing. I think they're trying to brainwash him and rewrite his memories. Maybe you should try ordering him to cooperate with Heritage again. Hearing this, Sanju immediately replied, Order him? Sure, I'll do it right away. He thought to himself, brainwashing? He kept walking, staring at his phone screen. He's already been experimented on, so number 7 is the real reason I suddenly got so strong? A smirk played on Sanju's lips. With these skills and stats, reaching A rank should be a walk in the park. All of my base stats have shot up so much, and I don't even know how I got this invincible body skill. Suddenly, he stroked his chin and wondered, could he get kidnapped again? But he quickly slapped himself to snap out of that thought. What am I even saying? I promised myself I wouldn't treat them like tools. Sanju laughed out loud as he walked. Anyway, the rescue was a success. Those bastards who messed with our hunt are being dealt with, and I even won the group battle training. Things are finally looking up. Lately, rumors had started spreading through the hunting grounds. Rumors that Dung Sanju's clones had not only wiped out a group of B-rank hunters, but had also taken down an A-rank hunter. The administrator of that battle had even provided testimony to the association. Seriously, every time I think about it. Of course, the fight broke out because someone tried to steal their monsters, so the clones retaliated. But as the rumors spread, the story began to get a little twisted. Death awaits anyone who trespasses on their territory. With hundreds of victims already, you're dead meat if you dare steal their monsters. You might get tortured, or get your teeth knocked out just for staring too long or throwing attitude. That was how his devilish reputation began to spread among hunters. And as the rumors got worse, nobody wanted to cross paths with his clones anymore. Whenever other hunters ran into them, they would bow and beg for mercy. We're so sorry. Please, spare us. This went on for days. One evening, at a casual pub, Sanju, Zombie, and Heian raised their glasses to toast their victory. Sanju looked at the other two and said with a bright smile, You two did a great job. Zombie shook his head with a serious expression. I didn't really contribute much. Heian agreed with him. You took care of everything in the mid-game, after all. Hearing that, Sanju couldn't help but admire them. Ah, that defensive buff was seriously amazing. Zombie smiled sheepishly. Please, let's not talk about that buff anymore. Suddenly, a man sitting at the next table stood up and shouted, catching Sanju's attention. Well, look who we have here, the most famous man in the hunter community. The man rambled on. Hey, Mr. Dung Sanju, what makes a B-ranker like you think you're hot stuff just because you got some fame? The woman sitting next to him immediately tried to stop him. Hey, stop it, you're drunk. Sanju stared at him with a complicated look. Who are you? The woman smiled apologetically and replied, I'm so sorry. He's just had way too much to drink. But the man kept struggling to break free from her hold. Let go of me. I need to set him straight. He swore under his breath. Damn it, you're just a B-ranker, but you've been hanging around E-rank zones and locking down the whole area? I spent every last penny I had just to get an entry ticket, only for your clones to sweep up all our monsters. What the hell is that about? Sanju was completely bewildered. Please, calm down. I haven't sent my clones to any hunting zones below C rank lately. The man shoved his phone in Sanju's face and yelled, "Then what the hell is this?" He stared at the screen in surprise. Sanju immediately recognized the photo. The man grumbled, "If you're going to monopolize an area, the least you could do is give us a heads up. We were hunting there first, so why did you show up late and claim the entire place was yours?" Sanju stared closely at the clones on the screen, specifically, number 2. Meanwhile, the woman beside the man hurriedly cried out, "Stop it right now! I'm so sorry. Boss, here's our payment." Even as he was dragged away, the man wouldn't shut up. "I told you to let go of me. You were there too. Weren't you totally losing your mind too?" Sanju walked down the main street, letting out a soft sigh. "I saw the photo and the location, but that wasn't me. It doesn't look like I can clear up this misunderstanding easily though." Haeyeon walked behind him, looking at him with surprised eyes. "So, what now?" Sanju calmly explained. "It looks like someone who looks exactly like number 2 cordoned off an E-rank hunting zone and stole everyone's monsters." She gasped. "What? Are you sure?" Sanju gave a faint smile. "There's a photo, but it doesn't prove anything. I never ordered him to do that, and I haven't been out hunting lately." Zombie, walking beside him, hesitated. "So, you're saying," Zombie brought up the most suspicious part, "someone might be posing as your clone to pull this off?" Sanju closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I guess so." He turned to look at his teammate. "Apparently, those imposters are getting pretty famous around there. Have you ever heard of this?" Zombie thought for a moment before replying. "I heard that if anyone dares to steal kills from those clones, they disappear without a trace." Sanju clenched his fist, his voice growing more resolute. "Damn right. No one touches my stuff and gets away with it." As soon as Sanju finished, Zombie chimed in. "Still, it is the first time I have heard of someone claiming a monster hunting ground as their personal territory inside a controlled zone. I have never even been to a B-rank dungeon, so there is still a lot I do not know." Sanju glanced at Haeyeon, suddenly remembering she was only an F-rank hunter. "How about you, Haeyeon?" She puffed out her cheeks. "I have not even gone on a hunt yet." Sanju looked at her in surprise. "Why?" Haeyeon recalled the promise Sanju had made to her, so she asked, Back then, he had immediately agreed, saying it would not be hard, and that if she managed to join the guild, he would take her along on a hunt. Haeyeon said with a calm face, "You promised to take me hunting if I got in, but it seems like you completely forgot." Sanju immediately gasped in panic. "So, you have really never hunted monsters before?" Haeyeon placed her hands on her hips. "Of course not. I've been waiting for you to keep your promise." Sanju put a hand to his mouth, lost in thought, before suddenly announcing, "All right, we will go tomorrow." Haeyeon's face lit up with joy. "Really?" She squealed with excitement. "You better not change your mind." Sanju smiled. "I always keep my word." Meanwhile, Zombie stood in the background, looking incredibly envious. "Man, I want to go too." The next day, at the JM organization, Sanju adjusted his armor one final time. His agent teammate suddenly asked, "Are you taking a group combat class at the academy or something?" "Oh," Sanju replied in a low voice. "No, I am just heading to a hunting ground." His teammate nodded twice. "It has been a while since you last went hunting, has it not?" Admiring the gun in his hand, Sanju said, "I have a promise to keep. Besides, I heard someone has been impersonating me and stealing kills from people in the low-level hunting grounds, so I am going to check it out." His teammate gasped in surprise. "What? Someone is impersonating you?" Sanju nodded, glancing at number 2. "Want to see a photo? Number 2, come here." Number 2 replied flatly, "Sure." His teammate's eyes widened as he looked at the photo on the phone. "Wait, this is literally number 2." Sanju calmly asked, "Is this you?" Number 2 replied indifferently, "No, I have never left this place, except for when I was summoned from the portal. Furthermore, when comparing the person in the photo to us, his face is 2% wider, his shoulders are 5% narrower, and his upper to lower body ratio is." Sanju raised his hand, signaling number 2 to stop and calm down. "I believe you." Sanju handed the phone to number 2. "If you see someone like this, will you be able to recognize them?" Number 2 replied coldly, "I can." Meanwhile, a skeleton let out a painful screech as Haeyeon took it down. The group was currently making their way through the E-rank hunting ground, Skeleton Village. Sanju crossed his arms and nodded approvingly. "Nice job, you handled that skeleton perfectly. Looks like you do not even need my help anymore, huh?" Catching her breath, Haeyeon replied with excitement. "Thank you, master." Sanju gave number 2 a subtle nod while speaking to Haeyeon. Seeing how well you are doing in this E-rank hunting ground, I think you are ready to take your promotion exam right away. Hyeon replied shyly, "Oh, I am not that good yet, master." Seeing number 2 walk away, Haeyeon asked curiously, "Master, where is your clone going?" Sanju laughed it off. "Oh, don't worry about him. He is just scouting the path ahead." But Hyeyeon noticed something strange. Still, this place is incredibly quiet. I have not seen a single other hunter. A cold sweat broke out on Sanju's forehead. That is because everyone is actively avoiding me. What on earth did those imposters do here? He quickly tried to act natural. "Yeah, you are right. It is pretty peaceful." Sanju could only place his trust in his clone. "I am counting on you, number 2. We have to catch those guys before my reputation as a tyrant gets any worse. I am relying on those sharp, robotic eyes of yours." Suddenly, a young man appeared, catching the attention of 2 nearby hunters who were busy gathering materials. The young man, who looked identical to number 2, asked coldly, "Who gave you permission to hunt here?" Seeing him, the 2 hunters scrambled to their feet in a panic. "We are so sorry. We saw you heading in a different direction. We did not mean to trespass," the young man slowly declared. "This area belongs to us." He glared at them with a threatening look. "Leave the carcasses and get the hell out of here." One of them stammered in panic. All of them? But we are the ones who just killed them." The young man gripped the hilt of his sword. "Do you have any idea who you are talking to?" The hunter frantically waved his hands. "No, please forgive us. We are leaving right now." With that, the 2 hunters quickly and silently fled the scene. The young man squatted down next to the skeleton's remains and inspected the loot. "Well, at least those guys know their place. But it seems they have finally noticed us." His hand, tightly clutching a gold ring, began to tremble. Suddenly, he slammed the loot onto the ground in a fit of rage, shattering it completely. The young man reached up and ripped the wig off his head, his voice dripping with pure resentment. "All the pain I had to endure, and every single bit of this misery. Jian Sanju, it is all your fault." Haeyeon unleashed a powerful skill, causing the entire area to shudder. Sanju nodded in sheer admiration. "Impressive. It looks like you have finally figured out exactly how much power to use to take down a beast." She panted, trembling as she replied, "Yes, but I'm just so exhausted." Sangwoo calmly replied, "Gather whatever loot they're carrying. Their corpses are completely worthless." Haeyeon smiled. "Didn't you say you used to have a hard time with these things too, Teach?" Suddenly, Sangwoo received a notification from number 2. "I've swept the area, but there's still no one suspicious." Sangwoo thought to himself, "Have they still not found them?" Through their mental link, Sangwoo ordered number 2 to open a dimensional portal and summon everyone to help with the search, except for those guarding the hospital. Number 2 coldly replied, "Understood." He then summoned a few more clones to carry out the task. "We'll split up and search different areas." Right then, Sangwoo and Haeyeon raised their potions and shouted in unison, "This is the first time you've actually drunk a normal potion. Teach." While number 2 was examining the footprints on the ground, Haeyeon was thrilled to be taking the test. "Freeze!" The moment the other hunters saw number 2 appear, they quickly said, "We're sorry. We had no idea you were here." Number 2 simply nodded coldly. "It's fine. Carry on." Haeyeon's eyes sparkled. "Wow, this necklace is so shiny." Number 2 briefly reported, "He's not here." After a brief pause, number 2 added, "We've searched the entire area, but we still haven't seen anyone wearing those clothes." Sangwoo fell deep into thought. "All right, everyone, go back to your duties." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I purposely wore a mask just to throw those fakes off if we crossed paths, so where the hell did they go?" Sangwoo pulled down his mask and asked Haeyeon, "How did you feel about today's hunt?" She replied excitedly, "I got so much loot, I can't believe it." Sangwoo chuckled. "See? There's a reason why so many people choose to become hunters." Haeyeon couldn't stop smiling. "Let's split the loot 50-50. We really make an amazing team." Sangwoo shook his head in refusal. "No, I'm good. You can keep all of it as a souvenir for your first hunt." Haeyeon's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You're gonna regret this." Sangwoo smirked. "You have no idea how much I actually make." He pointed behind him. "Anyway, let's head back." But the moment Sangwoo turned back, he spotted Jongyeon and quickly ducked behind a wall. "Get down." Haeyeon found it odd and whispered, "What's wrong? Who's there?" Sangwoo peeked out from behind the wall, his mind racing. "Jongyeon, why the hell is that bastard here?" A sudden thought flashed in his mind. Could it be him? Back at the Hunters Association, Woo Hyun seriously asserted, It's definitely him. Sangwoo's teammate nodded in agreement. I think so too. There is absolutely no reason for a hunter like Jongyeon to be in an E-rank dungeon. The Hyeseong Guild has plenty of people to act as your body double, and he has a history of ruining your raids. Sangwoo remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. He couldn't help but feel highly suspicious. But it's weird that he'd do this. I already warned him. So how could he be this stupid? Woo Hyun suddenly chimed in. Wait, didn't a group from Hyeseong attack you before? Why did you even let them live? Sangwoo stared at her, utterly confused. Huh? Woo Hyun slowly explained. Living in a filthy place like that taught me one thing. No matter how nice you are to those scumbags, they'll always stab you in the back. Her tone suddenly grew incredibly serious. Stop showing them mercy. This isn't some game where you need to play fair. Don't assume they won't cross the line just because you chose not to. Woo Hyun's eyes locked onto him. People like that will do any dirty trick, regardless of your kindness. Watch out, because you're going to deal with a lot of them from now on. And I'm pretty sure he's one of them. And as if to prove her point, the imposters were already out there doing terrible things. One of the fakes coldly questioned the two hunters standing before him. Hey, is this really all of it? One of them trembled as he replied. We couldn't find many giant rats. The fake picked up a rat by its tail, inspecting it. Suddenly, he snapped, leave all your gear here and get the hell out. The two hunters gasped in shock. What? How can we do that? How are we supposed to keep hunting without our gear? Without a word, the fake slammed his knee into the female hunter's stomach, forcing a painful groan out of her. He glared down at them coldly. I'm not asking nicely. This is an order. Her teammate immediately screamed, Jongyeon, wait. Jongyeon began coughing uncontrollably, while the young man glared at the fake with pure rage. Seeing this, another onlooker spoke up in outrage. They even stole your gear. Why didn't you report them? We need to ban those bastards from entering. The young man replied with difficulty. If we do that, they'll kill us. Eventually, some hunters couldn't take it anymore and reported the abuse to the guards of the hunting zone. Can you at least tell us if Jong Sangwoo is here? The guard replied apologetically. I'm sorry, but only authorized staff are allowed to view the entry logs. But the other hunters refused to back down. Don't we have the right to hunt in peace? Just let us see the logs. The rumors surrounding Jong Sangwoo were getting worse by the second. Sangwoo gripped his sword tightly, thinking, it won't be much longer now. His eyes narrowed in deep calculation. Most of the victims were E and F rank hunters. Even the people at the academy were starting to look at him differently. He was lost in thought, but the sudden ring of his phone snapped him back to reality. If this keeps up, it's going to ruin my reputation. Sanju pressed the phone to his ear. Number 2, did you find them? Number 2 calmly reported. We haven't found the imposters yet, but... Number 2 paused for a moment before continuing. The Hyeseong Guild has arrived at the E-rank hunting grounds. Sanju immediately questioned, are you sure it's Hyeseong? Number 2 looked down at the crowd from the Hyeseong Guild. There's no mistake. Sanju let out a knowing smile. Open the portal. I'm going there myself. Meanwhile, the Hyeseong Guild members were staring intently at a set of armor. Is that the one? Another guy nodded. I think so. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind the group. Sanju emerged from the smoke, carrying his sword over his shoulder. What's with that outfit? One of them stammered. Hey, let the captain know we found him. Hey, punk, I don't know who you are, but if you want to stay alive, you're coming with us. Do you even know who we are? Sanju frowned, his gaze turning icy cold. He noticed the armor, which looked exactly like the one his clone usually wore. Sanju let out a heavy sigh. He sighed. So it really is you guys. His eyes instantly flared with rage. This definitely wasn't a game where they played by the rules. He seemed a bit ticked off. Let's see if a corpse can fit inside my inventory space. The members of the Hyeseong Guild silently cursed. What a lunatic. Suddenly, they drew their swords and shouted in unison, Kill him! In the blink of an eye, Sang-gu closed in on one of them, but a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked his attack. Sang-gu glared at her. Heya quickly warned the others. You idiots, get back. The long-haired guy among them immediately cried out. Captain Haya could only explain briefly. This is the real young Sang-gu. Sang-gu was about to swing his sword when he realized Heya had vanished. She had backed away, asking with a playful smile, We meet again, don't we? Sang-gu stared at Heya. What was she trying to pull? She giggled. What have you been eating? You look way bulkier. Sang-gu frowned. Stop changing the subject. What do you mean, the real Yong Sang-gu? Are you guys fakes? Hey looked disappointed. The element of surprise is gone. Of course not. Why would we even do that? Suddenly, another voice chimed in. We're actually trying to catch them on your behalf. Yongyeon suddenly materialized right in front of Sang-gu. The imposters, that is. Sang-gu's eyes widened as he looked at Yongyeon. He couldn't help but wonder. He even has a stealth skill? But what do you mean by catching my imposters? Why are you guys doing this? Sang-gu stared intensely at Yongyeon. Yongyeon had a complicated look on his face. Actually, you're usually the one meddling in my business. So just think of this as my apology to you. He said, taking a sip of water. Just as you said, it won't change how you feel about me in the future. Yongyeon looked straight into Sang-gu's eyes. But right now, we still don't know if it's just one guy or an entire organization, which is why we set this trap. I'm not sure if it's because we met at the academy, but they did me a favor. In a corner of the hunting ground, several fish monsters were taken down in the blink of an eye. The imposter spoke in a commanding, threatening tone. Hey, who said you could hunt here? The mysterious man immediately replied, We have permission from the outpost. The imposter looked down on him with utter contempt. But the man didn't seem scared at all. This is an F-rank hunting ground, so of course I'm F-rank. Can we just mind our own business? I'm really busy right now. The fake immediately glared at him. Are you stupid? Do you have any idea who I am? He gripped the hilt of his sword. I'm Yong Sang-gu, the one who defeated an A-rank hunter. The other man, who was actually the F-rank hunter Dogan, let out a soft hum. Yong Sang-gu, huh? I know him pretty well, and you're nothing but a fake. With a loud crash, several trees came toppling down. Dogan raised an eyebrow at the imposter. You asked, who gave me permission to hunt here? He sneered. Can you really pull off something like this in an F-rank hunting ground? Dogan scoffed. Yong Sang-gu, stop trying to fool me. The imposter cut him off. Shut your mouth, you're going to regret this, he screamed. I am Yong Sang-gu. Dogan's eyes flashed with a dangerous red light. It seems you won't learn your lesson until you cross paths with a real monster. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the imposter. Dogan watched calmly. Seeing Sang-gu and Yongyeon step out of the light, he spoke in a low voice. And here comes the real deal. Sang-gu reached up and pulled his mask down. So it's you? The one behind all this recent mess? The imposter's voice suddenly trembled. Yong Sang-gu. Yongyeon picked up a large cloth bag from the ground to inspect it. These must be the tools they used to impersonate you. The fake desperately screamed, No! He calmly added, Just as we suspected, they hid their outfits in here and changed on site. Sang-gu glanced at him. The outfits your people confiscated not long ago. Those belong to number 2, right? Yongyeon turned the bag upside down, dumping everything onto the ground. Sang-gu picked up a piece of armor and examined it. Right, I heard about this from the manager. Sang-gu calmly recounted. There was a clone user who interviewed before I joined the GM guild. He paused for a moment to recall the past. He said he still remembered him because it was an exclusive interview. Sang-gu slowly revealed the imposter's identity. Kim Dong-hyun, a D-rank hunter with a skill that creates illusionary clones. Sang-gu locked his eyes onto Dong-hyun. So, you're the one who's been running around pretending to be me? The D-rank illusion clone user, Kim Dong-hyun, ripped off his wig and cursed. Damn it! He slammed the wig onto the ground and yelled. Yeah, I'm a fake, so what about you? He spat, filled with deep resentment. If you didn't have a clone skill like me, and if you weren't so damn famous, I wouldn't have had to pull off this kind of stunt. Sang-gu's face remained blank as he simply muttered, Disgusting. He tossed the sword and helmet right in front of Dong-hyun. Put it on. He gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. Think of it as a helmet. You need a few solid punches to knock some sense into you. Dong-hyun quickly grabbed the sword. You're still the same as always, he yelled, charging straight at Sang-gu. His blade clashed hard against the tough armor on Sang-gu's arm. But while the two Sang-gus were locked in a fierce battle, Yongyeon calmly looked at Dogan and said, Mr. Dogan, thank you, I just sent over your payment. You should check it. Dogan replied coldly, Thank you. Jungyeon then noticed the wound on Dogan's waist. Your wound. Dogan slightly bowed his head. Ah, that guy used some cheap tricks when I wasn't paying attention. Dogan stared intently at Donghyun's two clones attacking Sang-gu. He was blending in with the clones to create a distraction. He let out a soft chuckle. Of course, he always did things like that. But even though he felt a brief moment of satisfaction, it was utterly useless against Jung Sanju. Donghyun took a direct heavy punch from Sang-gyu, sending his back slamming hard into a tree trunk as he groaned in agony. With a dark look on his face, Sang-gyu barked out an order, ignoring Donghyun as the latter coughed up blood, struggling to even stand back up. Donghyun let out a heavy breath and pulled down his mask. Was this immense power really the result of a clone's training? Trembling, he raised his sword and pointed it at Sang-gyu. I trained hard too, because back then, even I looked down on my own skills. Suddenly, memories of his past flashed back, a useless illusion that couldn't inflict any real damage. But I still kept pushing and training myself. Back then, a hunter had looked at him with glowing eyes. A clone that looks exactly like the hunter Jung Sang-gyu? The female mage next to him had said in excitement, "In that case, welcome to the party." But, very quickly, the other hunter's face fell with disappointment. Wait, it's just a mere illusion? The female mage had clicked her tongue in annoyance. You should have told us that from the start. Remembering the past filled Dong-hyun with intense rage. No one, absolutely no one ever gave me a single chance. He swung his sword, crazily attacking Sang-gyu. But then, one day, I realized something. Someone slashed my face just because I was wearing a hoodie, and they thought I was you. Back then, a hunter had looked at Dong-hyun with wide, surprised eyes. Is this the great Jung Sang-gyu's territory? Dong-hyun had asked in a daze. Huh? The hunter had quickly turned to leave, saying, Our apologies, we'll leave right away. Now, Dong-hyun was raving like a complete madman. That's when it hit me. It wasn't me who was wrong. It was their damn prejudice that was messed up. All of them. They only treated me that way because they thought I was you. Suddenly, a bright green light enveloped Dong-hyun's sword. They didn't even dare to fight back, even though they could have easily exposed me if they had just tried to strike me once. He had activated Bamboo Spear, a skill that ignores a massive amount of physical defense on the next strike. Its cooldown was 240 hours. Smirking arrogantly, he boasted, Even when they traveled in groups, they still trembled before my skills. Dong-hyun summoned even more clones around him. Do you have any idea what that feels like? He commanded his clones to charge at Sang-gyu all at once. The feeling of being born with a skill that gets constantly mocked and looked down upon. Sang-gyu stared at Dong-hyun with a complex expression. I don't know. Suddenly, a hand reached out and caught the blade mid-air. One of Sang-gyu's clones materialized right in front of Dong-hyun's real body, catching him completely off guard. And why the hell should I care about that? Jung-yeon frowned in confusion. How did he manage to spot the real body amidst all those illusions? Du-gun could only marvel softly. That's truly incredible. Sang-gyu clenched his hand into a tight fist. Did you really never have a chance to change? He delivered a brutal, heavy punch straight to Dong-hyun's face, making him groan in intense pain. You did have a chance, but you blew it. Sang-gyu relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. The JM organization sent you an acceptance letter, but you gave up on it just because of how your skill was rated on the internet. The brutal beating made Dong-hyun spit out a mouthful of fluid. Sang-gyu punched him in the face again. Just like when others looked down on your skill, he continued to strike without showing a single shred of mercy. And even when other hunters mistook you for me, Du-gun turned around and quietly said to Jung-yeon, I can't bear to watch this anymore. I'll take my leave first. Dong-hyun collapsed to his knees, weakly begging, stop. But another heavy fist slammed right into his face, sending him flying backward from the sheer force of Sang-gyu's final blow. And yet, you still chose to pull all this dirty, underhanded crap. Sang-gyu gritted his teeth in sheer rage. You threw away the actual chance you had, only to end up committing such vile acts later on? Dong-hyun slid across the dirt, helpless under Sang-gyu's icy glare. Sighing, Sang-gyu looked at the blood on his hands. He raised his fists high, feeling incredibly refreshed, while Dong-hyun lay motionless and silent on the ground. Jung-yeon slowly walked over, looking down at Dong-hyun. Meanwhile, Sang-gyu flashed a sly, devious grin. Are you reflecting on something? Without turning his head, Jung-yeon replied, Yeah. The grin on Sang-gyu's face vanished instantly. Just kidding, Jung-yeon murmured. That's actually one of the reasons I joined this investigation. I never imagined you would end up doing the same things someone like me used to do. He spoke softly. Jung Sanju. He turned to face Sanju. I'm sorry. A look of deep regret washed over Jung-yeon's face. I can finally give you a proper, official apology. What I did back then wasn't any different from what this guy just pulled. Sanju offered him a smile. Well, at least you realize what you did was wrong. Jung-yeon turned to look at Dong-hyun, who was lying unconscious on the ground. What do you plan to do with him now? Sang-yu glanced over. Clear up the misunderstanding I had to endure, and then contact the victims. But Young-yeon suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have an idea. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters surrounded a young man, his high-pitched, terrified screams echoing everywhere. Dong-hyun clutched a cloth bag filled with gems, trembling as he cried, "Go away! I said get lost!" He fled, wailing in absolute despair. "Somebody, please, help me! How could you lock someone up in a place like this? You absolute monster!" Suddenly, a voice called out, catching the attention of the two masked men. Number 5 and number 6 spotted Jung Sang-woo, holding a covered food tray. He smiled and said, "You guys are always so eager to help me, but I haven't had a chance to repay you yet. So, I brought you a gift. Please, take it." He quickly uncovered it to reveal a special meal. The two could only stare wide-eyed in silence, as he added, "Hunting must be pretty exhausting, right? I hope you enjoy it." Jung Sang-woo wiped his hands, smiling warmly as he watched them eat. "I have a feeling we'll be finding plenty of treasure from now on. Enjoy your meal." A moment later, he sat with his hands in his pockets, muttering quietly to himself. It's a relief, the misunderstanding among the victims got sorted out. Plus, I walked away with a pretty decent profit, but his brow furrowed, and a cold look washed over his face as his tone turned serious. But the last thing that guy said, "It's really bugging me." In his memory, Shin Dongjeon suddenly spoke up. "Oh, there's one more thing." Looking straight at Jung Sang-woo, he warned, "Be careful with the academy. I seriously doubt they're training hunters and giving away skills for nothing." Those words left Jung Sang-woo completely baffled. Sweating nervously, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" The other man's face and voice instantly turned dead serious. "I'm still not entirely sure. I'll let you know once I have concrete proof." Then, turning his back to Jung Sang-woo, he added, "But let me give you this one warning. Never, under any circumstances, go near the prayer room." Back in reality, he recalled the layout of that room, thinking, isn't the prayer room just where they teach the history of the system? I only sent my clone to those classes because I was too lazy to go myself. Looking up, he let out a long sigh, murmuring to himself, "Be wary of the academy." Elsewhere, someone stared at a stamped piece of paper and barked, "What on earth is this?" Yoonha replied in a flat, tired tone, "An evaluation sheet." But the voice instantly shrieked back at her, "I'm not asking what it is." Slamming his desk in a fury, the academy director roared, "Why on earth did you give Jung Sang-woo an A+? Did you not hear a single word I said?" Hearing this, Yoonha remained completely calm. He was forced to use a power-suppressing potion and banned from using his clone skill. "I punished him exactly as you ordered, and this evaluation already takes all of those things into account, even though I have no idea why you'd impose such a penalty in the first place." Still, Woo Hyun snapped back in a rage. "But that guy, he purified the potion. It didn't even affect him. But he didn't throw it away, he actually drank the potion, and since he didn't use his clone skill during combat, what else was I supposed to do?" He screamed back at her, "I don't care what you had to do. Why do you think I issued those punishments in the first place? It was to keep the high-ranking hunters in this academy under our control." Suddenly, the massive desk was flipped over, startling Woo Hyun. Cold sweat began to pour down his face. A leg in slacks and high heels stepped forward, as a sharp voice declared, "Enough." She asked coldly, "All the professors in this academy are C-rank, aren't they? You called me here because your ranks are too low to even monitor B-rank hunters. And now what? You actually think you can control high-rank hunters with a cheap power-suppressing potion?" Clenching a cigarette between her teeth, Yoonha glared at him as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. "You can't do anything to Jung Sang-woo, so now you're resorting to pathetic excuses to drag him down? He passed every single test anyway. Can you honestly be any more pathetic?" Seeing her reaction, a panicked Woo Hyun stammered out an explanation. "That's not it. Some hunters refuse to attend classes, so to get them to show up," but Yoonha immediately cut him off. "Then just tell them to go to class." Turning to leave, she threw open the door and tossed one last comment over her shoulder. "I only follow the curriculum. Nothing more." Suddenly, a plume of gray smoke drifted from behind the door as her voice echoed back into the room. "I'll kill you if you ever waste my time with such trivial garbage again." Woo Hyun couldn't manage anything more than a stuttered but. Only after she left did he grab his phone, cursing furiously. "Fine, keep acting smug while you still can, you bitch. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up." A voice echoed from inside a building with a pointed roof. "It's me. Put Professor Yoonha on the prayer room list. Get rid of her today and send someone to clean up my office. Elsewhere, C-rank hunter and monster hunting skills professor, Seo Seung-won, greeted the class warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Hunter Seung-won, and I'll be guiding you on how to hunt. As everyone listened intently, he added, what do you think is the most important factor when hunting monsters? Stats, teamwork, or items? Holding up one finger, he went on enthusiastically. Those are all important, but the absolute key is strategy. Seung-won continued, the notebooks on your desks contain detailed strategies for each type of monster. Make sure you study them thoroughly. Meanwhile, Ha-an stared at the pages with excitement. Whoa, look, they even have skeletons. But Young Song-woo looked alarmed, staring at the close-range attack points as he thought, wait a minute, the skull is their weak spot. As he keeps reading, he thinks, this part is so weird. And this part too. He covers his mouth in disbelief. With a shocked look in his eyes, he realizes it's completely different from actual reality, like, seriously wrong. He then recalls that famous internet meme with the scientist's quote, everything on the internet is true. I'm sure it was Edison, he thinks. I only remember because I had my clone study all night. It's not like everything on the internet is 100% accurate, but some of it is actually true because I've already tested it out in real combat with my clones. He snaps the book shut, places it on the table, and concludes that someone has slyly altered the information. Unless you have real combat experience fighting monsters, it would be almost impossible to spot. Then, another question pops into his head. What on earth is this academy thinking? Meanwhile, Seung-won, standing right across from him, speaks up slowly. All right, now it's time for some practical training, don't you think? Inside the Hunting Academy's training room, bathed in an eerie blue light, as black blood splatters everywhere from a giant charging wild boar, Seung-won asks, what do you think? Looks incredibly real, doesn't it? This is a virtual reality simulation room designed by hunters. As he glances at a few capsules holding human bodies, he continues, in here, you can learn to fight monsters without having to risk your lives. With a smirk, Seung-won makes a hand gesture and warns, but your senses will feel everything as if it's completely real, so you'd better be careful. His cold words slowly echo, leaving the students in stunned silence. This place isn't just for practicing tactics. It's also about overcoming your fear. A moment later, Sang-woo suddenly asks, wait, we won't get penalized for using clones in here, right? And he immediately gets his answer. Of course. Though the monsters attacking you will vary depending on your level. Hearing this, he gestures with his hands and asks, but why can't I use them? This completely catches Seung-won off guard as he stammers, wait, what? He quickly cups his chin in thought. That's really strange. Summoning magic should still work here. I don't know much about cloning, but looking at the empty liquid capsule, he adds, I'll do my best to get you connected, Sang-woo. Suddenly, two masked figures appear, making Sang-woo super excited as he lunges forward, crying, oh, I missed you guys so much, while his senior and another onlooker watch in utter shock. So, these are the clones I've heard so much about? I've actually seen him use them before. Watching this, Seung-won thinks, he can actually is them inside a virtual world? How is that even possible? What a bizarre skill. He then calls out, all right, get ready. We're moving to another location. As soon as he finishes speaking, a red glow envelops them. The worried voices of two students blend together. Hey, will I be okay? Don't worry. Just forget about the manual and do exactly what we practiced. I hope you guys can secure an easy victory. The blue-lit room quickly begins to transform. Sang-woo and the others materialize in front of a dense, overgrown forest. The vegetation here is withered, yellow, and completely lifeless. Looking utterly confused, Sang-woo mutters, a forest? Suddenly, eerie, spine-chilling cries echo from the distance. Right after, one of his teammates trembles and calls out, hello? Is anyone there? Sang-woo's eyes widen as he frowns, hearing a voice. A head peeks out from behind a tree trunk, stammering, help me. But it's being controlled by something perched on its head, letting out a horrifying screech. Over here. It hurts so much. Several other controlled bodies appear one after another, groaning, it's so cold, help. At that moment, Sang-woo grits his teeth hard. He takes a slow step forward, muttering in a cold voice. Didn't he say the monsters would match our level? Mom, I don't want to die. It turns out Sang-woo is still gritting his teeth, raising his sword in front of his face. But as he slumps to the ground, he mutters helplessly, this is way too much. But giant, ferocious ants are already charging toward him at blinding speed. Fresh blood splatters everywhere in the pitch-black darkness. Back in the training room, a tall, slender figure walks slowly, then suddenly stops in his tracks, staring at Sang-woo inside the giant capsule. With dark, mysterious eyes, he seems to be plotting something. While Sungwon stands there in silence, a figure looking exactly like Sang-woo suddenly rushes up from behind and speaks in a cold voice. "Professor, do you need some help?" Terrified, Sungwon lets out a shriek. He falls flat on his butt, stammering, Who are you?" The clone bluntly replies, "I'm Noba." He continues, repeating his orders. "Master told me to protect the gate from any threats, as its instability might put the Academy's students in danger." Sungwon stares at him in silence, thinking to himself, "What nonsense. You're just shamelessly trying to protect your master after escalating the situation." "Sweating buckets," he replies. I see." He quickly gets back up to justify his actions. "What a coincidence, so am I. I was just patrolling to ensure the safety of our students." Sang-woo's clone praises him. "You're amazing, Professor." His eyes narrowing, Sungwon feels a sudden pang of anxiety. Damn it, what should I do? If it's a clone, then I should. Noba stares at him with wide, intensely focused eyes, not letting his guard down for a second. Sungwon scratches his head, trying to deflect. "Well, in that case, I'll head over there." He secretly thought to himself that he should just leave it at that, since he stood no chance of winning anyway. Over on this side, Sang-woo struggled, as the mantis demon attacked with its razor-sharp claws. Thinking fast, he pulled out a dagger to counter the sudden strike, decisively plunging the blade right into the beast's fierce eyes. Pulling back the blade, the monster was quickly engulfed in a blazing fire. Meanwhile, on number 7's side, things were looking much more promising. With just a single move, he blocked the beast's icy, razor-sharp claws. His eyes lit up with determination as he braced for an attack, delivering a slash that tore the monsters to shreds and successfully wrapping up the hunt for loot. Number 7 stood in silence, watching the scene as the monster carcasses rained down. Operating under the guise of number 7, Sang-woo solemnly noted that when they were at the same level, monsters were said to be much stronger than hunters in a one-on-one fight. Even so, dealing with 5 B-rank roaring dragonflies, attacking all at once like this, made it obvious that everyone had split up instead of sticking together as a team. With the battle over, Sang-woo spoke up to check in on everyone, wondering if the hunt had been a success. "Looks like it's over. Great job, everyone." They replied in unison. "Yes, sir." Back at the academy, Sang-woo let out a tired sigh, looking around at his teammates who were just as exhausted. Just as he had anticipated, Sang-woo realized that almost everyone had failed their hunt. A voice called out, asking, "Did you fail too?" To which he simply muttered a quiet, "Yeah." With a worried look, Sang-woo asked his student, "Ha-yeon, are you okay? What kind of monster did you run into?" Ha-yeon hesitantly explained, "It was a giant turtle, and it deflected every single one of my attacks." Stunned by her answer, Sang-woo stammered, "Why? Why didn't you just run away?" Ha-yeon nonchalantly replied, "But this is a monster hunting class, after all." Sungwon looked over and spoke up, "You all did great today. Some of you succeeded, while others failed. Everyone turned their attention to the upcoming advice. Remember, the most important thing is always strategy, right? Always keep your tactics in mind, and push through to the very end. That is how you gain the experience to deal with all kinds of monsters." Sang-woo listened, lost in thought. "All right, that wraps up today's class." Number 3 turned and whispered to Sang-woo, "There is something I need to tell you." "What is it?" The two talked as they walked. Sang-woo asked in disbelief, "Wait, the professor secretly approached you while I was hunting in virtual space?" Number 3 firmly nodded. Sang-woo stroked his chin, thinking how lucky it was that he had secretly summoned number 3 beforehand as a precaution. Just like what Shin Jun-young said, this place really is bizarre. His thoughts continued to race. Forcing players to form teams for a virtual hunter versus hunter match is indeed strange. And pushing solo players to hunt monsters is just as abnormal. Handing out expensive skill books, teaching bizarre strategies, and modifying monster weaknesses, and doing it all for free. "Hey!" Ha-yeon suddenly popped out of nowhere, cutting into their conversation. "What are you two talking about?" He awkwardly stammered. "Oh, nothing. I was just planning out my next hunting schedule." Sang-woo lied, waving his hands around to change the subject. "By the way, what's our next class?" With a slightly suspicious look, Ha-yeon replied, "Huh? Why do you look so flustered? It's system history and comprehension." The class is going to be held in the prayer room. Hearing this, Sang-woo froze, at a loss for words, before falling into a tense silence. The memory of Jung-yeon flashed in his mind, along with her chilling threat. But let me tell you this. Glaring at him with sharp eyes, she had warned him, "Don't go near the prayer room, and never return to reality." Sang-woo clutched his head in frustration. Hey, I just had a sudden craving. How about we go catch a movie?" Ha-yeon chuckled softly at his foolishness. "What are you even thinking? This is a mandatory class, so there's no way you can skip it," Ha-yeon explained patiently. "Besides, doesn't it sound super interesting? I had no idea the system even had a history." Before she could finish, Sang-woo cut her off. "I'm serious, Ha-yeon. I'll just have my clone attend the class." So, before he could finish, Ha-yeon grabbed his shoulder with a tight grip. She glared at him with dead serious eyes, her voice turning incredibly sharp. "Oppa, we really should go." Sang-woo was startled by her sudden shift in tone and behavior. "Are you seriously trying to skip class right now?" The threatening aura caused Sang-woo's pupils to shrink as he locked eyes with number 3. Without a moment's hesitation, number 3 chopped the back of Ha-yeon's neck, knocking her out before she could even react. Sang-woo caught the unconscious Ha-yeon with one arm. "Good job," he muttered. Number 3 reported back. "As you command, master." He hoisted Ha-yeon onto his back, muttering a self-criticism, "Man, I'm still so clumsy at controlling my strength." As he carried her, he continued talking to himself. "I'm sorry, Ha-yeon. Maybe I'm just overreacting when nothing has actually happened yet, but I'll make it up to you later." His face turned dead serious. "But I won't hesitate for a second if someone I care about is in danger." After a short walk, Ha-yeon stirred and slowly opened her eyes, immediately jumping up in a daze, still trying to process what had happened. Standing nearby, Woo-hyun asked, "You're Ha-yeon, right? You're finally awake." Still utterly confused, Ha-yeon stammered, Who are you?" Sitting comfortably in her chair, she introduced herself. "I'm Kim Woo-hyun, and this is Jung Sang-woo's GM office." Still in shock, Ha-yeon blurted out, "Wait, Sang-woo Appas? Why am I even here?" At that moment, the image of his 2 decoy clones appeared. Woo-hyun explained, "You must have been completely exhausted after that hunting class. He said you suddenly fainted, but told you not to worry because he'd cover your attendance." Unable to contain her curiosity, Ha-yeon asked, "Where is he right now?" Woo-hyun stammered, "That bastard, Sang-woo, will be back soon." With a forced smile, she pulled out a vitality potion that temporarily boosts HP. "The side effect will knock you out, but don't worry about that. Drink this and get some rest. It will help you recover faster." Meanwhile, Woo-hyun could only curse under her breath. That crazy Sang-woo. Where the hell did he run off to after dumping her on me like this? Meanwhile, in the academy's main hall, a figure loomed as Sang-woo revealed himself, clinging to a pillar. So, this is where the trouble is. He closed his eyes to organize his thoughts. "It seems like Nohei taking attendance for me went fine. But Ha-yeon's condition is really strange. If it were up to me, I'd tear this place apart and interrogate everyone. But if I do that, the academy will get shut down, or I'll end up expelled. I won't be able to get my hands on the elixir anymore." With that, he quickly leaped down from above, landing on the ground. "There is no time to wait for updates from Shin Jun-young anymore. I have to take matters into my own hands." Stopping by a balcony railing, he quietly analyzed the area. This looks like the office of someone high up. Crouching down, he noticed shards of glass. He reached out to touch the window frame, assessing that it was already open. When his eyes locked with the person inside, Jung-hyun, who was kneeling on the floor, gasped in panic. Before Sang-woo could even utter a word, his mouth was slapped shut. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Jung-hyun hissed in a harsh whisper. "Shh, I should be the one asking you that. What are you doing here? I told you to wait." Sang-woo's blunt response made the atmosphere instantly turn heavy. Ha-yeon is acting really strange. Jung-hyun frowned, asking for clarification. "Ha-yeon, are you talking about that girl who's always hovering around you?" Sang-woo looked him in the eye as he answered. "Yeah. She's been attending a lot of sessions in the prayer room, and her eyes went completely vacant when I told her to skip class." Jung-hyun grew tense at his explanation. "Is that why you're hiding out here too? You did say the prayer room was creepy." Suddenly, Jung-hyun's expression shifted, and his voice dropped to a whisper. "This way." He pulled on a book on the shelf, triggering a hidden passage that opened into the pitch-black darkness. Jung-hyun quietly flipped a switch and explained, "Just so you know, I only found out about this today. I haven't even stepped inside yet. As the room lit up, Junghyun's face flashed with surprise. They both looked around before Junghyun finally spoke up. This place is… Sangwoo finished his sentence. Cameras and microphones. Looks like they've been keeping in constant touch with someone. Assessing the situation, Junghyun suggested, let's grab the data first. But before he could finish, a voice shouted from outside. President, are you in there? The two froze in their tracks, listening as the footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, a suffocating silence fell, followed by violent banging on the door. Junghyun went pale, whispering in a panic, "What the hell? What do we do now?" Sangwoo, keeping his cool, snapped, "What do you think, you idiot? We need to get out of here. But you have teleportation and invisibility skills, right?" Junghyun hissed back, trying to justify his cluelessness. "Are you stupid? If someone makes a noise and then vanishes from a locked room, wouldn't that look incredibly suspicious?" Outside, the shouting continued. "Who is in there? Wait, I'm getting the emergency key." Sangwoo, losing his patience, urged the idiot to use his magic. "Since we're cornered, use your skill to completely change your appearance and voice. You have so many skills, so you've got to have one that can do that, right?" Junghyun gritted his teeth, completely annoyed. "You bastard. Do you think I can just pull a skill out of thin air whenever I want?" He gathered his energy to activate the chameleon skill, smirked, and said, "Though, lucky for you, I actually do have one." Sangwoo blinked in disbelief. "Seriously?" Junghyun urged, his voice filled with panic. "Can you hide?" "Of course I can." In a flash, the door burst open, and the supervisor rushed inside, drenched in sweat, shouting, "Who is in here?" From the depths of the secret room, a calm chuckle echoed. Junghyun, perfectly disguised as Headmaster Hakju, stepped forward and calmly asked, "Is something wrong? Why on earth did you break down the door?" Professor Hyuksu froze in his tracks, stammering, "Headmaster?" Meanwhile, Sangwoo, hiding behind a glass pane, carefully pried it open to eavesdrop on their conversation. The atmosphere became tense and incredibly awkward. "Caught completely off guard," the professor said. "I had no idea you were in here, sir." Hakju stroked his chin, quickly covering up. Well, I had some urgent business to attend to." However, he was internally taken aback by the next question. "By the way, did the master call for you?" Panicking inside, Junghyun thought, "The master? Who the hell is that?" but managed to let out a calm, "Yes." Professor Hyuksu nodded thoughtfully. "Just as I suspected. It must be about that troublemaking duo, Sangwoo and Junghyun." Hiding in the shadows, Sangwoo grew alert, thinking, "What?" Hakju crossed his arms and went along with it. "Exactly. Both of them are a massive pain in the neck." Still, the professor didn't completely let his guard down. "Indeed, I wonder if keeping quiet was really the right move. I chose to disobey orders so we wouldn't be hindered by the other academies." Hakju pressed his lips together, his face darkening. "Didn't we already agree not to regret our past decisions?" Professor Hyuksu let out a forced laugh. "Well, the meeting in 3 days will settle everything anyway. I guess I was just being too impatient." Hearing this, both of the troublemaking students were caught off guard. The professor then turned around to leave. "Well, I'll be off then. I apologize for disturbing you so late at night." Just as he was leaving, Hakju quickly called out to stop him. Professor Heesok quickly cut to the chase and asked, "You didn't forget the time for our meeting, did you?" The voice on the other end didn't hesitate to answer. "Of course not. It's at 11 p.m., right?" Sangwoo peeked his head in, asking in a low, curious whisper, "Hey, what the heck is going on here?" He walked over to Junyon with heavy steps, asking urgently, "Master, the meeting called us troublemaking kids again." Junyon deactivated his skill and replied, "Shut up. I'm already out of breath trying to figure out how to deal with him. I was so flustered, unsure whether I should use honorifics, but in the end, I just answered." Sangwoo stared at his accomplice. "Wait. Why did you say the prayer room was weird in the first place?" Thinking back, when our first class started, you were standing outside too. Recalling that moment, Junyon fell silent as the system's warning echoed in his mind. "Of course, I originally planned to join the class in the prayer room since it was mandatory. Back then, looking totally naive, you asked me what class this was," he continued, his face filled with panic, recalling how the system screen flashed relentless warnings. "Mental protection activated. Mental protection activated. Warning. Warning." At that moment, I couldn't stop thinking, who the hell is attacking me with a mental skill? And no matter where I went, it was exactly the same. The skill kept triggering, without any sound waves or even a trace of mana flow. I realized with shock. There was no way. The entire room was completely saturated with mental skills. Ending the flashback, Sang-woo snapped him out of it and asked, "Wait, what? Then why didn't you warn the others?" Junyeon snapped back at his useless question. "Are you serious right now? Now that you know, why are you still just standing there? If it were you, you'd probably just destroy the entire academy, wouldn't you?" Sang-woo just listened in silence as the idiot explained. Junyeon fell silent and cast his gaze downward. "I couldn't do it because of the elixir. In the end, we still need information." Their eyes darted to the computer on the desk as Junyeon spoke. "We need some kind of shackle to bind those people." Sang-woo hummed in agreement. "If we want to act freely, we have to grab them by their weaknesses." But when the computer screen prompted them for a password, they both froze in disbelief. Junyeon gritted his teeth in frustration. "It's password protected. Damn it, just as I thought. He's no fool." Without saying a word, Sang-woo pointed to a small sticky note on the wall. Seeing it, Junyeon had to admit, "Okay, never mind, the principal really is an idiot." Sang-woo leaned in to watch as Junyeon operated the keys. "Let's see here. Let's find out what this academy is actually hiding." Back in the medical room at GM, Ha-yoon held the medicine bottle in her hand and asked what it was. Kim Woo-hyun forced a smile and brushed it off. "It's just an energy potion. If you drink it, your fatigue will disappear." Ha-yeon chirped happily, thanking him repeatedly. Then, she made a request. "But during strategy class, I sweated a bit, so I'd like to take a quick shower, if that's okay." Feeling the tension ease, Woo-hyun agreed. "Of course, we have a bathroom right here, so please, make yourself at home." Without hesitation, Ha-yeon began stripping off her outer armor. "Thank you then." Flustered and embarrassed, Woo-hyun quickly looked away, thinking, "Good grief, does she really have to start undressing right here?" As she neatly folded her things, Ha-yeon spoke up. "By the way, what exactly is your relationship with Sang-woo Oppa?" From across the room, Woo-hyun replied shyly, "Oh, we're just colleagues. We aren't really that close." But out of nowhere, Ha-yeon was already right behind her, summoning a glowing energy sphere. Is she actually planning a sneak attack? Meanwhile, inside the secret room, Sang-woo and the others froze in shock after hacking into the classified files. Is this the Academy's real goal? To completely brainwash every single student. The prayer room is where they brainwash them. Sang-woo turned to Junyeon, questioning him. "So everyone is going to become a puppet for that bastard they call Master? Just how many students are in this academy anyway?" "Around 10,000. But if you count all the branches, it's about 30,000. Sang-woo couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, 30,000 brainwashed awakened hunters, roaming the streets freely? Junyeon seemed to make a discovery, his voice snapping Sang-woo out of his thoughts. "Sang-woo, look at this." The screen displayed a list of hunters who are immune to brainwashing. Dangerous target. B rank hunter Young Sang-woo. Must be eliminated first. Target of interest. B rank hunter Shin Jun. Yun. Postpone elimination of the Sun, the leader of the Haesung Guild. Your name is on this dangerous targets list, so from now on, the brainwashed students are going to target you. Junyeon turned around and warned him. You need to get back to the JM organization right now. Everyone around you is in grave danger. Sang-woo stared blankly, asking, "Wait, why aren't you a target? Does that even make sense? It says here they're avoiding conflict because I'm with the Haesung Guild." Sang-woo tried to reassure him. "You don't need to worry about the organization. I told you Ha-yeon's condition was extremely weird. How could I possibly leave her alone?" But he didn't foresee that the current situation at JM made it incredibly difficult to contain Ha-yeon. In fact, Ha-yeon had just been slammed to the ground by a clone. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun still had no idea what was going on. "Wait, what's this?" Ha-yeon is pinned down, but she has a smug look on her face. "Is that a clone? The two of us like this isn't so bad, you know?" She charged up her energy sphere, putting the clone on high alert. "But if you're going to act like this, then bring Sang-woo Oppa here right now." Professional agents quickly step in to shield Yoo-hyun. "Yoo-hyun see, this way, hurry." Yoo-hyun, still in shock, fires off questions. What on earth is going on? What's wrong with her? I'll explain later. The agent pulls out a phone, showing a temporary lockdown order. Please do not leave the building under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Sang-gyu receives an urgent report from Hunter Agent Jung regarding Ha-yeon. He replies, "I already prepared a room. Number 2 will subdue her." The computer screen displays the awakening progress of people worldwide. 89.9% awakened and 10.2% still awakening. I've checked the situation here, but it seems far more serious than I thought. I don't think we can handle this on our own. Saying this, Sangyu lists a few names. We need help from the other guilds. In the crafting room, the sound of someone whimpering blends with the noise of metal welding. A voice calling out Hubert catches his attention. Heritor Tech Development Team Leader, Hubert. He sighs. What is it this time? Bo-hee excitedly carries over a box of lab mice, eager to show off. Look at this. Hubert frowns in confusion. Huh? Are they clones? After spending so much time on it, I've finally succeeded in analyzing the skill. She giggles as she looks at the mouse. Watch closely. But as soon as her fingertip touches the clone, it starts to fade away. Bo-hee bursts into tears. It failed. It's just an illusion. She looks utterly dejected, thinking back to when she treated Sangyu, and sighs. I used a skill orb worth 12.8 billion. But what kind of crazy skill is this anyway? Hubert takes off his glasses, inspecting the mouse in his hand with endless questions. Last time, you made such a fuss about an original cloak, and now you're calling me over just to see this? With tears still in her eyes, she quickly defends herself. Of course not, but we have actually made progress. She pulls out 2 cloned swords, speaking cheerfully. Ta-da! The equipment has been successfully cloned. This is going to be a huge help for our plan, right? He stands frozen in silence, amazed by Bo-hee's achievement. She continues to explain the catch. Of course, there's still a time limit, and we can't clone the skill orbs themselves. But this is still huge for business, right? We can mass produce these items. Hubert cuts her off, dragging her back to reality. But cloning isn't the real issue. Restoring the weapon's effects perfectly. Now that's the hard part. Bo-hee taps her chin as if having a sudden realization, nodding slowly. I thought I'd never lay a finger on this sword again. But now, we finally have a way to restore at least some of it. Warrian gently opens Ha-yun's eyes to inspect her pupils. Drawing a quick conclusion, he asks for confirmation. So, this person has been brainwashed. Right? Am I right? Vice Captain Song, Warrian of the Keenest Guild, speaks up. But I can't detect any mana pathways at all. The crowd falls into a thoughtful silence. Is that true? Tied up, after causing quite a scene, Ha-yun whimpers in a weak voice. I don't understand what you're talking about. Can you please let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home. One of the skeptical onlookers speaks up. Are you sure she's actually brainwashed? Yoo-hyun snaps back. Of course she is. She literally tried to blow my head off. Sangyu's group joins the discussion. I don't think this is just some ordinary brainwashing, Sangyu says, his expression turning dead serious. It seems way worse than we thought. Yoo-hyun grits his teeth the moment he sees Sangyu return. You bastard. Did you seriously have to bring the Haesung Guild into this too? Sangyu waves his hand, lowering his voice to soothe him. I don't know what kind of beef you had with him, but let it go. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have caught that fake clone. Yoo-hyun spits back. I don't think that bastard's son deserves any kind of decent treatment. Spotting him, Ha-yun bursts into tears and cries out desperately. Oppa, what took you so long? Hurry and tell them, they've got this all wrong. Oppa. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the brainwashed Ha-yun, Sangyu focuses entirely on the issue at hand. He pulls out a stack of documents he managed to retrieve. This is data from the principal's office. Everyone, take a look at this. Under the flickering dim lights of the conference room, everyone reviews the data and mutters in disbelief. This is insane. Assassinations, brainwashing. But what on earth is this harvest day? Sangyu is just as puzzled. I don't know either. Right now, all I know is that it's a plan to force an awakening on the entire global population. He tilts his head, firmly emphasizing a crucial point. More importantly, the brainwashing is the real problem. Do you have any guild members currently attending the academy? A cat-eared girl and the meeting's host chime in one after another. Yeah, a few of our E-rank hunters are. Us too. Make sure none of them show any connection to me. We have no idea what they're actually plotting. Jung-yeon looks over the documents with a smug grin. The real issue is how to handle them. Mental protection is a pretty rare skill. Not many people are as sharp about this as I am, especially low-level hunters from D rank to F rank. The skeptical cat-eared member turns to look at him. Wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I can't detect any brainwashing skills at all. Looking over at the tied-up Ha-yun again, she adds in her defense, and I really don't think she's brainwashed either. Warrian counters from behind. There are 30,000 students in South Korea alone, and countless other academies all over the world. Is it even possible to brainwash that many people? Dongyeon pointed at Sanju, sounding accusatory. What about his clone skill then? Does that make any sense? He argued, his gaze equally determined. No one knows the true potential of an awakened skill. That's why we have to be careful. But I think a brainwashing skill like this must have a weakness, especially inside the principal's office, the academy professor said. He recalled his confrontation with the professor as a perfect example. Yeah, those two are the real problem. Don't you think it's wiser to accept them and win them over? We had to defy orders just to keep up with the other academies. Dongyeon became increasingly confused. Recruiting high-ranking hunters, even if we have to defy orders? What is that supposed to mean? It means their priority isn't following orders from above, Sanju said, pursing his lips as he voiced his realization. So, they might work toward the same goal as their bosses, but they'll use different methods based on their own personal agendas. So they've already made their own plans deep down, and they definitely won't come after me while I'm near number 3. They'd much rather take Kim Yuan hostage instead. Sitting in his chair, Dongyeon didn't protest. Yeah, they aren't brainless puppets who just blindly follow orders. On the surface, they'll probably act totally normal. Their top priority is to either assassinate or brainwash you. Sanju clenched his fists, scowling with rage. Wait, how is that normal? The agent felt uneasy after grasping a piece of the puzzle. Isn't that terrible news for us? Until we figure out how their brainwashing skill works, we're at a huge disadvantage. We can't even track their movements. Dongyeon's eyes showed 100% certainty. No, for them, the worst-case scenario is failing the mission and being abandoned by their master. Everyone stood in silence, listening to him explain. We're going to exploit that weakness. In 3 days, we will turn the tables right at their gathering spot. Night fell on a South Korean street. 3 days, huh? Dongyeon and Sanju were deep in thought, catching the breeze on the rooftop. Dongyeon spoke up. They'll get suspicious if you suddenly drop out of school. Sanju didn't seem too bothered, giving a brief reply. I know. I'm getting ready to head out now. Dongyeon looked into the distance and suggested, you could always use your clone to take attendance. Sanju refused. No. Until the meeting, I'll be using my clones for guard duty. If I stay at the branch, it'll only put everyone else in danger. He looked up at Dongyeon with determination. Besides, I want to check on the other brainwashed people. Anyway, we can't just lock Uion up forever. Do you have a plan? Dongyeon asked, shifting his gaze as he shared the information. I do, but it's a huge gamble. From what I know, she's been reassigned as the manager of the prayer room. An image of Yunha muttering curses at capitalism appeared along with his words. She only works on the outside, so hopefully she isn't in on this with them. She suddenly found herself holding a sticky note, instructing her to apply mana to her own head. What on earth is this? She wondered. Who is this crazy person? And that was how my 3 days at the academy began. Sanju sat in the classroom, but his mind was flooded with racing thoughts. The order to eliminate me was only issued recently. They probably noticed I was using clones to take attendance. I wonder how many others are like me. I wonder how long it takes for someone in this prayer room to get brainwashed. He silently watched the crowd about to be brainwashed by the academy. At least they seemed fine for now. They were chatting idly with each other. Man, this is so boring. Yeah, I wish they'd just give us a skill orb instead. Out of nowhere, a dagger flew right past his face, throwing him off. There must be fewer brainwashed people at this academy. Clutching his neck, he looked down at where the dagger had landed, feeling a hint of unease. He glared backward with rage, his voice trembling. Who threw that? Everyone stared back at him with cold, murderous eyes, quietly watching his every move. But as soon as he turned around to confront them, they quickly looked away, pretending nothing happened. Confirming his suspicions, his pupils dilated as he glared back at them. Professor Hisok called out to him from the podium. Mr. Sanju, is there a problem? Sanju bent the dagger's blade, smirking as he analyzed the situation. So that's how you guys want to play? It's nothing, Professor. I just need to use the restroom. As he walked out to the stairwell, his mind was still racing. This is weird. Suddenly, a girl slammed right into him. Her eyes went wide with embarrassment. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm in a huge rush. It's fine. Looking down, he realized his shirt had been slashed open. Everyone was acting normal, but in reality, they were all trying to assassinate him. He had become completely numb to it by now. Do you usually run around carrying a knife like that? Someone had left an energy drink at his desk with a note. "Drink this and keep fighting, Sanju. I've been waiting for you for so long." Just as expected, he figured these were only low-ranking hunters attacking him, so they couldn't actually hurt him, but I can still feel their bloodlust. Without a second thought, he picked up the note, reading it while taking a sip of his drink. Sanju fell into deep thought. He stared at the bottle and wondered, is this poisoned? And just like that, 3 days flew by at the academy. Inside a locked, windowless office, a secret meeting was underway. Leading the discussion was the principal himself, who finally spoke up. "Thank you all for gathering here today. Professor Ma Jian, a C-rank hunter heading the medical department, and Professor Jia Ok, a C-rank hunter leading combat training, listened intently as the principal continued. As you all know, today is the day we take care of our troublemakers." The principal of Sunwoo Hunter Academy pulled up their targets. "Our marks are those two Sangwoo and Shin Junyol." Professor Seong-an slammed his hand onto the table, a look of deep regret on his face. "We shouldn't have tried to get rid of them in the first place. Especially Shin Junyol. It's all because of that damn Haseong guild." Another professor spoke up in a timid, reassuring tone. "But look at the bright side. This could actually be our golden opportunity. If we can sway Junyol, we might end up controlling the entire Haseong guild." Seong-an couldn't help but yell back. "If it were that easy, we'd have done it already. And what about Sangwoo?" The tension in the room grew suffocating as Professor Ma Jian calmly piped up. "Obviously, none of our students could even lay a scratch on him. Tesk, is he really that strong? Even if we gang up on him, we don't stand a chance. You guys haven't seen the look in his clone's eyes." The principal leaned his hands on the table, trying to settle their nerves. "Is that so? Well, don't worry. Our master hasn't abandoned us just yet. Word is, they're sending 2 A-rank assassins from the Scorpio 13 Guild. In fact, they've already arrived in South Korea." Professor Ma Jian gasped in awe at their master's foresight. Professor Jaoke couldn't contain his excitement. Just as expected of our master, the principal stared into space as the rest of the room showered their boss with endless praise. "With Scorpio 13 on our side, taking down the Haesong Guild will be a walk in the park. Let's make sure Junyol is out of the picture too, and kill Songwoo as well, huh? Time to celebrate." Suddenly, a loud, persistent knocking echoed from the door before abruptly stopping. The entire room froze in sheer terror as the door was blown wide open, flying straight inside. A young voice echoed from the hallway, playfully mocking the knock. "Knock, knock." Sangwoo walked in, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. If you hear someone knocking, the polite thing to do is welcome your guest, don't you think? The sight of him barging all the way in caught everyone completely off guard. He smirked and continued, "You know, thanks to you guys, my last 3 days have been pretty uncomfortable. So, while we're all here, why don't we decide on your punishment?" Seeing Songwoo crash the party, Professor Seong-an was the first to react, trembling and stammering out. As Sangwoo, gritting his teeth in annoyance, the young hunter replied, "In the flesh, Professor. What's wrong? Surely you aren't that surprised. After all, you've been keeping an eye on me the entire class." The staff in the room stood up to assert their dominance. The academy's principal cleared his throat and spoke. "Hunter Sangwoo, I don't know what brings you here, but we should settle this with words like civilized people." Without showing a single shred of emotion, Sangwoo replied, "Well, that sounds nice." Instantly, his clones materialized and closed in on the staff. Sangwoo continued, "But we only use words when we're on equal footing." The clones moved behind each person, pinning them flat against their desks. Sangwoo explained, "There are 5 of you, and only 1 of me, so I figured I'd bring some backup." Every face in the room went pale, not a single one of them daring to speak a word. Having made his point, Sangwoo dragged a vacant chair over, kicked his feet up on the desk and said, "Now, let's talk." He rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. "I have to admit, these past 3 days have been quite a wild ride. The people trying to kill me are getting bolder by the second." His gaze swept across the room as his cold voice echoed. "Poison, ambushes, even sniper fire. Because of that, we had to board up every single window in the guild building. After dealing with all of that, only one thought remains in my mind." His eyes flared with anger as he growled, "Even if they were brainwashed to follow orders, I still can't let this slide." Principal Han desperately tried to diffuse the tension, quickly blurting out, "I'm sorry to interrupt, Hunter Sangwoo, but what do you mean by someone trying to kill you?" Ignoring the principal's pathetic attempts to play dumb, Sangwoo casually signaled his clone. The clone grabbed Professor Kang Heesok's finger and and snapped it right as the principal was making excuses. I don't understand. Song-woo gave a simple, chilling warning. You'd better stop talking trash. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Completely ignoring the horrified looks on their faces, Sang-woo casually continued, but hey, feel free to keep talking, if you think his remaining fingers can handle it. The beefy Professor Heesok couldn't take it anymore and roared in anger, Are you freaking kidding me? But before he could spit out another lie, one of Sang-woo's clones delivered a brutal punch straight to his jaw. The force of the blow sent him crashing backward onto the floor. Sang-woo just shrugged and said, Oops, looks like you guys just lost 10 of your garbage-talking privileges. The principal trembled with rage, completely humiliated by this blatant disrespect. What on earth are you doing? At least tell us what you want. He was running his mouth again. As far as I know, if this academy goes down, we won't be the only ones dragged into the mud. Sang-woo gestured with his hand. Are you seriously trying to threaten me with the elixir? Another scream pierced the air. The principal slammed both hands on the table, yelling, I'm just laying out the facts here. Sang-woo remained entirely unbothered. Then, let me lay out my terms. First, undo the brainwashing on all the academy students and put an end to this pathetic clown show. Second, make sure I am the sole participant representing the academy in the global tournament so I can get my hands on the elixir. And third, don't you dare report a single thing to that master of yours. The entire room was left in absolute shock. Principal Jin hesitated, barely pulling himself together, before trembling. I'm so sorry, but we really don't understand what you're talking about. But once again, Professor Heesok's finger was snapped, sending another bone-chilling scream echoing through the room. Man, the principal was absolutely terrified, but he was still trying his best to play it cool. You've completely misjudged us. Go ahead and kill us if you want, but we will never bow down to threats like this. He was obviously just trying to buy time for his sneaky little plan, adding, but you'd better prepare yourself to give up on the elixir. Without even opening his eyes, our MC mocked him, saying, You do realize I can hear you, right? I know exactly what you're plotting. Right then, he remembered what Shin Jun-young had told him the other day. You shouldn't just lay your weaknesses out there. Back then, he had asked, What do you mean by that? Shin Jun-young had crossed his arms, looking at him as he said, You're always way too soft. Which made Sanju grit his teeth in frustration and complain, Why does everyone think that about me? I can be tough too, you know. That was when Shin Jun-young leaned in and said seriously, If we want to get what we want, we have to make them absolutely terrified. But reckless violence won't do us much good. You have to show them your absolute determination and make them realize they're already wearing your chains. Snapping back to the present, he pulled a document out of his pocket and said, Hey, I already know about your master's existence. Do you seriously not get what that implies? The principal's face instantly froze as Sanju continued, Do you really want this information exposed to the entire world? He scrambled to ask, How on earth did you? Looking at the paper in our hero's hand, the principal couldn't stop trembling, but our MC calmly added, This isn't going to end with just the Korean branch. Every single academy around the world will probably be shut down and put under investigation. He stood up, let out a sigh, and said, I don't know what your master is planning, but it's definitely going to take a massive hit. While letting his clone hold a knife, ready to finish off Majin, he added, Let's not waste any more time and wrap this up. Throw all the corpses into the dimensional portal and burn them, ignoring her desperate screams. No, the principal begged in a panic. Wait, just give us a little more time to think. Our MC casually replied, Why? Trying to buy time? The more he spoke, the more the principal broke a sweat. He'd been busy sending a distress signal somewhere, hadn't he? It looked like he was waiting for the 13 scorpions to show up. Suddenly, a thick black mist poured into the room, making the principal's face go completely pale. Giant, blood-soaked figures stepped through the front door. The principal gasped in sheer relief, crying out, They're here! It was indeed the 13 scorpions. But the real shocker came next when our MC's clone casually walked in, carrying their unconscious bodies like grocery bags. Oh, yeah, totally. We're here to save you. The clone tossed them onto the floor, right in front of the dumbfounded principal. Standing next to him, our MC smirked. Well, now that you don't have anyone left to wait for, things should be pretty straightforward, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. The principal squeezed his eyes shut as dramatic countdown music started playing in the background. Once the countdown hit 0, the principal screamed at the top of his lungs and bolted with every ounce of strength he had left. Desperately thinking that he just needed to get past this wall to escape, he activated his phasing ability, which allowed him to pass through any solid matter for a short time. But right as he leaped forward, a glowing magic circle materialized with a sharp chime, instantly canceling his skill. Thanks to his own momentum, he slammed face first straight into the solid wall, groaning in pain. Oh, damn it. A girl walked in, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and muttered, "I had my suspicions, but I never thought you'd actually pull a stunt like this." Yunha, absolutely furious, snapped, "So this is why you wanted me to go to the prayer room, huh?" Terrified, the shameless principal immediately folded, babbling, "What were those conditions of yours again?" Our MC just stood there, silently watching, completely ignoring the constant screams echoing around them. "Actually, wait, I remember now. We'll do absolutely everything in our power to make them happen." In the end, Principal World Who and his cronies fully accepted all of my conditions, and the academy quickly returned to normal. Outside, two people who were wrapping up the situation chatted. "You did an amazing job handling this, Mr. Wee." The man replied, "I honestly didn't expect them to send assassins from abroad. If it had been just the two of us without Sanju, we would have been in serious trouble." The girl agreed, "Yeah, he's insanely strong. How is he still only a B rank? If we suddenly cancel the history and system comprehension classes, the other branches might get suspicious. That's why we decided to keep the class going." Both he and Shin Jun-young were shocked when they saw it. Shin Jun-young asked first, "Is this the thing the principal was talking about?" And he answered, "Yeah, it looks pretty gross. But on the bright side, they're letting us destroy the brainwashing device inside and turn this class into just another boring, ordinary subject." Looking at the bizarre octopus-like creature, he said, "Let's destroy this thing right away." With the help of President Yunha, we were able to quickly undo the effects of the brainwashing. She directed the students, instructing them, "Make sure you pass through here on your way out." Strangely though, the brainwashing on the professors, including the principal, couldn't be undone. Yunha slammed the principal's head onto the table, channeling her magic as she growled, "I think they're just rotten to the core. This isn't even brainwashing." But he stubbornly sneered back, "We have been chosen by our master. Nothing you do will ever work on us." And just like that, by relying on magic, he helped Heian break free from the brainwashing, and she was finally unchained as well. Seeing her still trembling, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" Heian, with tears streaming down her face, stammered, "Appa." Then she quickly threw herself into his arms, crying, "I'm so sorry. I must have really lost my mind." On his side, he comforted her, "You did great." Meanwhile, his clone screamed in the background, "Why are you apologizing to the master? Apologize to me." The 3 days of chaos had finally come to an end. In a certain room, two different voices could be heard. "Not there. A little more to the left." The other person stammered in response. "Here? Yeah. So when is the next evaluation?" the other asked. The one responding was the principal, who was cringingly trying to please Sangyu, massaging his shoulders while saying, "It is based on the increase in your stats. We will compare your stats from when you first entered the academy to your current ones and give you a high grade based on that." Sangyu asked again, "And what do you plan to do with my grade?" He quickly replied, "An A, of course." Sangyu replied with satisfaction, "Good." Then he turned to speak angrily to Hawk. "When are we going to learn a new skill? How long do we have to keep shooting fireballs?" Sweating profusely, Hawk replied, "I'll teach you the freezing skill soon." Ignoring his whimpering, Sangyu threatened him, "Make sure you teach it well. I'll be watching." He replied, "Yes, sir." It was unclear whose inner voice sighed, "Oh, what a life." Meanwhile, in another room, there were two men. A man with a triangular beard looked at the system screen showing ALS and spoke. The branch in South Korea said they resolved the issue, but Scorpion 13 says the mission failed. What do you think about that? Hearing him, the young man eagerly replied, "Yes, whatever you think is the correct answer, sir." The older man burst out laughing, "Haha, what a lazy and boring answer. What if I told you that your death is the answer?" The young man quickly replied, "Then I would be more than happy to oblige." He slashed with a knife, sending blood splattering everywhere, while the older man just rested his chin on his hand, watching. Looking at the young man lying in a pool of blood, he nonchalantly replied, "I was only joking." Then, he smiled brightly at the sight. After all, he was the master of this place. He then ordered, "Clean up this mess right now, and someone go investigate this Yoon Sung-yu guy." There were two kinds of reactions from the academy students. They either apologized or just ignored him. One girl cried, saying, "I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did that." She bowed her head repeatedly, apologizing frantically. "I don't even know how to apologize enough. You can report me to the police if you want, and just let me know if you want any compensation." They would apologize while deeply regretting their actions, or feel too embarrassed to face him and try to avoid him. Sang-yu thought to himself, "It'd be a lie to say I wasn't annoyed, but at least they're apologizing like this. It's fine." Haeyeon walked up to his side and teased, "You really put on quite a performance back there, you know." Sang-yu indifferently replied, "What else could I do? I can't exactly beat them up now that they're no longer brainwashed. Besides, those guys already got what they deserved." Sang-yu then asked, causing Haeyeon's face to pale, "Our next class is physical training, right?" Haeyeon shyly held her arm and said, "Oppa, about that movie we talked about earlier. Can we go watch it now? There's a movie I really want to see." Sang-yu was slightly surprised. "What are you talking about? We have to train." Then, Sang-yu dragged Haeyeon to the classroom. "Your base stats are way too low." All right, I'll go," she whined. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the Hunter Academy's multi-purpose training room. The instructor announced, "Today's class is all about physical fitness." The instructor sat upright on his chair, explaining, "We will evaluate your base stats in the next class. We will compare them to the stats you gained during your training here, and your grade will depend on how much you manage to increase them." Everyone around them started whispering, "What's up with the instructor?" "No idea." Haeyeon turned to Sang-yu and asked, "This was your doing, wasn't it?" "I told you. You have to treat bossy bastards differently." Sang-yu then asked, "By the way, why do you hate this class so much?" Haeyeon replied gloomily, "I'm feeling pretty down. My skill level went up, but my raw strength is still exactly the same." Sang-yu pointed, "This is the place to train your skills. Practice is key." Haeyeon let out a heavy sigh. "I'll be right back." The shooting targets were set up one after another, each marked with its level of difficulty. Haeyeon activated her Mana Master skill with a lack of confidence. Meanwhile, the others moved to a corner to pick up weights and start working out. Someone clad in a contrasting bright red cloak was focusing on blasting a surge of blue energy. Watching this, Sang-yu thought to himself, "My stats have already gone up a lot, and since I already told them how to grade me, I don't really need to do this. But since I'm already here, I might as well get a little workout in. These JM organization machines won't make me break a sweat anyway." Sang-yu walked over to a dumbbell sitting next to the instructor, pointed at it, and asked, "How many kilograms can this thing go up to if I set it to the maximum?" Hearing this, the instructor glanced at the dumbbell and said, "The weight is controlled by mana stones, and gravity is applied directly to it, so it depends entirely on the strength of the user." He went on, surprising Sang-yu, "You can even set it so it's impossible to lift." Sang-yu's response to this left the instructor a bit caught off guard. "So you want me to crank it up to overload mode? Are you sure about this, kid?" The trainer double-checked, trying to explain again. "This mode is only meant to boost performance. Normally, it's not supposed to be used like this, but it'll be fine. So just go ahead, trainer." The trainer cranked the dial to the maximum for Sang-woo. Looking at it, Sang-woo thought that aside from the device attached inside, it looked just like a normal barbell, and a pretty light one at that. A purple energy began to surge from both sides of the weights. Sang-woo strained to lift it, his eyes widening from the effort. Sang-woo gritted his teeth, his face contorting as he thought, "Man, this is heavy." But deep down, he was actually pretty satisfied. This was exactly the kind of weight he wanted. The machine next to the trainer started smoking under the sheer pressure of Sang-woo's monstrous strength. Sparks of electricity began crackling wildly from both sides of the barbell. "This is so thrilling." After pushing himself to the absolute limit, Sang-woo finally managed to lift it off the ground. He could literally feel the rush of energy pumping through his veins. The purple energy cores, along with a few loose screws, suddenly snapped off and clattered onto the floor right in front of the trainer, leaving him completely flabbergasted. As Sang-woo stepped back onto the floor, the remaining purple energy crystals rained down with a clatter. Holding up the bare metal bar now completely stripped of its weights, he turned to the stunned trainer and said, "Oops, my bad. But hey, the performance on this thing was pretty solid. It definitely got the job done fast." The trainer held the ruined metal bar with tears welling up in his eyes, with thick black smoke billowing behind him. Meanwhile, Sang-woo couldn't help but smile, thinking, "Man, it's great being rich, isn't it? They've got the most amazing equipment here. I should try to ask them to let me use the training room at night so I can keep my clones working. Sangwoo paused, suddenly realizing he hadn't seen Junyong anywhere. Where did that guy go? The evaluation is right around the corner. He must be busy with something. On the other side of the campus, Jinwook was sitting and talking with Junyong. Wait, so you're saying the academy is that dangerous? The Haesung Guild needs to prepare for that scenario too. We've temporarily stopped them for now, but they're still a major threat. Jinwook, the captain of Haesung Guild's Team 1, crossed his arms and asked, "Exactly what kind of threat are we talking about here?" Junyong replied with a grim expression, "I can't say much, but that elixir, it might just be the very thing that brings this academy to its knees." Jinwook massaged his temples in frustration. "You're the captain of Team 2, and your squad will follow your orders no matter what. But this isn't something they can handle alone. You need to help us out on this, too," Jinwook countered. "I've gathered some intel on this Sangwoo Jiang guy. What exactly is your real motive for entering the academy anyway?" Jinwook's sharp questioning left Junyong completely frozen. "If you just want to play house, go find a playground. We gave you all the backing and resources you needed to infiltrate this academy, and here you are, wasting your time playing best friends with Sangwoo Jiang." Jinwook lowered his hand and sneered. "And I bet the only reason you're begging for my help now is because of the upcoming evaluation, isn't it?" Standing up from his chair, Jinwook let out a cold chuckle. "Ha, damn it, did you seriously think you had everything under control, which is why you've been slacking off like this? You need to put in some actual effort instead of wasting your time on useless nonsense." Jinwook turned and walked away, leaving Junyong standing there all by himself. "I'll keep my mouth shut and act like I never heard a word of this. Just focus on passing your evaluation." Junyong sat in silence, quietly taking in his harsh words. "The guild doesn't expect anything more from you anyway. Figure it out yourself. I've already done all I can." Beams of brilliant blue energy shot forward one after another, slamming into the distant target. A thick cloud of smoke and dust billowed around it, completely obscuring the area. Haeyeon bent over, panting heavily as she stared at the level 3 dummy that hadn't even budged. She looked down at her hands in utter frustration and helplessness. "Just a few days ago, I was acting all high and mighty in front of Oppa Sangwoo, thinking my power was enough to take down Skoten on my own. And now, Sangwoo can cast a fireball that's way stronger than mine." Haeyeon gritted her teeth in pure determination, thinking, "I can't keep being a burden to him like this." Haeyeon suddenly let out a loud yell, startling both Goon and the agent. "Whoa, Haeyeon, what's wrong? I knew that brainwashing was still messing with your head." Haeyeon spoke with absolute sincerity. "This is the only place I have left to turn to. I want to become stronger. Please, let me join the GM organization." As night fell, the massive mansion grew dark, with only a single window casting a faint glow into the darkness. One of Sangwoo's clones kicked the door open and barked, "Open up the training room, now." The principal jumped in fright, thinking, "A hunter at this hour? I guess clones don't care about what time it is. I couldn't use it all day because of classes." He stammered, "But the training room is. Just open it." Sangwoo shoved a clenched fist right in front of his face, making the old man break into a terrified, sweaty grin. "Of course, using the academy facilities outside of class hours is absolutely fine." Hearing that, Sangwoo's clone spun around and started walking out. "I'm going to be training all night, so make sure you keep the lights on. You got it." The principal wiped his brow in sheer panic, muttering to himself, "Well, I did my best to stop him, so this definitely isn't my fault." Meanwhile, Hunter Junyong, Sangwoo, and 2 of his clones walked down the hallway, discussing their plan. 2 hours of training, followed by a hunt. Just keep repeating that routine. Got it? Swinging the gym doors wide open, Sangwoo grinned and said, "All right, use whatever you guys want. We've got this whole place to ourselves tonight." But he suddenly froze, his jaw dropping as he stared inside. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Do-won was casually sitting atop a massive pile of freshly slain monsters, facing a pink-haired beast. "Lord Do-won. Lord Do-won? Why aren't you answering me?" "Hey, Hunter Sukin, go bully some low ranks somewhere else. I'm having my meal here today." Do-won kept his cool, while the beast gritted its teeth in pure rage. "By the way, why the hell do you talk like that?" "Who, me? Damn it, I've just gotten used to speaking like this." Do-won stared back at him with a deeply puzzled expression. "Just listen to me. It is about Shin Jun-young, that monster," he shouts. "Shin Jun-young, that bastard. I think he faked his rank." He recalls the moment he grabbed Shin Jun-young by the neck and lifted him up. "After losing that match, I lost my mind, and we got into a fight. Suddenly, a system interface pops up in front of him, catching him completely off guard. Wait a minute. The system screen showed the opponent's stats were ridiculously low, indicating that looking down on the weak had reached its limit. Clenching his fists and furrowing his brows, he says, "But Du Seonju showed up, so I could not dig any deeper." But with Shin Jun-young, that was not the case. Outside, the night sky is pitch black, but light still pours from the room's window, the room of a B-rank hunter, one of those elite high-rank hunters. Inside the training room, Shin Jun-young is panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Du Seonju. Seonju looks at Jun-young in utter shock. Jun-young has his hands on the floor. In front of him lies a mere 3-kilogram dumbbell, and scattered around his feet are empty potion bottles. On his hands and knees, Shin Jun-young's entire body is trembling violently. What is all this? Shin Jun-young's eyes widen. Why? Why are you here? Once again, a system notification pops up in front of him. Passive, Archmage. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills learned will automatically be raised to their maximum level. But then, the system text shifts to a penalty. Weak Mage penalty. All stats are fixed at 0.2. Dumbfounded. Seonju speaks in a quiet voice. I think we need an explanation here. Shin Jun-young's entire body begins to tremble. What exactly happened here? But Jun-young just turns to leave, muttering, I was just practicing for the evaluation. I am almost done. Seonju calls out, Shin Jun-young. He quickly grabs Shin Jun-young by the shoulder. Don't just walk away like this. Shin Jun-young violently brushes Seonju's hand off and shouts, Can't you see? I am completely exhausted just from lifting a 3-kilogram dumbbell. Isn't that hilarious? Grinding his teeth, he says with great difficulty, This is the skill I got after my awakening. All my stats are locked at 0.2. Hearing this, Seonju is completely stunned. The memory flashes back to a professor resting his chin in his hand, asking, Is it true that every skill you learn instantly reaches the maximum level? Is that really true? Yes, sir. The professor glances at Haesung and says, What an incredible talent. Perhaps we are looking at South Korea's very first S-rank hunter. At those words, the young boy can only force a strained smile. I used to be a magic prodigy, Shin Jun-young recalls with a bright smile. Back then, he would raise his hand to cast a spell, kicking up clouds of dust all around him. Standing next to him, the professor shouted in awe, No way, you mastered fireball just like that? Shin Jun-young narrates, Aside from my awakening skill, I could copy any ordinary skill I saw within just a month or two. 2 staff members struggled to carry a glass case containing a glowing blue orb. The skills I could not copy were stored away in the Hyun Guild's vault. Back then, he was thrilled whenever he cast magic. Everyone placed their hopes on me. Even my father believed in me. Haesung wore a proud smile, having such a brilliant son. You are the future of the Hyun Guild. Keep working hard like this, he said, before walking away with a dark look on his face. Shin Jun-young happily glanced at his father walking beside him. But then, the memory fades, and his body begins to tremble as sweat pours down his face. That's right. Shin Jun-young clutches his chest, curling inward and gasping for air. He strains his muscles, but ultimately falls to his knees, supporting himself with one hand. A genius whose stats are all locked at 0.2. If only I had spoken up back then. Shin Jun-young runs on a treadmill, panting heavily and completely drenched in sweat. Holding a clipboard, the professor says with concern, Your basic stats have not increased at all compared to last year. Haesung's face darkens. He summons Jun-young to his private office. Inside, Shin Jun-young bows his head, trembling in fear. Haesung says coldly, 0.2. All your stats are locked at 0.2. Haesung covers his dark, cold eyes with his hand and continues, Forever. Shin Jun-young gasps, But father, you don't know that yet. If I just keep training hard from now on, Haesung slams his hand on the table, cutting him off. The whole world will eventually realize you are just a useless idiot. He goes on, I have heard of cases where ice resistance drops after awakening a fire skill. But regardless of whether a skill is high level or not, it is completely useless. Everything is at 0.2, even your mana. Tears well up in Shin Jun-young's eyes. All this time, I have just been throwing money into a bottomless pit. Walking past Shin Jun-young, his father sneers, But you are lucky. No matter what you try to do, I won't even have to waste energy trying to stop you. Shin Jun-young's hands tightly clench the hem of his shirt. If I strike you even a little too hard, you'll die. Shin Jun-young sits on the floor, holding a water bottle as he continues his story. After that day, the Hyun Guild erased all traces of my existence. Every news article and post about me was wiped from the internet. They even hid my skills. My hunter rank was only kept at B rank thanks to the guild's backing. And that is where it stopped, at B rank. Seonju sits across from him, listening intently as he goes on. But then, I found out I could obtain an elixir from the academy. An image of the elixir bottle flashes through his mind. A miraculous elixir that can lift any curse and heal any wound. It became my sole purpose in life. Shin Junyoung stares down at his hands. To hide my lack of mana. I hid mana pills in my teeth and kept potions in my water bottle just to get through classes. He takes a cold, desperate gulp from his bottle. I was truly desperate. Shin Junyoung sighs. But of course, in the end, I still lost to you. Seonju is taken aback by Shin Junyoung's confession. Awakening might have been a miracle for you, Song-woo, Shin Junyoung murmurs, bowing his head in utter helplessness. But for me, it was the worst curse imaginable. Hearing that, Sanju frowned, thinking to himself that explained why the weakening drug didn't work during the team match. Right from the start, there was nothing left to weaken. Sanju stood up, shoved his hands into his pockets, and asked who else knew about it. Shin Junyoung replied, "Just my dad, my brother, and a few captains. No one else." Sanju continued, "If you planned on using weights, why didn't you just do it at home? Did you ever stop to think you might get caught?" Shin Junyoung immediately argued back. "I asked the principal to lock the doors, but who would have thought someone would come in here this late? Besides, all of this equipment was already in use." Hearing Shin Junyoung's words, Sanju paused slightly. There was a gravity magic device that could assist with training based on the user's strength. But when I arrived today, it was broken. Curiously, Sanju asked, "Then what was the basic stat you wrote down when registering?" Shin Junyoung answered honestly. 40. Sanju gasped, asking again. 40. Sanju grabbed Shin Junyoung by the collar and yelled, "How shameless can you be? Lying has its limits. You inflated it 200 times. Who would have thought we'd have to go through a stat evaluation anyway?" Shin Junyoung slumped his shoulders in despair. "What am I supposed to do? I have to go." As he turned to leave, he didn't forget to warn him, "Please keep everything I told you today a secret. Even the principal doesn't know about this. I'm begging you." Sanju scratched his head and cursed, "Damn it." Shin Junyoung walked through the school alone, hands in his pockets, when he suddenly stopped and frowned. He recalled that back then, Haesung was completely wasted, holding a wine glass while a girl sitting next to him massaged his shoulders. "So you want a teammate for the promotion exam?" Shin Junyoung stood stiffly in the corner. "Do you know Sanju? The clone user, sir?" Sitting back in his chair, Haesung chuckled. "I saw him back when he was F rank. I laughed my head off when I saw him with Junmo. It was fun watching him struggle at F rank. But then, I heard that kid Sanju passed the B rank test all on his own, without any help." Haesung's words made Shin Junyoung freeze. "Some people don't even dare to take the promotion exam without a booster." He continued, "I laughed in the face of the guy who picked up a plain stone right in front of me, only for that stone to turn into a rare gem. While the gem I polish every single day turns out to be nothing more than a common rock." Back in reality, a hand reached out from behind Shin Junyoung while he was still muttering to himself. Even a pebble has the ability to roll. A mysterious figure ambushed Shin Junyoung from behind, grabbing his arms and shoulders, sending him into a panic. Who are you?" "Shh. Keep your mouth shut if you want to live." Somewhere else under the cover of night, with high-rise lights flickering in the distance, a voice rang out. "Even when skills level up, physical strength remains the same." The agent asked in disbelief. "You aren't short on mana, are you?" "The only thing I'm confident in is my mana," the agent said with concern. "But you should be fine with the cadet evaluation, though it might take some time." "Why? And where on earth are we?" The agent looked up and continued, "You said that before joining GM, but there actually is someone who excels at manipulating mana." The girl sitting in the chair smiled and added, "But his training is absolutely brutal." And just like that, the day of the basic stat evaluation arrived. The instructor announced there were a total of 5 evaluation stations. While the cadets were warming up, Instructor Ji-hyuk explained, "They will measure your strength, speed, stamina, explosive power, and endurance, one by one. Once you finish a station, move to the next one immediately." Instructor Ji-hyuk announced with a blank face, "Now, let the evaluation begin." Someone stepped forward as the instructor said, "Whoever is confident, step on up." With dark, tense eyes, Shin Junyoung braced himself and stepped forward. Standing before a flat wall, an assistant explained, "Please hit this as hard as you can." "Got it." Down below, Dogan and Selkin snickered, mocking him as they started with Shin Junyoung. "Look how skinny his arms are. Let's see if you were right about him." Shin Junyoung flexed his arm, veins bulging as a blue and purple aura flared around him. Sanju watched for a moment, at a loss for words, before letting out a heavy sigh. "Looks like I'll have to step in after all." Shin concentrated all his power into his arm, his eyes filled with intense focus. He threw a straight punch right into the wall, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Seeing how Shin Junyoung completely dented the wall, the staff member standing nearby stared in utter disbelief. Dugan and Selkin were no better, their jaws dropping in pure shock as they stared at Shin Junyoung. A hand suddenly reached out from behind Shin Junyoung while he was walking and muttering, "Even a broken clock is right twice a day." The mysterious assailant ambushed him from behind, grabbing his shoulder and arm, making him jump. In a panic, he yelled, "Who are you?" The cloaked figure raised a finger to his lips, hushed him, and whispered, "Quiet down and keep your mouth shut if you want to live." Shin Junyoung turned around, only to realize it was actually Sanju. "Sanju? What are you doing here?" Sanju calmly ignored the question, steering back to the evaluation. "Just answer my question first," he said, looking at Shin Junyoung. "Can you change someone else's appearance with that chameleon skill of yours?" Shin Junyoung was taken aback. "What?" It suddenly clicked for Shin Junyoung. "Wait, are you planning to?" Sanju turned and started walking, saying, "Yes, we can change my clone's appearance to look exactly like you. That way, you'll easily pass the stat evaluation. Besides, you helped me out before. So now," Sanju paused and added, "but don't go getting the wrong idea here. I'm still going after the Elysia elixir, so don't expect too much help from me." Sanju turned with a grin. "But at the very least, I can clear you of any suspicion." Back at the evaluation, the fake Shin Junyoung, actually Sanju's clone in disguise, stood in front of a dented wall. The power stats flashed on the screen. The staff member was pretty shocked. His power level was exactly 40. The other trainees started whispering among themselves. Is it even possible to get a perfect score like that? Look, the wall is already regenerating. During the reflex test, Sanju's clone easily dodged the batons while posing as Shin Junyoung. Next was the fitness test, where he ran at full speed on the treadmill. For the mana test, he placed his hand on the orb, causing it to glow with a vibrant blue energy. During the endurance test, a rod poked Shin Junyoung in the cheek, making him let out a cry. The staff member holding the clipboard was left jaw-dropped. Every single stat was exactly 40. The hunter evaluation test for Shin Junyoung was complete. The other trainees were just as stunned. Wait, what? I thought he was a long-range combat hunter? He's a total beast. With 40 in every stat, he's easily an A rank now. Sign gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell? That's impossible. Standing next to him, Dan sneered. I knew it. Forget it. Just focus on your own test. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The inertia effect has ended. Doan frowned, looking at his blade. What kind of effect wears off this fast? I've had my doubts for a while, but maybe I'm just overreacting. Instructor Jahyok stared at the two scorecards, completely speechless. The difference between Shin Junyoung's two scorecards was as clear as day. The instructor stared in deep thought, wondering, what kind of crazy stats are these? Everything is exactly 40. That's even higher than mine. And some of his stats even went down. Instructor Jahyok looked over the scorecard and commented, Hunter Shin Junyoung's stats have increased by an average of 0.249 points. It's a bit disappointing, but not bad at all. The real Shin Junyoung, who was taking a sip of water, glanced over from a distance. He grimaced. That idiot. I told him to keep it average. Who would have thought he'd put exactly 40 for every single stat? Still, is it even humanly possible to control your stats like that? Looking around, another thought crossed his mind. Doan and Selkin were talking to each other. He must have pulled some kind of stunt. Come on, drop it. Didn't you see him punch a hole straight through the wall? Shin Junyoung narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. He turned around, leaning against the wall, and muttered, Thanks, wrong Sanju. Sanju leaned in close to the fake Shin Junyoung and whispered, It's over. Let's get out of here. His stomach is probably doing flips from the medicine. Got it. Sanju looked up at the staff outside and said, I'd like to take the evaluation test too. He thought to himself, and while I'm at it, there's something that's been bugging me for a while. I'd better test it out right now. The The staff member said absent-mindedly, "Just punch this part of the wall as hard as you can." At that moment, Sanju raised his fist and lunged forward. His eyes glowed a menacing red as veins bulged on his face. Channeling all his strength, he slammed his fist straight into the wall, unleashing a burst of internal energy. The wall began to crack and cave inward, making bystanders turn their heads. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere as the ground shook. The wall completely collapsed into a pile of rubble. Through the rising dust, two figures stood, staring ahead. Sanju's eyes returned to normal as he muttered quietly. My stats stopped increasing from absorbing those magic gems a while ago. He recalled that moment when one of his clones was busy chewing on an orange gem. Staring blankly at the system screen, Sanju had suggested, "Why don't you try eating as many as possible all at once?" Obediently, the clone stuffed a whole plate of gems into his mouth. Sanju looked back at the system display and frowned. The stats hadn't budged at all. What's going on? I think this started happening after number 7 was kidnapped and my stats exploded. He looked at the clone and said with a sigh, "Other than turning my clones into monsters, these gems are completely useless now. So how should I put this guy to good use? Maybe I should pay another visit to Heritage and see." In New York, USA, the towering headquarters of Heritage stood tall against the dark night sky. Inside the lab, Sanju rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Oh my gosh, seriously? Did we fail to copy the cloning skill again? What a shame." Burr walked over and asked, "Are you sure you actually find that disappointing?" Sanju grinned from ear to ear. "Of course. I mean, this is an incredibly complex skill, after all." Burr smiled. "Well, we did manage to apply the cloning skill to part of the equipment. It's still a bit of a bummer that it doesn't work on living things, though." Sanju gasped in surprise. "What? How on earth did you pull that off? That's actually more surprising. Though honestly, I just wish my clones had some clothes on whenever they get summoned." Burr turned serious. Creating a skill that surpasses the power of the original is simply impossible. The ability to duplicate equipment is a special effect of the cloning skill itself. If you still can't use it, Burr's words caught Sanju completely off guard. "That means your skill still has room for a perfect evolution." Out of nowhere, she asked, "Some people want to meet you. Do you mind?" He blinked in confusion. "Wait, meet me?" Before Bo could even finish her sentence, the lab door swung open. Raven and Hubert walked in, and one of them spoke up. "So, you're the master of that clone? I'm Hubert, and this is Raven." Sanju stepped forward, bowing slightly as he shook Hubert's hand. "I've finally made progress on something I've wanted to do for a very long time. It's all thanks to your skill. I've been dying to meet you. I'm just glad I could help, though I wasn't actually able to duplicate any of your items," Sanju replied. Bo smiled and introduced the old man. "Mr. Hubert here is the craftsman behind Heritage Company's items. That cloak we gave you last time was actually one of his masterpieces." Sanju smiled warmly. "Thank you so much for that." Bo then gestured toward the other man. "And this is Raven. I'm sure you know who he is." Hearing this, Sanju froze, stammering, Yeah." Bo gasped in surprise. "Wait, you actually know him?" Bo asked. Under her sparkling praise, Raven's presence suddenly felt imposing. "He's the world's strongest swordsman. An S-rank swordsman?" Sanju was absolutely stunned. "An S-rank hunter?" "From what I know, there aren't any S-ranks in Korea." "Is this really how I'm meeting my very first one?" Sanju scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm really sorry. I don't actually know much about the hunter world." Raven turned away, pouting. "Don't sweat it. Besides, I'm not the strongest swordsman or any of that nonsense anyway. See? I'm not even that famous." Bo quickly chimed in. "Actually, Raven was the one who rescued number 7. The company was behind the operation, but he completely trashed that laboratory." Sanju spoke calmly. "There's something I wanted to ask." He looked at Raven. "Do you happen to remember exactly what kind of experiments they were running in that place? I'm pretty curious about what went down with number 7. Raven nodded. "Of course. I remember it vividly." He gestured with his hands as he described the scene. There was a massive amount of machinery in that place. Huge pipes ran everywhere, control panels were glowing, and there were tons of robots. They also had these massive test tubes that looked just like cages. It looked like they were testing something big. After hearing his account, everyone was left in deep shock. Raven asked him, "Did my answer help you at all?" Raven stroked his chin thoughtfully. And I'm pretty sure their electricity bill must have been. Before he could even finish, Bo cut in. Let me explain. We ran some tests on him after we rescued him. There was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Sanju stared at her, highly skeptical. Bo lowered her gaze and said, So, you already knew. Yes, you're not wrong. The crystal jade is a drug meant for humans, but it has a nasty side effect. It turns whoever uses it into a monster. It's still an unfinished product, but since your clone isn't technically a real human, it was able to fully absorb the crystal jade. And based on our observations of that process, I think we've figured out exactly how the crystal jade works. Sanju was still skeptical. So the drug used on my clone was a perfected version with no side effects? Is that why my stats went up without my clone turning into a monster? Bo gave a soft smile. That's just a theory for now. But the stats you can artificially force to increase have already hit their limit. I believe that's why the crystal jade no longer has any effect on your stats. Which means, she paused for a moment, then continued, you'll have to train on your own from now on. Sanju rubbed the bridge of his nose. So I actually have to put in the physical work now? And maybe use the monster's absorption skill? Bo then asked. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Sanju thought for a moment. Well, I don't know if she'd know, but it doesn't hurt to ask, he finally asked, causing Bo's eyes to widen in shock. Do you happen to know what Harvest Day is? The moment the words left his mouth, all three of them stared at Sanju with bizarre expressions. Feeling their intense gaze, Sanju became a bit self-conscious. What's wrong? Did I say something out of line? Suddenly, Hubert pressed a switch in his hand, and a small explosion went off right on Sanju. Electricity crackled around Sanju's bracelet. He grimaced. His bracelet had been shut down. Raven drew his sword, his face darkening. Don't worry, the translation mode is still working. He nudged his sword forward, his eyes growing cold. But you might want to watch your mouth. Sanju frowned, his eyes narrowing defensively. He held out his hand, his expression turning cold. Fine. Let me rephrase my question then. Are you on the apprentice's side too? The air in the room grew heavy and tense, as if the two were about to tear each other apart. Bo and Hubert panicked. Bo squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, Both of you, stop it right now. Bo pleaded with him. Sanju, please stop. We are not your enemies. Sanju glanced over at her. I don't think you can convince me that easily. You guys started this. Bo waved her hand dismissively. Raven, sheathe your sword. I honestly don't think he knows. She pleaded, trying to explain, Sanju's help is absolutely crucial for our plan. You all know that. Hearing this, Raven sheathed his sword. Sanju also drew his dark aura back inside. Bo let out a sigh of relief. She continued, I'll tell you what the day of harvest is, but there's something you need to accept before we begin. What are you so curious about, Sanju? Bo reached up to touch her ear, a streak of red appearing in her hair. The world is much bigger than you think. Her words shocked Sanju so much that his pupils dilated. We're actually not from Earth. All three of them looked at him. We are outsiders from a very distant place. She began her tale. Our original planet was Tiber, a peaceful place where many species lived together in harmony. A vision of planet Tiber appeared, a place teeming with magic and nature. The Urea Empire. On a peaceful and beautiful planet, a giant monster emerged. She continued her story, explaining how, until Grenad invaded, the citizens constantly used powerful weapons to drive the beasts away. The Urea Empire fought back. But the threat of those monsters, who slaughtered every living thing in their path, was something we couldn't stand against. Countless black vortexes appeared in the sky. Hundreds of smaller monsters poured out from those black holes. They possessed portal skills. Bo continued, the number of monsters was so endless that no matter what we did, every region was overrun, one by one. As the soldiers fell, a man stepped forward, appearing amidst Urencia's hopeless situation. He was Jinstein, a scientist from Earth. Pausing for a moment, Bo continued, catching Sanju off guard. And he was also the creator of the system. Sanju asked in confusion, Wait, the system is actually someone's invention? She replied, Yes, we were really surprised at first too. Bo added, I told you last time, didn't I? About how difficult it is to learn a skill. Only by focusing on magic for at least 10 years. Our planet barely had any mages who were battle-ready. She explained that Liber, however, was different. He learned magic at an unbelievable speed and became the Archmage of Urencia within 5 years. Liber sat at a desk strewn with papers, focusing his research on how to learn magic faster to increase the number of battle-ready fighters, so that everyone, even those with no knowledge of complex formulas and low mana, could defend the Empire. A glowing red orb rested neatly on a pedestal. That was how the skill orbs and the system were created. She recounted in a flat tone that the plan was a success. Even though the system was still incomplete, it still supported basic offensive skills, and people began to register and learn magic through the skill orbs. Everyone joined forces to slay the monsters. As the system became more refined, people could use higher-level magic, and everyone began to hope. They hoped peace would return to Tiber once Grandy was driven away. Bloodshot veins slowly appeared in her eyes. After that, the long, grueling war dragged on until the system was completed, and Liber unleashed a massacre. Bo looked confused. To this day, I still don't understand why the citizens were slaughtered. Even the descendants of the Sword Clan and the Dragonoids couldn't stop him. He just kept slaughtering and slaughtering and slaughtering. Finally, she concluded, and that's why Urencia fell within a single week. That was the day of harvest. Sanji was astounded. An entire empire brought down by just one man. Bo covered her mouth, her voice trembling. I still can't forget that sight. She turned to Raven and asked, is there anything else we can explain? I didn't see Liber very often. He replied, well, a few details are missing, but the storyline is accurate. Raven also added, the only survivors who escaped were the three of us. Based on this world's calendar, that was 1995. You know what happened 5 years after that, right? Sanju gasped in shock. In the year 2000, there was a great catastrophe. It hit him. And the system exists on Earth, too. Raven's face darkened. Yes, the system is taking root here. Soon, the day of harvest will happen on Earth. Elsewhere, Heian gasped heavily for breath. She collapsed to her knees. I can't do this. The cat-eared girl chuckled softly. My, looks like you're exhausted. Heian collapsed. The other girl put her hands on her hips and gestured. Get up. We still have a long way to go. Flashback to 1 week ago. A surge of energy appeared behind Heian. This was the cat-eared girl's energy. This is the original size of the Fox Fireball skill I used. She drew her hand back slightly. Here goes. She hurled the orb at the targets. As the dust settled and scattered, she pointed behind her. What do you think? It's similar to your mana orb, right? Mana only has form but deals 0 damage. Leveling up just increases its size, right? If you keep going like this, even if you reach level 100, it'll still be useless. Her words left Heian speechless. You've just been using it exactly how the system tells you to, haven't you? The cat-eared girl raised a finger, and an energy orb materialized. You need to control and compress your mana. Your skill is Mana Master, isn't it? Her face darkened, her eyes flashing. The system is nothing more than a tool. In a catastrophe, humans can still utilize their skills perfectly fine without it. The orb shot forward, blasting a hole straight through the wall. She glanced at Heian, the one who actually cast the skill. Holding up a target, she declared that it had to be at least this size. She went on to explain that since her skill level wasn't that high, it would hold less mana. Because of that, you need to compress it so it's smaller than mine. That's absolutely essential to get that explosive power. Trembling, Heian pushed herself up. I know, but I've been doing this for a whole week, and I have an evaluation today. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl chimed in. Then how long is it going to take you? Until those targets are just floating in mid-air? Are you going to skip today because of some evaluation, and then slack off tomorrow just because it's the weekend? Is that really your plan? She asked, shoving her hands into her pockets with a cold, dismissive look. I'm not even surprised. Now that he's already become an A-rank hunter, don't you think you're being a little too greedy? Heian clenched her fists, her hands trembling. The cat-eared girl licked her lips. Come to think of it, we caught a few assassins with Hunter Sanju earlier. He fought pretty well. Quite charming, actually. She kept talking, driving Heian absolutely insane with rage. Even I want to steal him for myself. With a furious glare, Heian snapped, bring out more targets. No, bring all of them out. The cat-eared girl smirked and happily ran off. Sure thing. Ah, she's so young. Youth and love are truly beautiful. Back on the other side, B asked in surprise. So the Academy actually mentioned the Harvest Day? That explains why you brought up the Academy earlier. Yes. Sanju continued. The one they call the Master is brainwashing countless people to carry this out. B was completely bewildered. What should we do then? I think we have to stop this. Raven and Hubert chimed in. But we can't just act on our own. We'll become immediate targets of the system. We should use others or bring this to a public debate. Wait. Sanju's expression turned serious. We can't make a direct move on the Academy. My sister is infected with the phantom virus, and I need the divine elixir. B was quite shocked. The phantom virus? Hubert immediately spoke up. So you're just going to let this happen to the other students? You said it yourself. They're being brainwashed. Sanju lowered his eyes slightly. I don't care what happens, as long as I get that divine elixir. His words left everyone in an incredibly awkward position. Suddenly, Jen spoke up. In other words, as long as we get that divine elixir for you, you'll help us, right? Is that the deal? He chuckled. I can take care of that elixir problem. On one condition. You become my apprentice. Sanju gasped. What? His disciples were just as shocked. Raven let out a smug laugh. That's right, the kind of apprentice who does exactly what I say. But of course, it's all to help you get stronger. Sanju remained wary. Wait, weren't you just trying to kill me a moment ago? Well, back then I thought you were working with the system. My bad, he continued. So, what do you think of my offer? It's not a bad deal, right? After all, you did say you'd do anything to get that divine elixir. If we can solve that issue, we can work together to prevent the end of the world. We're on the same side now. He smiled faintly. Besides, after fighting your clone earlier, I realized something. You have the potential to become far stronger. Finally, he asked one last time. So, what do you say? Thinking of his sister still lying on her hospital bed, he agreed. Fine. He clenched his trembling fists. There was nothing to hesitate about. With determination in his eyes, Sanju declared, If you can get me that divine elixir, I'll even be your dog. No, not a dog, an apprentice. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland of collapsed skyscrapers. Trevor John panted heavily, gasping for air. The escort pressed his earpiece to transmit a message. He's on the run, don't let him escape, subdue him and bring him back. John, looking completely exhausted, cursed under his breath. Damn it, that miserable sword seeker. He pretended to let me escape, but in reality, he had already tipped off the Federal Investigation Bureau. Damn it. I gave him all the valuable information he wanted. What more does he expect from me? He raised his arm and asked his bracelet, Elisa, how many people are surrounding me right now? A robotic voice responded. 10. No, wait, maybe 5. Actually, I don't know, probably around 20 people. Damn it, the tracking bracelet is broken, and Elisa is totally glitching out. An agent turned to a red-haired girl and said, That's the last building left. If he resists, you have the authority to eliminate him. Call the backup here, now. Hearing their voices, he panicked. Damn it, they're already here. Yeah, I think someone else is already here. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do you know anything about it, sir? As a group of agents approached the building, his voice filled with despair. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground. In the end, he couldn't outrun them. Suddenly, his foot kicked a few small pebbles nearby. His eyes flickered as if he had just figured out a way. Below, the agents gasped in shock. What the hell is that? A massive, fiery boulder was plummeting from above. What is that thing? The meteor slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Terrified screams echoed as the people below were completely incinerated by the flames, leaving only the red-haired girl alive. She clutched her left arm, gasping painfully for air. She desperately tried to use her radio, crying out, Backup, we need backup. Before she could finish, she was ambushed from behind, and her radio slipped from her hand. A foot stepped up right next to the girl's lifeless body. He yelled out, Trevor, I heard you were here. Did someone call for John the Dumbfounded? Hee-sung raised his hand with a smile. I'm here to save you, so stop being so shocked and come on out, my business partner. Meanwhile, in a dark, gloomy space, a voice spoke up. We sent Trevor's location to Hee-sung as you requested. The mysterious man replied, he should definitely have arrived by now. The other person sighed. Poor humans, sacrificing their own lives for the greater good. The masked figure asked, Aren't you going to ask anything? Like why I ordered you to send Trevor's location to Hee-sung? Or why the federal investigation agents had to lose their lives? The other guy closed his eyes and replied calmly, I'm not curious about any of that. I only follow the orders of Lord Oracle. After a brief pause, he continued, Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head to the next location. The mysterious man simply warned, Be careful. The catacombs is a real dragon's den. Back with Sangwoo, Javen was teaching him about swords. All right, first we'll learn about the different types of swords, and then we'll start with some basic strikes. First up is basic speed sword play. Normally, this would also include controlling the flow of mana in your body. But let's save that for next time so we can do it properly. He began to demonstrate. First, relax your arms, Sangwoo asked, looking completely bewildered. Wait a minute, what about the elixir? Sangwoo continued. I'm pretty sure I said I'd only become your disciple after I get the elixir. Javen hesitated. Well, yeah, the elixir. I'll get it for you later, but wouldn't it be better to get some experience first so you can level up faster once you actually have it? Sungwoo threw his hands up and sighed. That was definitely not our deal. Are you from another planet or something? No one on Earth does business like this? Javen let out a forced laugh at that. Hey, I'm an S-rank hunter, you know. Even if people brought bags of cash, they still wouldn't get a chance to learn swordsmanship from me. Pointing a thumb at himself, Sangwoo grinned and said, Yeah, well, I'm a clone user. Look, old man, the Heritage Guild invested 12.8 billion won to learn cloning just like me, and they couldn't even pull it off. Sangwoo pointed at him and said, But since the end of the world isn't too far off, I won't completely ignore your offer. So, I want a fair deal. You'll get a disciple, but it won't be me, not until you give me that elixir. Sangwoo closed his eyes and rattled off, and I've got the absolute perfect person to be your disciple. He'll do whatever you tell him to. He pointed at clone number 7, who was currently gnawing on a piece of meat. This guy right here. He'll learn swordsmanship from you in my place. With that, Sangwoo happily ran off, leaving Javen standing there frozen like a statue. Good luck, number 7, and make sure you listen to him. I've got a class at the academy, so I'm heading out. Javen let out a helpless sigh. Well, I guess having someone to teach is better than nothing. All right, disciple, let's start with your stance. Clone number 7 suddenly yelled, making Javen jump. I am not your disciple. In Javen's mind, he had imagined happily learning swordsmanship with his disciple. My disciple, why don't we learn this today? Yes, master, eating and chatting together. This is so delicious. What is this dish? It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. I bought it for you to try. He even imagined their eventual parting. I have nothing left to teach you. You may go down the mountain now. But master, I still have so much to learn from you. Back in reality, Javen's face darkened with disappointment as he said, All right, first is speed sword play. I'm starting the lesson, so pay close attention. Got it, Clone 7 replied. In the classroom, Professor Hobbs brought in a box full of glowing orbs. All right, today is the day you've all been waiting for. We are going to learn a brand new skill. I will now hand out the freezing skill orbs to everyone. We'll do it exactly like last time. The person at the front of each row will. The teacher handed an orb to Sangwoo, who was completely lost in thought. Wait, so Javen, Arya, and Duver aren't actually from Earth, but aliens from a planet destroyed during the apocalypse? The image of the man flashed in his mind. Einstein, the creator of the system. Sangwoo's mind drifted as he absent-mindedly activated the orb. Why would he do something like that? What was his goal? For what purpose? Freezing skill has been learned, the system's voice chimed, snapping Sangwoo back to reality. Wait a minute, does that mean we won't be able to use the system when the apocalypse actually comes? Professor Hobbs held up an orb and reminded him hunters should only use their skills inside the training room. The orb had been taken away, but the blue light still lingered on Sangwoo's hand. I learned the absolute basics of mana control during meditation. So, what is the core mechanism here? Is it attribute conversion? A sudden thought flashed in his mind. I bet I can use mana even without the system. Shoot ice fire. Ice fire. Sangwoo cursed in frustration. I'm losing my temper here. You bastard. Just give me a fireball already, or at least an ice ball. Suddenly, the system screen popped up. Stop. Sangwoo stared blankly at the screen. The text appeared again. Jung Sangwoo. Proceed to the catacombs. Sangwoo muttered to himself. Damn it, the apocalypse really is coming, isn't it? What kind of crazy crap is this now? He stared at the system screen, which displayed the words, Please reply if you understand. Sangwoo thought. But where on earth even are the catacombs? I don't know what this thing is, but it somehow knows my name. Sangwoo looks at his teacher and suspects he's behind this. I mean, who else could it be? Instructor Hisok continues lecturing calmly. We're going to train just like last time. But before that, there's something I need to tell you. Up until now, you've only been practicing inside the training hall, going in circles day after day. But this time, things are going to be a bit different, he says excitedly. This time, you'll be learning a new skill through real combat with monsters inside a dungeon. This is going to be an international scale event, and our academy has been assigned to clear a dungeon. Instructor Hisok beams and continues, the catacombs. Hearing this, Sangwoo immediately frowns. The instructor keeps explaining. a massive dungeon with various sectors and basements. Meanwhile, at the principal's office, a knock echoes at the door. The principal asks who it is. San-woo, with his hands in his pockets, kicks the door wide open. "I'm back." San-woo grabs Hak-soo by the collar and growls. "Are you asking for a death wish? You set this whole thing up, didn't you? Even if I wanted to pretend to respect you, I seriously can't do it anymore. What the hell is going on here?" He lowers his voice slightly. "What on earth are you thinking? Real combat training in the catacombs. Now everything is going exactly how you wanted. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. They randomly assigned a dungeon to each academy around the world for combat training. It's not like we can just change it whenever we want." San-woo lets go of the principal, looking quite surprised. "What?" he asks to confirm. "So you're not the one who messed with my status window?" Principal Hak-soo asks in confusion. "What? Is there something on it?" San-woo starts to panic a little. Damn it, if it wasn't the academy. Just then, the system screen pops up with another message. "I want to stop the apocalypse. Please help me." He's completely shell-shocked. Then who the heck sent this to me? At the special training ground, an animal-eared beast girl is holding a mana measuring device. The girl being tested, Ha-yeon, is trembling uncontrollably. She struggles to reach out her hand and asks weakly, "Well, what do you think?" The beast girl looks at the mana readings, smiles softly, and says, "Excellent, you passed." Hearing this, Ha-yeon's exhaustion instantly vanishes. Re-energized and overjoyed, she squeals, "Yes, that's awesome." She throws her arms around the beast girl, hugging her tight. "Thank you so much." You need to make sure you maintain this size even when your skill level goes up. Got it?" Ha-yeon blushes slightly as the beast girl adds, "And make sure you hold on to Master San-woo tight." Before leaving, she gives a soft smile and says, "Goodbye, sis." After Ha-yeon walks away, the beast girl looks at the measuring device and lets out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sheer amount of mana on the reader, she can't help but marvel to herself. I can't believe she was hiding this much mana. No matter how strong they are, nobody will be able to stop this skill. Back in San-woo's bedroom, a strange sound breaks the quiet of the small space. "Are you even listening?" Sitting on his bed, feeling completely helpless, he asks, "Who are you?" A green screen flashes with white text. "Communication is restricted. I would have to explain everything to answer your question. But if I do that, the system will detect me." The text continues to write itself. "I want to stop the apocalypse. That's all I can tell you." The words catch him off guard, but he still replies, "Look, I'm sorry, but I've already heard about the apocalypse. Rumor has it that the system and Liber are the ones pulling the strings. How can I trust someone like you who's literally talking to me through the system?" The system quickly fires back. "First of all, I'm green. We're completely different." It's a totally nonsensical response, making a vein pop on his temple. Annoyed, he snaps. "Are you freaking kidding me right now? Look at this jerk." The system quickly explains. "Think about it. If I were on the system's side, why on earth would I contact you? My job is to inform the master about the people in heritage." Hearing the system's explanation, it actually doesn't sound too far-fetched. He sits up, seriously considering its request, but just then, a voice calls out from outside, "San-woo, you have a visitor." Hearing this, the system gets spooked and quickly bids farewell. "That's enough for today. We're going to get caught. Go to the tombs and seize the 7 clues. Only you can stop the apocalypse." As the system quickly vanishes, he sits there hugging his knees, completely speechless and lost in thought. He broods over it, wondering if he should actually trust this thing. "I only agreed to Heritage's offer because of the elixir. It's not like I have anything left to lose. But that guy didn't even tell me what I'm supposed to do." Wrestling with these thoughts only leaves his brain feeling like scrambled eggs. I can't just blindly trust anyone. What the hell should I do? While he is lost in his thoughts, the door suddenly swings open. Seeing that it's Ha-yeon, he's totally caught off guard and stammers, Ha-yeon, what are you? Wait, where have you been all this time?" Hearing his question, she proudly lifts her chin and boasts, "I just finished my special training." With that, Ha-yeon casually walks over to him, while he can only sigh helplessly. Ha-yeon sits on the bed right next to him and asks, "Why the long face? Is something bothering you?" Hey, don't just sit on my bed, there's a chair right over there." Meanwhile, outside the room, his 2 parents are hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on them. The 2 old folks were still whispering to each other. "Oh my goodness. Is Du Exon's daughter already this big? Oh, I guess we should go do some shopping, honey." Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside was the exact opposite. Seeing him lost in thought, Heian asked, "Is there something you can't tell me?" He solemnly replied, "Aren't you scared? You know that Academy is far from normal. They're even planning to send us abroad." Hearing this, Heian couldn't understand why he was so worried. Scratching her cheek, she said, "Well, of course I don't trust that Academy. I only trust you." Seeing him speechless, she hit him with a double combo of a trusting look and a bright smile, saying, "Hee, I trust you 100%. He pondered on that for a moment before muttering to himself, "Actually, that makes sense." He thought to himself, "Yeah, I don't need to worry about the people I can actually trust." Unlike him, Heian was feeling super shy, hesitating before finally blurting out, "So, if you're ever worried about anything, you can always lean on me." Only, she didn't expect to hear him say that he could just rely on himself. Heian froze, while Sangwoo felt incredibly smug. "Now that I think about it, I'm insanely strong anyway. Who'd be stupid enough to betray me?" Elsewhere, a voice echoed inside a room. Jeon Sangwoo, South Korean nationality, B rank, has been a hunter for 1 year, with an average stat of 70. The one speaking was a man with a triangular beard. Looking over the documents, he said flatly, "Man, I didn't even know a skill like this existed. We can't just sit back and watch anymore." Suddenly, a red-haired girl burst in, speaking loudly and causing him to lean back and complain. "Whatever you say is right, sir." "Huh? Never mind." Suddenly, beams of light burst into the room, throwing everything into chaos. The triangular bearded man said excitedly, "Haha, look who it is, Jumper." The man who had just appeared was indeed Jumper. He was an S-rank hunter. The moment he arrived, he approached the triangular bearded man with an intimidating aura. "I heard you've been causing trouble." Hearing this, the triangular bearded man raised an eyebrow provocatively. "So, did you come here to take me out?" Jumper obviously didn't appreciate his attitude, replying with annoyance, "That depends on your answers." It seemed like they were about to throw down. The triangular bearded man emitted a green aura, while Jumper clenched his fists. After a tense moment, the triangular bearded man finally suppressed his aura and waved his hand dismissively. Then he muttered, "Fine, you're here about the catacombs, right?" A few seconds later, he continued, "I don't know a thing. I didn't even know that place was designated as a dungeon hunting zone." Jumper, showing no emotion, asked back, "Do you really expect me to believe you didn't know?" Suddenly, the red-haired girl kicked a man lying flat on the floor, while the triangular bearded man said, "The dungeon training sessions at this academy are just mid-tier events, so I usually delegate them. Here's your guy. If you want to take your anger out on someone, do it to him." Jumper remained silent, while the triangular bearded man went on, "I get what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 clues will still be safe. The maze maker is still active, after all." Meanwhile, in the massive basement of the dungeon maze, strange creatures were lurking. They were using weapons to clash with the hunters. They roared and shrieked weirdly as they fought. The other hunters launched a relentless barrage, and before long, the creatures were completely wiped out. The heavily armored hunters then shouted a warning, "Everyone, fall back." The trainees began chattering excitedly, saying, "Whoa, those are real monsters. This is my first time on a hunt." Among these trainees were Sangwoo and Heian. Seeing the creatures, Heian asked nervously, and he patiently answered, "What kind of monster is that? It's so terrifying. Probably just golems or something. More importantly, I think more of them are going to show up." Beside them, keeping the line in order, was the YOLO guild manager, Seona. "All right, everyone, stay in line. It's dangerous." Spotting a familiar face, Sangwoo called out, and she replied, "Wait, is that Seona?" "Hey, Sangwoo." He asked what she was up to, and she answered warmly, "What are you doing here?" "Just working a part-time gig. The academy is huge, but there are barely any instructors. There's no way they can meet the demand for hiring hunters above C rank." Naturally, she asked him back, and he answered her, "What about you?" "I'm just a student here. Please protect us." Hearing his ridiculous reply, Siona burst into playful laughter. "What? You? You're an academy student? Who's protecting who here? You don't even need an instructor." Ignoring her laughter, he asked, "What are we even doing here? Only the hired hunters are doing the actual hunting, while we students just stand around and watch." Pausing for a moment, Siona explained, "Well, that's what the academy asked us to do. I'm not really sure why either. Maybe because there are just too many students. They basically told us to protect the students by keeping them out of the fight." After a moment, she had to get back to her duties, so she bid him farewell. "Well, Since it's you, I'll pretend I didn't see you sneaking out of line to join the fight. Just do me a favor and help protect the other students, okay? Before he could even tease her with a quick, "Hey, do I get a cut of the credit?" she was gone. As soon as Siona walked away, Heian turned to interrogate Sanju, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly explain. "Who is she anyway? You two seem awfully close." "Whoa, don't look at me like that. You're creeping me out. She's the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped me out in the past." Hearing this only made Heian's reaction even more intense, leaving Sanju completely baffled. "Huh? Then what about that Mihuhu girl you mentioned before? Is she here too?" "Who?" Sanju asked. While Heian was convinced this Mihuhu was the one who had given him special training. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon labyrinth, the atmosphere was dark, misty, and filled with eerie, unsettling noises. Right in the center sat a mysterious figure surrounded by skulls, scattered all over the ground. Cupping a small crystal ball, he stared into it while his mouth constantly muttered, "So many people. There are so many of them." Magic circles glowed all around where he sat, as he continued to babble to himself. "No, they're getting closer. There are too many. If this keeps up, the figure stuttered to himself. This neurotic person talking to himself was actually the master of the tomb, the creator of the labyrinth. He stammered, I'm going to be in danger." The scene shifts back to Sanju's group, where he suddenly sensed something dangerous heading their way. Without warning, he lunged forward and pulled Heian into a tight embrace, catching her completely off guard and making her blush. "Heian, get over here!" The others were slower to react, but they soon realized what was happening as the ground beneath them began to shake violently. "What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Everyone, get back in formation, now." The violent tremors threw everything into absolute chaos, leaving everyone panicking. After quickly assessing the situation, Siona urgently yelled for everyone to move away from the collapsing sinkhole. "Fall back, run, faster." Everyone scrambled desperately to escape the epicenter of the collapse. Heian, now slung over Sanju's shoulder, was trembling with fear, but Sanju comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I've got you. It's going to be okay." But right then, he was startled to see a system message pop up before his eyes, reading, "Jump down." He quickly replied in his mind, "I get it." He handed Heian over to one of his clones, leaving her utterly confused, before calling out to her right before he plunged into the abyss, "Go on ahead." Watching Sanju disappear into the dark depths of the sinkhole, Heian cried out in despair, "No, come back." Meanwhile, Sanju was busy having a mental battle with the system, threatening, "There better not be a trap down here, or I'm going to tear you apart." The system cheerfully replied, "Deal." But Sanju wasn't done, seriously adding to it, "And one more thing, you better tell me who you really are once this is over." After falling in freefall for what felt like an eternity, he actually started to feel somewhat relaxed and couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. "I'm not falling anymore. It feels like the world itself is supporting me, even if I completely relax my body." Keeping his eyes closed, he focused on his senses, feeling as if a warm, soft embrace was holding him. But that cozy feeling was instantly shattered by a single system notification. When he opened his eyes, a familiar window greeted him, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, piles of skulls, and heavy debris. The system read, "You are currently buried." "Great. I'm literally buried alive," Sanju thought. Pinned down under the heavy weight, he desperately tried to figure out a way to escape. "Damn it. Shoving this rubble off me isn't the hard part, but everything around me is completely blocked, and I can't see a single thing. I have no clue which way to dig." While he was still debating whether to just pick a random direction and blast his way through, someone from the outside was already clearing the rubble to make a path for him. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise as a wave of blue energy blasted the debris away. Along with it came a voice muttering, "Terrain and life form scan activated." But what shocked him the most was seeing a very familiar face. Spotting Sanju's bewildered expression, Shin Junyong couldn't resist showing off a bit. "Pretty neat skill, right?" Once Sanju snapped out of it, he quickly greeted him. "Shin Junyong, what are you doing down here?" "Well, obviously, I have no intention of giving up on Alicia, but how on earth did you end up falling all the way down here?" Taking a quick sip of water, Shin Junyong replied honestly, "Do you seriously think I can run like those other guys? Obviously, I got completely exhausted from running and ended up slipping and falling down here." "Then why do you sound so proud of it?" Sanju deadpanned. Shifting his tone as he recalled the chaotic collapse, Shin Junyong said, "In all seriousness, that was no joke. I'm willing to bet a lot of other students fell down here too." Hearing this, Sanju realized that the destruction must have spread across other areas as well. He sat up, dusting himself off, and turned to Shin Junyoung. Looks like there are tons of pathways here, Shin Junyoung replied. Well, the catacomb is a dungeon designed like a giant labyrinth, and we've fallen straight into the absolute deepest parts of it. He paused for a moment, scanning the vast, dark expanse around them before finishing his thought. Which means nobody has any idea where these tunnels actually lead. Sanju sat on the pile of rubble, lost in thought for a long moment before asking, "Hey, Shin Junyoung, your teleportation skill is off cooldown by now, right?" Shin Junyoung quickly shot back, "Yeah, it is. Are you planning on getting out of here too?" "Nope, you go ahead on your own," Sanju replied. That blunt response instantly set Shin Junyoung off, and he started yelling at the top of his lungs, "Are you out of your mind? We have absolutely no idea what kind of monstrous things are lurking down here. Even if you're powerful," before he could even finish his sentence, a bizarre, colossal creature suddenly materialized right behind him, lunging straight for Shin Junyoung. They reacted instantly, stomping hard on the monsters. By then, the surrounding area was filled with nothing but dust, smoke, and the relentless screeching of the monsters. After dealing with them, Sangu said, "I'm heading deeper in now. I don't have time to protect everyone around me anymore." "Well, if you're confident enough, you can follow me." Shin Junyoung also made his decision and opened his teleportation portal. As for Shin Junyoung, hearing that, he decided, "In that case, I'll go back." Hearing Shin Junyoung's decision, Sangu said, "Good choice." But just as Shin Junyoung entered the portal and Sangu was about to turn around and leave, he saw him poking his head back out with a puzzled look. Rushing over, Sangu grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" Shin Junyoung looked equally bewildered. "What just happened? Damn it." Pausing for a few seconds, he said, "I think there's some kind of spell-jamming coordinates across this entire labyrinth." Confused, Sangu asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Shin Junyoung slowly explained, "It's used as a security measure. It makes teleporting in or out of this place absolutely impossible." Seeing a monster suddenly twitch, Sangu went over to inspect it before continuing his conversation with Shin Junyoung. "But my dimensional portal still works just fine." Shin Junyoung replied, "Your skill has a fixed coordinate, which is different from a teleportation spell, unless we had a scroll with the coordinates attached to it." Hearing this, Sangu gritted his teeth and said, "Tch, then you just wasted a teleport. I won't be able to protect you, so you're on your own." Ignoring the shrieks of the monsters, they chose a path, with Sangu taking the lead. "Just follow me," Shin Junyoung yelled from behind as they ran. Meanwhile, another group was also lost, everyone on edge. Heian was also trembling and crying. "They've given up. What should I do now?" "Oh, Mom." At that moment, the vice manager of the Goguryeo Guild, who was also an active hunter named Jeon Min, stepped up to comfort them. "Everyone, calm down. Don't get separated." After saying that, Jeon Min turned to his subordinate. "Still no contact with the upper floors?" The subordinate replied, "I don't have a single bar of signal, sir." Looking at the sighing trainees, he couldn't help but feel worried. "What should we do? I don't even know how to fight, damn it." Though everyone had basic combat skills, they lacked experience in dungeon clearing and were absolutely terrified. It would be incredibly difficult to get help if monsters showed up. Now, back to Sangu and Shin Junyoung's group. They were in the middle of a battle against giant monsters. Sangu's clone couldn't help but curse. "You damn bastards, why do you keep respawning?" Defeating a group of monsters, Sangu noted. They were incredibly easy to take down on the upper floors. But here is a different story. Shin Junyoung chimed in. "Looks like the monsters here are much stronger than the ones above. Even those skeleton soldiers have revived a few times already." Just then, Jeon Min walked in from the outside and was shocked to see them. Sangu saw him and asked, "Hey, are you one of the academy's instructors?" "Yes. I'm Jeon Min, the vice manager of the Goguryeo Guild. Are you by any chance Hunter Yong Sangu and Hunter Shin Junyoung?" Hearing them confirm, the trainees started whispering in excitement, "Yong Sangu and Shin Junyoung? They're the two strongest trainees in the academy. We're saved." Though, I'm a bit uneasy about Hunter Yong Sangu. Sangu simply replied, "Yeah." Seeing the monsters twitching again, Sangu snapped, "Ah, damn it, they're reviving again. Smash them to pieces, everyone. That's the only way to stop them from coming back." The clones immediately rushed in to tear them apart. Seeing this, the trainees completely lost their composure. "We're doomed. So, you're actually planning to get revenge?" Even the vice manager, Jeon Min, paled slightly but still voiced his doubts to Sanggu. "Excuse me, but did you see anyone else besides us?" Sanggu casually replied, "You guys are the first ones." Jianmin continued, "We can't contact the surface." Confused, Sanggu asked, "Contact?" Jianmin admitted, "Well, there is one way to reach the surface." Meanwhile, Heian stood beside the clone, sobbing and calling out to him. "Appa?" she cried. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you out of your mind? Why on earth did you jump down here on purpose?" He tried to soothe her, saying, "Hey, calm down, come on." The vice manager cut in, saying, "Oh, I was just letting you know. But you can't get inside this thing. No one can get in except for me." Sanggu paid no attention to this and turned back to talk to Heian. "How are things up there?" Heian replied, "They're checking to see how many people fell down." Sanggu said, "We have a group of academy trainees here, with Hunter Jianmin as their guide. If they can figure out which floor we fell from, we might be able to pinpoint our current location." Looking at the resting trainees, she replied, "Ah, okay, I'll report this to them right away." Suddenly, a scream startled Jianmin. "Ah, a spider! What's going on?" Meanwhile, Sanju was still speaking. "Oh, and by the way, teleportation skills won't work here. People say it's because of some kind of interference skill or something like that. I need as many clones as possible, so if our telepathy works, I'm summoning number 6 back here. Just make sure you stay safe." Hearing this, the other side replied, "You too, please be careful." Hearing that, Shin Junyoung said to Sanju, "What's your plan here? Are you planning to just camp out here until we get rescued?" He quickly replied, "No, I'm leaving a clone behind and heading somewhere else." But just as he was about to turn and ask the deputy manager, he was completely caught off guard. "Yeah, Jianmin, I'll take it." But by then, the entire hallway had become completely empty. Both he and Shin Junyoung were absolutely stunned. Shin Junyoung reacted aggressively. "What the hell? Where did everyone go?" Sanju's mind was also flooded with questions. "But I didn't hear anyone moving or fighting at all." Sanju quickly told Shin Junyoung, "Hey, use that thing. The thing you used to find me." Shin Junyoung snapped back. "Damn it, you told me to hold on to it." Despite his complaining, he still used his mana to scan the area, and the results left him dead silent. There is absolutely no one else besides us within a 3-kilometer radius of this place. Hearing his friend's answer, Sanju and his clone were both in a total panic. He asked, "Is that even possible? I thought teleportation skills didn't work in this place." Shin Junyoung replied, "And of course, those people don't even have teleportation skills." Unable to keep his cool, Sanju snapped back. "Then how the hell is that possible?" But before they could do anything, the ground shook violently as a horde of monsters tracked them down and surrounded them. Shin Junyoung was extremely annoyed with them, cursing under his breath. Unlike him, Sanju remained much calmer as he replied, "This place is like a maze, and not just in its layout. The space itself is constantly shifting around us." Meanwhile, in a completely different space, a man was executing a flurry of rapid sword slashes. Even his posture when drawing his sword was incredibly majestic, truly worthy of an S-class hunter. He turned and spoke to Sanju. "If you perfect the sword's form, the path of the blade will create a complete vacuum. It is a sword technique that can slice right through your opponent by controlling the wind. And that's how it's created. Its name is Stormbringer." But when he turned and saw him just sitting there eating, he asked, "Are you even listening to me?" With a totally clueless look on his face, he replied, "Yeah." Planting his sword into the ground, he tried to calm his mind before whispering, I am an S-class hunter, a top-tier mentor. Now first, let's train your sword form." As he wiped his mouth, the man continued his lecture. "If you can feel even a slight vibration in the air, that counts as a success. Perfecting the sword's form is tough, isn't it? Don't use your whole arm, it's all in the wrist." Taking advantage of the moment the man was distracted, Sanju quickly grabbed the sword, assumed a flawless stance, and delivered a swift slash that caught the man completely off guard. He was completely speechless for a long moment. "What? No. How on earth did you do that?" The scene shifts to a brutal battle, with monsters and dried skeletons scattered all over the place. After every victory, Shin Junyoung happily cheered. "Nice," while the skeletons continued to scream relentlessly. Since they can resurrect, Sanju, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Just die already." Just then, the system popped up and said, "This will keep happening until you defeat the one manipulating this space," making Sanju even more furious. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" Watching the monsters constantly closing in, he asked, "Someone is actually manipulating this space?" "No." Seven immediately replied, "That's right. You need to find him." Hearing this, he grew even more determined, thinking, "I won't let him run wild like this." In another dimension, giant rocks were constantly shifting around while a man moved them, talking to himself. "Sanju must have done something for my master to personally send me. You really do have outstanding combat skills." He picked up a skull and sighed. "Man, seeing him really reminds me of you." Morel paused for a few seconds, then continued, "You were so strong because you had an army of undead surrounding you." Looking at the ground covered in skulls, he added, "But ordinary humans, of course, always have their limits." Back to Sanju, he was still executing moves to strike down the monsters, while a thought ran through his mind. Is this nightmare never going to end? Crushing a skull under his foot, he realized that since the monsters kept reviving, defeating them required 2 to 3 times the usual effort. Just when I think I've killed them, they're actually just shifting to another dimension. This thought made Sanju even more annoyed, and he grumbled, "These bastards just keep coming back. Is there really no other way?" Beside him, Junyong replied, "I heard that if we had divine power, we could incinerate them completely." But then, realizing something, he added, "How about you start praying right now?" Irritated, Sanju gritted his teeth and threatened, "I'm going to kill you first, and use you as a human shield." But as he held his sword, the word Junyong just mentioned sparked an idea. "Incinerate, huh?" He turned to his 2 clones and asked, "Can you guys create a fireball and distract them?" One clone formed the letters for OK and replied, "Sure." He held his sword with a serious expression and said, "Then move the fireball and fuse it into my sword." The clone who had just answered thought quietly for a moment before replying, "Okay." The scene then shifted, and someone was calling out to him, "Apprentice, what exactly are you planning?" Looking at Javen, he replied, "I'm just imitating you, sir." He held up his twisted hand and said, "But my wrist," making the old man gasp. "Oh my goodness." Seeing his reaction, Sanju quickly added, "Don't worry, it'll be fully healed in 3 minutes." With a serious look, he told him, "I see you have an incredible rate of regeneration." He thought to himself that at this level, his sword speed was already as fast as a Category 3 Gale. Clenching his fists, he was deeply impressed by the boy's talent. "I knew he was sharp-eyed, but I didn't expect him to have such incredible control over his own body. What a formidable kid. If I guide him well, he could become the sword that pierces through Liber." Looking at his back, it was clear he had thought it through before making his decision. "We are going to begin a new lesson. So sit down, my apprentice. Now, we will move on to the structure of mana." Shifting to another space, raging flames and delighted laughter echoed. It was Sanju, holding a sword engulfed in the flames created by his clone. He proudly declared, "Now this is what I call a holy sword, fused perfectly with a fireball." Standing beside him, Junyong quickly protested, "How is that any different from just throwing a fireball at them?" Sanju asked in disbelief, "Can't you feel the divine power flowing through this weapon?" With that, he swung the sword toward his target, shouting, "Watch this." He unleashed a slash at a nearby monster, making it shriek in agonizing pain. The surrounding monsters were engulfed in the flames as well, left with nothing to do but scream. Junyong could only stare in speechless shock at the sight. Looking over the battlefield covered in smoke, dust, and debris, Sanju turned back to show off his achievement. "See, they've been purified by the Holy Spirit now." Junyong casually dismissed it. "Sure, whatever you say." Sanju began to grumble at him, completely unaware that someone was approaching them. "You talk too much. Why don't you try channeling some divine power yourself?" Junyong sighed helplessly. "I do have that kind of skill, but I can only maintain it for half a second. Is that really going to help?" Just then, the man spoke up to get their attention. "Are you guys hunters?" Turning around, they saw a scrawny, strange-looking man with 2 long scars across his face. They asked, "Yeah, who are you?" He replied, "Ah, could you show me the way out of here? I was just sightseeing and got lost." Hearing his excuse, Sanju glared at him and questioned, "Sightseeing?" His tone made his thoughts loud and clear. Did this guy really think I'd buy that? Even so, he pointed in a direction and said, "I don't know the exact exit, but that way leads outside." The man replied cheerfully, "Ah, that's more than enough. Thank you." Just as Sanju was about to press him for his real motive by asking, "But who are you really? There's no way you're just here for sightseeing." The man suddenly bent down. "Oh shoot, your shoelace is untied. Let me tie it for you." His face suddenly grew dark and grim, completely ignoring Sanju's protests of, "Hey, wait." He grabbed him tightly and said, "Just stand still." His face immediately darkened, completely ignoring what Sanju was saying. Grabbing him tightly, he muttered, "Hey, stay still." Meanwhile, he started speaking in such a bizarre way that it left Sang-woo completely baffled. "Don't worry about the path you're on. Just keep moving forward. You'll do just fine." Neither Shin Jun-young nor the clones could make any sense of it. But then the man added that the day the truth is revealed is just around the corner. Jun-young could only think to himself, what on earth is this guy rambling about? That's when the man rested his hands on his knees, pushed himself up and said, "Oh, and thanks for giving me such honest directions." He then ambled away, muttering under his breath, "Everything is unfolding, exactly as predicted by the prophecy." Sang-woo had absolutely no idea what the guy was talking about. He grumbled, "Seriously, what is his deal?" Right at that moment, a voice rang in his head. Telepathic connection complete. It was Haein calling him through the magic circle. "The rescue team is heading there now. Just tell us your location." Hearing this, he replied, "So the awakened are coming?" But there was a slight problem. Right at that moment, the ground beneath him began to shift. He explained that this space was completely warped, meaning anyone inside would be moved around randomly, making it impossible to pin down a location. And look, it's shifting again. Meanwhile, the voices from Haein's side kept crackling through. "I don't even know where Hunter Sungmin's party ended up." Siona quickly chimed in. "So, by the time the rescue team gets there, everyone might already be gone?" The armored man replied to her, "Tell the rescue team to move fast, before everyone gets shifted to another space again." Hearing this, Haein panicked. "What? If the locations keep shifting, how are we supposed to find you? We won't be able to pin you down." But he calmly replied, "Actually, we can do it." Stunned, she asked back, "Wait, how?" On his end, he confidently smiled. "Everyone here has a near-perfect memory, so get ready. From now on, we're going to map this entire place out together." The scene shifts to reveal a glowing orb monitoring every corner of the labyrinth. Nearby, a voice sneers. Are they getting separated already? It was the master of the tomb, casting his magical formation. He muttered to himself, "That's more like it, right? Since they can't stay in one place for long, what are they going to do? They're probably trying desperately to figure out the layout of this place, but it's completely useless. They should know that trying to find their bearings in a warped, constantly shifting space is completely pointless. How pathetic, so easy to deal with." Watching the figures running on the glowing orb's surface, his excitement grew. "Just a little longer now. That's right, run, keep on running." He cackled as he rearranged the spatial stone slabs. But suddenly, what he saw made him stop laughing altogether. His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, leaving him completely speechless. Sang-woo's clone was running around, analyzing every area he crossed before reaching a conclusion. "I've seen this terrain before. This is Point A." He then added, "We are currently 500 meters away from where our first incident occurred. We were just at this spot earlier, so there should be a fork in the road right ahead." Scanning his surroundings, he grew even more certain. Going right, left, and right from Point B3 leads to Point A2. The enemy is about 640 meters to the left of Point A3. That's where the battle took place. Visualizing the labyrinth structure by combining all the mapped points, he located Hunter Sungmin's party. They are at Point C3, and going right is Point D2. Tracing back to the starting point, he sat on the ground and began sketching the maze's layout. Move forward 14 meters, then turn 30 degrees to the left. Shin Jun-young, standing next to him, was completely lost and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Sang-woo had to explain. "I had my clones fan out and map the exact paths they walked." Looking down at the papers, he continued, "No matter where they get teleported, as long as they remember the exact paths they took, we can calculate the convergence point where everyone will meet up." Looking at the pile of sketches gathered from all his clones, he added, "And by putting them all together, we can construct a complete map." Shin Jun-young immediately voiced his doubts. But how can they track their exact positions and find their bearings in this mess? With a completely straight face, Sang-woo replied, "Because I can." Just then, telepathic reports started flooding in from his clones, surprising him. "I've located Sungmin's group, and I also found another party of survivors from the academy." "Same here," Sang-woo's voice transmitted back to Haein's side. "You can still hear me, right?" She quickly responded. "Ah, yes. The rescue team is very close to your area. He quickly replied, "Good. I'll give you the exact coordinates." One of his clones chimed in, "I'll explain starting from the north. The closest area to where the first boss went down is." Thanks to his directions, all the scattered groups finally managed to reunite in one place. Overjoyed, they helped each other move toward a safe zone. Heian rushed over and embraced Siona tightly, while Sangwoo finally let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Just making it out alive is a win, right? Watching this unfold through the glowing orb, the master of the labyrinth growled in absolute fury, muttering incoherently, "Sangwoo, how? How on earth did you?" The clones that helped Sangwoo gather the drawings returned, and thanks to their efforts, the map's layout was nearly complete. Once they pieced everything together, they realized this entire floor of the labyrinth was actually laid out in a massive circle. Sangwoo looked at the final drawing and said, "The teleportation must be triggered by some kind of skill." Standing beside him, Shin Junyoung added, "If it's a skill, it has to have a range limit, which means the one who built this maze." Pointing to the center of the circular sketch, Sangwoo tapped it and said, "They must be right here, at the absolute center of this place." Hearing that, Sangwoo rallied the crowd. "All right, everyone, listen up. Let's go find the person behind all of this. I'm not about to let Shin Junyoung cut me off." "Wait." He gritted his teeth in frustration, while Shin Junyoung said with a totally blank face, "You need to get me out of here first. Take me to where the rescue team is." Meanwhile, in the Tomb Master's chamber, peace was hard to come by. After a long silence, he muttered to himself, "I am so sorry, everyone. I couldn't save all of you." He rummaged through his pockets while muttering, "But it is fine. It can still be fixed. At least I will stop anyone who dares set foot in here." He pulled out a small vial, stared at it, and said, "Perhaps the master foresaw this as well." Clutching the vial tightly, he smiled with joy. "With this, I can go back to the days when everyone was still happy." After a long silence, his mind drifted back to the past, when a rift suddenly tore open in the sky, and monsters poured out, and everyone died. The memory flashed back to his younger days, standing on a street littered with corpses. Suddenly, a voice crackled from a flat radio. To anyone listening to this broadcast, please pay attention. One of them yelled that the radio was working, meaning the broadcaster had to be alive somewhere. The radio kept blaring, saying that an abnormal phenomenon was occurring simultaneously in multiple locations worldwide. Monsters are pouring out from unidentified portals, and citizens are under attack. We are calling this event the Great Cataclysm and declaring a national state of emergency. The group stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sudden flood of shocking news, while the radio urged, "If you witness any abnormal phenomena, leave the area immediately. If you encounter any unidentified creatures, do not provoke them. Hide, gather food and water, and wait for rescue." And when they turned around, they saw a skeleton starting to move. All while the radio kept blaring, "This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." A man with glasses watched as the bones clicked back together and said, "Hey, look over there." Seeing the skeleton holding a weapon, the entire crowd scrambled in terror, with someone screaming, "The skeleton is moving! Run, everyone!" The girl, seeing the skeleton charging at her, tripped and burst into tears, crying, "Help me." Just when she thought her life was over, nothing happened. Someone in the group said, "It disappeared." At that moment, she finished casting her magic, stepped forward, and warned, "Don't go outside." He added, "I can keep everyone safe here." That was Labyrinth, which alters space in a specific area. All space-related skills, including teleportation, are blocked between the distorted zone and the outside world, but Labyrinthos still functions. He repeated, "It is very dangerous outside." Back to the present, standing inside the magic circle, he said, "I was only trying to keep everyone safe and warm." An aura surged down, wrapping around him before expanding outward. He whispered to himself again, "Why won't anyone understand?" He lifted his head, crying out in tears, "Why does no one understand me?" Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the rescue team on the surface. "We are the rescue team. Use the rope to climb up." Shin Junyoung stared at the dangling rope, hesitating. But looking at him hesitate to climb, Sanju lost his patience and ordered, "Number 2, carry him up." 2 acknowledged the order, but before he could do anything, space itself began to warp. Everyone was left utterly confused as Sanju blurted out, "What is this?" He reacted instantly, swinging his sword at the barrier, but it did absolutely nothing. "Damn it, it is blocked. I will have to use my space skill," Shin Junyoung quickly asked. "So, are you just leaving me behind?" Sanju touched the distorting barrier, shocked. What? My space skill is blocked too? I really thought it would work. Trapped, they both stared at the barrier in silence. Shin Junyong finally accepted his fate. I guess this is our only option. We have to head to the central area, just like our original plan. Sigh. Well, I was planning on staying to help you anyway. Let's go. Meanwhile, Haeyeon's separated group was panicking. I can't even see the inside or the rope anymore, while Haeyeon called out anxiously. Just then, a familiar voice startled Haeyeon. Get out of the way! That person summoned a small orb, hurling it directly at the target and causing a massive explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air. The newcomer, a beast girl, noticed that the explosion had done absolutely nothing. She scratched her head in disbelief. Damn it, still not enough? Haeyeon quickly called out to her, and she warmly responded. Haeyeon, thank goodness you are okay. Hello, clone. After greeting them, the beast girl got straight to the point. I heard Sanju is still trapped inside. Haeyeon replied, yes, he is with Shin Junyong. Hearing this, she remarked, I don't think he is in any danger, but if we just leave things like this, there is no telling what might happen. We need to deal with whoever is activating this space-blocking skill right now. Saying this, the beast girl pointed at the barrier. But as you can see, I can't break it. Haeyeon anxiously asked, what should we do? I heard teleportation skills don't work either. She walked closer to Haeyeon and asked, what do you mean? Of course we have to try using your skill. Haeyeon stammered, my skill? The beast girl replied, show me the results of your training. Meanwhile, Sanju and his clones were charging at the skeletons. Sanju called out, we have been pushed back even further. We are outside Zone A2, fight your way back toward the center. But just as they are about to make their move, the space around them shifts once again. He finds himself teleported outside Zone C1 again. Frustrated, he punches the wall hard. Damn it, the layout of the dungeon is shifting along with the space. His mind is in utter chaos. Before, it seemed random, but now it is clear. He is deliberately keeping us away from the center. Just as he is about to regain command, a voice crackles through. Brother, do you copy? Their group is burning through mana to keep the transmission open, so Haeyeon tries to keep it brief. Please, tell me the coordinates of the person controlling this space. I will take him down. Hearing Haeyeon's plan, Sanju quickly asks, what? But the magical barrier is still up. Haeyeon replies instantly, I have undergone special training for this. Hurry. After weighing their options, Sanju finally makes a decision. Number 6. Do you have the map memorized? Number 6 replies, yes. Holding the map layout in his hands, Sanju begins to speak, calculating the distance and angles from their current positions to the center, so she can aim with absolute precision. On this end, Number 6's clone acknowledges clearly. Meanwhile, the enemy begins altering the space again, muttering, I knew it. My skills never fail. A flashback shows the people he saved sharing a warm meal together. One of them says, the Maze Maker. That is a great nickname. Monsters cannot even get in here. Another adds, he has always been the one protecting us from them. A child playing nearby cheers. Look, Mommy, this is amazing. I actually got teleported right back when I tried to leave. The mother gently scolds him. Hey, stop playing around. I am sorry to ask this of you, but because you built this maze, the kids keep trying to sneak out. Back in the present, he cries out in agony, this is the only way. I will protect everyone. In another memory, someone returns from the outside. Hey everyone, I am back. The others greet him warmly, welcome back safely. How is it out there? A man with spiky hair warns, don't go out anymore. People with superpowers are popping up everywhere like mushrooms. You have to be careful around them. He replies, thanks, Meryl, but don't worry. I can easily escape if anything goes wrong. Tears stream down his face as the memories overwhelm him. No one can be allowed in here. Absolutely no one. Another memory surfaces. A little girl asks excitedly, Mr. Mazemaker, could you get us some flowers? Her older sister adds shyly, if you happen to see any. Thank you. A middle-aged man chimes in, we all owe you our lives. Back with our heroes, red aura lines begin to manifest. Number 6 points and guides Haeyeon to aim directly at them. Sanju acts as a steady support, guiding and helping Haeyeon. Hold your breath and focus, a little higher. Slowly now. Slowly. Haeyeon channels every ounce of her strength upon hearing those words. Following Number 6's guidance, she releases her shot. A powerful laser beam tears forward, disregarding monsters, skeletons, walls, and spatial barriers alike, piercing straight through his chest from behind. His bloody hands tremble, and his tear-stained face is frozen in pure shock. What? A horrific vision flashes in his mind, of a lone figure standing frozen among lifeless bodies impaled by swords. He realizes he was wrong, so wrong. He looks at the carnage before him, unable to process the horror. Why? Why did this happen to everyone? He looks back at the blood-covered man gasping for air, calling his name, then glances over at the two sisters impaled by a long iron bar. Louis Chloe's heart shatters seeing his closest friend impaled by 4 swords. Surrounded by a sea of blood, he cries out in utter helplessness. Marcelo! The massacre triggers his memories of reaching out to save them, as the voices of those he once rescued echo in his head. The Maze Maker is such a wonderful name. Just like you said, monsters cannot get in here. You protected this place from thieves and beasts alike. Wow, Mommy, this is awesome. I keep getting sent right back inside, even when I try to run away. He stumbles through the corpses, his eyes completely hollow and lifeless. As the spatial blocks shift freely and the dungeon's layout alters, he clutches a flower crown in his hand, remembering the past. Kiddo, I don't think we can find any real flowers here. We will just have to make do with these fake ones. Overcome with despair, the voices continue to ring in his ears. This is more than enough. Thank you, Maze Maker. He places the flower crown on his head as the skeletons slowly close in. Having made his choice, he sits in silence, waiting for them to end him. Wait for me, everyone. Looking up, he laughs through his tears. We will be together again soon. As the rumbling subsides, we return to Sanju's group. Sanju is still anxious. Did she make the shot? Turning to number 6, he says, I think the spatial distortions have stopped. Number 6 stands at attention and confirms, yes, they have. Taking that as their cue, Sanju bolts forward at full speed. Meanwhile, his clone is carrying Junyan. Hearing Sanju yell, Great! Let's head straight to the center. Junyan can only scream in vain. Elsewhere, a man asks, Master, won't it be extremely dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are unleashed? I think we should call for backup. The man with the triangular beard rests his chin on his hand and replies, I have already thrown a few obstacles their way, so we have nothing to worry about. Reaching the center of this maze won't be that easy for them. As he kept speaking, the triangular bearded man grew even more smug and continued. The labyrinth creator's skill was perfect for keeping everyone away, but his mind had been shattered by the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Pausing for a moment, he continued. He possessed immense talent, but that was exactly what killed him. I heard he acquired that skill right when the disaster began, and he used it to protect the civilians. He kept up a spatial distortion to drive the monsters away, keeping the people safe inside for years. Lost in his own thoughts, it took the triangular bearded man a long time to speak again. But why did that brilliant talent turn into a deadly poison? Well, there are several layers of protection sealing the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which one of them is the most common? Hearing this, one of the 2 men quickly replied, I have no idea. Please forgive me. Recalling the massive creatures that slaughtered humans, he explained that most of the time, the 7 deadly sins are sealed away alongside incredibly powerful monsters. Staring at the manna dancing on his fingertips, a sinister grin spread across his face as he added, but that spatial distortion had been active for years, which ultimately broke the very first seal of the 7 deadly sins deep inside the dungeon. Imagine the absolute, crushing helplessness of watching everyone you know get brutally slaughtered right in front of your eyes. With a cold, indifferent look, the triangular bearded man continued. Luckily, there was a second seal. The monsters released were only B-class or class, but that was still enough to wipe out almost every civilian living there. The 2 young men grew pale as they listened to him recount this horror story inside the very dungeon they were trapped in. The triangular bearded man went on, explaining that the labyrinth creator's skill eventually went haywire. The spatial distortions became completely random, making it impossible for them to even break the seal to escape. Do you get it now? There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Despite hearing his explanation, the tall guy with the buzz cut still hesitated. But I heard the people heading there possess incredibly powerful skills. What if they actually reach the center and confront the one behind all this spatial madness? The scene shifts back to the chamber of the dungeon's owner. He was silently clutching a blood-stained star-shaped ornament, staring blankly at it for a very long time. He sat huddled in a corner, with his back turned to a massive pile of skulls. But that heavy silence was suddenly shattered by Sanji. Smashing through the wall, he kicked past the skulls and charged in with pure rage, shouting, "Finally, I've reached the center of this damn labyrinth." Sanji, Junie, Ion, and two clones emerged right behind him. The dungeon owner simply let the bloody star slip from his hand, clattering onto the ground. Sanji yelled out, "Thank goodness you're still alive. We finally found you." As the man slowly stood up, Sanji added, "You're the one distorting this labyrinth, aren't you?" The man silently glanced at him before muttering, "Ah, I should have died back then." It was a cryptic, nonsensical reply that left Sanji completely baffled. "What?" Sanji asked. Junie and Ion chimed in. "What do you mean by that?" Coughing up a mouthful of blood, the man struggled to speak. Because of my skill." The sealed monsters were unleashed. And that was when everyone died. They couldn't escape this labyrinth. He then coldly pointed down, adding, "They are rolling around right beneath your feet, so could you watch where you step?" Hearing this, Sanji shrieked in horror. "What? You're telling me this pile isn't made of monster skulls?" Ignoring Sanji's panic, the man remained drowned in his own overwhelming sorrow. "My life's greatest regret was that the spatial distortion triggered without me even realizing it." He flashed back to that fateful day. He had just placed a flower crown on his head as a horde of skeletons slowly closed in on him. In that moment, he had made a dark decision. He sat there, waiting to be torn apart, crying and laughing as he looked up. "Everyone, wait for me. I'll be joining you soon." But suddenly, his body was enveloped in a strange green aura, freezing the skeletons in their tracks. Back in the present, he stared down at the flower crown. After everyone died. I don't know if it was just my survival instinct kicking in, but I was terrified. Even after my skill went out of control, the monsters kept teleporting away from me. They couldn't even touch me. Blood and tears streamed down his face, yet he forced out the words, "But now, I've made up my mind. I'm going back to that day." The ground began to shake violently, but his eyes only filled with resolve. "Because my skill has finally returned. I know I can reverse the structure of this entire labyrinth and restore it to exactly how it was back then. Once again, I'm going to break the seal." Channeling all his strength to distort the space around him, he screamed, "Even now, I can hear a voice telling me to stop, but it doesn't matter anymore. My friends, please, accept me once again." Sanji, absolutely furious, screamed at him, "Are you completely out of your mind?" Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he readied his flaming sword and prepared to charge. "You want to unleash even more monsters? Do you honestly think I'll just sit here and let you do that?" Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. "Wait, Sanji." He realized with horror that his legs were completely frozen and a strange eye mark had appeared on them. What was going on? Glazing down at his shoelaces, he instantly remembered the bizarre man they had just run into and cursed under his breath. Damn it, Sanji wasn't about to give up that easily. "You think this will stop me? Too bad my reflex stats are through the roof." Thinking fast, he shifted his weight forward, used his foot to stomp down on his shoelace to gain leverage, and executed a flawless, sweeping spin to break free. Dropping to one knee to cushion the impact, he landed safely and rolled forward. Once it was done, the man kept watching Sanju's every move and said, "Ah, thank you for stepping on that tile. I was running on empty, and that was the final key to break the seal." Sanju froze instantly, frantically asking, "What?" Right then, a massive surge of mana quickly poured down around the man. When the dust cleared and his vision returned, he saw the man standing on a floating boulder. The entire space was swallowed by a crimson glow, and a massive monster emerged right beside him. Sanju could feel just how incredibly dangerous this thing was, far more dangerous than any monster he had faced so far. As for the man, he seemed completely drained of energy, and the monster's level was completely unmeasurable. He muttered, "That's right. This is how it was always supposed to go." He then turned around and picked something up, saying, "I shall reward you for helping me break the seal. Catch." It was one of the 7 deadly sins. Before Sanju could even process his words, the man had already tossed the item over, adding, "It's time for me to say goodbye." He paused for a few seconds, finishing his sentence. "Thank you." Right after his final words, the massive monster raised its hand and swiped, sending his head flying. "Please, grant me the salvation I couldn't get 20 years ago." With just a single swipe of its hand, a wave of overwhelming pressure swept through everything. Even Shinjun Young and his clones had to duck to avoid it. The system immediately popped up, announcing, "Kill the 7 deadly sins immediately." Sanju was using all his strength to hold on to the fragment the man had thrown. Suddenly, a blinding white aura enveloped everything, and when he opened his eyes, he was in a completely different dimension. He asked himself in confusion, "Where am I? I was definitely inside the dungeon just a second ago." Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. "At last, we finally meet." Turning around, Sanju asked, "Who are you?" The man calmly replied, "Huh, you don't recognize me?" "Ah, that's right. We've only ever spoken through the system windows." Hearing this, Sanju yelled angrily, "You're the one who told me to enter the dungeon." After pausing for a second, he demanded, "Who the hell are you anyway?" The man casually replied, "You already know my name, don't you?" With a weary expression as he sat on a chair, he continued, "Nice to meet you. I am Jinstein." He adjusted the system screen with his finger and added, "I'm known as the creator of the system." Hearing this, Dung Sanju froze in shock. "What?" Lieber chimed in. "Oh, first of all, don't worry too much about those who died inside the dungeon maze. The time you spent in there was only a split second in the outside world." Lieber added, "But if you take in too much information at once, your brain might just melt." At this, Sanju flinched and screamed, "Are you out of your mind? Let me out of here right now." But before leaving, Sanju wanted to clarify something, so he asked, "By the way, Jinstein, are you the one who triggered the apocalypse on Tib?" Lieber adjusted his glasses and replied, "I have a few things to say about that. The apocalypse was indeed caused by the system I created." Sanju was deeply frustrated to hear this. With his hands on his hips, he cut Lieber off, asking, "And you have the nerve to say you want to stop it?" Lieber responded, "Calm down. I've never lied to you. My purpose for initiating the apocalypse on Earth." Once again, Sanju cut him off, pointing out that he was still the one who destroyed all of Tib. Lieber lowered his head in embarrassment and muttered, "I couldn't control it. Follow me. All my research is kept here, and you'll find the answers you're looking for." Sanju opened his system screen and seriously asked Lieber, "Why did you create something as dangerous as this system in the first place? Was it because you wanted to save Tib from the war with Glanid?" Lieber's lifeless eyes drifted downward as he heard Sanju's question. He hesitated for a long moment before explaining, clasping his hands together, "Why did I create the system? It was because someone very dear to me caught the virus." Lieber adjusted his glasses, looking up at him. "I believed that once the system was complete, I would find a cure for that disease." Sanju clenched his fists and asked, "What happened to her?" Lieber's face darkened. "She is now in a place where she no longer has to suffer. At least, that's what I believe. Dung Sanju, I think you understand this feeling better than anyone." Sanju remained silent. Returning to the main topic, Lieber explained, "The system has completely spun out of control. First Tib, and now Earth. It has become a monster that devours everything." Lieber pulled out a stone. "The 7 deadly sins are what we need to stop the system. Gathering all 7 of them is the only way to avert the apocalypse." Sanju was confused. "But why must we do that?" Lieber continued. "Because holding the 7 deadly sins is the only way to break free from the system's control." He went on, "The 7 deadly sins also grant 2 distinct effects to their owner. First, they block the system's effects on the owner's body. I once told you that discussing this in too much detail could get us detected, right?" Sanju realized, "So the 7 deadly sins are what allowed you to speak with me?" Lieber nodded. "Precisely. The second effect manifests once the 7 deadly sins are fully absorbed." Lieber continued, "Absolute power. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an entity that existed on Earth long ago. By absorbing them, you will inherit its power." Based on the description, it sounded terrifying, making Sanju highly skeptical. "Why does that sound even worse?" Lieber replied, a dark aura radiating from the stone. "That is correct. They will try to take over your body, just as their name suggests. It won't end well." Lieber handed the stone to Sanju, offering a piece of advice. "You are strong. Don't let them break you." Sanju took it and reassured him, "Don't worry, my mind is completely stable." But with questions still lingering, Sanju asked curiously, "But what did you mean when you said the system won't affect my body?" Sanju grimaced, likely because he was running on empty. Lieber noticed it too. "Ah, it looks like you've reached your limit." He continued, "We'll talk about that after you defeat the monster." Sanju clutched his head, complaining, "What about that thing I saw earlier? How am I supposed to kill it?" As the void around them faded, Lieber stared blankly, both warning and pleading with Sanju. Don't worry, the shard of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Dung Sanju, please, stop the system. Sanju listened tensely as pitch-black cubes slowly began to fill the empty space. And just like that, Sanju returned to the real world, back to the battlefield he fought in every day. The ground was cracking. Because that conversation had drained so much of Sanju's strength, it took him a moment to gather his bearings. Fortunately, Junie Yan was right there beside him, snapping him back to reality. Hey, Dung Sanju, are you okay? We have to get out of here, fast. Sanju, utterly confused, tried to speak, but Junie Yan cut him off. Now is not the time for questions. Junie Yan yelled, "This thing is no ordinary monster." Looking up, they saw the beast gathering a massive ball of magic power. That massive sphere was causing the surrounding buildings to collapse, and countless beams shot out of it like spider legs, stabbing deep into the ground. Massive pieces of debris were raining down from above, and people began screaming in sheer terror. "Ah, help me, somebody help." Some lay motionless on the ground, while others stood frozen in shock after watching their loved ones get crushed to death. "Dad, run." As the agonizing screams echoed around him, Sanju grit his teeth. This bastard was bringing back his worst memories. Sanju turned and asked Junie Yan, "You can use enhancement for 0.5 seconds, right?" Startled, he replied, "Yeah, that's right. But what are you planning to do?" The sky burned a deep crimson, as if drenched in blood. As those spider legs continued to crash down, Sanju instructed Junie Yan, "Hide, and activate it the moment I call you." He agreed. "Got it." Sanju tightly gripped the 7 deadly sins stone and ordered his clones. "Everyone, go rescue the civilians, except for number 1. Avoid combat if possible." They all shouted in unison, "Got it." Standing amidst the ruins, the monster scanned the area, searching for its enemies. Sanju stared at the stone in front of him, feeling tense. Will the 7 deadly sins really help? He then crushed the stone in his hand. Well, here goes nothing. As the stone shattered, a pitch-black orb glowing with a purple light appeared. Sanju gasped in awe. There was still another sphere inside, and it was completely enveloping him. In his mind's eye, Sanju clearly saw a golden, beast-like eye staring intently at him. "Who are you?" Finally, a new body emerged. Covered in blood, Sanju panicked. He screamed in agony as the sphere or the 7 deadly sins began to possess Sanju's body. Hiding behind a wall, Junie Yan watched. What on earth is that? From his perspective, Sanju's entire body had turned brown. Veins bulged across his face. Junie Yan stared in shock. What is happening to him? Is he really transforming just from screaming? At the same time, deep in Sanju's subconscious, a demon holding the 7 deadly sins orb appeared, covered in countless golden eyes. "I will give you whatever you desire, in exchange for your body. Give it to me. Give it to me now." The seductive whispers slowly corrupted Sanju, causing him to let out a sinister laugh. This is nothing compared to the madness of the cursed sword. Feeling his power, the demon invading his mind roared, "Give me your body." Sanju opened his mouth, slowly bringing the orb close. Maybe he just needed to let go and let it happen. But then, Sanju froze. He recalled the end of his conversation with Lieber. "Be strong. Don't let them break you. Don't worry. My mind is completely stable." Sanju smirked, thinking, "I almost slipped up. Are you stopping again?" Resisting is useless. Sanju grit his teeth, fighting to keep his composure. "Shut up." Suddenly, memories of the past flashed before him. Ju lay motionless on a hospital bed, while Dung Sanju could only sob helplessly. Gripping the orb tightly, he raised it high and yelled, "I've made too many mistakes because of my arrogance." He then shoved it into his clone, number 1's mouth. With my own strength, number 1 gasped, speechless. While number 1 writhed in pain, Sanju stood by, sighing in relief. "I realize I need to know my limits. Now, I'll let someone else take over." Junie Yan was completely flabbergasted. "Are you serious?" he cursed. "You bastard. You absolute piece of trash." Sanju winced, likely feeling a bit guilty. "Shut up. Let someone with a stable mind handle that thing." The noise drew the monster's attention, and it looked down. Sanju grumbled. "It spotted us. That's because of your loud mouth." Junie Yan could only mutter an apology. The monster generated a sphere of darkness. It transformed into a massive mace, and the beast began walking toward them. Sanju felt a cold sweat run down his spine. "Damn it, are you ready? Number 1, you have the strongest mind out of all of us." Number 1's status had changed. It was now unidentifiable. The system keeps flashing notifications, identifying, Unidentified error. A massive flood of error prompts pops up, all saying, identifying, unidentified error. The power of the 7 deadly sins erupts just as the monster charges forward, hurling its massive mace. Sanju curses under his breath. Damn it. Boom. A massive explosion rings out. As the smoke slowly clears, Sanju is thrilled to see that Slave 1 has successfully blocked the monster's attack. Slave 1, but he gets no response. Instead, Slave 1's mouth twists into a wide, creepy grin. How long has it been since I last breathed the fresh air of the outside world? Slave 1 asks Sanju, are you the one challenging me? Sanju stands there frozen. Slave 1, who was completely silent just a second ago, suddenly bursts into a maniacal laugh. What the hell is Slave 1? Before Sanju can react, the guy delivers a rainbow punch, sending him flying straight into the wall. Fortunately, Sanju managed to harden his body just in time. Damn it. He recalls what Lieber once told him. The 7 deadly sins are actually fragments of a legendary entity that existed on Earth eons ago. They will try to take over your body. Just hearing their name is enough to know this won't end well. Looking at Slave 1's current state, Sanju deduces. Has Slave 1's body already been completely taken over? Slave 1 walks over and stands right in front of Sanju. Get up, challenger. Sanju's mind races as tension fills the air. He's way too strong. His stats have completely surpassed the clones. My shield shattered in an instant, and his stats might even be higher than mine. This battle is only just beginning. With those words, Slave 1 charges forward with a wide, twisted grin. Sanju grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this is the worst possible timing. He still has to take down another monster. What on earth should he do? Just as Sanju comes up with a plan, Slave 1 sneers. Too slow. But instead of fighting back, Sanju drops to his knees, begging desperately with his loud mouth. One look, and you can tell he's not exactly the most honest guy around. Oh my goodness. Great legendary entity, you've got it all wrong. The 7 deadly sins fragment falls silent. You just woke up, so your mind must be a little foggy, right? I think you've mistaken who your real challenger is. So let me set the record straight. Sanju points straight at the beast. It's him. He's the one challenging you. The poor monster, minding its own business, gets dragged right into the mess. Feeling a sudden surge of murderous intent, Slave 1 turns and questions him. Is that so? Sanju shouts back. Exactly. He was the one who threw the spear at you in the first place. Man, he is playing him like a fiddle. Even Junie, who is hiding in the corner, has to admit to himself, I know I'm coward enough to hide, so I shouldn't be talking. But damn, that guy plays incredibly dirty. Meanwhile, Sanju is still using his silver tongue to lead Slave 1 right into his trap. Oh look, he's staring right at us. Great one, please do something. Slave 1 chuckles slyly. Ah, very well. He unleashes his power and starts marching toward the monster. I'm really not picky about who my challenger is. Let's have a little fun, shall we? Sanju sighs in relief, glad his trick actually worked. But as he stares at the hulking giant, he can't help but wonder if he'd ever stand a chance against him. Slave 1 closes in on the beast, throwing a heavy punch straight into its chest. Sanju is thrilled, but the excitement lasts for only a few seconds. Slave 1 gets countered instantly, sent flying by a brutal headbutt. Sanju sighs in disappointment. Man, he's way too weak. But from the corner of the wall, Slave 1 launches a counterattack. Laser beams shoot from his eyes, piercing right through the monster's body. Slave 1 bursts into a crazed laugh. It seems a single fragment is still not enough. But seeing that the monster has taken a decent amount of damage, Slave 1 smiles smugly. Actually, no. This is absolutely perfect. Let us continue. A new battle is about to begin. People scramble in all directions to dodge the falling chunks of concrete. Meanwhile, Ha-Eon stands frozen. Is this all my fault? She turns to instruct Sunna, please evacuate all the students immediately. If needed, you can request a transport ship from the guild. Sunna nods. Got it. But Ha-Eon panics, her eyes wide with fear. Wait, what about you, sister? Her sister, Mihu, replies with a cool, confident look. My job as your guide ends here. It's time for me to go back to being a hunter. Ha-Eon screams out in despair, sister. Meanwhile, Slave 1 unleashes a blinding barrage of devastating strikes on the monster at a dizzying speed. Sanju is utterly shocked. Okay, I take back what I just said. How the hell can he fight at that speed? I can't even track his movements with my bare eyes, and dodging those attacks would be absolutely impossible. The 7 deadly sins grumbles about how pathetic this human body is, saying it has nothing going for it except its fast regeneration. But on the bright side, After taking a few hits, he has already adapted to the enemy's fighting style. Slave 1 smirks slyly. I've already adapted to your magic. Boom. This time, a direct blast hits the beast square in the face. Just then, Mihu arrives on the scene and quickly asks, Sanju, are you okay? I'll fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Did Slave 1 swallow too many energy gems again? Hearing her voice, Sanju spins around. Captain Mihu. Only now does he recall what Mihu said earlier. Wait. While that monster is taking over Slave 1's body, if she jumps into the fight, he will. Realizing the danger, Sanju rushes to stop her. Don't. Get out of here right now, as fast as you can. Mihu looks confused. Huh? But it seems Sanju is too late to stop the lightning-fast Slave 1, or rather, the 7 deadly sins. I always welcome new challengers. Blood splatters across the wall. It looks like Mihu is in grave danger. Meanwhile, in another location, under a dim light, a bottle of liquor is lifted and poured down a man's throat. Thud! A heavy sound echoes. After desperately trying to savor the last few drops left in the bottle and finding it empty, the man slams his hand on the table in pure rage. Dragon's Blessing, a legendary liquor that bypasses any form of immunity. The man throws and shatters the bottle, leaving the receptionist to silently dodge the flying glass. He grumbles, Damn it, is that the strongest stuff you've got? Bring me something else. The people at the next table start whispering too. Man, we picked the wrong place. How were we supposed to know Schoolie would be here? He yells out, I don't feel buzzed at all. Just then, a young man speaks up. Are you still looking for a drink that can actually get you drunk? The man looks surprised as the young man continues. After all, alcohol strong enough to get an S-rank hunter drunk is incredibly rare. Especially for someone like you, the blessed S-rank hunter, Joe Schoolie. Schoolie turns around in confusion. Jumber, what brings you here? Jumber replies, I'm gathering all the S-rank hunters. He then adds, and soon. Actually, an S-rank monster might have already appeared. We need to go save the citizens. Schoolie chuckles. Even if you go alone, it's not like you'd have any trouble. You're not like the other S-ranks, after all. Jumber replies, if I go alone, it'll take too much time, and there will only be more casualties. But Schoolie flat out refuses. Why should I care? Go grab some of the other S-rank hunters. Don't you want the kind of alcohol that can actually get you drunk? Schoolie freezes. Jumber gives a sly smile and continues. I might be able to hook you up with some. Schoolie glares at him, radiating a dark aura. Are you sure about that? Meanwhile, back with Sanju, blood is spreading across the floor. Mihu panics. It seems the blood appeared because number 1 dug his nails into his own hand to force himself to stop before attacking. Mihu of the 7 deadly sins screams, You bastard! Resisting is useless. Just obey my orders. In intense pain, number 1 struggles with both hands. After a moment, he slicks his hair back. It looks like he has successfully resisted the demon's control. This is exactly the ironclad will that Sanju trusted. I am number 1, and except for my master, no one can order me around. Just to be sure, Sanju asks, Are you really number 1? Meanwhile, Captain Mihu stands there utterly confused. Sanju, what on earth is going on here? Sanju sheepishly replies, Well, it's a long story. Number 1 holds his face, struggling to keep it together, as a voice echoes from the other half of his face. Not bad. Your loyalty is impressive. I'll let you win this time. You got lucky. With those words, he bursts into loud laughter and vanishes. Soon after, number 1 returns to normal. Sanju sighs in relief. He's finally back to normal. Mihu asks curiously, was he brainwashed or something? Suddenly, a rustling noise comes from the monster behind them, putting all 3 of them on high alert. Sanju looks at number 1 and asks, Number 1, I have a question. You can stop it, right? I mean with that purple energy from earlier. Embarrassed, number 1 pulls up his face mask and looks blankly. Wait, what? Just then, the monster starts moving again. Sanju tenses up. You can't? Number 1 looks at him with innocent eyes and replies, Nope. Sanju screams as the space around them begins to collapse. Then run for your life. Elsewhere, Raven, the S-rank hunter known as the Seeker, is passing down a skill to Sanju's clone, number 7. The demonic Tempest Strike is a secret technique passed down through generations of my sect. If you can master it, your swordsmanship and magic will be multiplied several times over. He sighs and adds, I don't normally teach this to anyone, seriously. But seeing how quickly you learn, I'll make an exception and teach you. Number 7 sits quietly and listens. Focus your inner energy and channel as much of it as possible into your dantian. Gather all the energy in your body so you can control it at will. The inner energy within his body begins to surge toward the center of his respiratory system. He continues his guidance after number 7 finishes the first step. Now, I will guide your energy to flow through a brand new circulation path. If you're careless and let your energy go astray, it could severely damage your body, so be extremely careful. Here I go. Raven presses firmly against Sanju's back with Mihu's group. Sanju, number 1, and Mihu are all running for their lives. Since number 1 is also fleeing with them, a curious Mihu asks the clone, "Hey, you were fighting so fiercely earlier. Why are you running now?" Number 1 stays silent. Meanwhile, Sanju asks in curiosity, "Wait, you seriously can't shoot lasers from your eyes anymore?" Number 1 stammers, "Yes." Just then, Sanju's other clones return. He asks them how the rescue of the injured is going. One of the clones replies, "Everything humans could possibly do is nearly finished." After receiving the rescue report, Sanju orders a full gathering of all his clones. "All right, everyone, gather up. Let's take down this bastard together." The clones instantly charge toward the monster. Mihu also joins the battle. "I'll draw his attention." She unleashes her fox charm, creating a seductive illusion to distract the beast. Inside the monster's mind, a female skeleton wearing a wedding dress appears, dancing. As expected, one look at a pretty girl, and he completely loses focus. Seizing the opportunity, one of Sanju's clones lunges forward to drive a dagger into its head, but in his rush, he accidentally gets too close to the magic orb instead of its head. Time seems to freeze. The clone covers his face to shield himself, while the monster's hand suddenly halts midair. This triggers a memory for Sanju. "That's right, freeze. I have that skill, but I completely forgot about it right after I learned it." Remembering his move, he immediately shouts to his clones, "Don't let him move." Instantly, thick layers of ice begin to trap several of the beast's limbs. Sanju charges forward confidently. "Let me help you out. Freeze." But instead of a powerful freeze, Sanju's magic only summons a few sad-looking ice cubes, leaving him completely dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me?" Mihu calls out to him in worry. "Sanju." But she fails to realize the monster is already right next to her. With a single swipe of its arm, Mihu is sent flying straight into the rubble. And it didn't stop there. The monster seemed intent on killing Mihu. It closed in, reaching down to crush her. Fortunately, Sanju used his speed burst just in time to stop it. Exhausted, Sanju gritted his teeth. "Guild leader Mihu, are you okay?" Mihu groaned in pain. And during the fierce struggle with the monster, a skill was accidentally triggered. Mana Drive has been activated. Stormblade Mana Drive. Clones moving through the wind currents dashed at extreme speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on the monster. Sanju gasped for air. Running out of options, he had to rely on the clone right next to him. "What kind of skill is that? What even is Mana Drive? Teach me, will you?" Meanwhile, on number 7's side, Raven questioned him. "How are you feeling?" He raised his hands to feel it, replying, "The inner energy keeps condensing and exploding inside my body, but it's still circulating around my heart." Raven gasped in admiration. "He is incredibly sharp. Combining swordsmanship with magic during an explosive strike is the foundation of my sword art," Raven continued. "But with your current body, using the swift sword style is going to be extremely difficult, so..." But before he could even finish his sentence, the clone cut him right off. "Sorry, it's an emergency," he said, waving his hand. "I have to go." Sanju's clone dashed away, leaving him completely baffled. But then, the man fell from a standing position straight onto his knees, bursting into tears. This isn't me. What kind of person have I become?" Suddenly, a light flashed from a dimensional portal, accompanied by familiar footsteps. It was the Heart Swordsman. Raven wasn't at all surprised. "It's been a while. Look, I'm not in a good mood, so can you just get straight to the point?" Shock waves in the air continuously dealt massive damage to the monster. Sanju was shocked by how powerful it was, but his bones were already damaged. At that moment, Sanju's clone, number 7, slowly stepped out of the portal. "Sorry. I lost control of my mana for a moment, so I couldn't make it here in time." Sanju didn't blame him, only wondering about something. Number 7. "Are you done training?" Only then did Sanju realize that the previous mana drive might have been. Number 7 nodded, his gaze intensely focused as he crouched, hand-drawing his blade. "Yes, the Heart Swordsman taught me this sword style. Looking at the physical state of the other clones, Sanju could guess what number 7 was about to say, but this wouldn't last long. The puncture wounds all over their bodies, combined with internal fractures, made a quick recovery impossible. On the contrary, the monster had completely regenerated. Sanju grimaced. Seriously, his regeneration is insane. We have to finish him in a single blow. With that in mind, he asked number 7 how to use this new skill. How did you manage to use Mana Drive? Number 7 replied, attacking with swordsmanship while exploding magic at the same time is the basic theory. Sanju nodded. All right, let's do this. Both of them lunged forward. Sanju yelled, let's see whose arms break first. Ours or yours, you bastard. The energy rings circulating around both of their hearts spun faster and faster. Sanju desperately put everything into one strike. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had missed slightly, but the blade still pierced right through its body. The monster launched a counterattack, conjuring magic spheres, but it was too slow to use them. A clone charged in and struck its right cheek, while number 7 maneuvered behind it, driving his sword deep into its left shoulder. Sanju descended from midair, thinking, if we keep up the pressure and don't give him a single second to regenerate, the monster let out a savage howl. Sanju froze. It had conjured a magic sphere with an eye at its center. Sanju calculated that he had to use a dimensional portal to block this attack immediately. However, he wasn't fast enough, and both Sanju and his clones were instantly impaled. A dimensional portal swung open, and out came Javen. Catching Sanju, his face darkened. I never expected to find a member of our guild out here. Alongside him, Jumber, Scully, and Dion materialized all at once. This is a lot more troublesome than I thought. S-rank Hunter Sven, George Lucas said. Let's take it down. Sounds like a plan, replied S-rank Hunter Scully Chardian. While the monster was still channeling magic, a voice echoed. Is that the monster? Ah, so it's from Skooey. After observing it for a moment, he clicked his tongue. An undead type, huh? Is this why you called me here? Jumber chimed in. It suits you perfectly, doesn't it? Seeing that Scully had some free time, Javen immediately asked for a favor. Thank goodness. If possible, could you heal this kid for me? Scully turned around, casting a glance, saying, an injury like that isn't enough to kill him. Do you know him? Raven replied, I do. Scully finally agreed. All right, it's no big deal. I'll go ahead and heal the others as well. Sanju's clones were also scattered all over the ground. Wait, why do they all have the exact same face? He muttered, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Jumber opened another dimensional portal. I'll head out to rescue some people nearby too. Meanwhile, Diane was observing. I'm leaving it to you two. That undead monster has evolved. Take care of that monster for me, will you? Jumber left, leaving Javen and Dian on the battlefield. Sanju slowly opened his eyes. He bolted upright, completely bewildered. Wait, my wounds? Scully, standing right in front of him, had been waiting for this exact moment to ask Sanju. What on earth are you guys? Identical twins or something? Anyway, I've healed all of you, so go hide somewhere. Sanju was left utterly confused, wondering who this guy was. Beside him, Mihu asked anxiously, Sanju, are you okay? He didn't answer Mihu's question, keeping his eyes locked on the man from before. Captain Mihu, did he really heal everyone? Mihu smiled. That's right, we're saved. All of these people are S-rank hunters. At the feet of the mutated undead stood 3 figures. Raven spun around and said, Oh, you're awake. Just stay there and watch. Sanju watched blankly, whispering, Raven. Raven closed the distance to the undead. This is the path you must walk. He focused entirely on instructing while striking with absolute seriousness. It's called a demonic outbreak, but at a higher level, it is exactly like a raging tornado. Portals are opening up non-stop. Jumber is still tirelessly searching for survivors, checking the surroundings as he goes. Some people here have already been saved, and luckily, the damage is minimal. But he just noticed something bizarre, something that is completely off, incredibly off. The giant skeleton fiend woke up way earlier than usual, and it has already shifted into its second form. Did the Labyrinth creator's maze seriously fail to work? But if the seal broke this fast, how on earth has the city escaped completely unscathed? Recalling the images of those 3 identical Sangias, Jumber realizes it was all thanks to those strangely identical hunters. He clenches his fists tightly. I've never actually seen his face before, but they managed to rescue people, fight off the giant skeleton fiend, and even buy enough time for it to transition into its second form. In that case, there is a high chance the 7 deadly sins have already fallen into their hands as well. Jumper slips into a manic state, letting out a sly laugh. Well, whatever. I never could have predicted this would turn out to be so much fun. Let's just wait and see how this plays out. Meanwhile, the sheer scale and reach of the demonic outbreak leaves Sanju in absolute awe. This is the true power of Javan. Dien raises his sword, displaying breathtaking swordsmanship. Master Swordsman, I would love to challenge you to a duel one day. Dien charges up to the rooftop as well. He unleashes a barrage of thrusts, but despite taking hit after hit, the undead remains completely unfazed. It retaliates, firing dark beams straight down. Scully blocks the attack, grunting in frustration. You stubborn piece of garbage. He smirks and snaps his fingers. In a situation like this, taking off its head is the best move. A beam of light pierces right through. The undead's head is severed, but within seconds, a massive eye pops open on its chest. The monster is already restructuring its body. It lets out a deafening roar as the building begins to crumble. The entire structure is shaking violently. Jumper returns, calling down from above. That thing looking like an eye is its mana core. If you want to kill it, you have to strike right there. Javan groans. But that damn core keeps shifting around. Dien suggests, how about we corner it to one side and then strike? Scully replies with a sullen face. But that is exactly what I was trying to hit earlier. Sanju forces himself up. I'll lend a hand too. Mihu gasps in surprise. Sanju. She tries to stop him. Don't push yourself too hard. Those two S-rank hunters will. He cuts her off. They can bring it down. Even if I just sit here and do nothing, they will get the job done. But those guys aren't going to solve the problems that I will have to face from here on out. With a dead serious look, Sanju continues. I have to get stronger. I'm going to finish off that monster. Mihu stares in disbelief. Finish it off? Sanju turns around, looking for Juniong. Are you ready? It's your turn now. Startled by his name being called, Juniong flinches. Then, Sanju addresses his clones. You guys know what to do, right? They answer in unison. Yes. Sanju's mind is weighed down by heavy thoughts. I've been holding myself back from going completely wild until now. But right now, I really need to unleash that madness. He grips his sword tightly and plunges it into the ground. The skill of that clone combined with my own insane stats. I will fuse them together. He commands his clones. Smash everything to pieces. Tear it apart. Right then, the undead launches an attack. Scully protests. It's no use. Jumper rapidly summons portals one after another. Dien swings his sword while Javan draws his blade. Demonic outbreak. Raging dragon. The undead is pinned in place. Sanju shouts. The core is locked down. He grits his teeth. Right at that moment, Junie complains. Madness and holy light. What kind of crazy combo is this? Activating holy light. Applying massive power buffs to the designated target. Just like fusing steam trains and electricity to create electric trains, activating both skills simultaneously grants Sanju a massive surge in power. As he charges forward, Mihu yells anxiously, I don't care anymore. If I get into trouble with those S-rank hunters, you'd better back me up. Fox hypnosis activated. You have successfully charmed the opponent and drawn their attention. Her targets this time are the S-rank hunters, though, for some bizarre reason, old Javan's illusion turns out to be a female rabbit. Sanju lets out a devious grin. He asks his clones following right behind him, I should go straight for the core, right? Focusing everything they have, Sanju channels his power and pierces clean through the undead's core in a single strike. A barrage of system notifications pops up. Monster Devour skill activated. Absorbing monster essence. Absorbing the stats of the giant skeleton fiend. Amidst the dark night, those glowing red eyes finally see a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter capable of turning the massive gears of destiny has finally emerged. System notification. Your stats have increased. Strength. 72,534 to 90, 1,612. Agility. 60. 2,212 to 70, 8,190. Vitality. 68,590, 3 to 90,640, 2. Stamina. 66,093 to 70, 7,102. Mana. 81,380, 2 to 90, 6,623. Through the synergy of his skills, Sanju's power skyrockets, and with just one blow, he completely obliterates the monster. Along with the kill, Sanju absorbs its stats. But of course, the brutal pain immediately kicks in, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. He collapses to his knees. Every single time my stats spike like this, my muscles ache like crazy. Javen grabs Sanju's hand, asking, "Hey, are you okay? I don't know why you even bothered to step in. We had this completely under control ourselves." He replied, "How could I just sit there and watch?" But during that accidental handshake as they stood up, Sanju unintentionally ended up exposing his secret skill to Raven. It was just a brief touch, but Raven immediately realized that the kid's energy had completely changed. What on earth happened? Looking at the exhausted young man in front of him, he wondered how he could have gotten so strong so quickly. Raven whispered, "It looks like you have a skill that boosts your stats whenever you kill monsters." Sanju was caught off guard and felt a bit defeated. This guy is way too sharp. Seeing no way out, Sanju decided to confess, "Yes, that is true." Meanwhile, in the opposite corner, Scully was still in absolute awe of Sanju. How the hell is this possible? He's way stronger than I thought. That crazy girl was still completely losing her mind. Does the Sword Seeker know you? Wait, Mr. Raven, how did you even know in the first place? Before Sanju could finish his question, Jumber suddenly cut in. "So, you're the hunter who managed to hold off that monster all this time." He offered a word of praise before asking for his name. That was an incredibly heroic act. "If you don't mind, could you tell me your name?" Sanju hesitated for a second before replying, "You must be Jumber. I'm Sanju." Jumber froze, muttering, "Dung Sanju?" He stroked his chin. "Dung Sanju. I see. Dung Sanju. Dung Sanju." Sanju felt a bit awkward hearing Jumber repeat his name like a broken record. After mumbling it a few more times, Jumber's eyes went blank, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. "Honestly, this is the very first time I've ever heard that name." Sanju gritted his teeth, cursing the guy out in his mind. "Well, obviously, it's not like I'm famous enough for an S-class hunter like him to know who I am. Though, I'm actually pretty well known in Korea." Jumber then asked, "By the way, where did those other hunters who looked exactly like you go? They were right here just a second ago." Sanju began to explain, "Oh, those are actually my clones, so..." But before he could even finish his sentence, he was cut off again. "Actually, I saw them leaving to clean up all this mess. They really are incredible hunters. Their top priority is clearly helping with the recovery efforts." Sanju was left speechless. Jumber turned his back, his face hidden in the shadows as he murmured, "Ah, what a shame. Hey, why don't we all head over to my villa to celebrate?" Hearing the word villa, Sanju looked on with curiosity. Jumber flashed a bright smile and explained, "We just took down a monster of that caliber. The least we can do is throw a little after party to celebrate. Let's grab some drinks, eat some amazing food, and just unwind after such an exhausting raid." Meanwhile, in another location, a servant came rushing in, completely out of breath. "Master, master," a calm, composed man asked, "I assume you have news regarding the creator of the labyrinth? Is everything going smoothly?" The panicked servant frantically reported, "The dungeon labyrinth has completely collapsed, sir. And the creator is dead." A group of S-class hunters launched an attack on the giant skeleton demon. But worst of all, I believe they might have actually laid their hands on the 7 deadly sins. The man gasped in utter shock. How is that even possible? True to his word, Jumber brought all the hunters from the battle to an incredibly lavish and luxurious venue. The place was packed with high-ranking elites, VIPs, and even reporters. Sanju was completely baffled. He called a party filled with this many big shots a little get-together? The others, however, were already having a blast and soaking in the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, there you are." Heian walked over, stunning in an orange body-hugging dress with a high slit. "What do you think? Do I look a bit out of place?" Sanju's face flushed red as he stammered out a reply. You look really beautiful," she gave a shy smile. "Really? I've never actually worn a dress like this before." Trying to regain his composure, Sanju cleared his throat and asked, "By the way, your skills were amazing back there. What kind of training did you do?" Heian looked puzzled. "Huh? Didn't I already tell you about that?" At that moment, Raven walked over and asked Sanju, "So, how is your control over your internal energy feeling now?" Sanju turned around. "Oh, Mr. Raven." Raven smiled warmly. "To be honest, when I saw you pull off that swordsmanship out of nowhere, I was so shocked that I almost couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, what on earth was that? But you see, that is actually the very first step toward mastering high-level Stormbringer swordsmanship. Your clones are already utilizing it exceptionally well. Sanju gave a slightly annoyed shrug and replied, "Well, they are pretty smart, after all. Since we're on the topic of my clones, why didn't you mention my skill to Jumper?" Hearing Sanju's question, Raven paused for a moment before replying, Let's just call it a gut feeling. I've run into him a few times in the past, but I've never been able to figure out what's actually going on in that head of his. He always acts like a hero trying to save everyone, making it look like his dungeon raids are solely to minimize human casualties." Raven leaned in and whispered into Sanju's ear. The explanation left Sanju stunned. But don't forget, Jumper is also the exact person who deeply integrated all of humanity with that system in the first place. And you already know very well what it means for the strength of all humanity to start fading. Sanju frowned, whispering, "The apocalypse," Raven continued. "Anyway, that skill of yours is bound to make waves and become famous one day. But for now, you need to keep a low profile." Sanju nodded. "I get it, especially around Jumper. We have no idea just how massive his influence truly is." Standing to the side, Heian pouted and complained to herself, "Those two are totally shutting me out of their conversation." Raven continued, "But unlike him, Bress and Crazy Scully are actually on our side." Sanju froze in disbelief. "Wait, what? Bress?" Heian asked in confusion. "Wait, isn't Mr. Bress? Actually, if you think about it, your younger sister." Before Raven could finish speaking, he was suddenly cut off. "Was Lord Bress the one who treated me? Where is he now?" Meanwhile, Scully is standing right in front of the display shelf. He picks up a bottle and sighs. "I have literally tried every single brand of wine on this shelf. Actually, I'd better just head back home before those pesky reporters show up." But right in the middle of his thoughts, some guy suddenly appears out of nowhere next to him. Scully almost drops his bottle of wine in shock. He screams out, "You're one of those hunters who all look identical." Upstairs, Jumper steps forward to welcome the VIP guests. "Thank you all so much for gathering here today. I hope everyone is enjoying the banquet. As you all know, we are here tonight to celebrate our successful raid against the giant skeleton." Immediately, someone in the crowd starts chanting his name, shouting, "You've done it again. Jumper, you managed to assemble a strike team of S-rank hunters so quickly, and I heard the casualties were incredibly low, especially given how powerful that monster was." Jumper's expression turned serious. "Actually, there is something I must confess to everyone here. I wasn't the one who kept the casualties down or held that monster back in the dungeon. The real hero is actually here with us tonight." Everyone gasps in shock as reporters scramble to get their cameras rolling. Then, Jumper reveals the hero's identity. It's the Korean hunter, Dongji-woo. He is the true star of this dungeon raid. Using his physical clone skill, he stepped up to save those people, risking his own life just to buy time against the monster. As Hayne looks on in disbelief, she murmurs, "Wow, looks like he's actually going to become super famous." But Raven stays completely silent, knowing all too well that this spells trouble. To think he managed to dig up information on Dongji-woo in such a short time. There's no hiding it now. Besides, Jumper is intentionally putting him in the spotlight like this. He is doing this on purpose. Jumper continues. "So, I want to take this opportunity to make an announcement. I believe he is fully qualified to become Korea's very first S-rank hunter. Furthermore, the Kai Min Guild will erect a monument inside that dungeon to honor his heroic deeds, and we will reward him handsomely." Hearing this shocking news, sweat rolls down the reporters' faces. "Hey, did you catch that on camera? This is huge." The entire hall erupts into chaos. "Hunter Dongji-woo. Dongji-woo is actually here right now. Is that true? Find him and get an interview immediately. A brand new S-rank hunter." Meanwhile, Dien calmly sips his tea. A new S-rank hunter? Junyun stands frozen in place. Dongji-woo, an S-rank hunter? The rest of the crowd is still frantically searching everywhere. Where is Hunter Dongji-woo? A door swings open. "I saw him head in here earlier. It's definitely him. Let go of me, you absolute psycho." A voice screams from behind the door. And there's Jiwoo, practically licking Scully's feet while begging, "Please, I'm begging you. Cure my little sister. I'll do whatever you want. I'll even lick your shoes. I'll seriously do it." Scully panics, desperately pleading, "No, wait, just let go of me first, and we can talk." But the more Scully resists, the more eager Jiwoo gets, sticking his tongue even closer. "You think I'm playing? I will lick them until they shine." And just like that, this exact scene is captured by all the cameras and countless eyes. Raven and Haynes stand there in utter disgust as camera flashes go off like crazy. Both of their lives are officially ruined. Jiwoo screams, "No, it's not what it looks like. This is a huge misunderstanding." While Scully, blushing in embarrassment, tries to shake Jiwoo off. "Let go of me, you absolute lunatic." Needless to say, it becomes breaking news. Chev holds up the newspaper. Now, literally everyone in the association is talking about Dong Jiwoo. On top of that, they want you to promote this Dong Jiwoo guy to an S-rank hunter. Hee-sung's face darkens. They seriously expect me to do that? This massive party thrown by Jamber. He invited all the hunters who contributed to the battle. But his real motive was to expose Jiwoo's identity. Hee-sung has already received the news, and he is absolutely furious. Chev suddenly trips and falls, panting heavily. Hee-sung walks up to Chev, who whines. "Aren't we both in deep trouble here?" Hee-sung glares at him and says, "Remember, we are partners. You hand over that research project to me, and in return, I'll secure your research facilities and guarantee your safety. That was the sole condition of our agreement." Chev protests, "I don't think it's fair that I'm being held responsible for losing those growth enhancers. Isn't protecting the finished formula part of keeping me safe?" Losing his temper, Hee-sung grabs Chev by the neck and squeezes hard, cutting off his air. "Listen to me. Just keeping you around is already a massive risk for me. Every single thing you do only causes me losses. I saved your skin from the FBI agents who are hunting you down like a dog." Hee-sung growls an order. "You have exactly 1 month to reproduce enough of the serum to replace what was stolen. If you fail, neither the FBI nor even your precious child will ever be able to find a single trace of you left on this earth." Suddenly, the phone rings. Annoyed, Hee-sung picks it up. "What?" The voice on the other end replies, "It's me." "Ah, Mr. Hun, it is about time you made your stance clear." Hee-sung snaps irritably. "Listen to me. I don't care who it is. Even if Jumber himself comes down here, I won't let that guy, Eun Ji-woo, become an S-class hunter before I do. Got it?" Bae Wung-hun chimed in. "But there is absolutely nothing wrong with that reasoning. His skeleton was rated as S-class because Hunter Yoon Ji-woo captured that monster, and there is clear evidence to prove it. We have no choice but to acknowledge him." Hai Seong's face darkened. "An excuse, you say? The only reason Eun Ji-woo completed that mission is because other S-class hunters helped him on that raid. We can use that as a reason to tell them we can't approve his promotion, since he had so much help." Bae Wung-hun broke out in a cold sweat. "If we do that, they'll demand we provide a proper solution that fits the situation." Hai Seong replied, "Of course, if it comes to that, we will just send Yoon Ji-woo to them. To Africa, where the great disaster struck the Korean hunter team." The sheer malice in Hai Seong's words left Bae Wung-hun completely speechless. "Aren't there S-class monsters over there? He will just have to go and clear them out. That will be the condition set by the Hunter Association. If he makes it out of there alive and well, just as we ask, then at least you and I will have no choice but to recognize him. And after that, meanwhile, at the WHA, the World Hunter Association, they decided in the control room that they could not confirm if Yoon Ji-woo had soloed that S-class monster. This is a highly unusual case. Other countries would not hesitate to tweak their data just to crank out as many S-class hunters as possible. But Korea is doing the exact opposite. Should we put more pressure on them?" Jumber replied, "No, it is fine. Let's leave it be and see how their association responds first. The Korean Hunter Association is already rotten to the core. There is no telling when the whole thing is going to blow up. I think we should look at this as an opportunity to clean house." Jumber buried his face in his hands in frustration. "The Hunter Association and Yoon Ji-woo. I have no idea who will be left standing in the end, but trying to guess the outcome is what makes this job so entertaining." Jumber turned around and instructed his subordinate to just demand a safe solution from the Korean Association regarding this matter. The subordinate asked curiously, "Where are you off to now, sir?" "Walking away," Jumber replied. "Just going to try something new for a change of pace. And maybe catch a few bad guys." The newspapers were plastered with pictures of Yoon Ji-woo's legendary shoe-licking incident, calling him Korea's first S-class hunter. What lies ahead for Hunter Yoon Ji-woo? Korean hunter Eun Ji-woo has become the center of attention. His accomplishments yielded incredibly impressive results, and professional hunters have already acknowledged him as Korea's very first S-class hunter. Raven raised his leg to mock Yoon Ji-woo. "My goodness, my shoes are dirty. Think you could do something about that?" Yoon Ji-woo gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "I told you to stop." Yoon Ji-woo let out a helpless sigh. "Well, it is not like we can do anything about it anyway. Besides, It was my choice. Flashing back to that moment, reporters were swarming him with questions. Hunter Yoonji-woo, what is your relationship with the S-Class hunters? Did you guys make some sort of deal during the S-Class monster hunt? Scully panicked. Damn it. He activated his divine body skill, letting holy energy course through his entire body. A portal opened, and Scully stepped through, grabbing Yoonji-woo by his collar. Hey, follow me! In an instant, they both leapt out the window. The reporters went into a frenzy. They jumped out the window. After them, quick. But the two of them had already made a clean getaway. Yoonji-woo gasped. Scully chimed in. And this is exactly why I wanted to get out of there before those reporters cornered us. Only then did he finally address his earlier question. So, what is the deal now? What is wrong with your sister? What kind of illness does she have? Tell me that first. Yoonji-woo hesitated, then asked, can you cure her? Scully grumbled in frustration. At least tell me what the disease is first. Yoonji-woo fell silent for a moment before replying, the Manhwa virus. Scully froze. Yoonji-woo continued, the doctor said the only thing that can save her is an elixir, or a high-tier healer like you. Scully nervously clutched the cross hanging around his neck and stammered, that doctor is a total fraud. First of all, curing the Manhwa virus is incredibly difficult, even for me. But I can come take a look and see what I can do. Yoonji-woo stood frozen. If even you can't do it, then who can? Yoonji-woo asked. Scully countered, just listen to me. The Manhwa virus will keep replicating as long as it has a constant supply of mana to feed on. The only way to completely eradicate the virus is to starve it to death, allowing it to consume every last drop of the host's mana. Yoonji-woo panicked. But if that happens, won't the host die too? Scully explained. Exactly. That is why I said it is nearly impossible to cure. The treatment itself is extremely dangerous. We have to revive them right before the host goes into a state of clinical death from mana depletion. The chances are 50-50. What do you think? Yoonji-woo recalled the memory and muttered to himself, if I didn't have a shot at getting the elixir, I would have taken you up on that offer in a heartbeat. But things are different now. He told me I could contact him if I ever change my mind in the future. I already have his number anyway. Raven nodded. All right, my work here is done, so I'll be taking off soon. Haein asked curiously, hey, where are you headed now? Meanwhile, Jun-young stood there with his hands on his hips, whining and begging. Come on, help me train. Sanwoo replied, I have some things I need to take care of. For some reason, Sanwoo tried to use his skills, but nothing happened. None of his abilities were functioning smoothly at all. Meanwhile, in another location, Oraclear sat proudly on his throne, listening to his subordinate report about a new S-Class hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is going perfectly, just as we planned, he said, his glowing red eyes narrowing as he nodded. Yes, sir, the subordinate continued. Just as you predicted, the Korean Hunter Association is downplaying the crucial role of Hunter Dong-Sanwoo and refusing to recognize his talent in the white coating hunt. That issue can be easily resolved if we take care of Haesung. He proposed this to the Oracle, but was flatly rejected. Everything must proceed exactly as the Oracle decreed. We are shifting our plans to better suit the situation. Put the assassination of Haesung on hold. I'm giving you a new mission, a long-term, 2-year scouting mission of the Hunter Organization in Alaska, starting right now. The subordinate gasped in surprise. Our plans have never changed until now. Why the sudden shift? He asked curiously. Oracle, what did you see in the future? The Oracle snapped in anger. This is an order. Leave this place immediately and carry out your new mission. Outside, the guards had gathered to protect their leader from the intruder. But one was already dead. Then 2. What on earth? I can't see anything. Only one person was left, but she couldn't keep up with the intruder's insane speed. Someone, help! Inside, the Oracle urged his subordinate. Hurry and go. We don't have much time. I've already prepared the teleportation scroll. The sounds of the clash outside caught his attention. Who is coming? At that moment, the last guard fell dead. A loud scream cut him off. The Oracle, with his deep red eyes, replied, the pinnacle of humanity. Outside, the guards screamed in sheer terror. Open, open the gates. Through the pitch-black night, they welcomed a new guest, the very first S-Class hunter. A hand crushed the gate frame, leaving the subordinate utterly baffled. You, why are you doing this? Jumber stood there, looking completely different from his usual self. The Oracle remained calm. Is this also a vision of the future? If so, I will gladly accept it. The regressor who had stepped past eternity had arrived. Lucas Jumber, which was his true identity, smirked deviously. I just want to keep things simple in this lifetime. The green-haired man standing nearby witnessed this madness and quickly stepped in to block him. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in, he said. If you want to meet the Oracle, please use the main entrance. Lucas let out a soft sigh. You keep babbling like a parrot. How boring. In an instant, he teleported right behind him, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. However, the green-haired man was no ordinary opponent. In the blink of an eye, he leaped forward, successfully putting some distance between them. Lucas was slightly taken aback by this. Oh, right. You guys are on the same side, aren't you? He gave the Oracle a knowing glance before turning his eyes back to the green-haired man. So, you can catch a glimpse of the future too, right? The man's expression darkened. It was obvious that Lucas had hit the nail right on the head. Seeing this, the Oracle quickly intervened. Wait, this child isn't someone who can alter the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, it won't change anything. Lucas stared at the Oracle with a complex expression, as if weighing how much truth those words held. Finally, he agreed. Fine. The heavy weight on the Oracle's chest finally lifted. Thank you. Then, the Oracle spoke softly to the green-haired man. You've done enough. Leave now. But the man just stood there, staring at the scroll. Only after a long silence did he take it and whisper, Everything is unfolding exactly as the prophecy foretold. Suddenly, he gripped the scroll tightly, his voice turning dead serious. But in a flash, he hurled the teleportation scroll straight at Lucas. Lucas's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He then lunged forward, thrusting his staff directly through the center of the flying scroll, aiming a fatal blow straight at Lucas's face. Gripping the staff tightly, his voice began to tremble more and more. But at least this once, I cannot obey your orders. But when he saw Lucas standing there completely unscathed after casually dodging the attack, his face darkened even further, while Lucas just burst into delighted laughter. Seeing that, the man pulled back his staff and muttered, Are you still bored now? Lucas hadn't expected this guy to hold such a petty grudge. He had only casually called the guy boring a moment ago. Yet here he was, delivering such a massive gift. Excited, Lucas smirked. Well, things are starting to get interesting. He then turned to the Oracle, mockingly pointing out his high and mighty determination. He looked at the Oracle, but the playful spark in his eyes was gone. But you are the decision-maker, a prophet who can see the future. And me? I'm a regressor who has already lived through it. Lucas slowly tossed the teleportation scroll into the air. In an instant, it tore open, transforming into a massive black hole. Then he looked over at the green-haired guy. Everyone already knew about that decision, and there was absolutely nothing surprising about that noble, tearful choice. Hearing that, the green-haired guy grew even angrier, a spark of pure determination flashing in his eyes as he glared at Lucas. Well, it's not like I expected anything else anyway. With that, he raised his staff and fired a devastating blast, unleashing an explosion as powerful as a massive cannon shot. The massive explosion tore a gaping hole right through the building opposite them, wide enough to look like a gateway to the sky. But the terrifying part? Lucas was nowhere to be seen. The guy thought in sheer disbelief, he actually dodged my attack in the blink of an eye. I need to look into the future right now and see where his next strike is coming from. He desperately tried to peer into the future, only to see a terrifying vision. In just a few seconds, Lucas was going to tear him to pieces. Terrified, he pushed his powers to the absolute limit, simulating tens of thousands of scenarios just to find a single path to survival. But then, he froze, completely paralyzed by the realization that his grim fate was absolutely inescapable. He slowly turned his gaze toward his master, his eyes filled with a chaotic mess of overwhelming emotions. I am so sorry, Lord Oracle. And right after that, Lucas's clones charged forward. Now we finally understand why he was so desperately hopeless. This attack from Lucas left him absolutely no way out. With a single strike, blood splattered everywhere. Oracle stood frozen, utterly speechless, as he watched his subordinate get shredded to pieces. This is the fate of anyone foolish enough to challenge an S-rank hunter. Seeing this, Lucas simply spoke in a calm, cold voice. Everyone walks a predetermined path, and if you can't break free from it, life becomes nothing more than a tedious, endless escape, Lucas muttered, glancing toward Oracle. His gaze was sharp and piercing, as if trying to look right through the puppet to see the master's true emotions. Just like that, one life came to an end, but the living still had to carry on and keep fighting. The next morning, at the JM organization's office building, As soon as Sanju woke up and saw a familiar face visiting, he gave him a warm welcome. "Hey, agent, long time no see." Hearing this, the agent happily replied, "There you are. I just heard the news that you took down an S-rank monster. I always knew this day would come, but I never expected it to happen so fast." Receiving such high praise, Sanju felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, please don't say that. If it weren't for the other S-rank hunters, I wouldn't have been able to pull it off." Then, catching sight of Uyan at the next desk, he enthusiastically walked over to greet her. "Hey, long time no see. What kind of potions have you been brewing lately?" But when she turned around, she scared him half to death. Her face was completely hollow and pale, looking like someone on the brink of death. Startled, Sanju asked, "Whoa, what on earth happened to you?" Uyan didn't answer directly. Instead, she just pointed out the window. "How can you even ask that with everything going on down there?" Out of curiosity, Sanju peered outside and saw the street absolutely packed with reporters and paparazzi. As of right now, Hunter Sung Sanju is still part of the JM organization. "Hunter Sanju, are you in there?" Seeing the chaotic scene outside, Sanju felt a massive headache coming on. "Man, this crowd looks way too familiar." Uyan, on the other hand, was on the verge of losing her mind. She complained, "They're so loud I couldn't get a wink of sleep. They seriously need to pack up and get lost at night." Seeing her like that, Sanju could only sigh in defeat. Is making S-rank seriously such a big deal that they have to hype it up like this? The agent beside him sighed quietly. Well, probably because Jumper was the one who made the announcement. Given his status in the hunter community, a massive reaction like this is bound to happen. He hesitated for a moment, as if holding something back, but ultimately decided to tell him straight. However, the Hunter Association is actually objecting to it, since you weren't the only one present during that raid. Hearing this, Sanju felt a slight wave of relief. "Yeah, I heard about that. They're technically half right. But do I really have to be labeled as an S-rank hunter anyway?" he asked tentatively. "I mean, I'm doing perfectly fine as I am, and I really don't want to deal with any reporters. Besides, the number of people trying to pick fights with me has dropped significantly ever since I became an A rank." Hearing his response, the agent could only offer a wry smile. "I knew you were going to say that." He thought it over seriously for a second, then added, "In that case, I will go ahead and turn down the Hunter Association's proposal." "Curious," Sanju asked. "Wait, what proposal?" The agent patiently explained. "They said they would immediately promote you to S rank if you clear out all the monsters in West Africa." Hearing this, Uyan gasped in absolute shock. "West Africa? Don't tell me you mean the monster nest?" Shocked by her intense reaction, Sanju stared at her in surprise. "Whoa, you scared me. Is there something wrong?" Uyan opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated before shutting it. She quickly turned back to her desk, clearly trying to avoid his question. "Never mind. It's not like it matters since he said he's going to turn it down anyway." Seeing her behavior, Sanju grew even more confused. "Wait, what? Why did you just stop?" But he quickly brushed it off. "Well, whatever. Go ahead and reject it, agent. I don't care what the association says or what their reasons are. I am absolutely, under no circumstances, going to West Africa. But fate has a funny way of playing tricks on people." Just a few days later, Jinstein delivered the news that their very next destination was Africa. The moment he heard this devastating news, Sanju didn't even know what face to make. He looked up, only to see Jinstein staring at him with a strange expression. "What's with that look on your face?" Sanju struggled to keep his emotions in check. "Forget it. I knew this would happen anyway. Don't tell me that place is." Jinstein nodded slightly. "That's right. That is where the next of the 7 deadly sins lies." Sanju really couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed. "Damn it, the 7 deadly sins again?" Jinstein simply replied, "It's not just related to the 7 deadly sins. This is also the perfect place for training." Hearing this, Sanju was completely baffled. "Training? Training for what?" Jinstein thought for a moment before replying, "From what I've observed of your clone abilities, it seems the influence of the 7 deadly sins is affecting you as well." He then pointed out a critical flaw. "Aren't your skills failing to work as expected?" This left Sanju lost in thought. Without any rush, he slowly began to explain. "I already told you, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and prevented its interference. So from now on, you must use your skills without relying on the system." He then manifested a magic circle for Sanju to see, but quickly dispelled it. "No, that's Tibbs' way, so let's call it by another name." Then, he looked straight into his eyes and solemnly declared, "Dung Sanju, You will have to learn magic. Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle's subordinate, he angrily questioned him. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to kill that child. Lucas stared at him, his eyes devoid of even a single flicker of hesitation. I'm just a bit curious. Why on earth did you tell him to run? Why go to all the trouble of preparing a teleportation scroll for him? The rapid-fire questions left Oracle speechless. Seeing this, Lucas's expression grew even colder. He must have known you would reject my proposal, and that he would end up dying like this. He paused for a moment. Yet, you still wanted to save him. Is it because you've developed some sort of attachment to him after working together for so long, or is it simply out of a sense of duty? Tell me. Oracle only let out a soft sigh at his words. There is not just one path. Fate isn't what killed that child. You did. Then, he looked at Lucas as if staring at a madman, just like how the person you are today is a result of your own choices. Hearing this, Lucas's eyes darkened instantly. With a swift swing of his hand, he decapitated the puppet Oracle had created. He snarled in rage. Stop lecturing me about garbage like free will. I believe in real results more than anyone else. He tried desperately to suppress his emotions, causing his voice to tremble. Do you know how many times I've tried? 10, 20, or 100 times? His voice grew increasingly choked up. Do you have any idea how many times I've had to watch the system devour this planet when the apocalypse arrived? Lucas squeezed the puppet's hands tightly. There is not just one path, he screamed as he broke down. No matter who I save, the outcome is always the exact same. No matter what kind of guild I build with the strongest hunters, the result never changes. Lucas had completely lost his mind. In a fit of absolute rage, he ripped the puppet into 2 pieces. Then, he helplessly let his hands fall to his sides. The result is always the same. I could never stop the apocalypse from the very beginning. Lucas continued to vent his frustration on everything around him, but in the end, he let out a painful sigh. What on earth am I even doing? What is the point of talking to a being who doesn't even have a physical body to carry out its own thoughts? Oracle was merely a brain. He had no body and no gender. Hearing Lucas's words, he fell into silence. You're right, he replied through the puppet. All I can do for you is show you the future. Hearing this, Lucas's mind cleared instantly, and his eyes regained their usual composure. He repeated the words mockingly. My future? Do you still not get what I mean? This isn't the first time I've been in this situation. Throughout his many regressions, he had come to question him countless times, but he always received the exact same answer. I see your path ahead as an endless, vicious cycle, and you will not get what you want in this lifetime. Zamper, your methods will only lead to failure. In this lifetime, things will not go the way you want. Lucas, give up. There is no other way. Lucas would arrive clinging to hope every single time, only to leave in deep disappointment. This time, he didn't want to hear it anymore. I already know what you're going to say. Seeing this, Oracle laughed out loud. And yet, didn't you still come all this way to find me? How interesting. Hearing those words, Lucas furiously slammed his fist against the glass case, but Oracle only chuckled. You don't need to threaten me. After all, I've already foreseen my own death, but your ending. He closed his eyes slightly. I can see it. It is truly marvelous. A miserable death filled with absolute regret. Then he looked at Lucas, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a pathetic soul. How long has it been since you... But before he could even finish his sentence, the surrounding steel pillars began to collapse. Oracle just laughed out loud. It is over, the final stop of this messy, tangled life. Right after that, the surrounding capacitors exploded, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire building. Through the thick, blinding dust, a small hand appeared, gently touching Lucas. A gentle voice rang out. Don't give up. You will find your salvation eventually. Lucas stared at the figure before him, completely speechless, his eyes welling up with a flood of emotions. The salvation he had been searching for all this time. As Lucas gently touched the glass case, no one knew what it actually was. Meanwhile, in the arid and dangerous land of Africa, Sanju spoke up in frustration. I still don't get it. Why do you keep following me all the way out here? Hearing this, Uyon desperately tried to defend herself. I told you, I came along to help you. She kept listing all the ways she could be useful. I can appraise items, and I can also brew healing potions. Sanju let out a sigh at her words. By healing potions, do you mean those sleeping pills? Then, he turned around and stared straight into Uyon's eyes. Look, I didn't come here to play games. You could die at any moment. Hearing that, Uyon pleaded in a soft voice, "Please, I am begging you. If I ever become a burden to you, I will bite my tongue and end my own life." She spoke with absolute sincerity. "Just let me tag along, just this once." Sanju looked at her in her current state, feeling a bit worried. What on earth was wrong with her? But in the end, even heroes have a soft spot for beautiful women. He turned his head away, defeated, his voice filled with resignation. "Fine, but you are not allowed to do anything without my orders. Got it?" Surprised that he was not sending her back anymore, Uyon said joyfully, "Thank you so much." But before she could even finish her sentence, a loud explosion suddenly echoed right behind her. Right after, a monster with razor-sharp teeth suddenly burst out from underground, seemingly intent on attacking the intruder. Sanju immediately pushed Uyon back. "Damn it, hide!" Knowing her own limits, Uyon quickly agreed. But before she could even run, she saw a red shadow diving straight down from the sky toward the monster. Just a second later, blood splattered everywhere as the monster suddenly collapsed. Staring at those familiar movements and hearing that voice, Sanju completely froze up. What a breakthrough discovery. The man in red said excitedly, "If you feed a sandworm, you can actually ride it for quite a long distance. And when you feel like it is heading the wrong way, you just have to poke it once." Sanju stared in absolute shock. This was none other than the old man he had met before. Uyon was also completely stunned. An S-rank hunter? Wow, we are so lucky. Raven spotted him and greeted him warmly. "We meet again? How wonderful." But looking at his face, Sanju could not even force a smile. "You absolute liar. You said you were going to find the miracle medicine. You said you were on schedule. That is the only reason I rejected the blessing." His long rant left Raven utterly embarrassed. "Whoa, calm down," he said. "Of course, I am going to find the medicine. But it is not like it is easy to find. Arya is working day and night to look for it. Then why on earth are you here?" he asked. Raven calmly replied, "I am blocking these bastards from crawling out of the monster cave. Just earning a living, you know." Sanju glanced at the giant worms. "Are these things all coming out of the monster cave?" He frowned and said, "I was actually planning to head there myself." Raven was surprised to hear this. "You?" He assessed Sanju and figured he would probably be fine. "But you still have to be careful, because that place is quite dangerous," he kindly warned him. "I heard it is not just quite dangerous, but extremely dangerous." At this point, Raven did not hide the truth anymore. That place is a completely different world ruled by the strongest. It is a place where there is only one law of survival. The strong live, and the weak die. Standing to the side, Uyon was utterly dumbfounded. How could this idiot be close friends with an S-rank hunter? She could not understand the bizarre friendship between them. She could only watch as Raven shook his head and said, "So nostalgic. There was a time I went in there just to train." Sanju asked curiously, "Then where do these sandworms rank in that cave?" Raven glanced at them. "These sandworms? Like I said, I am only here to stop them from escaping." His voice suddenly turned cold. "These bottom feeders are not even qualified to be part of the cave's ecosystem. Just think of them as the absolute bottom of the food chain to make it simple." Sanju and Uyon stared at the giant sandworms, which were as massive as several buildings combined. It looked like the path ahead was going to be incredibly tough. Meanwhile, back at the laboratory, Lucas was washing his hands repeatedly. He had been repeating this action for quite a while now. Anyone paying close attention could tell his mind was elsewhere. He was probably still trapped in the moment the prophecy was revealed. Back then, that person had told him, "Lucas, do not give up. Salvation will come." He let out a bitter, soul-crushing smile, thinking that this prophecy would turn out just like all the previous ones. How long has it been since I last faced this many surprises? His expression grew grim. There were just too many variables, the awakening program, the 7 deadly sins. Lucas muttered, "And now, the Divine Elixir Academy. Not to mention, wrong Sanju." Turning off the faucet, he leaned his hands helplessly against the edge of the sink, struggling to support his completely exhausted body. But in the end, it was too much, and he collapsed. "I thought it was just a minor deviation, but now, I don't even know what to do." Jinstein, "What on earth did you do?" Meanwhile, things weren't looking any better on Sanju's side. The very air around him had changed. Sanju could immediately sense that the area he was entering was thick with the aura of death. He could even see skeletal remains dangling from the rocky cliffs. Looking at their surroundings, Yuyan grew even more terrified. Was this some kind of monster's den? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, carrying a foul stench that made Yuyan plug her nose. "It smells so metallic," Sanju calmly explained. "It's the smell of blood." Looking closer, he saw two monsters ahead, tearing into some flesh. The bloody stench was coming from them, feasting on a weaker monster. Ah. It seemed they also sensed his presence. They whipped their heads around, locking their wild eyes on him, and instantly lunged forward with ear-piercing screeches. Sanju immediately summoned his clones to the field. Man, why do those monsters look so weird? But no matter what they are, anyone standing in his way will meet the exact same end. Slowly drawing his sword, he glared sharply at the beasts, ready to see where he stood in this food chain. Seeing an intruder, the monsters charged at him with terrifying speed. Sanju calmly stepped forward, ready to fight. But just as he raised his sword to slash the monster, he suddenly froze. He recalled his master's reminder that he needed to learn magic. He frowned, realizing he'd have to rely on the skills in his system. He gathered the mana flowing through his body, channeling it into his hand to give it a shot. Instantly, the mana condensed into a small sphere in his palm. Sanju was just about to cast a fireball, but before he could even release it, one of his clones unleashed a wave of magic flames way more powerful than his, turning the monster to ash in an instant. Watching the monster shriek in agony amidst the blazing magic fire, Sanju stood there, completely dumbfounded. I didn't even get to do anything and my prey is already gone. Damn it, I need to find another target. So, the moment two other monsters charged at him, he knew this was his chance. He quickly chanted a spell to activate ice shards, but before his ice shards could even scratch the monster's scales, they shattered into mist. That was because another clone had already activated Deep Freeze, which not only froze the monsters solid, but also blew his own ice attack right into oblivion. Sanju couldn't take it anymore, shedding actual tears of frustration. "Are you guys seriously trying to keep me from using magic?" He swung his sword, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes that successfully sliced them into several pieces. "If I can't use magic, I'll just beat you to death with pure physical force." Hiding behind a boulder, Uyan watched this and stood there with her jaw dropped. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sanju. Did this jerk seriously get even stronger again? She furrowed her brows. But what on earth is that skill? It looks so bizarre. Meanwhile, after finishing off the monsters, Sanju looked over at his clones. "Hey guys." His sudden call made them jump, immediately standing up straight. They had no idea how they had managed to offend this little tyrant this time, but contrary to their fears, Sanju dropped to his knees and sincerely bowed to them. "From now on, you guys are my masters. Teach me how to use those skills." Seeing this, the clones enthusiastically agreed to teach him. Creating a fireball is actually pretty simple. First, gather your mana and condense it into a sphere. Hold that shape and wrap it in fire, all while constantly channeling mana into it. The clone demonstrated the process to make it easy to follow. You have to constantly feed mana into the core of the sphere. That way, the flame created by the reaction with external forces won't get snuffed out. Sanju couldn't keep up, causing the sphere in his hand to flicker and die out right after flaring up. He quickly tried again and muttered, "Sorry." The clone calmly asked, "How would you rate your own strength on a scale from 1 to 10? Hearing this, Sanju confidently puffed out his chest. "If I'm being brutally honest and strict with myself, I'd say about an 8. But before he could even get the words out, the clone slapped him right across the face with a fireball. "You can't even cast it yet, and you're claiming to be an 8? Clutching his face in shock, Sanji was bewildered. What's wrong with a little self-confidence? The clone didn't even bother looking at him, continuing the lesson with a sigh. "Your mana flow broke. Let me explain it again." After struggling with his clones for a while, Sanju went back to find his master. "Hey, you call yourself a magician, so teach me magic." Jinstein looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I was planning to, but I had your clones teach you instead. I thought you'd prefer learning from them, but it seems things didn't go very smoothly." Sanju, whose face was now beaten, swollen like a pig's head, glared at him with absolute resentment. "Are you serious?" Jinstein was speechless. "Stop trying to copy your clones. Their mana control is way better than yours." Sanju rubbed his sore cheek in pain. "I thought they'd be great teachers, but who knew my adaptation skill wouldn't help at all?" Hearing this, he went deep in thought. "I know you're in a hurry, but the skill's current power is still too weak. Even so, there's still a way to activate it." With his wise, experienced eyes, it only took a moment to see right through Sanju's thoughts. The kid must be worried about what would happen if he couldn't summon any clones at all. Sanju hung his head in guilt, thinking, I tried to recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but I've already failed before even starting. He recalled his time in the inventory, thinking that as long as the 7 deadly sins fragment wasn't there, things would go smoothly. If I could temporarily recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, it would be easier to use the skill, right? But before he could even make a move, the sharp-eyed number 1 quickly pinned down his restless hands. Then, number 1's cold voice rang out, Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Number 1 looked down on him with disdain. Who taught you that cheap trick? Sanju stared at his twisted, squeezed hands and shed a silent tear. Jinstein was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought the 7 deadly sins would react? He let out a soft sigh. Fine, I'll teach you magic. Getting what he wanted, Sanju's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I'll take this seriously. I'll do whatever you say, then take off all your clothes. What the hell are you talking about? Meanwhile, Yuyan was closely watching every move of Sanju's physical body. Seeing him sitting cross-legged in meditation this whole time, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What is he doing? Is he sulking because his clone slapped him? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, giving Yuyan a fright. He's awake! But what shocked her even more was that, out of nowhere, he started stripping off all his clothes. Seeing him about to pull down his underwear, she quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment. You creep! What on earth are you doing? Sanju helplessly explained. This is all my master's doing. Yuyan, of course, didn't believe him. Because what kind of master would tell their student to strip bare in broad daylight like this? Are you out of your mind? Too bad she had never met Jinstein, so she didn't know how bizarre his teaching methods were. Becoming one with nature is the very first step to controlling mana. Sanju was dumbfounded. Huh? But I already know how to control mana without the system. Jinstein fell silent for a moment. Oh. In that case, put your clothes back on. Sanju grabbed his clothes, about to lose his mind. You old bastard. I'm going to throw this gold core right at your face. Yuyan finally let out a sigh of relief when she saw him putting his clothes back on. Young Sanju, that absolute jerk, scared her half to death. She had no idea what was going through his head. Should she just tell him everything? Meanwhile, back at headquarters, someone was losing his mind even more than Sanju. What is the meaning of this? Young Sanju said he wasn't interested in becoming an S-class. He slammed his hand on the desk in anger. He even rejected our offer. So why on earth did he head to the monster dungeon in Africa? Hidung leisurely replied, Isn't that a good thing? We wanted him to go there anyway. With that, he tossed down a stack of documents. Get in touch with the people on this list. The man sitting across from him looked confused as he opened the folder. After reading it, he was too stunned for words. His hands holding the file trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Isn't this an assassin organization? Don't tell me. Hidung only gave a sinister smile. It's always better to be safe. I like gambling, but I prefer a rigged game. Sanju had no idea he was being set up. He was still struggling against the swarm of monsters in the African dungeon. But instead of using his sword, he was trying hard to rely more on magic. Jinstein gently instructed him to maintain the magic circle. Sanju channeled more mana into the magic circle. I know. Seeing this, Jinstein said with satisfaction, the magic circle acts as a guide, like a marker reminding you how your mana should flow so you don't lose track. After narrowly dodging a monster's surprise attack, Sanju yelled, I said I know, but right after that, the magic circle suddenly flickered out, making him even more frustrated. Damn it, it cut off again. Maintaining his mana while dodging monsters was quite a challenge, so when the circle vanished, Sanju lost his temper and blasted the monsters to high heaven. Jinstein could only sigh helplessly. The gap in raw physical power between you and those monsters is too wide. We can't keep training like this. Head deeper in, Sanju agreed. Just as he was about to move deeper, a throwing dagger suddenly flew straight toward the back of his head. Instantly, Sanju went on high alert. He quickly activated his shield, but he was a second too late. The dagger had already pierced through his first line of defense. Seeing this, Jinstein called out in panic. Yong Sanju. Meanwhile, behind them, mysterious assassins had already closed in without them realizing. I took him out. Report back to the boss. These guys are members of the Blue Rose assassination group, members 11 and 12. 12 sneered when he saw this and said, an S-rank candidate? He is not that tough. Killing him was way too easy. But they had no idea that Sanju was actually still alive. Right when the daggers flew in, he activated his clone skill, using a decoy to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance on the two assassins. With just a single strike, he blew up the very mountain they were hiding on. Clenching his fists, his eyes filled with pure bloodlust as he stared them down. Who the hell are you guys? 11 and 12 were no pushovers either, quickly dodging his attack. One of them muttered, "He is a lot tougher than he looks." 11 calmly replied, "Just as I expected. It would be boring if he died too quickly." Sanju's clone calmly stepped forward and asked, "Are you guys completely out of your minds? Throwing daggers at someone's head like that? I am going to pay you back in full." Meanwhile, in another area, Yuyan was dealing with her own headache. She stared at the pot of noodles in front of her, lost in thought. How many packs of ramen should I put in? Number 1 quickly chimed in. 5 packs. Yuyan looked on in surprise as he pulled out another packet. That is so convenient. When did you even pack those? Number 1 happily shared the noodles with her, saying, "I brought everything we need for camping." She excitedly took the pack, though she could not help but wonder. Why is Deng Sanju not back yet? He said he would be back before dinner. Another clone stared in the direction Sanju had gone, looking a bit worried. Looks like he is a bit tied up. And indeed, Sanju was pretty busy handing out a beatdown to some unfortunate souls, because those two assassins were absolutely no match for him. He stared down at them coldly. Got any more tricks? Or is that all you have got? Seeing 12 get stabbed by Sanju, 11 gritted his teeth in pure rage. "You bastard!" he roared. "Why did you not use your skills earlier? Are you looking down on us?" Hearing this, Sanju felt a bit self-conscious. After all, he did not even have any skills to use. He could not even control a magic circle yet. Seeing Sanju stay silent, 11 grew even more furious. "How dare you underestimate us like this?" He pulled out 6 more daggers and charged at Sanju in a blind rage, screaming, "You are going to regret this." But Sanju did not panic. He calmly waved his hand and with terrifying speed grabbed the assassin by the face. Then, a magic circle began to form in his palm. He glared at him coldly and said, "Do you really want me to use a skill to kill you?" But just as Sanju unleashed the magic circle toward him, it suddenly flickered and vanished due to his unstable mana flow. Jinstein sighed at the sight, while Sanju himself was left completely speechless from sheer embarrassment. Too bad for him, the assassin had no idea what actually happened. He just stared at Sanju, trembling in fear, thinking, "I am dead meat." The terror in his eyes grew deeper. If he had used that skill, I would have been dead a long time ago. Did he just spare my life? Of course he did not. If the assassin had paid closer attention, he would have noticed Sanju's face was completely dark with embarrassment as he stared at the spot where the magic circle had just vanished. He was practically dying of embarrassment. Oblivious to this, the assassin was actually touched, thinking Sanju had gone easy on him. Is the gap between us really that massive? He started sobbing even louder. Are we not even worth you using a skill on? Sanju was completely speechless, seeing how much of a crybaby this guy was. But since the assassin was already misunderstanding things in his favor, he did not mind putting on a little show. Sanju grinned slyly and said, "You are just realizing that now?" With that, he turned and walked away coldly. His cloak fluttered behind him, making him look even more mysterious. "You really are that weak. You are not even worthy of seeing my skills. You are as pathetically weak as a worm." After that, he went back to hunting monsters, completely leveling the areas surrounding Yuyan's campsite with just his single sword. After a long round of slaughter, he tried activating his magic circle once again, but shortly after, the magic circle vanished again. Jinstein spoke up. "Did you give up on practicing your skills? You have just been killing them on pure instinct this whole time." Sanju sighed and replied, No, I am trying my absolute best here." He stared at the piles of monster corpses, lost in thought. "Maybe I am wrong, but it feels like the monsters have actually gotten stronger." Hearing this, Jinstein encouraged him, saying that more importantly, his monster-devouring skill was truly incredible. He was getting stronger simply by hunting monsters. Sanju tried channeling the ever-growing mana inside his body and could not deny it. "Yeah, you are right." But a moment later, he sighed again. The higher his stats got, the harder it was to level them up, meaning he would have to hunt even stronger monsters. Jinstein chuckled and teased him. "Your stats are already high enough. Learn to be satisfied with what you have." Sanju was about to say something, but suddenly, a familiar presence rushed in. He escalated his speed and swung his sword once more. His eyes filled with a trace of helplessness, See, this is why I had to clear out all these monsters. He looked up and smiled as he saw 11 and his lackeys catching up to him. I always have opponents spectating my training sessions. Realizing his cover was blown, 11 did not even bother hiding anymore. Dung Sanju, we came to pay you back for the humiliation you caused us yesterday. Let us see if you can fight without using your skills this time. His teammate saw this arrogant display and instantly felt like slicing him. Shut up, 11. You should be ashamed of yourself. After getting scolded, 11 obediently backed down, whimpering. Alright, fine. His new teammate was insanely strong, so he didn't dare talk back, and that guy wasn't one for words either. He immediately charged at Sanju. Seeing this, Sanju frowned slightly. Pretty fast. Hearing Sanju judge him like that, he was absolutely furious. You arrogant bastard. With that, he spewed a toxic purple mist from his mouth. Sanju instantly recognized it as poison mist and quickly activated his magic circle. The mist was completely absorbed by the magic surrounding him. Feeling the slight tingle of the poison seeping into his body, he couldn't help but marvel. Man, that feels so good. Seeing that Sanju was completely unaffected, the guy got even angrier, yelling, "Stop trying to trick me!" He then activated his Earth Shake skill, releasing a massive burst of mana to obliterate the entire target area. Instantly, giant cracks tore through the ground around Sanju. He was a bit surprised. What's going on? Seeing him falter, number 11 immediately rushed in, seizing the opening. He activated his energy bomb skill to blow him to pieces. With a swing of his arm, he threw a bomb that exploded instantly, blasting the terrain apart and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Number 10 laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong you are, you're nothing against my poison mist and energy bombs. But a split second later, Sanju burst through the smoke and delivered a devastating punch straight to his face, knocking him to the ground. His partner couldn't hide his shock. That speed. Before he could even finish his sentence, Sanju opened a magic circle right in front of his face. However, the circle quickly vanished, leaving Sanju in deep thought once again. But hey, he'd rather die than lose face. Forcing a smile, he said, "I guess you won't get to see my skills this time either." Hearing this, the guy felt deeply humiliated. You bastard, how dare you play with us like this? Too bad his skull wasn't as hard as Sanju's fist. And just like that, the last person who knew his secret about not being able to control mana was gone. By now, morning had broken. His clones were still guarding the campsite, waiting for him to return. But the moment he stepped back, she woke up. Sanju couldn't help but chuckle. What's up? Why aren't you sleeping? Kim Yuyin rubbed her eyes. You're back? Sanju nodded gently. Have you been awake this whole time? Instead of answering, she handed him a bowl of noodles. There's still some super ramen left. Let me add some rice. Wait until it's hot before you eat. Sanju sat down, feeling a bit awkward. I can feed myself, you know. Hearing this, Kim Yuyin's cheeks flushed, though whether from embarrassment or annoyance, it was hard to tell. But you've been doing everything. At least let me do something. Sanju didn't say another word, just quietly watching her warm up the noodles for him. After a moment, he finally spoke. What about you? Have you eaten? Adding the rice, Kim Yuyan replied, I was waiting for you to get back. Is 2 bowls enough? No, make it 3. On the other side of the valley, the assassins who had fought him earlier were in deep trouble. Sanju hadn't killed them, but had tied them up and dumped them in the middle of the desert. This morning, Herider and Faden, assassins from the 13 Scorpions, came across them and were totally baffled. Hey, wake up. Carrion spoke up. I know your faces. Number 11 and number 10 of the Red Blue Guild. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. Number 11 and number 10 were startled to see them. You guys are the 13 Scorpions. Are you after Sanju too? Herider frowned slightly. The same target? I really hate this kind of competition. Beside him, Faden just stroked his blade. So what? The Red Blue Guild already failed, which leaves only us. Looking at their arrogant attitude, number 10 let out a laugh. I can guarantee you one thing. You won't even live to see him use a single skill. But they completely ignored the warning from number 10. Of course we won't, because he'll be dead before he even gets a chance to use one. Herider spoke with a sarcastic tone, while Faden laughed out loud. Don't compare us to losers like you. But after tasting Sanju's fists, they weren't laughing anymore. We didn't even get to see a single one of his skills. Meanwhile, Sanju was completely focused on the magic circle he had just created, which was already on the verge of vanishing again. He was speechless. I guess I really don't have any talent for this, he lamented miserably. Jinstein disagreed. No, you are getting stronger, he explained calmly. Being able to maintain the magic circle until the end of the battle is a very good sign. Sanju looked at the circle on his hand. Yeah, now that I think about it, it did stay up the whole time. I feel a bit better now. Seeing the boy's magic circle becoming more and more stable, Jinstein didn't spare any praise. Assassins are definitely more useful for training than predictable monsters. Leaving them alive was a good call. But then he fell silent, deep in thought. You got into some trouble, didn't you? Those guys just now were from a different guild. Sanju felt completely wronged. I'd love to know why, too. 2 different guilds now. He sighed. Even if I ask, they probably won't tell me. Number 1, number 2, we're moving deeper in. Go wake up, Kim Yu-yeon. Sanju dispelled the magic circle, feeling a bit vexed. I wonder if those assassins will keep bothering me after this. You'll get your answer soon enough. Because the very next morning, just as he was happily greeting the world with a cheerful good morning, his foot stepped right on a hidden landmine. Boom! The surrounding rocks were instantly pulverized into dust, showing just how terrifyingly destructive that bomb really was. A green-haired girl proudly spoke into her walkie-talkie, saying, "He's gone without a trace. There's no way we're letting another bastard snatch this mission from us." But before she could even celebrate, a furious Sanju burst out and served her a brutal punch. When combined with magic, his fist packed a blast several times stronger than her little bomb talk about getting tenfold in return. The following day, while out hunting monsters, he was ambushed by a mass of vines. Seizing the opportunity, 2 other assassins lunged at him. We, the silent black crows, will have your head. Well, they became the next 2 lucky winners to catch his fist and get sent straight to the afterlife. As time went on, more assassins kept coming, wielding even more lethal skills. The most impressive of them all was the lightning skill of a certain blonde guy. His attack filled the air with crackling lightning, looking incredibly powerful. Because of this, Sanju gave him some special treatment, a simple flick to the forehead. Before the guy could even register what happened, he was already written out of the script. Thanks to these constant attacks, Dung Sanju's ability to handle multiple opponents at once skyrocketed. On top of that, his magic skills were steadily improving throughout the whole ordeal. Looking at the active magic circle, he said excitedly, "I don't even have to use my hands to keep this magic circle active." But since he still couldn't activate it, he looked up at the sky and screamed in sheer frustration, "What's the point of this then? Damn it!" Meanwhile, Uyan was having a nightmare. In her dream, a woman kept calling her name in a soft, gentle whisper. "Uyan, don't tell anyone about this, okay? I haven't told a soul." In her dream, Uyan was still a little girl. She slowly opened her eyes, looking confusedly at the woman in front of her, her mother. But her mother looked completely unhinged, screaming hysterically. "But those bastards betrayed me. Why? Why won't anyone listen to me?" I saw it all. This terrifying sight filled little Yuyan with worry. "Mom, are you okay? I'm right here." But when her mother turned around, she was met with a hideous face and a terrifyingly wide-open mouth. So what? Seeing that face, she was scared half to death and burst into tears. She bolted upright, her eyes wide with terror, looking like she'd lost her mind. Seeing her screaming, Sanju, who was sitting nearby, asked, "Had a nightmare? Say something." She turned and met his cold, grim expression, staring at him in a daze. "Who are you?" Meanwhile, in a corner of the African desert, the assassins who failed to kill Sanju had gathered together. One of them cursed in frustration. "Damn it." The guy who used the vine skill smirked sarcastically. "Here we go again. How many attempts has that guy made now? 4? Someone then asked, "Hey, did that Dung Sanju guy actually use any skills?" But he remained silent. Everyone understood what that meant. The vine guy narrowed his eyes dangerously. Well, that explains it. He slowly glanced at each of the assassins. Everyone here was defeated in a pure, one-on-one fistfight. At our level, we couldn't even force him to use a single skill. I think it's pointless to keep taking these contracts. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The green-haired girl who had previously tried to bomb Sanju muttered in frustration. "I didn't even get to see his clone. So this is the power of an S rank." Suddenly, another guy spoke up. "How about this? We form a temporary alliance and take on Dung Sanju together." The suggestion came from the blonde lightning user. The surrounding assassins stared at him in silence. He continued, "I don't know how much they promised to pay you if you succeeded, but I'm guessing it's a fortune. It definitely won't be a small amount. We can split it evenly and go our separate ways. It's the only way we'll ever bring that monster down. Quite a few of them were tempted. The bounty was easily 10 times what they usually got, so even if they split it, they'd still walk away filthy rich. Sounds like a solid plan, doesn't it? The green-haired girl even pulled out her phone, ready to report the plan. Wait, we should contact headquarters first. But not everyone was on board, as someone stepped forward to protest. You guys are a bunch of useless trash. His words instantly triggered the crowd. What? Who said that? Number 10 cast a freezing glare over them. Are you mad because of what I said? You don't even have the right to be angry. Mockery filled his eyes. What do you think you're all doing, sitting around gossiping like this? Do you actually think you're still breathing because Sanju is weak? Nobody dared to speak, as those who had been defeated knew his strength better than anyone. He then added, I've completed countless contracts in my time. Most targets scream in resentment at the assassin sent to kill them. I definitely was not trying to avoid that anger, because that is exactly what I had to do. He stood up, his face showing clear exhaustion, but instead of being resentful, he spared the lives of the assassins who came to take his life, which is every single one of you gathered right here. He looked at the confused and ashamed faces of the assassins around him, sighed, and then walked away. I may operate in the shadows, but I still have my beliefs and pride. I have absolutely no intention of joining a filthy alliance like yours. Seeing this, number 11 and number 12 quickly chased after him, calling out, Hey, wait for us. Everyone else fell into a deep silence. Come to think of it, Jung Seon-woo did save 2 of our people. Hyur thought for a moment, then turned to ask number 10. So, what is your plan then? After a moment of silence, he finally heard number 10's reply, I will force Jung Seon-woo to use his skill at least once for this final attempt. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Seon-woo had no idea what they were planning. He was deep in thought about the assassination. From the start, I wondered if that was where the problem was. Since this is not the first time, I wonder if this is the plan of that guy they call the Master. But considering there is no news from the Academy, that does not seem to be the case. He let out a soft sigh. Besides, there are way too many assassins here. Should I put it this way? It is as if they are telling me, we are definitely going to bury you right here. Hearing his story, Woo In was deeply shocked. I had no idea you were being attacked like that. Seon-woo frowned, lost in thought. Chairman Park Won once told me that Hae-sung and Chairman Byung-hoon were the 2 who opposed me becoming an S rank. He calmly recalled everything. And those 2 were the ones who tried to push me into this monster hell. Even if those 2 did not try to force me, I would have had to come here anyway. Suddenly, he realized something. Kim Woo-in, I clearly remember that the first time this cave was mentioned to me, you looked extremely resentful. But now, you forced yourself to follow me to this place. Does it have something to do with this group of assassins? Hearing this, cold sweat broke out all over Woo-in's face, but Seon-woo had no intention of stopping. Tell me, what is your relationship with Hae-sung? Her lips trembled for a long time, as if she was trying to muster up the courage to tell him. I am a hunter. But before she could even finish her sentence, Seon-woo cut her off. That is what I want to hear, and I want a proper explanation. But the moment he finished speaking, he slashed forward, a cold glint in his eyes. He told her, But I guess we do not have time for your explanation right now. Immediately after, he summoned his 2 clones. Woo-in also sensed that something was wrong and quickly backed away. Seon-woo watched clones number 1 and number 2 carry Kim Woo-in to safety. What about you? Seon-woo calmly replied, I do not need backup. But as he looked ahead, his expression blanked. Wait, actually, I think I might need some backup. Because standing right in front of him was a crowd of familiar dark figures, leaving him completely speechless. Number 10 was the first to speak. Jung Seon-woo, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet like this. Jinstein suddenly spoke up. Do you want to practice as if this is a real battle? Seon-woo was completely speechless. Is he kidding? I tend to prefer a much safer environment. But obviously, this was not up to him, because in the blink of an eye, the crowd of assassins charged forward. They screamed frantically, Today, we are definitely going to see your true skills. But Seon-woo's sharp instincts immediately picked up on something strange. Looking at how they ran at high speeds, without kicking up a single grain of sand, he swung his blade, and the dark figures instantly vanished. Just as I expected, they are all illusions. He frowned slightly. Right? It would be a major issue if all of them just vanished. But right behind him, an assassin suddenly appeared. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Seon-woo spun around and grabbed him by the throat. How dare you? Suddenly, a sniper bullet flew in from afar and struck his hand, forcing him to reflexively throw the assassin away. Hidden in the shadows, Her of the 13 Scorpions was aiming his gun right at his head. Use your skill. Jung Seon-woo. Seeing this, he quickly backed away. You bastard! Jinstein tried to reassure him. Calm down, Jung Seon-woo. But the moment he stepped back, he triggered a landmine trap set by the blue-haired girl. A deafening explosion went off, completely pushing him over the edge. Seon-woo leaped up in frustration. How the hell am I supposed to stay calm in a situation like this? Jinstein explained calmly. You have already completed all the preparations to use magic. He continued, but I have been looking into why you failed to activate it. You are still using the system's underlying method. At this point, he paused for a moment. The moment you think the activation is complete, you also unconsciously stop controlling your mana. Hearing this, Seon-woo was taken aback. I did that? Then, something clicked in his mind. His gaze toward the assassins grew more determined, but they failed to notice the shift in his emotions and confidently charged right at him. You're still underestimating us. Sanju quickly parried with his sword, recalling his master's words. Activating magic isn't the end. The mana manipulation must be continuously maintained. Think about it. He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes deep and analytical. You're using a subspace skill that requires you to be quite relaxed to maintain it, aren't you? Sanju gasped in shock at the realization, but he had no time to dwell on it as a relentless barrage of attacks from the assassins rained down on him. Use your skill, Dung Sanju. They were distracting him, damn it. And whenever he got angry, his trash-talking skill would unconsciously activate. Do you guys even know anything? But this time, before he could even start trash-talking, another assassin blindsided him from behind. Fortunately, he instantly activated his magic shield, just in time to block the strike. The bad news was that his magic was still unstable. Sanju desperately tried to recall his master's teachings. It doesn't just end after activation like the system's skills do. I have to keep maintaining it, but in that single split second of distraction, by the time he snapped back to the fight, dozens of weapons were already hurtling toward him. These assassins were completely merciless. They had already blown up the entire battlefield around him, turning it into a barren wasteland. Yet, they still wouldn't back down. Number 11 grew even more agitated when he saw him escape the ambush. You bastard, are you still refusing to use your skill? At this rate, you're dead. Sanju gritted his teeth in pure frustration. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Weren't you sent here to kill me? The moment he lashed out, something clicked in his mind. That's it. It's just like how I handle my subspace skill. Feeling like he had finally found his way out of the magic maze, his mind raced. There had to be a reason why his subspace skill was unaffected by the system's interference. Seeing him stand completely still, the assassins lunged forward, their attacks breaking his train of thought. They screamed, "If you're not going to use your skills until the very end, then this is where you die." With that, they lunged in, each trying to land a fatal blow. But they didn't realize that Sanju had gone frighteningly still, because he had finally figured out how to maintain his magic. Activation and maintenance don't need to be separate. I have to maintain and activate them simultaneously. With that thought, he channeled all of his mana into his magic ring, causing it to